Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Population 4.5 million. It is Australia's most populous city, and it's also the nation's most vibrant and much-loved destination. Three hours west of Sydney is Mount Panorama, Bathurst. 6.2 kilometres of tarmac that is respected globally by the best drivers in the world. It's a place where the brave prosper and the weak fall behind. Get it wrong, and it will punish you.
Oh no! There's carnage at the top of the mountain here!
Get it right, and it will reward you.
Big Lounge wins the Liquid Volley. 12 hours, Bathurst delivers!
Today, the world descends upon this great mountain for Australia's international endurance race, the Liquid Volley Bathurst 12-hour. Amongst the 54-car field are some of the biggest marques in the motoring world. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, Aston Martin, Bentley, Mercedes-Benz, McLaren, Audi, Nissan, all brands with a remarkable racing pedigree. 169 drivers from 15 countries will tackle this mountain, and the level of talent is immense. Amongst them are Formula One stars, Le Mans 24-hour champions, and Bathurst heroes. There are the veteran champions and the young stars of the future, but all have one common goal. Today, that is a Bathurst victory. This is a race where there are no second chances. These drivers will be living and breathing every waking moment at this world-class piece of motor racing real estate. This is Mount Panorama. This is the Liquid Volley Bathurst 12-hour.
Yes, a very good morning, everyone. Welcome to Mount Panorama, Bathurst, Australia, and welcome to the Liquid Volley 2015 Bathurst 12-hour race. There is a lot of excitement here on the mountain. Of course, it is only the early hours. There's still quite a chill in the air, but this pit lane is a hive of activity as crews get set for what is going to be a fantastic 12-hour race. 169 drivers are here. They represent 15 countries. This is a truly international event and a great test of endurance. We know this circuit. We know the challenges it presents. We know how difficult it is, and that's what we're looking forward to seeing today. Already we've seen some incredible developments this weekend. The fastest officially recorded lap in the history of Mount Panorama. And we've seen 5 different manufacturers occupy the top 5 spots on the grid. We've got an Audi on pole position. We've got a Lamborghini on second. And the Nissan GTR is third on the grid. Now, it was involved in an incident yesterday afternoon. It went into the cutting, suffered severe damage. It was taken into a workshop in Bathurst at 6:30 last night. At 11:30 it returned to the track here. The crew have been working until just an hour or so ago, until 4:30 this morning, to get the car right. The good news is it is good to go and it will be on the grid. So let's find out the who's who of this year's Liquid Volley Bathurst 12-hour race.
I think the Australian audience would know me best for driving Porsches around the world, and came to Bathurst last year for the first time.
People know me normally from racing in Europe. I won the total 24 hours of Spa. I won the Blanc Endurance Series in 2013.
Biggest race ever won, it's 12 hours of Sebring, Le Mans 24 hours and Spa 24 hours. So for sure, for me being here in Bathurst, as a 12-hour race, it's a race I would like to win for sure.
I don't think people know me from racing because I'm not really has a lot of history as a race car driver. But I have broken the speed of sound in 2012 with a project called Red Bull Stratos. Right after my jump, Audi Driving Experience called me, asking me if I'm interested in competing at the 24-hour race of Nürburgring in Germany. And I said yes, and did a lot of preparation, and then finally I was ready to do a race at the 24-hour of Nürburgring.
For any driver, whenever someone says, would you like to come and do Bathurst, the grin on your face is massive.
I knew Bathurst as an iconic racetrack. The speed, the ambiance, everything. It lived up to the hype and then some.
Bathurst have opened up, you know, this 12-hour race, and each year it's just getting more and more stature overseas. So if you look at the field, it's a very, very strong field of GT3 cars.
There is risk there, but at the same time, we want to, at least on the top 5, fighting for the podium, and if it's possible, for the win.
Both cars are maybe in the top 5 or top 3 at the end.
We want to race for the win, obviously, but be there for the last couple hours where we can just go flat out and try to compete for at least a podium.
All right, so we are now within minutes of the rollout from pit lane and getting the cars gridded up. The teams you can see are out on the grid here. There's a great sense of excitement about what lies ahead. Probably the most spectacular Liquid Moly Bathurst 12-hour race we've seen. So let's head upstairs and join your commentators.
Thanks, Mark. Beautiful scenes here this morning. It's John Hindorf, Richard Krill and Graham Goodman, the editor of dailysportscar.com, to take you through the next 12.5 hours. But the first thing we need to do, because we made history on the mountain yesterday, a place that has plenty of history associated with us, is look back at qualifying, which, Crailsy, was quite extraordinary.
It was a remarkable day, split over 2 sessions, 1 hour and then 20 minutes. This is the Craft Bamboo Aston Martin that had an off. This was a big crash for Ivo Brukers in one of the Mark Cars Australia entries, the Mazda V8 powered car. There were dramas for Vicious Rumour Racing, but the Audi was looking early in qualifying as the car to beat.
Yeah, the Phoenix car looking really good. Ferraris have always gone round here, and John Bow says it's a Ferrari circuit.
Christopher Meese in the Hallmark Property Group Audi topped the first stage of qualifying, Graham Goodman, and he was looking strong, the young German.
He looked like he was going to be unbeatable. Didn't he even end up in the top 8 when we saw the second session, though, Crailsy?
This man was impressive. David Russell, the Queenslander, was on top for a lot of the shootout part of qualifying yesterday. 20 minutes with just the Class A cars. This was the defining moment, though, of qualifying yesterday.
Chio-san in the Nissan GTR going for a second quick lap. He'd already set a fantastic lap time and he backed it in at the cutting. That's the third time we've seen somebody do that this weekend.
The New Zealand team, Trust Family Racing Ferrari, pulled off to the side of the road midway through the session. They'll start just outside the top 10, but this was the performance. The 23-year-old Belgian driver, a champion in GT racing, Laurens Vanthoor, took the Phoenix Racing Audi R8 to the Alan Simonson pole position trophy with the fastest ever lap recorded here, 2 minutes 2.5 seconds. And Bruce Morrison from Liquid Moly presenting the young Belgian driver with the trophy. The cars are rolling out onto the circuit, and Shea Adam is down in pit lane with more.
Cars are rolling out. The car that just rolled out from behind me was the B-Class pole sitter. The time set by Ben Barker was good enough to make it halfway up the Class A category. That is one car to watch today. Luke Yolden will be starting. He is filling in for Earl Bamber, who drove the car last year, along with Ben Barker and Stephen Grove. They won the category in 2014. Luke Yolden won his class in 2014 as well. This is a car to keep an eye on for today.
Absolutely brilliant down in the pit lane. While the cars are on the mountain, we'll take a short break from you so we can get ready to go racing for the 2015 Liquid Moly 12 Hours of Bathurst.
With the grid forming up in full darkness.
Well, it's not often you see a motor racing grid being put together in full darkness, but that's what we have here at the Liquid Moly Bathurst at 12 hours. And Crailsy, you've been to a lot of these. We can see the crowds of cars, the lines of cars coming in. This is looking like a cracker.
It's going to be unbelievable. Let's go down to the very front of the famous Mount Panorama starting grid where we find Mark Beretta.
Guys, it is quite extraordinary down here to have 50-odd cars lining up on the grid in the darkness at Mount Panorama is something quite unique. The event is the hard work and the brainchild of James O'Brien, event director. James, congratulations. This event is just growing. We can see everywhere we look, it's 5:30 in the morning and there are crowds everywhere.
Yeah, I'm glad there's other people up with us, but no, we're delighted with the growth of the event. Over 50 cars, 20 different nationalities represented, and there's been a lot of people involved to get to this stage, a lot of stakeholders, and if I can name a few, the New South Wales Government have been great in supporting this event, Bathurst Regional Council, the stewardship of this iconic circuit, and of course all our sponsors, and not to mention the volunteers. There's 500 here this weekend. But of particular note, our naming rights sponsor, they came on board a few years ago. They saw the potential of the event, and they've been an active partner in the event, and we're delighted to have Liqui Moly on board with us.
Yeah, they are fantastic. And Bruce Morrison is here from Liqui Moly. Bruce, you must be very proud when you look around and see this. It's a great partnership you've got.
Oh, Brett, we're over the moon, mate. It's our third year. I look at the field, I look at the crowd. Super excited. We never really thought it would get this far, this fast, but it's great to back a winner.
And this is an exciting year and some good news for you guys going forward too.
Yeah, look, we're proud to announce an extension of our contract with James for another 3 years. I'm sure it'll be a lot more after that, of course, but another 3 will be great, and I'm on it upward now.
Excellent. And James, that's good news. It really cements the event for the next few years.
That's right. And as I said, they're an active partner, Bruce and his team at Liqui Moly. The big boss is here from Germany, so I hope he's watching, and we'll get him out here and have a good day today.
James, all the very best. Have a great day, Bruce. Thanks once again. Shay is down in pit lane.
Wolfgang Reep, you are starting your first time Bathurst. It's your second trip to the mountain, but you didn't get a lot of laps last year. You get to start the car this year. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel quite excited. I think we've shown so far that the car was really good here. So yeah, I can't wait to take the start. I think 5 minutes to go. And I hope everything goes well, and we will see where we are after 2 hours.
The mechanics had a bit of work to do on your car last night. Did it feel back to normal on your one lap around the mountain this morning, mine being at very slow speed?
Yeah, they worked very hard all the night to repair the car, and now of what I've done so far, all feels great.
Thanks and good luck, Wolfie. Back to John in the booth.
Thanks, Shay. We're going to count down to the race start. We'll get a break out of the way before we go racing so we can show you as much as the start as possible. The start of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hour is coming your way right after this.
Evidence of the popularity of motor racing at the mountain and international motor racing, with a cast of stars from all around the GT and endurance racing world. The traffic jam on the way into Mount Panorama and on the front straight, as well as 54 of the world's best Crailsy get ready to go racing.
Good morning. We will show you the race start in not too long a time. This is the grid thanks to Michelin. The young Belgian driver Laurens Vanthoor will start this race from pole position after an amazing job, but it will be Marco Mappelli who starts the 15 car. Alongside him, Roger Largo, the owner driver in the number 32 JBS Racing Lamborghini, will start from the front row of the grid, though it looks like Steve Owen will be in that car. Wolfie Reep in the Nissan starts car number 35 from third place. They've been very strong so far this weekend. The AF Corsa Ferrari is fourth, car 77, Stephen White behind the wheel. Then Darryl O'Young in the Aston Martin. 5 different brands in the top 5. Mok Wen Sung, the Asian GT champion, starts the Clearwater Racing Ferrari from the next row of the grid. Then it's Jack LeBrock in the Erebus Motorsport Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG, car number 36. Richard Muscat behind the wheel of that one. Clark Quinn in the McLaren, the Australian GT champion of 2 years ago, starts the 12C. Then Christopher Meese in the Audi. Graham Smith Smith, I should say, Guy Smith, that is, in the Bentley, car number 10. And Stephen Richards, a Triple Bathurst 1000 winner, goes from just outside the top 10 in the Lamborghini.
The clock's running, guys.
Clock's running. The cars are rolling behind the AMG CLS 63. So effectively, we are now racing. So for those of you who aren't used to this, perhaps coming to us for the first time, and there are many of you, then what we're seeing now is effectively a safety car start, if you will. But what will happen, halfway around the warm-up lap, the green flag lap, the lights will go out, the safety car will clear off, and then effectively the pole sitter has control of the field. Now, there's no passing before the start-finish line and no overlapping either on green flag restarts. That's something that people got pinged for last year. Jeez, it's dark out there. It's going to be like the front row of a scrum. Who knows what's going on? Unbelievable as they come over the top of the rise down towards Griffin Bend. There's all kinds of dirty deeds could be done out there, Krillsy.
It will be Marcus Winkelhock who starts the pole position car, the Phoenix Racing Audi. So a driver with experience at the very highest level miraculously led his one and only Formula One Grand Prix start for the Spiker team at the Nürburgring quite some time ago.
Quite a wee while ago. All 50 cars on the grid have got away safely, and look how dark it is at the top of the mountain there. This is going to be spectacular stuff when these guys get to full racing speed.
Sunrise just after 6:30 local time, so there's going to be probably half an hour of proper dark running. It will be a challenge in these opening stages of the motor race, but the cars behind the Mercedes-Benz safety car, they'll grid up 2 by 2 when they get down to Maguire's Murray's corner and go racing proper.
The advantage is, of course, when people say that, well, you know, 12-hour race, why you want to qualify at the front? Because you get to see down the road. Everybody behind is looking at your tail light, and then all you've got behind you is an explosion of light from these very, very efficient headlights that cars have nowadays. All you can see is there is something behind you. You won't know what it is. You'll be looking left and right. The sensible guys will just be looking straight down the road, and that is the key for the first half an hour, 20 minutes. Let's get to the first pit stops. That's what all the team managers will have told their drivers, and that's going to be just over the hour or thereabouts for most of these cars. 1 or 2 changes in the fuel tank loads, particularly for the Mercedes-Benz. They've got 10, 12 extra litres. That'll probably take them another 6 or 7 minutes into the race, and I think they'll go over an hour this year, which we haven't seen before.
Coming through Skyline and over to the left, the guys can see the lights of Bathurst down way, way, way below the kind of the height they are there above the city of Bathurst is just quite astonishing when you see it in real life. But here they come now, down the mountain, ready for the start of the latest endurance racing classic.
Yeah, that is a word that we will use an awful lot this weekend. Let's head down and get some of the atmosphere from pit lane. Here's Mark Beretta.
Hey guys, absolutely incredible down here. Everywhere you look around this circuit, there are crowds lined up in the early hours. Say good morning, everyone. We're wound up and ready to go. Have a look at them up there, and that's right along pit lane. Everyone up here getting set for this fantastic race start. Let's get it going.
Thanks, Barrett. So how do you win the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour? Well, to do so, you'll be making at least 12 pit stops, we think, per car, basically 1 per hour. That means you'll be putting more than 1,000 litres of fuel through your racing car. Each car has 12 sets of either Michelin or Pirelli tyres to utilise over the distance. If you want to break records today, you'll need to do more than 296 laps. That's more than 1,840 kilometres. They are the lap and distance records. You'll be racing at an average speed of 155 kilometres an hour over 12 hours, bearing in mind that the pole lap yesterday was done at 153, and there will be safety cars. The average is 6 per race, but we've seen as many as 15 over the course of the distance in the past.
And how people deal with the tactics of that are going to be part of how to win the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hours for 2015, which is ready to go green. The huge crowd on the front straight and around the mountain are going to get their money's worth today, and so will you as you stay with us. It is the pole sitter, the 15 of Marcus Winkelhock, who brings them around. Beautiful 2x2 start, waiting for the green flag, and the first of the big classics is underway in 2015. Watch for the guys diving down the inside into Hell Corner. It looks like a clean start all the way back 3-4 breast as they went into the tight left-hander at the start of this race, and it is just a huge amount of light as they head up the mountain straight for the first time. Bit of dust there. There was somebody went wide. I have no idea who it was in the darkness.
Good luck picking who's who, but Steve Owen got away pretty well in the JBS Racing Lamborghini, side by side to Griffin's Bend at the top. It's an Audi leading though, so it will be Winkelhock in the 15 car. The pole sitter got a good start. Owen was away smartly, went round the outside, but that's a Nissan GTR in second place with Wolfgang Rieck behind the wheel. Good start for the Nissan. Darryl Young in the mix. The Aston Martin looks like it's got net gain as well.
Good to see the second place, John, but I think he was looking there for the lead in turn 3, didn't quite make it. It's the Audi that leads up onto the mountain.
I love people flashing lights in the early part of the race. We're halfway around lap 1. Let's flash me lights, because I'm sure he's going to pull over and wave me by. Not going to happen. At the head of the field, the Audi has the yellowish tinge on the headlights. At least we can see that. And Wolfie Reap has been scored in the lead as they've gone over the top. Now, let's see if we can get visual confirmation of that. Our Nissan leading on the mountain. That would be a brilliant start for the young man who came through the GT Academy. We might just have lost the transponder on one of the cars because everybody's moving up. Let's check it out. No, there's the Audi. You can see the headlights as they go through the Falcon Elbow for the first time.
Yeah, Audi leads. It looks like Nissan second and Lamborghini third, with Steve Owen, veteran around this place, doing the job for the JBS team that have been so fast, and already 10 car lengths for Marcus Winkelhock leading down Conrod Straight for the first racing time at speed. These GT3 cars will do 285 kilometres an hour. They'll be flat through the kink at the chase. They'll break at about 120 metres before the top of the hill at the Michelin Chase. Get the car turned in and complete the first lap at speed for the 2015 Liqui Bathurst 12 Hour. Winkelhock, your leader. Reap in second. Steve Owen sits in third. Darryl O'Young is fourth. Steve Wyatt fifth for AF Corsa Ferrari as they cross the line for the first time at speed.
And the crowd on the front straight are making some noise here. We can almost see them above the sound of the engines. And it is Winkelhock, Reip, Owen, Darryl O'Young, then Steve Wyatt, Muscat, Meese, Clark Quinn in the mix as well in 8th position. Steve Richards and Guy Smith in the first of the Bentleys in 10th position. Stefano Telly, another Le Mans winner, 2 together there, 1998 and 2003 Le Mans winners in 10th and 11th position. That is the quality of the field here on the mountain.
So gains for Darryl O'Young, 2-time winner of this motor race, driving for his own team this time around, Craft Bamboo Racing out of Asia. The Aston Martin Vantage V12 going well, 4th place behind Steve Owen. Also, another 2-time winner has made ground on the opening lap. Christopher Meese, the young German, has got himself up a few places. He's now 7th, correction, in the Hallmark Property Group Audi.
6 different cars in the top 6. Watch them, listen to them. It's all very different. They're going to be quicker in different parts of this circuit. You're going to see positional changes before very much longer as the guys get down to the rhythm, John.
Maxie Burke was the guy who was making up all the positions early on. I think that was he who was flashing the headlights in the 11. He's now up, he's made half a dozen places. He's up to 16th position, Grills, and that's impressive in the traffic.
Richard Muscat gets Steve Wyatt in the Ferrari, so the Erebus Motorsport SLS AMG moves to P5 with the reigning Australian GT champion behind the wheel. The young Victorian star in the making in the GT world moves to 5th place. Erebus going for youth over their usual international talent they bring to Bathurst for the 12 Hour every year. But so far, at least this weekend, it has paid off spectacularly because Richard Muscat, Jack LeBrock and Dean Canto have done a great job in the 36 car, and the youngsters Simon Hodge, Nathan Morecambe and 16-year-old American Austin Cindric have done a super job in the 63 entry. They're a little bit further down the field, but they will progress over the course of the day.
Is it harder in the wet or in the pitch black? That's the question that's been asked on Twitter at the moment. And if you're going to tweet to us, the hashtag on the top of the screen, hashtag B12HR, B12 hour. And keep that social interaction going. At the moment, I can't keep up with it. It's dropping down the screen so much. But there's clearly a huge audience for real motor racing on a real circuit with real cars doing what they do best, racing in the darkness.
But we've got a virtual racer as was, now a professional racer, now back right with the leader because Wolfgang Reip in the Nissan GTR pulled right back onto the rear boot lid of the Audi, now nose to tail.
Is there any more scary sight then looking in your mirror than Godzilla just gently towing back towards you in the darkness?
It's like a 200-mile-an-hour version of Pac-Man up there. It really is.
It's like a John Carpenter film, isn't it? That you can feel the tension rocking up with the lights of Bathurst in the background as they're going over the top now for their 3rd time.
And predictably, the Audi, as it has been all weekend long, mega across the top of the mountain. These cars, if you're unfamiliar to GT racing, produce their speed in different ways. The Nissan has proven so far this weekend to be very good up and down the mountain in the straight bits across the top. The Audi seems to be unbeatable. And yesterday, Lawrence Vantor's pole lap, he lost 0.3 of a second in the first split to the cutting. He made up almost a full second from the cutting to Falcon Elbow
stuff.
Across
an astonishing lap. And again, as you look at it's exactly the same as they've gone across the mountain this time. 0.8 of a second pulled out from Marcus Winkelhock and Wolfgang Rieck after Rieck got a couple of tenths closer. But it's the run down the mountain now where you're going to see the Nissan close up again. There they go, almost a V-Max. And the Nissan closing back up on Marcus Winkelhock's Phoenix Audi. It's a fantastic thing to see these things on the mountain.
And to hear them as well, Graham. You've got a V8 mid-engined car, a V10 mid-engined car leading, and then that twin-turbocharged front-engine V6, as of course Nissan GTRs have to be. Going across the line now, you've got the screaming Ferraris, you've got the rumbling Astons and the burble of the Bentley as they come around, and we've got glowing brake discs and glowing exhausts, the things that photographers and we as spectators love to see.
Marcus Winkelhock, lap 3, 2:06.40. Wolfgang Rieck in the Nissan behind, 2:06.47. An 8.1 for Steve Owen, an 8.6 for Richard Muscat, 8.8 for Darryl O'Young. But it's amazing when you're in the traffic in these early stages in the dark and the glowing dawn at Mount Panorama, how the lap times drop off when you get back into traffic. A lot of guys taking it very, very easy. The leaders, who have got clean racetrack around them, going very, very hard and setting good lap times.
And being compared by the viewing public to Le Mans back in the classic days when there were fewer lights on. Jordan Taylor, GM Chevy Corvette driver and one of the leading lights in the IMSA series in the States, just tweeting through to say, man, this looks like Le Mans back in the day. Jordan, you should be here, my man, and so should Corvette.
Some talk about a Holden influence in this race in the future. We've seen them partake in endurance racing here. They ran a Sportswagen in the production car-based 12-hour back in 2010, and of course the famous Monaros back in the 2000s in the 24-hour version of this motor race. They might be back, and there's a couple of different GM-branded GT3 cars on the way, a Corvette, a Camaro, and indeed a Cadillac as well. So, Jordan, make sure you come to Australia next year.
Yeah, Doug Feehan needs to have his arm put up his back. Actually, it would take him 2 seconds to come down here, the programme manager from Corvette. Whilst we're watching the front of the field, let's remind you there are other classes. This is a mixed category race, and shortly, and that's the sign that I was wondering how long we'd see before we got into some traffic. So we'll keep you up to date with those different classes as we come down. Let's head back down to the pit lane and the relative clear and light of Mark Barrett.
Guys, I'm with the man who grabbed pole in a sensational lap yesterday, the fastest lap we've ever seen on the mountain here officially, Lawrence Vantor. Congratulations on yesterday. That was an amazing lap.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pretty great honor to have pole position on a race like this. And lap record at Mount Panorama, which is quite a, exciting track. So it's a real honor. I'm really happy about it. Even if it's only a small part from a 12-hour race, it's quite nice for myself and the team.
Now, not the first time you've been here. You were here last year for the race. How are you finding the circuit this year?
Well, this year we obviously are a bit in a better position than last year, but I love the circuit. It's especially qualifying, it's just 100% excitement, and you have to push to the limit, and you know if you make one mistake, you destroy the car and your weekend is already over, so it's a really big excitement.
Now Marcus is in the car at the moment, he's holding onto that front spot. How's the early feel?
Everything feels well. We will do our own rhythm for the first half of the race. We will not look too much to the others. We have our own plans in mind, and let's try to do that and then see where we end up.
Lawrence, do you know when you'll be jumping in?
I will be in the car around 10.
Right, good luck. Have a great day. All the best.
Thanks.
The strategy here is going to be how you manage the tyres early on in the cooler conditions and later on when it's hotter. Got some inside news from Michelin yesterday evening. Their runners starting on the soft, definitely able to double stint, possibly triple stint the cars in these early morning hours.
Replay down the inside. That's one of the Bentleys with contact. And Maxi Book.
No, it's not. That's David Brabham.
The Flying B Racing entry. That's the Australian customer entry going up the inside of the second of the Phoenix Racing Audis, the Crocodile liveried number 16 car. So Brab's getting into it early.
Talked about sorry, Graham, talked about the different classes early on. This is the TTRS running in the categories further back down the field. It's not just for the big bangers up front, and you can see just how long it's taking for the heat to dissipate from the front discs on that car. It's almost like he's riding the brake. He won't be, but that's how hard the brakes are working, and what looks like a very street stock car heading up the hill. Big glowing of the front brakes there underneath the wheel rims. 2.5 litre 5-cylinder proper Audi Quattro, old-fashioned rally car sound on this car.
And it's great to still see the production car component of this race remain quite strong this year. That Class D, the invitational production class, is still very strong, and looking forward to a class battle. That was Stefan Ortelli in the Audi, by the way, that copped a hit from Brabs down at turn 1. So a man with plenty of experience, but
former teammates.
Yeah, won't be very happy about that. We're seeing, I suggest to you, Krill, see the fastest laps we've ever seen in the dark around the mountain.
I would think we could call that a record, yes.
205.66 from Wolfgang Riep in pursuit of the leader.
Going across the 7 News skyline area of the circuit, it's taken half a lap for the discs on that TTRS to cool down, and now he's going to just warm them up again as he heads down towards the Falcon Elbow. These cars are going to get worked very hard in the next 11 hours and 43 minutes.
So the margin at the front, 1.3 seconds at the moment, and that's remained consistent. And Winkelhock and Riek just trading sector times at the moment. The Audi's so good across the top of the mountain. Wolfie Riep so good up and down it in that Nissan GTR Nismo GT3. Steve Owen sits third. He's 11 seconds now behind the lead in the JBS Racing Lamborghini. But, we've got a spinner. That's one of the invitational entries.
This is a former Grand Am Tube Frame Mazda. This is the 41 car that's nosed in at the cutting.
Mark King behind the wheel, very experienced driver, races the Touring Car Masters Series in a classic Chevy Camaro.
And a word for our corner workers and marshals, by the way, over 500 of them around the circuit. There's a little bit of smoke coming out the back of the Mazda. Don't worry about that. They burn a lot of fuel on the rotaries when they're trying to start them up and run them at low revs. These screaming cars. Mazda's still the only Japanese manufacturer, of course, to have won Le Mans in 1991. He's got reverse. He's been guided back by the marshals. He's put himself in harm's way there, though. And he'll need to get all the way to the wall and wait and wait and wait. And the Craft Bamboo, Aston Martin coming through there. Well, that was a little bit on the dodgy side, and he's not got any lights on in the front either in that former Speed Source car. And he's going to be a moving chicane. Do you remember, did you have TCR when you were a kid? That's like the blocker car going up the mountain.
He needs to get out of the way, doesn't he, Mark King? And this is just another look on the Maguire's replay. Very close at the cutting. It's such a narrow entry to that corner, and it looks like one turn, but there's a kink before it that's completely and utterly blind and unsighted. So Mark's had an issue there. Not sure if he was helped or did it on his own. He's a hugely experienced racing car driver and has had success here in endurance racing as well. Those Mazdas are a great addition to the race as well. Barrett's in pit lane.
Well, with Dave Russell, who did a superb job yesterday putting the Lamborghini into second spot on the grid. And Dave, I know you would have slept with a big smile on your face last night. That was a great achievement yesterday. Well done.
Yeah, look, it was. I'm really proud of the Largo Racing and JBS team. Hey, we're only a small team. If you have a look at all the factory teams up and down, you know, we're just based out of a small workshop out of Brisbane. Roger Largo, the team owners, put a good team together, and yeah, I'm very proud of what we've achieved so far. You know, today's race day, and look, Steve's off to a really good start. You know, he's in P3, but he's got a really good gap to the other class cars behind us, and that sort of allows him not to be worried about another car in his mirrors and just focus on, you know, he's obviously, we're up to lap traffic already, and he can just, you know, keep focusing on his stint without worrying about a guy that's all over and in his mirrors.
Dave, we'll leave you to have a great day. We've got another incident on the track, boys.
Yeah, and this one will bring out the first safety car and a full course caution. This is one of the GWS Class D Invitational production cars. It's the BMW that's off to driver's right. That looks down like it's down on the driver's right at Conrad Straight there, Krilsey.
Yeah, Anthony Gilbertson behind the wheel of the BMW M3 GTR.
One of the favourites, by the way.
Yeah, a car that raced here in the 24-hour in the early 2000s. It's been upgraded since then. They've got semi-factory assistance from BMW's race tuning arm in the United States. Steve Dinan builds the engines for that car. Good program this weekend, but unfortunately it's ended very early for them.
Now the bonnet, the hood is up on that car, and I'm wondering whether that was cause or effect. He's got the four-way flashes on as well, and there's clearly been a bit of contact with the wall at some stage. But I wonder if that bonnet wasn't secured properly, and that's caused an issue for him. Safety car is out, the Mercedes-Benz CLS ENG, and in early pit caller, the number 48 Lamborghini. Now this is rolling the dice on strategy. Let me tell you about safety car rules here. The pits do not close except for when the safety car is on the front straight. So if you can get a sneaky pit stop in and back around onto the tail of the queue, you're doing a great job. So the Hallmark Homes car brings out the first safety car period of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 2015 race.
No massive urgency down there, so the safety workers just talking to Anthony behind the wheel. This team, they're a real true privateer battler outfit from Queensland, and they've spent the last 12 months just preparing to be here and to race this car at Mount Panorama. They don't race it anywhere else except this event. So it's an early out for the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour. While we are under the Mercedes-Benz safety car, we'll take the opportunity to get a breakaway. Back with more from the 12-hour on the other side of this.
So the sight we expected but hoped we wouldn't see, that of the very beautiful Mercedes-Benz safety car, the AMG 63 CLS, for the first time today with the 42 BMW in the wall on Conrod Straight. Let's go down into the pit lane and see how the strategy's playing out. Shea Adam.
John Bowe was one of the winners of this race last year. You come back a champion again, but you're in a different car, a very different car, the Bentley as opposed to the Ferrari. How have you been adapting to the Bentley so far this weekend?
Well, I mean, the Bentley's quite new to us as a team, so we're all learning as we go along. It's very different. I mean, the end result is not overly different as in lap time, but the way they drive, the way the messages you get through your backside and your hands and things is quite different. So even though their performance is not greatly different, the brain messages are very different.
Well, David Brabham is in the car right now, started the race. What has he been reporting to you about the handling and the way the car has been performing?
Well, he's had a bit of a tough time so far. He was touched from behind, I think, by one of the other Bentleys. I'm not sure, but I believe that's what it was. And then he had a touch with another car in turn one. So hopefully we get all that rubbish out of the way and we can, you know, keep pressing on for the race. It's a huge, long race, and these guys you see in the background here, they're the key to it all. They do all the numbers and do the strategies, and, you know, they keep it all on track. So they're good guys too. They're smart, and, you know, all we have to do is drive and stay out of trouble. So that's the easy bit.
Easier said than done, as we just saw with the BMW, unfortunately. What is it that you heard about the car?
Well, I heard that he hit a kangaroo, which is, you know, happens almost every year. And the Bathurst City Council, they've gone to untold lengths to put up anti-kangaroo fences, but some of those kangaroos can leap, you know, over tall buildings almost. So that's obviously what happened. It's unfortunate. I hope we don't get any more of it because it's very dangerous.
Well, speaking of leaping over tall buildings, let's see who Mark Beretta has.
Hey, Shay, I'm here with Stephen Richards, a man who knows how to win at the mountain. He's done it 4 times before. Steve, early feel out there. What was it like starting this race in that car?
Yeah, it was good. Took a while to wipe the sleep out of my eyes from the early start, but no, it was okay. It's a little bit difficult. Some of the inside walls are painted black, so it just takes a little bit of time to get your confidence to find where the apex is. Don't want to go too close. It could be a bit of a disaster.
Did you do that by feel? Or?
Yeah, fortunately not.
The Lamborghini, has it settled in today? How are you feeling about the car?
Yeah, the car's really good. We've been, you know, focusing all week on making the car better and better as a race car on heavy fuel. So it feels absolutely fantastic. So with these conditions, the times will come down, will be super fast.
Big endurance event today. How do you manage it? How do you keep yourself physically and mentally ready to go?
I think, you know, it's just important to keep yourself fresh all the time. When I say that, you know, sometimes you don't want to feel like having a sandwich or a banana or whatever, but you just got to make sure that you're fueled for your brain, for the concentration, because that's the biggest thing around here is, you know, one slip up of concentration can be pretty costly.
Now, you know this place and this magnificent race, but isn't it great to see so many people out, such a big crowd here today enjoying it early in the morning?
Yeah, it was excellent. We had to queue up to get in this morning at something like 4:40 or something in the morning. So great to see. I mean, the campground's been full all week. All the spectators that have come down and are interested to see these awesome-looking cars. It's fantastic. So I think we're shedding a whole new light on Australian motorsport for our motorsport fans.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Steve, all the best today. We'll keep in touch. Thanks, mate.
Thanks, Brett.
Thanks, Brett. With Triple Bathurst winner Stephen Richards, and would love to add a Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hour to his credit. Reports coming through, and this is from the Only at Bathurst file, that car 48 has indeed hit a kangaroo on Conrod Straight, and you can see down on left of screen that
just
car
under
hit
the Nissan
yeah, under the Nissan bridge, so out of the Falcon Tyres elbow, and it slid down Conrod Straight, probably 700 or 800 metres just before the first hump in the straight. So that's a shame to end that race.
42, not 48.
42 car, sorry.
It's the BMW. Good morning to everybody on the spectator banks here. We can actually finally see you now with day beginning to break. We enter another phase of this fantastic race.
And the people go back, 7 or 8 laps to the start. Pretty clean. I'm never sure whether being on the inside here is an advantage for the poleman, because you can get rather swamped round the outside. No overtaking, of course, before the start line. And I actually thought that poleman did a pretty decent job, Winkelhock, defending his line.
Yeah, he did. Steve Owen made a very good start in the 32 car, but was on the outside, and Winkelhock barreled into turn 1, held corner. It's called that for a reason. And I think if you were about 31st in that pack, that's what you would have been thinking right about then. So that was the running saying,
I'm off into hell.
Just confirming, I was a bit confused with car numbers. The 48 car was the car that Stephen Richards jumped out of there, put Justin McMillan into that car.
And half pitted, and the only one, I think, of the top category of cars that have come in. Oh, hang on a second. No, I'm just saying Stefano Telly's been in the pits.
And the 99 Aston Martin has just been in and out.
Okay. So there's 1 or 2 people rolling the dice then and getting out of kilter. Coming in on Twitter using the hashtag B12HR. Nick Holland, back over in the UK, where it's 7:20 in the evening. There, 8:20 in Europe for all our international viewers, pointing out that getting out of shape in terms of the pit stop schedule is not a bad thing when you have such a busy pit lane. And he's absolutely right there. Take the opportunity. If it falls in the window and it works for you, sometimes you can do it. If you try and push it too much and try and make something happen, often you can fall foul of that. Sun coming up very quickly. The light levels from our fantastically efficient cameras as the field go around the Falcon elbow aren't quite as good as that to the naked eye, at least not to this old pair of naked eyes.
And off the quick opinion, I think Stefano Telly's early stop will almost certainly be because he could, and because the team would have wanted to have a quick look to see whether or not there was any damage from that clash, as we see the evidence now of the damage to the 42 being flatbedded back to the pit lane.
Guy Smith up to 8th position, by the way. Remember, we were talking about him battling for 10th and 11th with Stefano Telly, and Ollie Gavin, another GM factory driver, but this weekend in an Audi, is up into 9th position in the number 5 Audi. Now, you can't come in if you're the leader now. You've got to stay out. You're not going to give up your track position, so the decision's made for those at the front of the field, and Wolfie Reap has got a couple of B-class Porsches between him and the leader.
I think if they would have pitted, they would have done so already, like we saw with the 48 car. So it looks like at this stage they're staying to their course. Now we expect 25 to 28 laps to be the fuel window today. This race is not going to be a race decided on tyres, at least not in the early stages. All the teams reporting remarkable tyre life. In fact, on Friday, the Grove Racing Porsche, which for much of the weekend has been the class leader in Class B, did more than 350 kilometres on one set of tyres. So remarkable endurance. So tyres won't decide pit stop strategy today. Fuel will. And you'll need to stop 25 to 27 laps, a little bit longer if you can stretch it out. The safety car will help that cause. So for every lap of safety car you do, you'll get probably a quarter of a lap in the bank to keep up your sleeve, to extend that stop. And they'll all be cruising around in a high gear just to keep the revs down and don't burn so much fuel. So they'll be keeping that in the back of their minds for the stint. They might go as long as 30 laps this time round.
Well, the bad news, of course, is we've had this early safety car. The good news for anybody sitting trackside and watching the TV is the leaders are going to have a clear track in front of them again. We're going to see some very fast laps as soon as the safety car pulls in here. I'm absolutely sure of that, because the guys have got much better vision now, of course, with the sun coming up. And almost into full daylight now here at Mount Panorama. It's going to be almost like the starting guns fired again.
And we'll see some fast times now as well. Now the lights up, the ambience up, people will have much better vision. They'll have a little bit more confidence in the air and track temperature. 14-degree air temperature, 18-degree on track. They're creeping up slowly and will go up very quickly as the sun rises. Forecasted top today just over 30 degrees, so it's going to be a lovely day in New South Wales, beautiful Central West. But we'll see some very fast lap times, and of course these cars will be producing a lot of horsepower in cool, crisp mountain air.
And watch out for any overlapping of the cars ahead as we come back to the green flag over the 7 News skyline. You can see where it's called Skyline of Mount Panorama when you look to drivers left and see right out across the Macquarie River Valley. And such a beautiful part of the world here in New South Wales, not just for the motor racing. There's water sports up at the dam, not so very far away, and some fantastic trails. And this is a destination that you really can come to any time of the year, and you get the advantage of having one of the best strips of tarmac anywhere in the world, which you can drive, of course. It's a public road, 60 kilometres an hour, and two-way traffic makes life quite interesting. And of course the Australian Motorsport Museum is here, which Graham and I took a chance to wander around very quickly yesterday. Thanks to the staff there for making us so welcome, which is any petrol head's dream. So plenty of reasons to come to this part of New South Wales, whether you're in Oz or further afield. So no overlapping on the restart. That means you can't get alongside and try to intimidate the guys. You can only make those kind of moves after the start-finish line, and we have seen people pinged for drive-through penalties for that in the past. Graham Goodwin, what do we reckon early on then? This is going to throw a little bit of a spanner in the works to some of the bigger teams. Oh, I'll ask you that later, because the safety car lights are out. Now he'll accelerate away from the field, which is now under the control of Marcus Winkelhock. He's going to stop weaving left and right, because that's another thing you're not really supposed to do as you come back to green. He's just cleaning his tyres. You don't get any heat in the tyres by doing that. You just scrape the top of the surface. Now just one car between first and second, and he's not in the fight. So that white Porsche in between the Audi is going to be a great blocker, and Marcus Winkelhock senses that, gets his foot down as he comes out of the Michelin chase down towards Maguire's Murray's corner and onto the front. Oh, a little bit of understeer for the leader. The car pushing wide. You can almost hear the tyres squealing as he comes through. A magnificent restart for the Phoenix Audi, and Wolfie still has to get past the Porsche, which he does do. Remember, he couldn't make any move early on board with the masterful driving techniques of Wolfie Reed into third, fourth, just a little bit of oversteer coming out of Hell Corner as he goes up Mountain Straight now for the 12th time.
Yeah, Winkelhock got a free kick there with that Porsche in the way, and of course Wolfie Reed couldn't get past until he got to the control line on the start-finish straight. To give you an idea of the temperature here at the moment, Winkelhock at race speed, swerving to warm up his Michelin tyres on that Audi on the run-up Mountain Straight to turn 2 at the top of the hill. So just trying to get tyre temperature up after that lengthy safety car period. 5 laps under yellow already. 36.5 minutes into the motor race. Winkelhock leads for Audi, Reed for Nissan second, Steve Owen for Lamborghini, the privateer team from Brisbane in third, Richard Muscat up to fourth, and Christopher Meese gets past Daryl O'Young. So the number 9 Audi, one of the fastest cars of the weekend so far, with the young German, a double winner at this place behind the wheel, is now inside the top 5. Daryl O'Young in the Aston Martin back to 6th, Clark Quinn for McLaren 7th, Matt Halliday in an Audi in 8th, John McIntyre in the Trass Ferrari up to 9th inside the top 10, and rounding out that 10 is Maxi Book in the number 11 Bentley.
And what that restart has done, gentlemen, is closed up the battle for now 2nd and 3rd. Wolfie Reed, remember, couldn't get on the loud pedal early enough to get by that Porsche, so he's now got Steve Owen and Richard Muscat right up his tailpipes as they come appropriate enough under the Nissan banner on the first part of the Conrod Straight. And Steve Owen looking very, very racy at the moment, right in the gap, right in the hole in the air that's been made by the Nissan, down through to the Michelin Chase and Rich's Hotel just on driver's right here. And I dare say there'll be a few people enjoying breakfast on that balconies while watching great motor racing. What a fantastic venue to be at this morning as they come through to complete lap number 12.
It's a big gap now from Marcus Winkelhock back to Wolfgang Rink. Remember, tenths of a second just for the last lap before the safety car came out. That gap now up to 6 seconds, and you're absolutely right, John. We've now got a, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 car battle for second position, courtesy of Marcus Winkelhock having got away and Wolfie Reep having struggled to get the heat back into the tyres on the restart.
And that battle is Nissan, Lamborghini, Mercedes-Benz and Audi for the 4.
Winkelhock on his first flying lap, and we see the Motion Sport compareinsurance.com.au car with Pete Story behind the wheel. Aston Martin, British team, off the road on the exit of Michelin Chase. Winkelhock bangs in a 5.5, fastest lap of the race on his first full green flag lap after the Mercedes safety car. And he has got his head down, eyes forward, and he's driving very, very quickly. And the gap 6.1 seconds, and already to the first split, he's added another 2/10. So clear track for the number 15 Audi. And Marcus Winkelhock putting in a very, very good performance. This is probably the strongest car across the board in all three drivers. The young Italian Marco Mappelli, who's the Italian GT champion, came out of Aussie F3 in Australia, actually, so he's familiar to these parts. And, of course, Lauren Fantel, who overnight, anytime you set anything that can be construed a record or the fastest ever time of this place, you're instantly into the folklore of the place, and that's what Lawrence did last night.
And we said we thought we'd see quicker laps as the cars went back to green. Of the top 20, 19 of the top 20 set their fastest first sector of the race so far, and it's looking like the same in the second sector too. But the two sectors so far on this lap for the number 15 car, Marcus Winkelhock, are both purple. This is a very quick lap indeed from Marcus Winkelhock. 2:05.57 last time around. You see the Trask Family Motorsport car was in trouble in qualifying yesterday. Here comes Winkelhock, a 2:03.66 for Marcus Winkelhock. The Trask Family car, though, the 27 car, back in the mix.
Up in the 9th position.
3.6 at, where are we? 6:30 in the morning at Mount Panorama. That is an amazing lap. 2:03.6, the gap 7.1. A couple of people I'd like to point out for doing a very, very good job so far, especially one of them is the number 63 Erebus SLS AMG. They've charged from 19th and up to 13th now with Nathan Morgan behind the wheel.
Two friends having a battle out on the track. Ollie Gavin in the Bentley and right in his wheel tracks. We've got Ollie Gavin and Guy Smith together. Guy Smith in the Bentley, Ollie Gavin in the Audi, the Squirt Audi, thank you. If my brain's going blank at this time of the morning, we're in real trouble in 10 hours' time.
We're used to seeing him in a GM product. That's strange to see him without a Chevy bow tie on the front.
I keep wanting to say in the Corvette, of course. Ollie Gavin has driven for more than a decade in the United States and around the world. And it's the two Bentleys then holding on to positions inside the top 10 as they are being chased down by Ollie Gavin.
That lap from Winkelhock is a lap record for this race. 2:03.85, set last year by Van Gisbergen. That is a lap record on lap 13. It'll go. It's going to go this lap.
It's going to go again.
He's going purple all over the timing board already. So this has been a fantastic first stick for Winkelhock and really did benefit from that safety car, and the lap car between himself and the Nissan GTR have really helped him. If we look at Pete Story up the inside, that was a hold your breath moment.
That was into Griffin's bed, and that looked like that might have not ended well. Look how comfortable you are in a Bentley. 6th gear, down towards the Michelin Chase. Conrad, can we see the speed on there? Has he got the speed up on the dashboard? Look at the dashboard. This is a GT3 car, by the way, turning in at 180 miles an hour. And look at how much equipment he's got on there. Of course, obviously, some of that will be for the air conditioning, the massaging seats, and the drinks cabinet, being a Bentley.
3.58 for Winkelhock, the leader. Another new race lap record. 3.9 for Wolfie Reep. So took a little bit longer for the Nissan to get its tyres up, but now it's quick. and it's all but matching the race leader, Steve Owen, only doing 2:05s at this stage. Wonder if they're running to a plan in the 32 car.
Little wheel dropped off by Maxi Berg there, and Guy Smith, very relaxed, very, very economic with his movement behind the wheel of the Bentley. It's a big car, but it drives small, is what the drivers tell me. It's easy to position. 6th gear going up Mountain Straight, coming into Griffin's Bend, down 1, 2, 3 gears, turn in, hold it now, release the lock, get the power on, ride the curb a little bit, but not too much because that wall, it is a nasty angle. 4th into the cutting, hold on to 4th, now down into 3rd, now down into 2nd, turn in, keep turning in, use the camber of the road to straighten you out through the other side, already up through the hill. Change up quickly so that you get the car balance in the middle of shot there. That is John Wickham, the man who has been with Bentley for such a long time. Now over the top of the mountain, and Guy just dancing on the pedals as well as trying to hold on to his teammate. Just a little glance in the mirror there because Ollie Gavin is sitting behind him as they go across the 7 News skyline, and just closing up now on his teammate as they go through the S's and through the dipper down towards the Falcon Elbow. Now this is going to be interesting. He might have to just move his teammate out of the way. He'll certainly get a bit of draft as he comes out of Falcon Elbow. No oversteer there, please, because that's a nasty moment. You're sliding towards the wall, very easy to clip the right rear. Up into 6th gear again, nice and early, letting the 4-litre V8 Bentley ahead of him, the Bentley motor ahead of him, just pull him down, and Ollie Gavin is right in the wheel tracks of these two Bentleys from Crewe.
So car 11 leading car 10, Maximilian Buch, the young German who became a hero here 12 months ago when he raced and challenged Craig Lowndes for victory. The Maranello Motorsport Ferrari held on and got the victory. Of course, they are not in this race. They were out after first practice on Friday. A big crash at the top of Mount Panorama, a collision with the number 99 car. Tony D'Alberto was behind the wheel. The car was all but destroyed. Unfortunately, a replacement was unable to be found, and that team withdrew from the race late last night. And we say very good morning to Tony D'Alberto, who will be watching from home. He's back home with his young family and watching on. He's very stiff and sore, but A-OK.
There was a car here, there was a deal to be done, but the deal could not be reached, and that will be frustrating, particularly for Tony. And here, of course, a car here which is owned by Amato Ferrari, and still owned by Amato Ferrari. Wasn't able to get that one done in the last couple of days. So the battle continues just on the bottom end of the top 10 with Maxi Berg in 10th and Guy Smith and Ollie Gavin. And here's how they look, Girlsy.
On the Michelin hourly update leaderboard, Winkelhock your leader. So Audi, Nissan, Lamborghini, Mercedes, the top 4 different brands in the top 4. Christopher Meese in 5th place, the young German. Darrell Young is 6th. Clark Quinn is 7th. John McIntyre is 8th. Matt Halliday up to 9th, driving very well and making ground in the Evolve Technic Audi. And Maxi Berg in the Bentley, we were just looking at rounding out the top 10, all in the Darrell Lee outright class. In the professional and amateur divisions, Winkelhock leads the professional class. Reap in 2nd leads the amateur division with just one or no seated drivers in the Nissan GTR. Luke Gilden leads the Century Batteries Class B. The Ridges GT4 class led by the Aston Martin St Gallen entry, and it's great to see them back at Mount Panorama. The Daytona Coupe leads Class D in the GWS personal car. The Mark Focus leads Class I thanks to Recaro. A break from the mountain and more after this.
Well, drama at the mountain, and it's all happening early with the brilliant golden hues of dawn already bathing Mount Panorama. Marcus Winkelhock just there involved in clipping a Porsche who he's put off to the side of the road, and we'll pick up on that one in a moment. We've also got an Aston Martin that's facing the wrong direction, and that's further back down the mountain at the cutting, but no full course caution yet, so clearly being dealt with local yellows. But Marcus Winkelhock and the 15 Phoenix Audi is leading the motor race.
So passing car 6, the safety stop Porsche at the top of the mountain was down the inside. The safety stop car got out into the marbles and made contact reasonably heftily with the wall just before McPhillamy Park. So hopefully Richard Gartner's okay and continuing on. No sign of the Mercedes-Benz safety car yet, but the 34-year-old German is doing a great job out in front. The margin 13.8 seconds over the Nissan.
That courtesy, Krelsey, of a very slow middle sector from the Nissan, I suggest, because we've had those cars into the wall, lifting off there with a yellow flag. I'm not sure, John, that he did make contact with that Porsche. I think Krelsey's absolutely right. He pulled wide, got onto the kind of slippery stuff and clanged the wall very heavily. I'd be very surprised if we don't see that car pit.
Well, there's a bit of damage on the right-hand side of the Audi. I think there has been a bit of contact side to side there. If you look on the right, behind where the blade area is on the car, it's just flapping a little bit, and that wasn't doing that earlier on. I think there's just been a tiny little kiss there between the two cars, and into the pit lane comes the safety stop Porsche right underneath us.
Into the garage.
Let's have a look at this again, guys. It's traffic. He's looking. He comes up the inside. The Porsche's unsighted. No, there's no touch. I take it back. But he's on the grey. Oh, that's very, very unlucky for the Porsche. And Marcus, I take it back.
Yeah, so Richard Gardner, known amongst the paddock as the Minister for Enthusiasm, because he is always the most up and happy person. I'd suggest he might not be at this point in time, because that was quite a hefty contact. They may spend some time in pit lane, but he did the right thing. He tried to get offline, but it really is a single-line racetrack up there at the top of Mount Panorama. He just got a little bit wide, and it forced him into the fence. Well, they've got that car turned around very quickly. I think Shea Adam has more on that in pit lane.
Yeah, guys, the 6 came into the garage. They wheeled it in, drove straight in, looked at the damage and decided it was not bad enough that they needed to spend time fixing the car. They're moving it back out onto the pit lane as we speak. They're going to refuel it and then try and send it back out onto the track to assess further if there is more damage. But Aaron Zarafos, you're one of the drivers of this number 6 Porsche. What did your driver report happen?
Yeah, it looks as though coming up the top at Reed Park, there was a faster car behind, and Richard moved over to the right-hand side and clipped the wall, but I don't know the extent of the damage, but it's early days, so we should be okay.
Can't be that bad if they're, refueling. Now they're bringing the car back into the garage. They'll work on this, and then hopefully you'll get out into the car.
Yeah, that's right. Hopefully we can fix it, and I'll jump in and probably do a double stint, so we'll see how we go. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
That is a classic piece of Porsche lift-off oversteer, and really, really bad luck there, because I have to say they did nothing wrong. Marcus was being very forceful, sticking his nose in there. There was a gap, but this is all part of the game here. Neither of those drivers really at fault there. Marcus wanted to make time, and
has, John.
Well, yeah,
and has, still in the 204s. Everybody behind 208s, 209s. The gap now up to 17.5 seconds, and he's done that gap through traffic. That gap was, what, 7-8 seconds. He's more than doubled it, with a little bit of aid and abetance from a yellow flag at the top of the mountain. But Marcus Winkelhock has done a masterclass in traffic around Mount Panorama.
He's had quite the career, hasn't he? Of course, from the famous Winkelhock family, Manfred and Joachim Winkelhock over the years. Famous names in both Formula One and Le Mans sports car racing throughout the years. But this guy's raced at the very highest level, and as we said, he's the only driver ever to lead his first and only Formula One start in a wild and crazy Nürburgring Grand Prix in 2007 it was, when he drove for the Spiker Formula One team, which has morphed and merged its way through various incarnations. It's now Force India. After that, some time in the DTM, the German Touring Car Masters Series, and the GT1 World Championship after that, which he won in 2012. So he's a driver with huge credentials. He's showing them this morning.
It's Camilleri in the Mazda V8, sister car to this car, actually. Underneath they're identical, the Mark Cars Australia V8s, but you can chop and change the body styles, which is a great concept. Big fan favourites here last year when 3 of the Focus ran, but this year we've got the V8 in the front of a Mazda 3 style of car. And is this the future for endurance racing, or perhaps even other forms of racing? I'm not sure. It's a great concept, and every time I've seen them run, and they've been across to Zandvoort and to Dubai as well for the Hankook 24 Hours earlier this season, they've shown really well. They've been quick and reliable, and who doesn't like a V8 engine? Let's be honest.
Especially this place goes well.
Leader pushing very, very hard at the head of the field, and everyone else trying to chase them down, and still Guy Smith has got Ollie Gavin in his wing mirrors and rear view, and Ollie just sitting, playing the waiting game. I know that Ollie was desperate to get back here and was like a kid on Christmas Day when he found out the deal that was being done, and he'd be back in an Audi looking for class and indeed overall honours. Don't count these guys out. The 35 Nissan going nicely in second place with Wolfie Reef. Hello to Al Bunkum and to his partner Gemma. A new addition to the Nismo Global Athletes team is young Austin William, who was born yesterday, and that's why Al isn't here. He was hanging on just a little bit, holding up proceedings just a little bit, and arrived late, but all doing well, and our best to the newest member of the family.
Now, for your information, over the course of the day, we'll run through on our ticker at the top of the screen the running order through each of the classes. We'll give you gaps, intermediate, splits, and everything that goes on throughout the race. So keep an eye on the ticker. Right now we're running through the Darrell Lee GT3 outright class. 5 classes in the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour field.
And top of the mountain at the moment, coming down the mountain, in fact, here comes Wolfgang Reep, but he's suddenly found a bit more pace. Clear of traffic now, and we're starting to see the lap times come back from the Nissan GTR. Wolfie putting in the quickest sector of the race up the mountain. It's what we saw in the very early laps of the race, and quick across the mountain too, and looking to just claw back to that 17.5-second gap now that he's got between him in the second place.
Contacts! Just got up the inside of the Mazda. Maybe a little bit ambitious there, I think, from Wolfie Reep, and it's cost him time as well. Does a 4.3, but he was on for the fastest lap of the race. He dived down the inside, a little bit of hesitation from the Mark Focus on the Maguires. Reep Blake turned in, and Reep went down the inside. He could have waited and passed him in a straight line on the Liqui Moly front stretch. In my opinion, I think he should have just backed out of that.
Mixed messages, though, from the car being overtaken. I agree that Wolfie had time to take it the next time, but it looks like the door's open to you. You start to make that move, you're on the ragged edge of adhesion in terms of getting down the inside, and you're already braking as late as you can. Then the issue is he's got to get stopped. He did a really good job of not hitting that car and damaging him or indeed the car he was trying to pass.
Takes 2 to tango.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Case, yeah, so both needed to be a little bit heads up. Fortunately, there was no contact made, and everyone lives to fight another day, and they'll live to fight another 11 hours and 1 minute. This is the car that we saw with a drive-through penalty early on. Now, a safety car infringement, we believe, for a pit lane restart, so we'll confirm that for you. Might have been another Porsche. I think car 4 actually going okay. Yeah, Luke Gilden leading class 4. Car number 4 is currently scored just outside the top 30. Shay Adam with more from pit lane.
Kevin Esther, we've been seeing a lot of entertaining driving so far out on the track, but Clark Quinn's been going well. You're up into 7th position overall. McLaren's working better, apparently.
Yeah, it's good. We've got some problem during the week in the free practice, but we sorted out for qualifying. So quali lap time was pretty okay, and now Clark is doing a really great job, keeping up the pace and on 7th place. So it's looking good at the moment, but the race is really long, and we really got to get out of trouble because there have been some already. So yeah, it's looking good.
What has Clark been reporting about the track conditions?
He said it was pretty cold at the beginning, so hard to get the tires up to temperature, but then it seems to be okay, and after the safety cars he got some really good laps, so he's feeling all right.
Now it's your first time to Bathurst, to the mountain. You've been to Nürburgring, you set the fastest lap time at Nürburgring. Is it similar?
Yeah, it's like a small Nürburgring. That's how it feels on the track, because you've got a lot of blind corners, uphill, downhill, a lot of fast corners, so it feels really great, and I love this track, so this is definitely one of my favorite.
And when will we be seeing you get behind the wheel?
Sorry?
When will we be seeing you get behind the wheel?
I think I will be second, but I think Clark is going to do a double stint, so maybe in about an hour.
We'll look for some fast lap times from Kevin Esther in about an hour then.
Shadam in the pit lane, fast and furious on the mountain. We wouldn't have it any other way. What a brilliant way to spend your Sunday, and we'll have more of it. There's plenty of racing still to come from the 2015 Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hours.
The sweet sound of a V10 powering a Lamborghini Gallardo GT3 car with the very experienced Steve Owen behind the wheel. They currently sit third in the Liquimoli Bathurst 12 hour, 24 laps in the books, 1 hour and 3 minutes completed, 10 hours and 56 to go. And we're not too far away from that first pit window, which we're expecting now, thanks to the Mercedes safety car, somewhere between lap 28 and 32, just extend that first window on a little bit as expected.
I think we might even get to 35, and 1 or 2 extra fuel allowances being given, particularly to the Mercedes-Benz. By the way, we were talking earlier on about depth of the field. I'm just going to read you the 3 names of drivers who are battling for 10th, 11th, 12th, and 14th as well. Ollie Gavin, Maxi Burke, David Brabham, all battling for position. Oh, and add Guy Smith into that.
And Matt Halliday ahead of there, John. It's an astounding field here. It really has come from, well, more or less nowhere to being one of the great World GT races in no time at all.
The drivers will tell you now, it's a must-do race, and that's why Ollie Gavin and David Brabham, who might be in his last professional race here, that we're still waiting for Brabs to confirm or deny that. He hasn't been named in the ESM squad for the WEC. I know he was considering whether he was going to go and do the longer races with them and possibly do Le Mans this year, but he's got Project Brabham up and running, of course. But what better way, if this is to be the swan song of David Brabham, with Sam Brabham, his son, and Matty Brabham, his nephew, starting their motor racing careers. As we look at Roger Largo, excuse me, it's Steve Owen, isn't it, who's behind the wheel there.
I think looking at the pictures we're seeing on TV, the timing screens and trackside, John, there is a masterclass of fast GT racing going on at the moment from Marcus Winkelhock. We talked, didn't we, as we were in car at the moment with the number 32 car. But we talked a little earlier about just how close some of this racing is, but Marcus Winkelhock is just pulling away almost at will at the moment. It's an astounding drive by Marcus Winkelhock at this stage of the race.
Yeah, and these two running quite close together, the Nissan being chased by the very experienced Steve Owen, who raced with this team over at the Spa 24-hour last year. Roger Largo up and took his operation from the Brisbane suburbs to one of the biggest endurance races in the world, 24 hours of Spa. Stephen Richards, David Russell and car owner Roger Largo behind the wheel. They did a really good job too. They were the only Lamborghini in the field. It's a car out of favour in international GT3 racing, but still quite strong here in Australia. And Owen's adapted very, very nicely to this car this weekend. Owen's been focusing on the longer run in the setup and balance of this car. David Russell's been focusing on the speed, and Largo a little bit of everything just to make sure they've got the best all-round combination. We jump a little bit further up the order and ride on board the turbocharged Nissan GTR Nismo GT3. Wolfie Reep behind the wheel of car 35. Plunges off the top of the hill. It'll be challenging for another half an hour or so there, because as you get to Skyline, to Brock Skyline, and dive off the hill, you're looking straight into the morning sun, almost due east, and then you plunge off the road. So with a dirty windscreen already, bugs being smashed against it for over an hour already, it will be very, very difficult to see just for that point of the racetrack. But it's a significant point because the road disappears, and then there's a 1 in 6 gradient as it drops down towards the Falcon Tyres elbow. Down Conrod Straight though, it's a great sound, and it'll be flat down here for the chase.
Let's have a listen. Had to feather there because of the TTRS in front of him. Amazing that you can hear that though. So onboard cameras, I always associate, of course, Australian sport and particularly Channel 7 with bringing on the technology of onboards. We had seen nothing like it in Europe when we were watching racing from here. Never got it live in those days, of course. It was this time of the year, bizarrely, ironically.
It was the panning, passing cameras, wasn't it?
Absolutely
blew our minds back in the UK.
This was our winter motorsport. We'd see the James Hardy 1000 as it was in those days, around about January or February. And there's a certain irony that this North East England lad is now at the Mount Panorama circuit watching live motor racing and taking it to the world with our colleagues.
Let's talk some movers and shakers. Christopher Meese has dragged the number 9 car, kicking and screaming, to 4th place from the bottom of the top 10 at the start of this motor race. The double winner of this race in 2011 and 2012 with Audi. He's been here every year it's been run as a GT race. He's a proper talent, the 25-year-old. and he's got himself up to 4th place. Was quickest for the first section of qualifying yesterday, the 1 hour session when every single car was on the racetrack, but they couldn't translate that 1 lap speed into the 20-minute session just for the outright cars that followed, and as a result he tumbled from 1st place down to the bottom of the top 10, but he's making up for it in this early stint, putting his Bathurst experience to good use, knowing where to pass cars. He's been here 5 times now. He knows where the best places, the safest places are to make overtaking opportunities, and he's done a good job and got that car to 4th place. Young Richard Muscat doing a superb job in 5th in the Erebus Motorsport SLS. Then we go back through the Aston Martin, Darryl O'Young, Clark Quinn, Graham's Guy Smith in the Bentley up to 8th. McIntyre and Maxi Book rounding out the top 10. We'll get another break out of the way as our coverage of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hour continues. And a beautiful Sunday here at Mount Panorama.
Lots of action out on the circuit, and none more so from Ollie Gavin's view. He's in the number 5 Audi. The white Bentley ahead of him is a pass for position, and they are in traffic, and they are in quick traffic as well. With due pit stops anytime soon, watch out for Stefan Ortelli bouncing up through the field. Remember, he pitted out of sequence in the number 16. He's in 20th position at the moment. It's Graham Goodwin, Richard Krill and myself, John Hindhaugh, overlooking, just beautiful, picture-perfect scenes here. And this is the battle for now 10th and 9th place. In fact, that's Maxi Burke who is ahead of him, because Guy Smith has just squeezed through the lap before. So the Bentleys have changed position and now are in 10th. 10 and 11 are in 8 and 9, and Ollie Gavin in 10th position. And this, Crailsey, is classic Bathurst. Through the traffic, through the morning sun, the rubbish on the windscreen. I mean, pick a side, any side, and just hope there's nothing there.
That's the visibility as you go off the top from Ollie Gavin's viewpoint in the Beechwood Homes entry. Meanwhile, our race leader sets a new race lap record, 2:03.3091 on lap 29. You get the impression perhaps pressing on before a pit stop to build that buffer as much as he can. The margin 27 seconds now for our race leader, the German Marcus Winkelhock, who leads the race. But the Bentleys looking ominous, aren't they? Formation flying their way into the top 10. Guy Smith in 8th, Maxi Book in 9th. We're watching them from Ollie Gavin in 10th in the Audi R8, which was easy flat through the kink at the Michelin Chase.
Yeah, very easy indeed. Little bit of a brow on the road there between the 2 parts of the chase. It means you take a slightly odd-looking line. It's not a classic racing line there, is it? You crest the brow before you turn into the right-hander. And now there's a bit of traffic, and this could be Ollie Gavin's opportunity. Again, it's economy of movement on the steering wheel, just flicking with the fingers. Second finger down. Left-hand side to change down, right-hand side to go up as they go past the Ginetta G50, one of the GT4 cars. And hazard flashes going on the car ahead. That actually might be, I don't know what that is. Might just be the camera picking up the frame rate of the LED rear lights, actually. That a little bit off-putting for us as commentators, but not being seen by the human eye of Ollie Gavin through Griffin's Bend and climbing up towards the area. This is a great shot, looking straight down. And this is where you really see how much the driver, look at everything moving around the driver. You can see all the leads and everything that's plugged in. The G-forces are being applied to them. Look how stable the driver is with his hands device with the straps down. That looks actually quite comfortable, doesn't it?
It looks almost like a simulator, doesn't it? Until you look at all the peripherals and the G-forces throwing them around. We're entering another phase of this race, guys, with 1 or 2 of the A-class cars coming in now to change over from the starting drivers to perhaps the more amateur, the more gentleman drivers. We've seen the 27 car down pit road, the 51 Porsche now in, and I suspect out by the time I've said this. And what you're beginning to see too here is these guys blasting by the A-class cars in traffic. So another factor with the cars very quick in a straight line, but perhaps the less professional drivers unable to keep the pace through the tight and twisty bits.
And if you are just joining us, first of all, where have you been and have you got a note for being late? Secondly, it's been a record-breaking weekend here. We've seen the fastest ever competitively recorded lap here in qualifying yesterday, and now the lap record's gone here as far as the GT cars is concerned. 203.3091 by Winkelhock in the Phoenix car at the head of the field. Marvellous stuff.
Half a second quicker than the lap that blew everybody away. We've got a Bentley on pit lane, blew everybody away from Shane van Gisbergen last year.
It's the 11 car pits, so Maximilian Book brings the car in. I was just about to talk about this fight because Clark Quinn was starting to back up towards them in the Darrell Lee McLaren 12C in 7th place. Guy Smith now behind him. Ollie Gavin gets released. We've also seen the 27 car pit, the Trask family racing entry from New Zealand. They were reporting a loose front splitter on that car, so they pitted on lap 29, tried to get as long as they could into their fuel window to get into pit lane so they don't go too far out of sequence. The number 51 IMAC Racing Porsche also has stopped on lap 29. So Book in and David Brabham follows in the flying B.
It was a close formation Bentley pit stop there with the flying B car run by the Maranello Motorsport team, remember. So Mark Goff and his boys still busy despite the fact we've not got the 88 Ferrari on the grid. 2 Bentleys on pit road, and I think it's going to get busy underneath us very soon.
This is a battle for track position. You're watching Clark Quinn in the orange McLaren. Behind them, Guy Smith and Ollie Gavin, a couple of guys who have won at the highest level at Le Mans. These two are two of the very best international GT drivers going around. They're chasing a guy who races part-time. He runs a chocolate sweets company full-time. Clark runs the Darrell Lee business and has turned it around over the last 4 or 5 years. They're putting a lot of pressure on, but Clark is doing a good job. He is an Australian GT champion. He knows how to drive these cars.
Darrell Lee, an Australian classic and a legend, and Clark Quinn really impressed me last year when he was dicing with the international field, and he's pulling away a little bit. The very slippery mid-engined McLaren gets just a little bit of an advantage from the bluffer shape of the Bentley down the Conrod straight there. V8 in the front of the Bentley as Ollie Gavin got squeezed there behind. Now, did he hold on to that? Yes, I think I can just see the shadow as he came through the Michelin chase, and Smithy's in the pit lane, so he bails out of this.
That's the Clearwater Racing Ferrari. They were putting a lap on. This is a car that qualified in the top 6. The Nissan pits too. So too does 3rd place Steve Owen. 4th place Christopher Meese. They're right in the window. They've got to lap 31. And this was busy across the top of Mount Panorama. The Nissan with a very near miss.
Heck of a save from Wolfie Reap. That is cat-like reflexes, and a cat that has been practicing its reflexes as well.
That was with Peter Conroy in the number 14 Porsche, just going a lap down. So we've got to lap 31 for the fuel window. That safety car has helped. It's drawn them longer into the race. Reap, Owen and Meese in pit lane, 3rd, 4th and 5th place, all in.
No tyres for that car there, and this is what we were hearing, double stinting at least on the early set of tyres. You don't have to start the race on the tyres that you qualify on here. A little bit of... Now, somebody's been off there. It was the Rickshaw Racing in the GWS class BMW, spreading a whole load of freshly cut grass onto the racing line up the mountain straight as Wolfie Reef rejoins. And
leader yet to stop, JH.
Yeah, he's doing well.
Winkelhock going well. The Audis have always been economical in this race. They continue to pound around. Winkelhock leads. Mark Beretta is in pit lane.
David Brabham made a pretty quick stop there. Fuel only put in 113 litres and then took off again, but he has a highly experienced crew with him, led by Campbell Little, who's looking after the Bentley for him at the moment. But the atmosphere in here is very, very enthusiastic. John Bow, who you know, gets excited about his racing. He's very pumped about where the car is, the way it's going, the way David's driving it at the moment, and JB can't wait to get in.
The white suits you, Barretts.
Thank you very much. I wouldn't say it's my best colour.
Cheers, Barretts. Working hard with Adam down in the pit lane. Good morning, or good evening, should I say, because it's 8:10 in the UK, to Marino Franchitti, who's tuned in on the international stream here, and one of many racing drivers who are sitting at the moment going, hang on, why am I not there? Marino, you would love racing in this atmosphere. And Al Buck has just been on Twitter as well as Jan Mardenborough, two of the Nismo athletes who are very much in tune with this car. And Al, good to hear your good news about the new edition. We miss you here, but take some family time, mate. I know you've got a busy summer coming up with your driving commitments.
And the last couple of years, this number 35 car, this Nissan GTR, has been so much a part of the story here at the Bathurst 12 Hours. Another name that's been part of this the story has been Simonsen, and Benny Simonsen has been one of the latest pit stoppers from Class A. Benny started that vicious room with the 49 car from 50th position. He was up to 14th position by the time he made his first pit stop, so 36 cars past.
Maguire's replay, spinning, Lamborghini. That's Steve Owen.
Yes, it is.
Spins the 32 car on the exit of the Michelin Chase.
He's going to be furious that our excellent camera team caught that, because he could have explained that one away. Nobody would have seen that. You can't run, you can't hide with our guys here on the mountain doing a cracking job. You just see that little bit of dirt and debris. As the leader finally pits on lap number 33, right in the middle of that window that Crilsey was talking about. So that is going to leave Richard Muscat leading the motor race in the 36. And where has Stefano Telly then bounced up to, having made his stop?
Stefan is in 13th position, almost 2 minutes behind the leader. He's still on the top of the mountain.
Don't expect my maths to be that accurate for the rest of the day. We got lucky there.
Minute and 57 seconds he was behind the leader when the 15 car came down pit road.
He's gone a lot longer than thought he would. Of course, that safety car helped, but he's gone a lap longer.
Trouble for the other
rivals. Yeah, Justin McMillan has spun the car. These guys out of sequence. They stopped on lap 6. So they're 6 laps the difference to the race leaders. Stephen Richards started the car just to get it through that pretty hairy pre-dawn period, and Justin McMillan, who owns the M Motorsport team, behind the wheel. Maguire's replay will show what happened. Oh no, that's what happened to...
That's it. Same spot, different side of the road.
2 Lamborghinis spinning on the exit of the chase.
We'll have to call that Lambo corner from now on.
Harmless moment though.
Richard Muscat, Darrell O'Young, Clark Quinn and Ollie Gaffin have all pitted following the leader down pit lane. And the next car through should be Nathan Gawalcom, and I think he's going to take the lead, guys.
Stays out on the road. The 63 car started 19th.
They've got extra fuel, of course, and they can go longer. I wonder if they've been playing this game right from the start. We always talk about potentially saving fuel. You can't just make up your mind to do that in the last 5 laps of your stint. You've got to start off with the fuel saving in mind. And at the start of the race, when you're going to get quite a lot of bunching up, when you're going to get potential for the safety car being out there, that wouldn't have been a bad call to say, don't run the full rich map. Let's just coast a little bit, try and make a couple of laps or so, and that basically gives us more options, Crilsey, of what we do when we get into the meat of the race.
And we haven't seen too much in the way of tyres being changed, have we? It's basically fuel only, and the occasional driver change, as expected. The tyres are not being worn too much. 3 compounds for each brand this weekend. 2 competing brands. It's a proper war, the tyre war this weekend. Michelin versus Pirelli, to the point where the global boss of Pirelli Motor Racing, their Formula One boss, Paul Hembry, was here on Friday and came directly from the most recent Formula One test at Jerez in Spain, and came down here just to make sure his product was going okay. They are the fastest tyre before this weekend, at least around Mount Panorama with Van Gisbergen last year.
This is the richest Class C leaders, the Battleship Grey almost. It looks fantastic in the sunshine. It's got a little pearl finish underneath. This is the St. Gallen Aston Martin. Chris Porrett returning to the mountain. A former Aston Martin test drive for the man who took me around the Nürburgring the first time, and then was either brave or stupid enough to stay in while I took my first quick laps around there. Good to see Chris back now, the VP of Vehicle Dynamics and Engineering at Tesla Motors over in Fremont, California. Chris reunited with the Aston Martin Vantage, a great little weapon around here in the Ridges category. By the way, I just had a tweet from Sam Brabham, who says, thanks for the mention, Hindy. How about Brab's racer, which is David, his dad, Matty Brabs, his cousin, Matthew, all in the same car next year on the mountain?
That'd be quite nice.
Let's make that happen.
That'd be quite nice.
I'm going to throw another one out there as well.
Meantime, as we watch the number 76 car continue around, Marcus Winkelhock has come round, still in the lead, 9 seconds ahead of Nathan Morecambe, who's now up to second, owes us a pit stop, but I think we're going to go down and talk to Brett in the pit.
Pat Long just out of the ice break. Porsche, that is one way to start the morning up on the mountain. How was it early on this morning?
Yeah, there was no jet lag this morning. 18 other monkeys in front of me going for broke. I mean, they were bouncing off each other right and left. So we just tried to stay clean. We've had a heck of a week with the ice brake car, and it's running well, but I'm taking the more conservative approach. We could have doubled the tires, but we didn't have enough data. So we're going to be there at the end and not get caught up in all the ego fight.
Pat, tell us about this circuit in the morning. I mean, we know what a difficult, challenging circuit it is during daytime, but when you throw yourselves up there at night time under headlight, what's it like?
Well, it was a new experience, that's for sure. Actually, with a bunch of cars in front of you, you're really following the leader, and it illuminates it a bit. But certainly a memorable experience. Running Bathurst at 5 in the morning is something I'll tell stories about when people aren't remembering me. But we're having a great time. We obviously want to win this race for all of our partners, but we're also here to enjoy ourselves and keep our eye on the prize. It's easy to get caught up in, as I said.
Give us a feel for the Porsche. How's it handling for you?
You know, this car is long in the tooth. It's about the 6th year this car's been in action as a GT3R from our 997 model designation. We have a new car coming next year, so we know that it's reliable, but it's not quite up there with the latest update specs of the Audis and the McLarens, etc. But, you know, as I said, it's good in the low-speed corners. We got a lot of traction, great braking, but across the mountain we give up a little bit of time. But in the end, when you get into traffic, it's not that big of a deal because no one's on the ragged edge, so it really becomes about traffic management. Right now, the slower cars have their best drivers in, so it's pretty manageable. When they start circulating through into their lesser experienced drivers, you're going to see a lot more hairy instances, and hopefully everybody will just stay to one line, and we'll all get through this.
Now, we know it's a big, long day, but what's your expectation? Where would you like to finish? What's a good result?
I mean, a podium, we'd be pouring iced coffee all over each other, but realistically, anything inside the top 10 is a feat for everybody today. There's 20 cars that can win this race today, and that's a lot about the race. It's drawing a lot of experienced teams and drivers. It's a great time of the season. Things are quiet over in Europe. We don't start till May, so hopefully this will be one of the regular season-hold races for GT3. I think it's a great worldwide platform where you can bring your car from all ends of the world, whether it's Australian GT or Blancpain in Europe. We brought our car from the US, so yeah, let's keep doing this. It's a lot of fun. It's always good to be in Australia.
Pat, it's great to have you here. You deserve an ice break. Go for it.
Thank you.
Very nice, Barrett's. Well done. And how's the sponsor placement halfway through the interview? Casually drinks from his ice break iced coffee. He's
a pro.
Ultimate professional, Patrick Long. Great to have him here. Let's have a look at where things stand in the running order for the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hour. Thanks to Michelin, Marcus Winkelhock continues to lead. Nathan Morecambe has just pitted, so he's dropping down the order a little bit. Steve Owen back in the 10. Ortelli up to P5 in car 16.
He's already pitted, of course.
Pit stops shuffling through Muscat, Smith, O'Young, Brabham and Steve Wyatt in the AF Corsa car back inside the top 10 now as the race continues an hour and 29 into the 2015 Liqui Moly 12 Hour. Thanks to Pirelli. This is how the class standings run. It's Winkelhock, Morecambe, Youlden. The Aston Martin St Gallen entry continues to lead Ridge's Class C. They're going very well. The Daytona leads Class D. Jake Camilleri leading the Recaro Invitational. A break from the mountain and more from the 12 Hour next.
In the middle of the pit stop cycle here at Mount Panorama with an hour and 32 gone. Let's head down there now and share Adam.
And Oliver Gavin just got out from behind the wheel of the Squirtworks Audi. We're used to seeing you in a Corvette. You were in an Audi here last year. Is it very similar driving the Audi here last year to how it was?
Well, certainly the car we drove last year, the 2011 car, was a little bit lighter on downforce than the 2014 car. But it's fantastic to drive. It's great. I mean, it's got a good amount of low speed and medium speed corner speed. The high speed stuff, it's still solid as well. We just seem to be lacking a little bit in straight line speed. You know, had a great race with Guy Smith and the other, I think it was Suchek and the other Bentley, and they've just got a little bit too much go for us on the straight. So we've got to work away and you find an opening. It was pretty racy on those first few laps, quite hard to see, but managed to sort of make my way up from sort of 23rd up to 12th. Then there was the safety car, and then that restart I got a little bit mugged going to turn 1, and I had a couple of guys blast past me up the straight, going up Mountain Straight into 2. But yeah, you know, there's plenty of time to go. There's plenty of racing to happen, and our car seems to be pretty good. Seems to hang on to the tyre reasonably well. So you know, I think we're in a good spot. Rod's just out of the car now. I think he might do a double, and then Nathan will get in and maybe do a double after that, and then I'll be back in.
We've been tweeting with Jordan Taylor all morning, who's dying to get here. Do you have any special message for your Le Mans teammate?
Yeah, grow the mullet.
There you go. Who have you got, Brett?
For our Australian audience that might not know that reference, apologies, down to Mark Beretta.
I've got the First Lady of Australian Motorsport with me, Betty Clemenco. Betty, great to see you here. I know you're enjoying the race. You've done a great campaign this year. You've got some really young, exciting drivers in the team.
Yes, we do, and it's actually really relaxing to have them there, because it's just a feeling of letting them go up there, show the world what they've got, and not have to worry about those big important men. It's the only way I can say it. But thank you for calling me the First Lady.
Do you like that?
I love it.
All right, well, let's make that stick. Betty, why did you want to go with the young guys? Why did you want to bring the youth up through the sport?
I believe that every couple of years you got to do something like this. You've got to forget about the podiums, forget about all the glory, and just showcase what we have here. Yes, one of them's a young American. He's only 16. But he complements the drivers we have in the car. And, you know, there's 120 million people out there watching, and maybe one guy will say, that's the driver I want. And sometimes you just got to show the youth and say, here we are, come and take us.
And they do, they are holding their own. I mean, their performance so far is fantastic. Last time I looked, we were sitting 5th, so going well.
Richard's the GT champion, so he's an old GT pro, but in a very young body. And the others are doing really well. I mean, Austin is just, blown us all away for 16. He is doing amazingly.
Can you pick a favourite, Betty? Do you have a favourite?
No. I've gone the black and the white. I mean, the cars are meant to represent the yin and the yang of the sport, so it's a nice balance today, and I've decided, but my husband's taken over GT, so he knows all the technical bits. I'm a passenger today.
Good. Well, sit back and enjoy. Always good to talk to the First Lady. Thanks,
Lovely to see you.
Thanks.
Yeah, let's get that hashtag going. Betty Clemenco, hashtag First Lady. Bad news at turn 1, Hell Corner, and that is the Peter Conroy Motorsport machine. The Porsche looking very, very deranged on right front and right rear as well.
It's Peter Conroy.
Well, the man with his name over the door has been the car in the kitty litter, and that's been a big hit. Look at the troughs in the gravel that's gone in hard, and that's brought out the AMG safety car again. The Mercedes-Benz back out on the circuit. Guys driving the safety car, loving it, by the way. Cooled seats, great sound system, listening to us on 87.8 around the circuit, and the sharp end of 500 horsepower under the right foot. That's the way to have a safety car drive.
A couple of Class A cars taking the opportunity of the safety car to rumble down pit lane. Krelzy, I think that was a 32 car, and was that Stefan Ortelli as well?
It was. So 3rd and 4th place have decided to go off sequence again, just get themselves and unjumble themselves from the order. So the 16 car was already off sequence. Steve Owen, though, was playing the game with everybody else, but they've decided to take a gamble and stop that car, top it off with fuel, and go a little bit longer into the next stint and execute a driver change as well, because we can show you that from inside the JBS Racing Lamborghini. Steve Owen getting out, Roger Largo getting in, very experienced competitor in Australian GT and Porsche Carrera Cup Australia Racing. So he straps himself into the Lamborghini. They'll put a full tank of fuel, over 100 litres in these fuel tanks, and go again. Unfortunately for Peter Conroy, who put together a very strong team in car number 14, of course, Grant Denyer, who lives locally in between his various commitments around the world, and continues to live here and often goes for a run around this circuit. You get a lot on Instagram of him focusing his efforts at this place, getting fit and healthy to go racing. Replay, have a look at the top of your screen.
Straight off.
And at a great degree of knots as well. And he's barreled off into the sand trap and made quite heavy contact. You can see where it's driven straight into the signage there on the side at turn 1 at Hell Corner. So that's a shame for a car that we thought would be at least a contender for the Class B honours. Gee, some of them have had some issues already in Class B thanks to Century Batteries. The pole sitter in that class, Marcus Marshall, got done for a drive-through penalty after the first safety car this morning for overlapping on the restart. So a safety car infringement, restart infringement, and and had to serve a drive-through penalty. Through it all, the number 4 car continues to chip away.
And a bit of fluid just out of the back of the Audi R8 there. This is one of the Pirelli tyres runners, Pirelli and Michelin, on the... Well, it's a war. It's a tyre war. There's no doubt about it here.
75 car, John. James Winslow in that car at the moment.
A bit of dry ice going on. That was interesting. What looked like the big tube of drinks cups going into the side of the car wasn't. It was dry ice going down into the cool suit provider for the driver. So dry ice going in there, and then the water gets pumped around and chills it down. Well, we're still on clean-up here. We've had an hour and 40 minutes exactly. Marcus Winkelhock leads at the mountain in the 15. Appropriately enough, it's got a roux on the side of that Phoenix Audi. It's the Liquid Molly Bathurst 12 hours for 2015. We're still working this full course cautioned at the Liquid Molly Bathurst 12 hours for 2015. Porsche in the gravel at turn 1 being recovered at the moment, and we should say a great big thank you to all of our corner workers who've been doing such a good work here this weekend. And a busy first, hour and 45 minutes, Creelsy?
How are we already that far into the race? And there's only 10 hours and 15 minutes to go. We started in the dark of a beautiful Bathurst morning, and it was a mad rush into turn 1. It's called Hell Corner for a reason, and that's why it was busy in the middle. The brakes were working hard on some of the production class cars. This was a big move. Down the inside, David Brabham in the Flying B Racing Bentley gave his old mate Stefan Ortelli a hip and shoulder out of the way. There were dramas at the cutting. Mark King aboard the Mazda RX-8, American endurance race car from the Grand Am Series, spun and had a very, very close call with another entry as he recovered himself onto the racetrack. That didn't bring out the first safety car, however, it wouldn't be too far away. A sad end to car number 42, Anthony Gilbertson, behind the wheel of the Motivate Racing BMW M3 GTR. Unfortunately, Skippy caused that car to pull to the side of the road. Pete Story was behind the wheel of the Compare Insurance Aston Martin. It spun at the chase, but no massive dramas, and they resumed and continued on. And then we got into the pit stop shuffle. That car had another spin up the top of Mountain Straight, just ticking off both sides of the 6.2 kilometre circuit for a gyration. And they had some issues getting that car recovered, but managed to get back into the motor race. Car number 52, the former British touring car champion Gordon Shetton, part of that crew as well. This was a hairy moment. The race leader, Marcus Winkelhock, behind the wheel of the 15 car, and Richard Gardner in the Porsche got out into the marbles and whacked the wall heavily. Just at McPhillamy Park, Wolfie Reek looked down the inside of the Mark Cars Australia Mazda V8, and then at the top just before the pit stop shuffle began. And then he said a hairy moment with the 14 car that has brought out this current safety car. Steve Owen pitted the Lamborghini and then spun promptly on slightly colder tyres on the exit of the chase on his first full lap out. And the chase, the Michelin chase, has been action-packed because just a few laps later, the other Lamborghini with Justin McMillan behind the wheel had a spin as well. So as they run, Marcus Winkelhock, the German, continues to lead as he has done since the opening lap of the motor race. Wolfgang Reek is second for Nissan, and Richard Muscat, the young Aussie Australian GT champion, doing an outstanding job in third place for Erebus Motorsport. And we heard from Betty Klemenko before the break about the youth policy they've taken. This is the first lady of motorsport, we should say, down in pit lane.
First lady.
Correct. And doing a great job, Richard Muscat, with Jack LeBrock and Dean Canto to get in that car still to come today. They are contenders. Bentley sits fourth with Guy Smith, the Le Mans 24-hour winner, behind the wheel, and Darrell Young, twice a winner of this race, fifth in the number 97 Aston Martin. So to recap that, it's Audi, Nissan, Mercedes, Bentley, Aston Martin running inside the top 5.
That's pretty decent, isn't it? There is the Porsche, the pit stop car that we saw earlier on with the issues. Still being worked on. It's a never say die attitude here. I'm sure they'll try and get that car back out. A number of people who aren't here who should be. Lawrence Tomlinson has been called out from Ginetta by a number of people. Let's have a G55 down here. in the GT4 class.
I think we've got one, haven't we? Got a GT3 car in the Australian GT Championship
We
this
have,
year. I think we do. It'd be great to see that here next year.
Yeah, I've had a go, thanks to Lawrence and Janetta, in their Super Cup with a G55 with the endurance car, and it would be perfect around here. And I'm just going to put this out here because I know one of these three I think is going to be here today. How about Patrick Dempsey, who wants to do this race? Eric Banner, we know, has done it before, can't do it this year. And I know Eric's been tuned in over the weekend. He's got actual work to do this weekend. He's a part-time actor, full-time driver.
Fantastic.
He tweeted to me early on. And Mark Webber, how about those three in a Porsche?
What's he been in?
Here next year. He's done some endurance racing. Out the lights then on the safety car, the Mercedes-Benz AMG SLS 63 disappears down the road. CLS 63, should I say, disappears down the road. That means that the field once again becomes all down to Marcus Winkelhock. Wolfie Reap, again, with lapped cars between him, will be rather cursing his luck, I think, at the moment. And the reason for that, and we'll say this again, for people just joining us on 7 Mate, and we'll be live on 7 later on today, is no passing before the start-finish line. And in fact, not even any overlapping before there either, and Wolfie will be absolutely fuming that gaps have opened up between the first 5-6 cars. He's not even in the shot there as Marcus Winkelhock gets a clean and clear run across the line and heads up Mountain Straight. He's going to just disappear into the distance. All those cars behind. There's Wolfie just getting a little bit squirrely coming through the first turn and heading up Mountain Straight, and he's got some quick cars around him, including Pat Long's Porsche
and Richard Muscat's SLS, which is the battle for position for second place. There's 3 or 4 seconds between those two cars, but already Winkelhock 4.7 seconds first to second at the line when they got the green flag. So for the second time today, 2 safety car interruptions by the Mercedes-Benz safety car. 2 times Winkelhock has benefited and got a massive lead, and most importantly of all, clear air and clear racetrack in front of him.
And after some problems earlier on the Grove Motorsport car, the number 4 Porsche leads its category, the Century Batteries GT3. Ben Barker at the wheel of that, the man who won at Le Mans in the Porsche Cup race for Par Motorsport. And hello to all of the guys back in the south of England. Paul Robe and the rest of the team will be watching this very carefully indeed.
Shuffling going on. There's been changes. Darrell O'Young has been moved back to 6th place. David Brabham moves to P5. The Flying V Racing entry has charged his way up to the order.
He's actually up into 4th position now, is Brabs. Although that's changed again, Guy Smith. So the two Bentleys are duking it out there. It's still Wolfgang Reap is trying to find his way through this traffic. 5 cars between him as the cars pass the start-finish line. He needs to get to the back end of this little train and get his head down, doesn't he?
And these guys, remember, are not in the right spot on the track as far as the timing and scoring for them is concerned. They're a little bit off the leader's pace at the moment, but that doesn't stop them racing for track position. And the Porsche just doesn't have the ponies on the Audi in front of it. Oh, big crash. This is the 51 iMac car. Not the first time we've seen this car in strife over the weekend. It's been around a couple of times. And behind it is the Mobile 1 car. It's the remaining team class of 36, isn't it?
66.
The 66, the remaining car, the GT Endurance machine. And
safety car immediately.
Falcon tyres, elbowed, claims victims.
Frank Lyons behind the wheel of the Mobil 1 GT3 Endurance outfit. They have had a wretched start to the weekend, the New Zealand team. Unfortunately, some of their drivers, they had 2 cars entered, some of their drivers were injured in a road accident in Bathurst during the week, an unfortunate incident. They remain in hospital and our thoughts are with them. We understand they are on the mend. They consolidated their outfit into 1 car. The father and son, Frank and Michael Lyons, they brought in Chris van der Drift. Unfortunately, Frank Lyons behind the car, behind the wheel, shown in that car at the moment, is stuck. But the 51 car, Andrew McPherson's Porsche, they have been somewhat of a dark horse this weekend. Matt Campbell and Ben Shields, Brad Shields, I should say, the Bathurst local, have done a superb job. Andrew McPherson behind the wheel, shown in 24th place, but currently parked against the tyre barriers up there at the Falcon Tyres elbow at the top of Conrod Straight. And as such, the 3rd safety car is out. And there's an old saying we drag out here at Mount Panorama every year, no matter what the race meeting. Safety cars breed safety cars. And we've just seen proof of that today.
Yeah. Yellows mean yellows. There is the BMW also in pit lane. This is the little 1 Series car that's had its fair share of issues this weekend, the 18 car.
That's their backup car, John. Remember,
correct, the T car, 18T, the Sharon Reynolds 135i.
Crashed heavily on Saturday morning, their second car. Fortunately, they had the spare in the truck, dusted it off, changed the numbers and sent it out. Nice to have a T car in the garage. The Queensland family racing team, the Sharons, a long history and great history in motorsport. So Marcus Winkelhock leads under our third caution period. Let's go down to Shea Adam.
Richard Gardner is the driver who was behind the wheel of that yellow Porsche that hit the wall very, very hard earlier on to avoid the leading number 15 Audi. And Richard, you were behind the wheel of the car. Sorry to interrupt. You were behind the wheel of the car at the time. Take us through what your perspective was.
Well, basically, there was a couple of us going over Reed Park. And look, essentially, the Audi just dived inside me. I know they are fighting for the lead, but we are fighting as well. And look, there just wasn't enough room for 2 cars, I believe, at that time. And so that pushed me onto the dirt a little bit. And once you're in the dirt, well, really, you're a passenger. You know, I'm not quite sure if he actually touched or not, but it was just one of those things. It's a motor racing incident, I guess. And, you know, look, the team is putting the car back together. What can we do?
How long before the car is back together?
We're hoping in the next 5 or 10 minutes that it's actually ready again. So it just spent the subframe. We got a great team behind us. Wall Racing is going to fix that car. And then we're going to soldier on and see where we're going to get to.
And we were talking about how chaotic it is out there, beyond even what you experienced at that one incident. How was the start?
The start was chaotic because I think what we have is a lot of different kind of cars. So you have the really downforce GT3 cars who, of course, got an enormous amount of corner speed. And then you have a Porsche that is actually on a straight line just as quick. And then we had, I think, a Daytona Sports in there who goes like the clapper. But, man, you know, so there is so many different kind of cars in it. Into turn 1, actually, I chose to go out into the grass and to avoid some chaos out there. And then, you know, just hanging in there, and you just pick them up as it goes, and you know, and then you have kangaroos on the track, and gosh, you know, that's Bathurst.
Track throws everything at you, including barrettes. Who have you got further down?
Well, with Felix Baumgartner now, the man, of course, who jumped out of space and has most recently flown over our mountain. What do you think of the place, Felix?
Well, it's a very demanding, unforgiving racetrack. It takes a lot of courage to drive here, and if you make little mistakes, you know, it adds up a lot of seconds. So I'm still working on my skills here because this is the first time. So until yesterday, I have been a Panorama Mountain virgin, you know, but not anymore.
Not anymore. Now, I'm hearing great things about your performance over the weekend. Of course, most importantly, keeping the car away from the walls and bring the times down lap by lap, which is exactly what you want to be doing.
Yeah, that's what I'm working on. You have to find the thin balance between not risking too much, but you have to attack, otherwise the time is not going down. But the car has to stay in shape because I have to hand it over to my teammates because this is a 12-hour race. So I have to shut down my ego and I have to be a smart competitor.
Yeah. So you bring the same focus that you had really on the space jump to motorsport.
Well, it's pretty much based on the same principles. You know, you got to be focused. You have to have confidence in your team, confidence in the technique, and last but not least, confidence in yourself.
And you have to stay away from those kangaroos, which you have done so far.
I have never saw one, but I'm sitting in a crocodile car, so that helps.
It's a beautiful car too. The design, if people haven't seen it yet, the design of the car with the crocodile and the Australian wildlife on the side is fantastic. Where did that come from?
It's an idea that came from Audi. It's a tribute to a race that they did a couple of years ago. It was a very successful race, and now they came back with the crocodile.
Yeah. Fantastic. And Felix, you look like you're having a good time here.
Oh yeah, I'm really enjoying it, you know. It's the experience. I always like the journey, you know. It's not just a success because hope probably not going to be successful here. I can never win this race, but I like the build-up. I can listen and learn from all these guys, and probably next year I'll be back and with a better score.
Are there parallels between the work, the process you went through with the space jump and getting your head around the mountain and racing the car here?
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, it's the focus that you put into something. You know, it's the talk with all the other race car drivers because they can give you so many good advices. You know, that helped me a lot. And it's the practicing. So there's a lot of similarities to Red Bull Stratos because we did the exact same thing. We started from scratch and then we slowly built up the progress. You know, and at the very end, it was a good performance.
Felix, it's great to see you here. Great to see you having success, and enjoy your day at the mountain.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, man.
So we're under full course caution. The ENG safety car is out for an incident up at the Falcon Tyres elbow, and the good news is Maguire's replay called it all. Just watch here. Ooh, the IMAC car loses it on the inside and spears back across the road. And I've got to say, unfortunately for the GT3 Endurance guys, they had nothing to do with that. They just minded their own business. That's what happens here when you've got nowhere to go.
Yeah, innocent victim, I think, Frank Lyons in the Mobil 1 car. And it's easy to do that there. We've seen it before. You lose the rear, the camber change on the road, and fire it across into the wall on the outside. So that's a shame for those two cars. They look pretty badly damaged. We're under safety car, the Mercedes-Benz safety car at the Liqui Bathurst 12 hour, approaching the 2 hour mark on the mountain. Winkelhock leads from Reap and Muscat. We'll take a break and be back with more shortly.
Maguire's replay of why we are under full course caution at the moment. The IMAC Porsche just getting the wrong side of the camber with one of the Bentleys coming through, trying to make positions. And bad news for the 66 GT3 Endurance Racing guys. They've had a horrid week already with some of their drivers involved in a road traffic accident. Nothing to do with them, and we wish them the best. They had to consolidate their team into one car rather than two beautifully turned out and presented cars. Now let's look behind the AMG safety car to check out where the leaders are. Well, there's Wolfie Reap in second place, and he has got fewer cars between him, Graham, than he had before.
It was 5 or 6 before at the green flag. It's 3 now. Rather sad to see those two Porsches. Bit of a family feud there. Sisters getting it together on the mountain, I'm afraid. But 3 cars between the Phoenix Audi we can see weaving from side to side behind the safety car, then 2 further Audis, then the Icebreak Porsche, then it's Wolfgang Reap.
Yeah, now, how helpful are any of those guys going to be? They're trying, of course, to get back on the lead lap. They just lost it when the full course caution came out. The tactics are playing. Stefano Telli in the number 16 car in 7th position as we see the remains of the IMAC car dump back into Parc Fermé, the dead car park.
I'm really sad about this car being out because they were on my list of perhaps not outright winners but dark horses for a podium, and certainly victory in the amateur class within Class A thanks to Darrell Lee. They were very, very strong. Brad Shields, I think, has done a remarkable job. Young Bathurst driver. He's the only truly local driver from this town in the field. He's done an outstanding job. Matt Campbell, who's from Warwick in Queensland, about 3 hours inland from Brisbane, a racing town. They've got a racetrack up there called Morgan Park. His granddad runs it. It's a fantastic facility. Matt's got lots of time up there, lots of time behind the wheel. He was driving before he could walk. Amazing driver, but unfortunately they will take no further part in this race. But they had a strong combination.
They did. There is one other factor, by the way, guys, that will we hope play to a closer battle for the lead here, in that all the cars between the leader and second place in this train are Class A cars this time. So they on the restart, those cars between should be quicker.
Yes, is that good or bad for Wolfie though? Because it's going to be hard. He's got less of a speed differential to get by them. They're going to have to help.
But the problem with Wolfie last time around when it went to green was there was a big gap. There was that big gap that opened up with the slower Porsche in front of the Nissan. He had to not only not overtake before the line, but then he had a heck of a bridge to cross once he'd actually got by.
I wonder if there's a deal to be done, and whether Bob Neville might be just wandering up and saying, right guys, it's early on in the race, let's not play silly so-and-sos, give our guy, let the dog see the rabbit, as it were, and let the car go.
But the problem is, of course, they'll be wanting to get by the leader and get back on the lead lap.
So Marcus Winkelhock leads. It's Audi in front. The Nissan continues to run strongly in second, and they'll be happier this year than they were 12 months ago. That car was out very early in the Liqui Bathurst 12 hour, and a lot of determination from the Nismo camp to return this year and at least get further into the race. But they've got a result targeted, and their three drivers in that car are very, very strong. The Erebus Motorsport car in third place. Looking good, Richard Muscat, Guy Smith in Bentley in fourth, and haven't they crept up on it this morning? They have just pounded around relentlessly.
To be stealthy, isn't it?
Yeah, but they've done it by stealth. They're fourth, Guy Smith fourth, David Brabham fifth, Daryl O'Young sixth for Aston Martin, Ortelli seventh. Remember, he and the car behind, Roger Largo, are on an alternate strategy. They stopped a little bit later in the second safety car in the race. Harold Primat up to ninth place in the second of the entries. Harold will be familiar to Bathurst 12-hour fans. He was here last year, part of that car that finished second, then a Mercedes-Benz SLS. And from 19th to 10th, the number 63 Erebus Motorsport car, the young gun car. Nathan Morecambe did the opening stint. They've plugged Simon Hodge, who remains the fastest ever driver in a race around here. He's the outright lap record holder with a 202.6 in a Formula 3 race here last year.
However,
in 10th place.
If we get a perfect lap from the sector times, a 2:02.3 is already on the cards from earlier on.
And two of those three sectors were done by the same Audi. It's the Nissan that's been quickest down the mountain. We're going to be coming back round to green, aren't we, John?
We are, and the crowds around the mountain have already had their money's worth. Good morning to you if you are just joining us on 7 Mate or around the world on our international stream here at the circuit as well, of course. Great to see so many families here this weekend. It is rapidly becoming one of New South Wales' finest tourist attractions, and an event that has built its reputation in a very short time indeed. Delighted to be here once again representing the international audience, and the Mercedes-Benz is in the pit lane, and we've got a very tightly packed field coming down to Murray's, the final corner, and through underneath the liquid Molly Bridge. We look to our left and see the green flag being waved by one of the 500 marshals who are here this weekend, and the huge amount of horsepower is unleashed once again. Wolfie Reed's just not getting involved with the three guys ahead of the two Bentleys go through in fine formation.
Now we need to get through this first lap, because we've seen already that the safety cars breed safety cars, two in quick succession. The last thing this field needs now is a third, because already tyres and brakes are cold. But the other thing that's cold can sometimes be the organic component. They just need to tune the brain up a little bit and get themselves focused and switched on to racing. And often it's not so much the cars that cause the safety cars, it's a bit of a brain fade that can cause dramas. So they just need to get settled in. They need 2 or 3 laps in a row to get bunkered down in their car and get some laps under their belt.
It's about 4 seconds now. It was 2 at the line for Wolfie Reed, and his problem now is he's got Richard Muscat right up his tailpipes.
But he's got by one of the three cars that were in front. He's now got 2 cars between him and the overall leader, with the number 9 Audi and the number 12 Porsche, the gap. But you're absolutely right, John. It is the 36 car. Richard Muscat is the factor now. 15 from 35 from 36 up on the top of the mountain with these 2 cars. This is the 15th and 16th position cars looking to get back onto the lead lap, but trying to stop them from doing that. The 2nd, 3rd and 4th place cars behind them.
The battle that's interesting is the 2nd and 3rd though as well. Look at the Nissan coming down through the elbow. The fork and ties elbow has been cleaned up now, and it is the dark coloured Mercedes-Benz. Oh, and here comes Wolfie Reed. Dodges to the right-hand side of the Porsche. He'll pick up a little bit of a tow from the Audi. He's going to have to thread the needle and go back to the left. This is where the gamer in him comes to life. He saw the opportunity there and seized on it. He was like a snake going after a rat there as he went straight through. Bit them both and made the pass on 2.
We've talked about the computer gamer turned racer that these Nissan GT Academy program develops. You could not push the X button down any harder. Right there down Conrod Straight. Amazing stuff. Wolfie Reed threading the eye of the needle through the lapped cars. Are in the same class, so they're every bit as quick.
That was brilliant, wasn't it? Because he used the draft of the cars ahead of him absolutely perfectly. How Nissan keep turning out of the GT Academy guys that don't have the experience in racing, and yet they sit there and you'd think they've gone through karting and Formula races. it's almost like they put the USB stick in and just imported it all from Bob and Liz Neville.
It's fabulous stuff. And the other car that's now coming into the mix is this one. It's the number 10 Bentley from Guy Smith. He's making his way quickly through fourth position now and closing in on the Erebus Mercedes, but with another Audi to deal with, which is it's a lapped car. Well, Marcus Winkelhock, meanwhile, has got away 7 seconds to the good. But I think we're going to see a very quick lap now from Wolfie Reed.
3 times today, Marcus Winkelhock's been gifted a safety car restart that goes to absolute perfection for the number 15 Audi, because there's always been between 4 to 6 cars between he and the Nissan GTR behind. So all Marcus has to do is look forward and focus on what's in front rather than defending from the cars behind. It's working perfectly to plan for Phoenix Racing Audi today.
Guy Smith getting dialed into the mountain very, very quickly indeed. Had a good chat with him early on in the week down in town. The team were out having a team curry. Bond doing a bit of bonding there. This is a team run, of course, with Malcolm Wilson's M Sport backing from Bentley as well. Effectively the Works Blessed team. And Malcolm Wilson known, and M Sport known very well down here, of course, from World Rally Championship. They are making a big investment in their racing side of things, with a private circuit being built up in the northwest of the UK, and the Bentley dwarfing the Audi as it goes through on the entrance to the Michelin Chase. Not a pass for position there, but important yards made up on the guys ahead of him.
Down the Comrade Straight, that thing sounds like a low-flying Spitfire. Absolutely amazing stuff. We're hearing from some of the fans when we had 3 of them in close formation yesterday about the amazing sight and sound, Grailsy.
Black flag, we're being told, car 11. The second Bentley scored in 8th. Harold Primat behind the wheel. We're getting the message it may well be for a restart infringement. Second time today we've seen that. Car 11 inside the top 10 in 8th at the moment, with Harold Primat behind the wheel. We're getting told they will receive the black flag and go to pit lane. Mark Beretta with more from a very busy Mount Panorama pit lane.
Yeah, it's great. There's a lot happening at the moment. Richard Muscat doing a great job in the Erebus Mercedes-Benz SLS. His teammate Dean Canto's with me. Dean, Richard's really kicked this day off well for you guys.
Yeah, look, qualifying didn't go our way, but we knew we had a strong race car. Look, there's still 10 hours to go, but we're happy with the way things are going. The brakes are holding out, the tyres are lasting, and you know, I was getting in at the end of the first stint there, but Richard wanted to stay in, so he's hogging the car, but I'll get in soon.
So the car's obviously in good shape. How good a result do you guys think you can get? Are you thinking podium?
My expectation is a podium. Obviously, there's still some tough competition right at the front, but I have full faith in our boys, the team, the drivers, that we should be on the podium there.
Which is good news, because as Betty was telling us earlier, you've got some young guys with you this year too.
Yeah, I do feel old with these young guys. We got Austin, who's 16, and Jack and Richard I'm driving with at 22, so I'm feeling quite the senior, but you know, they're very switched on young guys, very smart about driving the race car, so I'll just help them along any way I can.
And Dino, you've been in a lot of race teams over the year, but I've got to say the vibe in Erebus here at the moment, with the young guys racing, it's just a really good vibe about it.
Yeah, look, and I'm here too, so.
And you, of course.
No, look, the young guys are doing a great job. They're a good bunch of kids and not smart asses, but, you know, full credit to the team. They've done a great job putting the lineup together.
How good is that SLS going?
Yeah, really well. You know, I never leave the car without a smile on my face, so I'm waiting to get in. About another 20 laps and I'll be in the car.
All right, good luck out there. Thanks, Dean.
Yeah, well, cheers.
Yeah, he was our chauffeur around the mountain yesterday, Dean. Good chap. Good crack with him around the mountain. There's a black flag out over the start-finish line again, guys.
It's the number 8 car. The number 11 Bentley has just had a run down pit lane for a restart infringement. This time, it's Brabs. David Brabham is getting the black flag and passes underneath us right now. You'd have to say that's likely to be the same thing.
They are very, very hot, and rightly so, on overlapping. You don't even have to pass. You cannot pull out and get alongside another competitor before the start-finish line. You must stay in line.
Point being made by one viewer and listener on Twitter, Hendrik, good morning, that whilst, yes, it's absolutely correct that Marcus Winkelhock has been making good his escape, with each of those restarts. He's been losing time because, of course, the field's been compressing under the safety car when he's been making good his escape in green flag running. Meantime, though, for second position, we've got almost nose to tail now. The Erebus Mercedes back with Wolfie Reap.
This has been a good stint for Richard Muscat, and he's now locked to the rear bumper bar of the big Nissan GTR. These two cars, very similar philosophies in going GT racing. Front engine, rear drive. Their original donor road car was quite large, quite heavy, especially when you compare it to the lighter, more nimble Ferraris and Audis and Lamborghinis we see in this field. So the philosophy is similar. They make their speed in very similar ways, these two cars, notably up and down the hill. This is good news. It looks like the number 6 safety stop car is back in the lane and awaiting a fuel and a new driver perhaps, and we will send that car back onto the racetrack. Richard Gartner will get out of that car and one of the other 3 drivers will get back in. This was the car that found the wall at the top of Mount Panorama earlier on today.
Yeah, and just to point out, if you can get the car back out and it's safe, it will be allowed back out on the circuit. It's now 9 3/4 hours to go.
It never rains, but it pours. A second black flag will be shown to car 11 for another restart infringement. So what I'm thinking is that at the end of the second safety car, Harold Primack got booked for that. They didn't have time to give him the drive-through because the safety car came out straight away.
Yep.
And then on the subsequent restart, he's done the same thing and will get another drive-through penalty. This will cost the number 11 car in excess of 1.5 minutes, if not more, in total time lost. Not to mention the time they were already behind the leaders. The crucial thing is, you could drop them off the lead lap.
Yeah, that's the killer. That is the absolute nightmare for them, and all that time made up on the circuit disappears in the blink of an eye when you're tootling down the pit lane on the pit lane speed limiter. It's so frustrating when that happens. So just under 9 3/4 hours to go, and the battles continue with Marcus Winkelhock for Phoenix leading 2:03.3, by the way, has broken the race lap record set last year by Shane van Gisbergen. Wolfie Reap in second place, trying to close down, and then the battles further down the field. The Lamborghini took a little bit of a different strategy early on.
They've been flying completely under the radar so far this weekend, and they've not shown...
It's not the worst thing.
No, it's not. They've not shown huge pace, though, and that's, for me, the concerning thing, because it's all well and good getting to a good point in the race as the 11 car does serve its second drive-through penalty in 2 laps, and Harold Primack will be very, very frustrated with that. But Craig Baird and Stephen Richards behind the wheel of the Interloy Lambo haven't shown the raw speed they'd need to battle for victory here at Mount Panorama. The race is warming up. We're more than 2 hours in. It's a beautiful day on the mountain. The GT cars are out, and the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hour continues.
Take a ride up Mount Panorama on a Sunday. It's a nice scenic drive. It's a bit more hairy when your chauffeur-driven Bentley has Guy Smith at the wheel as he goes across the top McPhillamy and heads towards the 7 News skyline with the sun right in his eyes now. He's sitting in 4th position, and last time around did a 2 minutes and 5 second lap around Mount Panorama. And these Bentleys have taken to the mountain as if they were born here. Front-engined V8 4-litre, very clever engine from the road car, being tuned a wee bit to put into the GT3 version of the Bentley Continental Coupe, but retains the architecture, and this is a 200-mile-an-hour workshop for Bentley. It's a laboratory, and yet every car that they build reflects the same brand values as the cars that you would buy at your local Bentley dealer. Is it the same as yours, Rich?
It's almost identical to the one I'll be certainly not driving later. Guy Smith here, one of the guys with most Bentley heritage in motorsport, of course, has won the Le Mans 24 Hours in a very different Bentley, but he's won in this car already too. I was across in Utah at the end of last year in a sprint race to see him winning with the Dyson Racing team with a very similar car to this one. Just a fabulous piece of kit.
Notice he's not taking his hand off the steering wheel, of course, because it's paddle shift on the gearboxes for the GT3 cars. That is allowed nowadays. You've got traction control. You've also got ABS braking, and the drivers will change that sometimes from corner to corner here. Talking to Matt Griffin in the Clearwater Ferrari over the weekend, seeing that most of the time he turns it down to perhaps number 2 on the traction control. Setting 1 on the Ferrari is completely off. But you will see Guy, amazingly, whilst he's passing, whilst he's concentrating, whilst he's hitting his clipping point there for the apex of the cutting and going up, just messing about with some of those dials. There's little buttons as well that you can use on the thumb to cycle through various things on the dashboards and make very fine tuning and just changing the slight settings of perhaps the gear shift or, as I say, the traction control and the ABS.
And for our viewers on 7 Sports 7 Mate this morning, don't forget we'll be switching to 7 not too far away from this point in the motor race. But for those that are used to seeing motor racing at Mount Panorama, these cars produce their speed in a very different way. These cars are about grip, they're about downforce, they're about traction. They're not so much about muscling them around, though Guy Smith was doing that just then with the tail just whipping around on the entry to the elbow. These cars are about keeping momentum up. They're not as fast in a straight line as what we've seen here at Mount Panorama in the past. I say that, 285 kilometres an hour is plenty fast enough. But watch this, we grab 6th gear before the hump, rev the engine out as far as they can go without lifting the aero and the big slits. Flat, slick tyres through the chase, and then they brake at about 120 metres and stop the car down to 3rd gear for the chase. So braking efficiency is amazing, aero efficiency doubly so, and these cars produce their speed very, very well around here.
Went round the circuit with Stephen Kane in a road-going version of this car. 110 metres is where they brake in that car. Absolutely staggering stuff. Don't these guys make it look easy? You're watching these in-car shots now, it almost makes you believe as if you can do this. Believe me, you cannot do this. These cars are otherworldly behind these cars, behind the wheels of these cars.
McLaren coming up through the field. Hasn't been an easy start for those guys, and Shea Adam is down in their pit.
One word I just heard you using a lot there, Krelzy, was aero, and aero was very important, especially at Mount Panorama. That was something that the McLaren was having issues with in the form of their rear diffuser, and it started to come loose over the top of the mountain, getting very squirrely for Clark Quinn, who did a brilliant first stint, took the car all the way up into 7th position. Unfortunately, they're now down about 7 or 8 laps. Clark said probably can't make that up over the span of the race. Not sure how much further they will go, but right now Kevin Estre behind the wheel of the car, we can count on him to put in some fast laps while the car is fixed and ready to go.
Yeah, Kevin Estre did something that I never thought I'd see in my lifetime. He lapped in a GT3, a production-based car, around the Nürburgring Nordschleife in the fast lap qualifying last year, as quick as Group C cars had done in the day. 8 minutes and 9, I think it was, for the Nordschleife and the Grand Prix circuit. We reckon he spent just around about 6 minutes and 20, 6 minutes and 30 on the Nordschleife. And when you look back through the history books, there are faster times than that, but there was one, and it was done by a very special driver. The rest of the field was still doing those 6:30s.
What we're watching here is a very fast McLaren trying to work its way past 2 guys fighting for the final spot, at least at this stage, on the podium. That's the battle for 3rd place, with Richard Muscat in car 36, the black Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG. Behind them, the man we were looking at and following for a few laps before, Guy Smith. 3rd and 4th, the official margin 0.3 of a second. And they're dicing for the minors here, with Winkelhock and Reap still leading this race.
And what that shows me, guys, is that we've been robbed of the McLaren being right at the sharp end of this field because of that diffuser problem at the back of the car. Because clearly, at least when that has been fixed, Kevin Estre has been able to find the speed in that car, find the balance. I wonder if they've maybe had that issue all weekend and not known that it was coming and going. Because one of the things about downforce, if you've got something flapping around or just slightly moving, it makes the car feel very loose. You'll often go and try and chase a mechanical setup problem when in fact it's an aero one.
Well, and this is certainly not a slight against the team and the work they've done. They've had the engine out of that car this weekend. They've had the rear end of the car off, chasing the faults that they've been chasing all weekend. So that might have led to the problem. It may have been contact in the early stages. We probably won't know until at least the end of the race. But what we're seeing now is a driver that's grabbed that McLaren by the scruff of its neck and is driving it as hard as possible and trying to claw back every little bit of lost ground. We saw lap records broken in this race 4.5 hours into it last year. If that happens again today, I've got no doubt that it may well be that bright orange car that does the job.
The lap record went earlier, didn't it? 2:03.3 on lap 29 to Marcus Winkelhock, who still leads, by the way, by an increasing margin, almost 16 seconds up the road from Wolfie Reed, flying the Nismo flag with the big burbling GTR. Then Richard Muscat, Guy Smith, Darrell O'Young now in the 97, and Stefano Telly off kilter with everyone else. Remember, in the 16, he is in 6th position.
Well, yeah, I'm on board with this GTR with Wolfie Reed.
Coming down through the Michelin chase, and watch, he'll straight line that corner because you've got a little brow in the middle of the road. Now, get up through the gears, pick your braking point for Maguire Murray's, the final corner. Bang, 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 down through the gearbox. Don't ride too much of the curb. In fact, he did that. He just had to short shift to stop the wheel spin at the back of the GTR. Set yourself up for hell corner, turn number 1. Down 2 gears. Use the camber on the roads and now fire yourself up Mountain Straight. Just gradually drift yourself to the left. It's quite a big brow here, and on a street car you do get a little bit squirrely over the top, a little bit light. Position yourself on the left-hand side of the road. You're going to go down 3 gears into Griffin Bend. Always a little bit wide there as he turns in. You have to use the curb on the exit. Don't hook the wheel over the top of it, though. It'll put you in all sorts of trouble. He's quite conservative on the inside, takes a very inside line there through the first part of the cutting, and now heading uphill. Short shift, short shift. You want to be in 4th gear and balance it on the throttle over the right-hander at the top.
Great park.
Just trying to stay off that curb there. He clipped it maybe a tiny bit too much.
There's the middle grade.
That's the turning point, and you turn in very aggressively at that point. You have to. You've got to believe that the track hasn't moved since the last time around. The sun's moved away now as we go across 7U Skyline and drop down into the S's. Down 1, 2 gears. He's got a BMW in front of him. Balance the car. Brake down for further gear. He's now looking for space around the BMW. He'll go around driver's left. Huge slide from the back of the Nissan. No tyre on earth can keep that car in a straight line when all of that power and torque through the Falcon tyres elbow and out onto the straight, and that's when you get a breath.
Conrod Straight, let's have a listen to the Nissan GTR all the way down to the end of the chase.
Absolutely flat through the kick there, not the hint of a lift at all, was there? It's 18.5 degrees Celsius in the air, 22.5 on the track. Our Michelin track temperatures coming through, so we're starting to get that heat back in the tarmac now.
Great lap, controlled lap. He's not got a huge amount of traffic around him at the moment, Wolfgang Reed. The other thing we now need to start taking into equation is driver times. There are regulations in the event regs that stipulate how long any one driver can spend in the car at any one time.
Right. We are, but before we get into that, we've got a change of position, because I think, have we just seen, certainly we've got the McLaren now ahead of the 36 car, and McLaren now rapidly closing in, not for position, of course, but will be a factor here, rapidly closing in on Wolfgang Reed.
You make a good point, though, Krelzy, because there have been a number of races recently that have been decided, podium positions have been decided after the event, when the log's been going through.
We heard from Jordan Taylor on Twitter before at the Rolex 24 at Daytona. They were a recipient of that. So 3 hours in any one stint at any one time is the maximum a driver can spend in the car. 4.5 hours out of the 12 is the total driving time. So right now, Marcus Winkelhock has been in the car for 2.5 hours. He leads the race. Wolfgang Reed has been the same. They're first and second, thanks to Michelin on our hourly update leaderboard. Guy Smith, 4th. Darrell Young, 5th for Aston Martin. Ortelli, Rugolo for Ferrari, chipping away and going nicely. Then Jono Lester, David Brabham still inside the top 10, and Simon Hodges for Erebus completing the 10 in the number 63 car. And here, John Hindhaugh are our class leaders.
Yeah, the Pirelli hourly class update. The Darrell lead overall. It is Winkelhock from Reap in the AM class of that. Remember, just one seeded driver in the car. Their lead. Ben Barker is leading the GT3 Cup class with Century batteries. The Ridges GT4 category, that's Aston Martin, and that's the 76 car. Ray Hislop is still at the head of the GWS personnel at Class D standings in that lovely Daytona Coupe. And Keith Kazulke in the Mazda 3 V8. Saw that car had a bit of problems earlier on. Well, they're back at the head of the Recaro Class I, the Invitational Endurance category. We've had 2.5 hours of this race. It's looking to be another classic, and we could break more records here at the 2015 Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 Hours. We're getting into some kind of racing rhythm now, thank goodness, because the early incidents have left, I think, us as spectators as well as the drivers and teams slightly frustrated that we haven't seen really how things are playing out. What we do know is that the 15 Phoenix car under Marcus Winkelhock is indecently quick around here, and we've also found out that Wolfie Reap has made the transition from gamer to racer very well indeed. Those two head the field. There's 21 seconds between them, and then another 11 seconds further back to the stealthy but very quick 36 Mercedes-Benz Erebus car of Richard Muscat. Battles, of course, continue on. People are trying to stay on the lead lap, near the lead lap. At this place, it's kind of like jockeying position at the moment. The opening rounds of a heavyweight fight, Krillsy, and everyone's trying to use a phrase, they're trying to feel out what's going on the track, and with their opposition there's as much thinking going on the pit wall and in the pit boxes at the moment as there is skill going through the steering wheels.
Yeah, what we've had now too though is a good bit of rhythm coming into the motor race. As you mentioned, they're getting into a groove, they're getting some consistency, they're getting the ebb and flow of the motor race right. But as we mentioned before the last commercial break, that we're coming up to the maximum driver time that guys like Marcus Winkelhock and Wolfgang Reap are going to be allowed to spend in the car. However, I don't think that matters. The last time we saw the 15 car in pit lane was lap 33. They will pit very soon. This is the Maguire's replay down the inside at the Falcon Tyres. I heard a vicious rumour that there was a big move down the inside by the Ferrari.
Very good. That was the golf clap in the background was made because that was an outstanding opportunist overtaking manoeuvre by the vicious rumour.
Still Benny Simonson, I think.
It is still Benny at the wheel of that car, and now he's monstering our camera car a lap or so later at the same point on the track, looking back from the JBS Australia 32 car.
It's Renato Liberto actually behind the wheel of that car, so they had a driver change at their last stop. He's the amateur driver in that car, unseated, but this is a guy with a huge amount of racing experience and amateur filmmaker too. Makes some very impressive videos for his Instagram and social media accounts, but
he'll be wanting that footage right now.
He's applying the thumb screws to the back of Roger Largo. They're scored in 20th and 21st at the moment.
So this is a battle for position. Now he comes down the inside into Maguire's at Murray's, and there he's got through. Marvellous stuff, and that is exactly what he was trying to do. He set it up earlier on as he came down through the chase, and that is a classic Bathurst pass at the final corner. Now traffic and Roger's very... that to me is the sensible way. Roger there playing the long game. He's let the Ferrari go through, and then he doesn't try and take it all back underneath the Mazda RX-7, the ex-Grand Am car, at the next corner. That is the kind of thinking you've got to have when there's still 9.5 hours or thereabouts to go.
Now, the difference between the full-time professional racing car drivers and the weekend warriors, the guys that do it once or twice a year or run in GT racing or Porsche racing, more as a hobby rather than their full-time career. Last time around, Roger Largo doing 2-minute 11s in that car at the start of the race. Steve Owen was punching out low 205s, high 204s. So that's the difference. That's why that car's dropped out of the top 10 and is now down in 21st position.
That will be being conservative through traffic. Roger is a decent driver. He's not losing that on these places, not where you need to have full metal you-know-whats to get over the top. He is losing that because he's not putting the car and himself in a situation that he doesn't think he can get himself out of. And that's the key. Patience, patience, patience. He will have been telling the drivers that. The team management will have been telling the drivers that. And that's a perfect way to run this motor race. If you're at the head of the field and you're one of the hired hot shoes, then clearly you're going to try and make that time every lap. Sometimes, though, that just doesn't pay off. And for these guys, their best chance is to stay out of trouble and be there after the last pit stop.
Number 11, Bentley gets on lap 62, so we're now getting an idea of fuel economy in this race. That 32-lap stint for Harold Primat included 2 drive-through penalties. Yeah. He might be keen to get out of that car.
Let's have a listen to see Roger through the kink. See, he's flat. He's flat through there.
There's no doubting Roger's capability as a racing car driver, but it's just the difference of level of driver within the field. And up against Steve Owen and David Russell, Roger will be the first person to tell you that he will not be as fast as those two.
And remember, this car on a different strategy for many of the rest. The outer sequence with the bulk of the Class A grid. But in addition to that, what we've also seen is that they've cycled in their gentleman driver early. So I think what they may well be trying to do there is to gamble with a busier track with more cars out there at the moment, but potentially you might be getting more of those safety car periods earlier in the race.
Yeah, and that again, managing the talent that you have in front of you. You can only play with the cards that you're dealt, and people will use those talents, use those resources in different ways. You heard Pat Long earlier on talking to Barrett's, wasn't it, in the pit lane, about what they were going to do. That might not be the same as everybody else. What you do want, though, Krilsey, is at the end of the race, last 4 hours or so, you want to make sure that the very fastest guys that you've got are ready to go and do what needs doing. Late safety car, we've seen it here before. Let's be honest, a 15-minute, 20-minute dash for the trophy, it could happen. You don't want to be running out of hours at the end of the race for your fast guy.
No, and you want to make sure you've got your fast guys for that crucial final 2 or 3 hours of the motor race. Tell you what, there's a bit going on in this top 10. Richard Muscat still under huge amounts of pressure from Guy Smith. They're still split by 4/10 of a second. Behind them, Darryl O'Young has just set his car's fastest lap of the motor race, which is always a good indication that they're about to stop. 2:05.0 for the number 97 Aston Martin. Stefan Otelli has done the same in the number 16 Phoenix Racing Audi in 6th place, just behind. He's 2 seconds behind Darryl O'Young, the 2:05.3. So they're getting the hammer down and it's all closing up, but that battle for third is properly on. It's been on for the whole 30 laps of this stint. It's been going. Muscat under immense pressure from Guy Smith.
Down in the Nissan pit, it's time for a pit stop, and Florian Strauss was the next man to get in, the Nismo Athlete Global Team. So Katsumasa Chiyo being held back.
Now let's just remind everybody here, Florian Strauss has had, what, less than 4 years worth of professional racing experience. Actually, just over, isn't it? I think he debuted last year at the Dubai 24 Hours.
And this year at the Dubai 24 Hours, he led the team and started that race with 89 cars starting under that green flag. All right, we're going round to pit stops. Let's get ready for action. And our very own action man down in the pit lane is Mark Beretta.
With John Bauer, who's been sitting here patiently for a little while, waiting, JB, as you've done so many times, but the call's come up 2 laps, you're in the car.
Yeah, David has done a fantastic job. The car is actually going along really well. I mean, as the other Bentleys are. So, you know, it's a really long day. We've done 3 hours, haven't we? So, you know, anything could happen. And we've already seen some of the drama that goes on. So, you know, what a great race. What a fabulous
I was just going to say to you, you've seen a lot of races, but there's something about this today, isn't there? This is going to be a special Bathurst 12 hour.
Yeah, I think it is. I think the Bathurst 12 hour is a special race, but I've done nearly 1,000 races, and this is one of the highlights, honestly.
That's a big wrap. JB, we'll let you get ready. All the best out there, mate. Have a great run.
I've got to say how wonderful you look in that suit.
Thank you. You're not the first. Thanks, JB.
No, we thought so too. If Barrett's pulls the white off, we like it. We like it. As the Nissan Global Athlete team goes to work on the number 35 car. So they've gone 33 laps on the stint. A couple of safety cars included in that. But we're finally getting an idea now of relative fuel economy in these cars. And Wolfgang Reep was behind the wheel, but there has been a driver change. And it looks like Florian Strauss now getting behind the wheel. Was drafted into this squad in the lead up to the motor race. We heard about Alex Buncombe before. Congratulations to Alex and his family. the birth of baby Austin. Alex was slated to drive this car 2 times. He's been to Bathurst in February last year at this race, and in October he did a ripper job for the Works Nissan team. Unfortunately had to pull out with the impending birth of baby number 1. Turned out wasn't as fast as his father. Took some delays getting in there. A bit of a drive-through penalty perhaps.
2 weeks before
exactly right. But Florian Strauss has been very impressive on his first visit to Mount Panorama. So the Nissan done and dusted leaves pit lane and heads up Mountain Straight as the race leader crosses the start-finish line. So that gives you an idea of the gap when you pit and how much time you lose. Marcus Winkelhock leads the race. Erebus Motorsport now up to 2nd place and 34 seconds behind our race leader with Richard Muscat. Guy Smith in the Bentley for the first time today appearing inside the top 3. Darryl O'Young 4th, Otelli 5th, but stops to come.
And a new set of Michelin tyres going in with a new driver. That takes a little bit more time, gives them time to do the driver change. So Florian Strauss just taking it steady and bringing the tyres in. No tyre blankets, of course, allowed.
No, absolutely right. So you need to build up. The last thing you need to do is go out on cold Pirellis or cold Michelins and put the thing in the wall at the top of the mountain. That would be absolutely terrible for everybody involved. 1%ers make races like this, the tiny little differences that can make or break your race victory. Class B Porsche car number 21 were given a stop and hold penalty for 10 seconds for personnel not wearing correct headgear while the car was being refueled. You must wear a helmet if you are on the refueling team. It's tiny little things like that that the team managers must have sorted in this race to make sure you minimise the chance of getting penalised. Brabham in pit lane for that anticipated stop. We heard from John Bow, keen to get in the Flying V Racing Bentley. And David Brabham's done a super job in the opening stint, got that car right up inside the top 10.
V6 then being put to the sword by Florian Strauss as he completes his first lap under racing conditions here at Mount Panorama, getting the thing slowed down for Maguire's under the Liquid Molly Bridge, and he goes past us and heads up towards Hell Corner. Let's see where he brakes. Pretty much on the 100-metre board there. Turning in, settling himself down. Talking to Bob Neville, the man who runs the GT Academy, and as far as the racing side of things, along with Lacey's wife, the RGN team, massively involved in that. Let's have a look at the Maguire's replay here. This is, that's a very nasty hit, and that's the 11 Bentley going around, and that is avoidable contact of the very greatest nature by the Audi.
It's that Audi on pit lane straight away. That's the number 9 car.
And that was being driven.
Mark Sini, I think, was behind the wheel of that car.
Bentley's in and out.
That's the brake car, I think, making its
Flying
way away.
B. So JB at the wheel of the Flying B.
Mark Sini, the most experienced Porsche Carrera Cup racer in Australia, and doing a solid job in that car with Christopher Meese and Mark Eddy still to come. The pit stop shuffle is happening. The Bentleys are in pit lane. There's plenty going on the mountain. More of it still to come.
The mountain is a challenge for everyone, even the most experienced. JB, John Bow out of the pits in the number 8 Bentley, just getting caught out at Griffin's on cold tyres. If it can happen to him, Krillsy, it can happen to anybody.
Well, the defending winner of this motor race, John Bow, part of that winning combination in the Maranello Ferrari last year. Even the best can be caught out by this 6.213k monster of a circuit as the race leader pits. Marcus Winkelhock brings the car into pit lane. He's been driving for 2 hours and 51 minutes, and he is leading the race by 40 seconds. Mark Beretta with more in pit lane.
Well, I'm just with David Brabham, who's just popped out of that Bentley. David, JB, just a little bit excited getting in there straight away this morning.
It seems so. I don't think he's awake yet. I mean, you know what, the car's going pretty well. I got a drive-through penalty, which I'm a bit staggered about because the guy in front of me just went off the racetrack. So what am I supposed to do? But anyway, it's a long race, and, you know, we've been running in the top 10 fairly well. The guy's done a great job, really.
Tell us about the experience starting here in the morning. We know, and you know very well, how tough this mountain is, but do it in darkness is something quite unusual.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm kind of used to night driving, but, you know, the tyres are so cold that I think it caught a few people out, that's for sure. And I got hit, and then I hit someone. It was all a bit chaos, but we seem to have got through it okay.
And David, how's the track feeling?
It's rubbering up now. It's starting to get more and more grip for us. I'm sure it's the same as for everybody else, but, you know, as the temperature goes up, the tyre compound starts to work.
Have any instructions for JB jumping in the car?
No, just he knows what to do.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
David, thanks very much. Enjoy the day.
Thanks, yes.
David Brabham, anybody who thinks that towards the end, I guess, of his racing career as a driver, it lacks ambition, the fire still burns there, doesn't it?
Does it ever? Does it ever? And, you know, the kind of challenge that this place brings to you keeps bringing people like Brabs back. Let's take a driver's eye view on board the 5 Squirk car. Rod Salmon at the wheel of that at the moment. He's running on Pirelli tyres and comes down through the folding elbow and onto... Well, this is the bit where when you get here, you can take a breath and think, ah, fantastic. That's another time that I've got away with getting over the top of the mountain.
It's narrow, it's fast, 285 kilometres an hour. Sweet sound of the V10. Just getting passed on the inside by a car even quicker in a straight line. Not surprising, which is the Craft Bamboo Racing Aston Martin Vantage V12 power up against the V10 of the Audi R8 LMS. Not dicing for position, those two cars. Just to come back, we saw our race leader pit while we were hearing from David Brabham in pit lane. The young Italian Marco Mappelli now behind of the 15 car. They're running 6 on the road, but the pit stop shuffle continues. And now Richard Muscat brings the 36 car in.
I'm staggered at just how well set the drivers are nowadays in their racing seats. They're not getting thrown around at all. In a road car, if you were doing half the speeds that they were, even if you had the seatbelt pulled down very tight as I did yesterday in the Mercedes-Benz safety car, you are getting pushed around, you're bracing yourself with your feet and you're moving around a lot. There, they're just sitting serenely cosseted in their racing seat. Yeah, you've got a harness on, and you know, I've raced cars with harnesses and hands devices as well. It's quite actually claustrophobic if you're not used to it. But even that, I am amazed at how well these guys are just sitting there and looking so relaxed at what they're doing. And that, of course, is why I'm sitting here talking about it, and these guys are out there doing it.
Leader in the pits, Richard Muscat, and followed down pit lane by Darryl O'Young. That means that guess who is in the lead? Yes, it's the crop car. It's Stefano Ortelli cycling through after changing the strategy, I think in part to check out after that impact with David Brabham just at the very start of the race. But whilst the number 15, Phoenix Audi drops back a little with that pit stop, it's almost like a baton, isn't it? And the 16 car goes up ahead. Michele Rugolo, meanwhile, and number 77 AF Corsa Ferrari now sits second. And John Lester in the 27, that's the Trask family racing car, that car into third. So all of a sudden, it's Audi, Ferrari, Ferrari.
And when was the 16 car last in the
stopped
pits?
on lap 39, and based on the 36 laps that car 15 did, I'd expect them in about lap 75 or 76. So they're not too far away from a stop, I wouldn't have thought. But he'll get some time in the race lead, Stefano Ortelli, and he will enjoy that, no doubt. So Alex McDowell jumps into the Craft Bamboo Racing number 97 car. The Aston Martin continues on. I'll tell you what, the Erebus Merc's getting great economy as well. 36 laps from a stint from those guys as well, and Dean Canto now behind the wheel.
I think they have spotted one car that may have an issue. The number 9 car seems to have been back into pit lane rather early as we see the race leader, Stefano Ortelli, pits now.
Oh, that's early. And that's effectively putting them back on the same strategy as everybody else.
It's driver's hours.
Huh?
Driver's hours.
It would be. We're almost at 3 hours, yeah.
But what it does mean is they'll take less fuel on, so they should still be stationary a little less time than everyone else. So this has actually worked for them. It's not played out. They haven't been able to let the strategy run as long as perhaps they might have done, but it's still worked out. They've led the race. They're going to drop down now, but they have closed the gap on everyone else.
And this is the first time they've had to pit under a green flag racing. They've played an absolute blinder to this point. the next hour we'll see really how they're looking in reality. The 52 car, this is comparinsurance.au, the Motion Sports Run Aston Martin.
Just below us to our left.
Yeah.
And a spin for the 75 Audi, and not a great recovery either.
Steve McLaughlin behind the wheel.
Last corner at Maguire's. We said there was one that we saw yesterday wouldn't be the last.
Yeah, it gives the crowd on the start-finish straight the chance to hear the Audi going through the gears.
Good flick spin. Didn't mind that actually for Scott. The two team cars there, the JMEC PEM Racing Team, operated out of the Melbourne Performance Centre stable out of Melbourne. Ironically, Troy Russell's squad. The 75 and 74 cars running line astern. McLaughlin in front of Greg Crick, and Cricky back in car 74. And isn't that great to see? Warren Luff and Alessandro Latif, young driver, will steer that car today. I think they'll creep on it, and if they're on the lead lap going into the final stages, they will be competitive.
Christine McDonald has tweeted using the hashtag B12HR and says that number 5 car, when we were watching that on the onboard, looked like it had a TV feed in there. It's actually the rear view. They use a camera to look out the back of the Audis. Corvette have done the same thing in the States. They've got proximity centres that puts a big yellow flashing arrow when cars are coming up behind, handy for the darkness. But there's one or two of them that use those rearward facing cameras rather than the so last century mirrors.
After a very good stint, Simon Hodge brings 63 into pit lane. The young Adelaidean, Formula 3 champion last year in absolute style. In fact, a bunch of Aussie F3 talent graduating into this field this year. Open wheel is really leading in to GT racing. As a result of the pit stop shuffle, though, Michele Rugolo now leads the race in car 77. That's the AF Corsa Ferrari. They're 12 seconds in front of the Truss Family Racing Ferrari out of New Zealand. John Lester behind the wheel, but the net leader when all these cars stop will be Marco Mappelli in car 15.
David Calvert-Jones has just started to pull a double stint in the 17 Porsche, and with these pit stops that means there's plenty of people to talk to. Let's find out who Mark has got at the end of his microphone.
Yeah, John, it's double stinting for David Calvert-Jones is interesting for the team at the moment. Chris Pither will get in when he's finished that, but the Icebreak Porsche is going very well at the moment. Chris, all going nicely for you guys, about 14th at the moment.
Yeah, it's all looking pretty good. We were a little bit conservative at the start of the race. We weren't too sure how the tyres were going to hold up and stuff, so we took the conservative option. Last year the team had a couple of punches here when they did double stint tyres. We've got a read on that now, and David's in the car obviously double stinting now, so we're looking all right, and hopefully we're going to move forward from here.
The plan from there, you'll jump in for the next stint?
Yeah, definitely. I haven't been in the car yet, so I'll hop in probably in about an hour and a half's time, and I'll double stint from there, and we'll keep cycling through.
You've got to be happy with the way the team's come together. Patrick did a good stint earlier today.
For sure, yeah. Patrick's a great attribute to the team. Obviously, with his background with the Porsche car and everything, it's really helped to get the car dialed in. And obviously, out there in the morning when it's dark, he was the man to have in the car, and he did a good job. There's a bit of carnage, so I think we're looking pretty good at this point.
Chris, what's the aim for the end of the day? Where would you guys see as an acceptable finish?
It's really hard to gauge. You know, we didn't have too many preconceived ideas leading into the weekend. We didn't know how we were going to fit in with the new GT3R car, but personally, I'd like to think we're looking for a sort of top 6 or 7 in our class. I think we'll be pretty respectable.
Yeah. Well, you know how tough it is out there on the mountain, so I'll let you get some ice break into you. Just enjoy that, mate. Top up the energy.
Thank you. Cheers.
So it's a quarter time at the mountain as we kick off the Aussie racing season in style with this GT3 Spectacular at the front of the field for the 2015 Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hours. It's the bicentennial of Bathurst. 200 years, the oldest inland settlement here in Australia, and an issue just a few moments ago on the Maguire's replay for one of the Porsches, Krilsey.
Terry Knight behind the wheel of the number 50 car. Nick Creswell did the opening stint there. They've got some good drivers to jump in. John Goodacre is one of the drivers of that car. Jeff Bobbitt, 2 very experienced Porsche racers, as is Terry behind the wheel now, running in Class B, the GT3 Cup class, the Porsche class. There's so many of them, we thought we'd just give them their own battle. There's 2 of them in the outright fight, but Class B, full of Porsches, GT3 Cup cars from several different generations, 06 through to 2011. and the Century Batteries class. Very, very competitive.
This is where I'd be. I'd be in the Century Batteries GT3 class if I could find someone to give me a GT3 Cup car.
He said hopefully.
Yes. Answers on a postcard, please, to not half a chance.
The leader of that class, to show how good these cars are, Ben Barker, British driver, Porsche Super Cup racer, raced Carrera Cup Australia, won the Aussie F3 Championship, 14th outright, and doing 209s, by the way, going along very nicely. So Class B leader inside the top 15. With more from pit lane. Gee, it's been busy this morning, Shay. What have you got for us now?
Well, I've got a guy who got out of his car looking like he was ready to go to an Oakland Raiders football game. Richard, half your face was covered in black soot. What was all that from?
It's a lot of debris on the track, dust. They got their thing at Forest Elbow. There's a lot of that sand stuff because of the oil they dropped down. So there's a lot of debris out there, but I kind of had the cold trickle look when I got out of the car. But Airbus is doing a fantastic job and the car's looking good. So we're on a good fuel strategy already, and we're looking forward to keep employing that plan during the day.
Now, how has the car been handling? Because we heard earlier in the week that there were very slippery conditions out there. Has that changed?
In the cooler conditions, it's quite better because the air's a bit thicker, so the aero works efficiently on the top. As the day gets on, it gets a bit more slippery, but we've tuned our car for the heatness of the day, not the cold. So we're wrapped that the car's going good this morning. So we're looking good for a strong afternoon.
You had a strong morning. You were actually running up for podium position. What was your impression of the first part of the race?
Yeah, no, everything went to plan. A good start, stayed out of trouble, and we knew we were going to go a great car. We just didn't put qualifying together yesterday, but it's a long race and there's a long way to go, so we're looking forward to it.
Doing a good job so far, though.
Thank you. Cheers.
A nice National Football League reference there from our American visitor, Shay Adam, all the way from Florida. Of course, the Super Bowl was on 7 last week, on Monday.
And what a
Australian time.
What a finish to that as well. And one of our producers in London, Tim, very unhappy because he's a Seahawks fan. And he fell asleep, I think, when they were 10 points up. So we're starting the motor racing season in style. This is all about the race on the mountain. And Aussie motor racing comes to life at Mount Panorama. As the Achille Rugolo car still late.
Let's recap where we're at. The Rugolo AF Corsa Ferrari, a little bit out of sequence, I think, compared to our leaders, but going very, very quickly. And just before the break, set their personal best lap of the race, and only 8/100ths off the fastest lap of the race so far. So Rugolo going very, very well. Marco Mappelli second, and will be the net leader once this final few cars stop in this current sequence of pit stops. Christopher Husser in third place. Now that's the sister Phoenix racing car. So they've found a way to make themselves on net results 1 and 2 when they ultimately all cycle through, and they're split by just 16 seconds on the road. Florian Strauss is behind the wheel of the Nismo Nissan GTR. Fourth place, just crossed the start finish line now. Fifth is Dean Canto behind the wheel of car 36. We're looking at them. They're going into the Michelin chase, but they're in a fight because right behind them is Matt Bell, who jumped into the number 10 car and is having a good fight.
And right behind him is Alec McDowell. This is a 3-car battle for 5th position. Right here, right now, 3 very different cars.
Yeah, all with engines up front for a change, but Mercedes-Benz, Bentley and Aston Martin. Alex McDowell coming out of front-wheel drive racing in the UK, did a lot. He's got Matt Bell in the middle, comes from a racing family. His brother Rob Bell is confirmed again as a McLaren Works driver this year. Expecting to see him going to Asia. Wow, that Mercedes-Benz pulls a lot of ground going up Mountain Straight. In fact, a little bit of a defensive move by Matt Bell in the Bentley there as the Mercedes gets away ahead of them.
You can defend against an SLS AMG, and we saw that last year in the thrilling finish to this race 12 months ago. But there's very, very few chances where you can actually pull out and pass one in a straight line. And it's not horsepower, it's torque. The drivers love the torque from the 6.3-litre AMG Mercedes V8 in front of it, and it just drags them up that steep hill to Griffin's Bend at turn 2. And Dean Canto showed that there. The twisting power of the grunt pulled it up the hill. This is a great fight. 5th, 6th and 7th And more now from Mark Beretta.
Guys, heading into about 3.5 hours into the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hour, and the temperatures are coming up. The ambient temperature at the moment outside around Bathurst is 18 degrees, but the temperature on the track at the moment has climbed to 27, and it's coming up pretty fast, so that is going to change the nature and the dynamic of the performance between the tyre and the track. So the temperature expected to rise here to low 30s today, probably around 33 degrees is the forecast. That will take the track temperature up into the 40s, almost to 50 degrees. So that's what teams are trying to deal with, how to make that work best for their cars and their rubber.
And Mark, you're spot on there, mate, because the other thing about that is it's when to get the right tyres on for those conditions. There's three, for the head of the field, there's three different compounds, at least for the Michelin runners. There's a soft, a medium and a hard, effectively. I'll not bother you with the internal designations. Soft was what we started on this morning, doubles almost treble stinting for some of those guys. The mediums should be able to at least double and possibly treble through the earlier part of the morning now in the daylight. The hards, the teams asked for these hards specifically. Michelin didn't think they'd be required, but after the 60 degrees that we saw here last year, the teams wanted them as a little bit of a safety net. This battle continues then for the places inside the top 10, and Matt Bell has got his hands full now, as behind him, somewhere behind him, yeah, just see it pulling out in the far distance there, Alex McDowell in the 97 Craft Bamboo racing car, and again there's a little bit of defensive driving going on by Matt as he passes one of the Porsches.
Yeah, the repaired Porsche 2 that Richard Gardner crashed at the earlier segment in the race up at McPhillamy Park, so manages to get by. Just discretion the better part of Bella there. He decided to back out of it with the lap car in the way and got out. This is a great fight. It's allowing Dean Canto to pull away as well in fifth place.
Dean's just been held up actually, Crailsey, and now that's going to pull everybody together, one of the BMWs, and this is the joy or the pain, depending on which end of it you're on. And it was Alex McDowell who got the pain of it there as he got stuck behind one of the one-class BMWs that as he was coming up, but now released like a cork from a bottle. Matt Bell, it's almost like Star Trek, isn't it? Get the tractor beam on the back of the car with his yellow flags at the top of the S's there, and everyone's going to have to slow down. There'll be no passing allowed, of course, but Matt Bell has linked back. We've got a car in the middle of the road.
Mazda.
It's one of the Mazdas, a 41 speed source car, or X-speed source car. Oh, and that is right in the middle of the road. The engine's still running. The headlights are on, the yellow flags are out there, and guys need to be slowing down more than that here.
The problem here is it's almost impossible.
Roll it backwards.
Safety car.
Yeah,
got to be a safety car.
It is impossible to turn a car around there. You could barely turn a road car.
He's got damage as well to the steering, and that's his issue. That car is not turning the way it should. The left front wheel is towed very much to the wrong side.
For those that haven't been to Mount Panorama before, this is a corner that at the posted 60 km/h limit feels too fast.
Correct.
You have to slow down and brake. So it's that tight, it's that steep, it's that narrow. You cannot do a U-turn there in a road car, let alone a race car.
Last year, at less than 60 kilometres an hour in an Ismo 370Z, the traction control went crazy at that point because it didn't like what was going on with the camber changes and the changes in direction. I can only imagine what it was like in your Bentley.
And worse than that, John, it's blind when you're even in the corner. We've had the leader, meanwhile, into the pits.
And out. That was smart.
And Davide Rigon, current Ferrari GT factory driver, has climbed aboard that car.
Did they come in as the yellow flag was coming, or was that on before? So that was on schedule. They've looked in there. They have looked in massively.
It's worked for them, and that will elevate Marco Mappelli back to first place. The Mercedes-Benz safety car. We need to send a shout out to our friends at Destination New South Wales. Visit newsouthwales.com. Great part of the world, it really is. The New South Wales Central West, absolutely beautiful. You cross over the Blue Mountains. There's so much to see and do out this side of the world. Sydney we know about. We know it's brilliant. But this part of the world is just magnificent too. So venture over the hills, folks, if you're planning to come to New South Wales. It really is a fantastic part of the world. So for the fourth time, the Mercedes-Benz safety car will be on the road. This is the Class B leader in the Century Batteries GT3 Porsche class. Fuel going in to the 997 GT3 Cup Porsche. Ben Barker was behind the wheel for the opening stint, did a very, very good job. Luke Gilden drove early. Driver change underway, and I suspect they'll be putting Stephen Grove in that car, the current Class 2 Elite Division champion in Porsche Carrera Cup. This guy can drive. He's the guy that sort of gets in between the professional drivers and gives them a real hurry up. So Class B car going well. The safety car is out at Mount Panorama. We're under caution while we are. We'll take a break and come back to you with more right after this.
It's a family day out, this event, and growing year on year. Well done to Yeehaw Events, James O'Brien, and of course the Bathurst Regional Council for putting on such a great show. I'm John Hindhaugh, alongside me Richard Krill and the editor of dailysportscar.com, Graham Goodwin, and we have been enthralled in this first 3 hours and 20 minutes, as have the crowd out here, who we're here from early morning, big crowds coming in, traffic jams coming up to the circuit. And let's look back and remind ourselves just what 3.5 hours ago, a little less, when we started in the darkness. And we've come through to daylight here with accident and incident. The Falcon Tyres hairpin claiming the iMac Porsche and the Mobil 1 car in a very nasty incident. Just a slight lack of concentration there, and a spinning Porsche taking out a teammate. It's been the story of Wolfie Reap early on, and Florian Strauss now joining in with a real gamer's move. Not one, but two cars overtaking Dan Conrod using the draft, the aerodynamic hole in the air, and that Nissan still holding on to top 3 position. Plenty of traffic to talk about. We'll be, I think, using that word several times. The Grove Porsche leading its category and getting mixed up with faster cars, but staying out of trouble, and that's been absolutely key. The 27 Ferrari also going well, and still sitting in the top 10 at 8th at the moment. And what about this for looking out of your back window? How's this for a scary moment? Brilliant piece of opportunist overtaking. The Bentley is looking very much at home here, but even the best can get a little tap.
Yeah, poor old Harold Primat has had a very tough day in the number 11 car. 2 drive-through penalties for safety car infringement. This was John Bout, first lap out of pit lane, taking the wheel of the Flying B Racing Bentley Continental and spun at turn 2. Even the best can be caught out here.
We'll call that the Knightsbridge drift, I think, from the Bentley. And then just recently there, the number 41 car we think has had a bit of a brush, lucky to escape contact, and that's what's brought out the current safety car. And we're going to be down to Shea in the pits.
Ben Barker has certainly been putting on a show so far here today. Ben, you've been running with times in the 209s even. I mean, you've been blisteringly fast out there, but traffic has been an issue. What's it been like for you in the B class?
Yeah, the traffic's an issue when you catch it, you know. To be honest, I had quite a lot of clear track. The track is actually really grippy, you know, and our tyre is working really well. We double stinted our tyre, and it's looking really good for us double stinting. So, no, we're happy. We're having a small issue with the paddle shift system, so having to lift a little bit into 6th gear from 5th. But apart from that, we just got to sort of nurture it around, and we're doing well so far. I think we're a couple of laps up, so pace is looking good. Steve's out there now in the Grove car and doing well, so he's just got to keep consistent, and then we'll chuck Luke back in and see how we go, you know. So we just got to keep it clean, stay out of trouble, and hopefully this problem doesn't intensify, you know. So it's looking good.
How have the track conditions been today?
Actually, not too bad, you know. Obviously, there's been a few crashes, so there's been some slippery stuff down, and you just got to be careful going through there, you know. So, but apart from that, no, the track is very grippy. It's obviously had a resurface a couple of years ago, and I think they've redone turn 2 as well. So it's actually really grippy, and I'm loving it. It's great.
You always have fun behind the wheel of the Porsche, and we saw you actually win at Le Mans in a Porsche last year. You won this race in a Porsche last year. Are we going to see you in more Porsches in the future?
Hopefully, and hopefully winning still as well, yeah. So, yeah, I had a great race at Le Mans last year, and obviously this year, you know, last year with the Bathurst win as well. Trying to do the double this year, and see what 2015 brings for me throughout the season.
Best of luck.
Cheers, guys. Thanks.
It's the Grove Racing Porsche driver, Ben Barker, leading the Century Batteries GT3 Class B at the moment. Stephen Grove now out in that car. We don't want you to miss any racing, so we're going to nip away from the mountain for just a wee while. We'll be going back to Green Flag Racing shortly in the Liquid Molly 2015 12 Hours at Bathurst. Well, you've missed no racing while you've been away, and that's because we're still just finishing that clear up from the Mazda, coming down through the S's and the Dipper. facing the wrong direction. Got to say the driver did everything to get the car out the way, not cause a full course yellow, but with broken steering there was very little he could do, Krillsy, and smart move again, good race officiating too. They waited to see how the incident was going to develop before they threw the yellow.
Yeah, and that's been a trend today, hasn't it, from the people upstairs in race control who have just, they haven't been trigger happy. We see that in racing series a lot around the world, that sometimes they throw a yellow a little bit too soon. We could have cleared it and not had to have a safety car interruption. Every safety car we've seen today has been absolutely justified for safety's sake. Lots of local fans enjoying it. We're about to go back to green. The Mercedes-Benz safety car, very attractive car it is too, rolls into pit lane, and Marco Mappelli, the young Italian, will lead the field back to the green flag. His teammate Christopher Hussett in the rainbow-coloured Crocodile Audi Mark II is right behind. The gap is less than a second between the two team cars. Florian Strauss in the Nissan GTR a little bit further down the road, but this car has been in the top 3 for a majority of the race. We're back to green. They're sorting themselves out into turn 1. It's very busy. There's some hip and shoulder and some movement going on behind. They need to sort themselves out after a lengthy safety car period. It's Audi 1 and 2, and Mappelli continues to warm up his Michelin tyres on that 15 car. Out in front, clear racetrack ahead.
Brilliant restart by all concerned. The 15 car, which has seemingly led pretty much all the race, just losing it on the pit stop schedules once earlier on in the green flag. But there is Christopher Haase and Florian Strauss in full chase mode now, and the top 3 are very close together indeed.
Top 4, John, because right behind Florian Strauss is Davide Rigon in the number 77 AF Corsa car. This is the car of Out on the Mountain that's got the kangaroo logo on the side for Steve Wyatt, the car's owner. So the top 4 cars, 3 different makes, 3 different teams, very, very close indeed. Pit lane now, and it's the number 11 car.
Yeah, this car's been in pit lane plenty of times today. 2 drive-through penalties, a couple of pit stops, some of them unscheduled. Looks like a driver change going on there in the number 11 car. JH, we might be able to find out a little bit about that, and indeed the sister car very, very shortly, as we watch the 33 Clearwater Racing Ferrari back on track and starting to make some ground with Matt Griffin, the Irishman, behind the wheel. He's been a fan favourite at this place for a couple of years. This team were 3rd here 3 years ago, 2nd here 2 years ago. Unfortunately, DNF'd last year, very early in the motor race after that big crash with the Nissan.
Delighted to welcome into the booth here, overlooking the pit lane, Bentley driver and 2003 Le Mans winner, Guy Smith. First time here, Guy. What's your first impressions? That says it all.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, Guy Smith. Thank you.
It's something else. Well, I mean, obviously starting the race start in the dark. It's pretty exciting. This place is just is awesome. I mean, to drive, it's one of the best, if not the best circuit probably ever driven. And as a racetrack, it doesn't disappoint. You know, the racing over there is just crazy. A lot of fun.
68 Porsche moving slowly at the moment, but still moving. That's the key thing. Guy, one of the problems here obviously is traffic. We're used to that in motor racing, but there's a lot of this circuit that's really just one groove. You've got to be patient here.
Yeah, particularly over the top of the mountain, you pretty much find yourself quite often in a sort of train of cars, and you literally can't overtake. So you kind of just following each other over the mountain. And
it's Matt Griffin just up the inside of the Vodka Row Merc. At turn 2, that is one of the overtaking opportunities here. Guy, I get the feeling you guys have just been playing yourself in over the course of the weekend. First time here for yourself, for most of your team, for Bentley as well. What's been the process since you first arrived on Friday to where you are now?
Well, we just wanted to, obviously it's a learning curve, a steep learning curve. All 3 drivers, in certainly in car 10, have never been here before, so we wanted to take our time and learn it bit by bit, try not to make any mistakes, because any mistake here is obviously very costly, and that means downtime. Likewise with the race car, setting the car up. Bentley's never raced here before, so it's all experience.
Watching the onboard with you, you seem incredibly relaxed, and there's an economy of movement. I went round there in a road car yesterday and got shook about a bit, and you know, we weren't doing the speeds that you were doing. How important is it to be A, comfortable, and B, sitting so still, because there's no movement at all. Everything's moving around you, but your body very still indeed.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's just trying to sort of slow everything down, I guess, and just keep it calm in the cockpit, keep it relaxed. Especially if you're going to do a double stint, you want to try and conserve any energy that you can and look after yourself. But the Bentley GT3 is a joy to drive. It really is great, and certainly after doing a double stint, I felt pretty good. So looking forward to some more.
The Conti's been an amazingly popular car since it was introduced into GT3 racing. Have you been surprised at the fan reaction it's had down here?
Yeah, I mean, we were having breakfast in the morning in Bathurst, and a group of guys came up to us and said how much they were looking forward to listening to the V8, Bentley V8. So, you know, it's definitely V8 territory. So it's great, and it's had a great response.
A quick final question for you. Michelin tyres, did you start the 7s, the softs, this morning?
We did, yes. Yeah, we did.
I'm hearing you could have triple stinted them if it hadn't been for driver time. Certainly the Craft Bamboo Aston Martin, the same thing.
Yeah, the tyres look good. The Bentley, as we know, has always been very good on his tyres, and same thing here. The tyres are looking good, so we'll just keep an eye on the temperatures and performance, and just go from there.
All right, mate. Good having you up here. Guy Smith joining us from the Bentley number 10. Great action out on the circuit. 3 abreast in the Hell's Corner is something that we all held our breath for just a moment or two's time. But everybody played nicely. Well done, gentlemen. Great having you. Le Mans winner, Guy Smith. Yeah, you haven't been to Le Mans yet, have you?
No, not yet. I keep telling you to bring me there. You keep saying no. Motor Racing Royalty in the... I know. Motor Racing Royalty in the commentary box. And Guy Smith was here too. Graham Goodwin is back with us. 8 hours and 27 minutes to go, by the way, everybody. Still plenty of motor race to happen. There's been a lot that's gone on so far. We were watching a very, very busy battle pack. Car 36 was involved. Guy Smith's car number 10 was involved as well, with Matt Bell behind the wheel. Alex McDowell in the Aston is still in it. It was a good point you raised about the tyres too. Teams could go as long as they want on a set of tyres without any dramas. On the softest possible compound you can put on these cars. It's been quite remarkable, the efficiency these cars have on their tyres. I think the brand new surface has certainly helped that here at Mount Panorama, and tyre issues have just been non-existent this weekend.
Matt Bell then in the number 10 Bentley, the second of the cars going through the Falcon tyres elbow. The Icebreaker Porsche just out of sequence a little bit further down. David Calvert-Jones on the second part of a double. He's in 11th position. The number 10 car with Matt Bell at the wheel is in 6th, and behind him the Aston Martin. Bentley versus Aston Martin at the mountain. Yes, please. Alex McDowell in 7th position. The 68 car that we saw having a problem earlier on had a puncture, a flat on that car. That's been in and gone. But this is the battle on the racetrack at the moment for a top 6 position, as at the head of the field the pace is hotting up as well. But let's look now at the 8 car. This is also an interesting run for JB, as he's got the Mercedes-Benz now behind him. This is Cindric and Bauer, isn't it? No, it's the 36 rather.
It's Dean Canto.
Yeah, it's Canto. So those two aren't battling for position, except Dean is desperately trying to find some real estate. This is not a pass for position, but it is a pass for a little bit of space on the racetrack, and you'd think these two were battling for the lead in the last lap of the race, the way they're going into Griffins.
Canto v Bauer, we've heard that before here, I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure over the years of endurance racing. Dean Canto, hugely experienced at this place, which is one of the reasons why Erebus Motorsport went down that road. I still like car 36. They are absolutely within a shot at this one.
Meantime, a little bit further down the field in the 63 car, Austin Cindric now aboard that car. He's going quicker than that car has gone before the race. Yeah. Down into the 205s for the, what is he, 12, 13, 16?
Yeah. He's not legally allowed to drive on the roads in Australia.
It's twice running now he's been down into the 05s, 059 last time. 16 wouldn't be allowed to drive here.
He could get his learner's permit in some states, but otherwise...
It's 17 in the UK, and that's interesting, isn't it, that we're on actually a bit of public road here.
Oh, don't tell the Highway Patrol.
No, it's properly closed. Off the road, the Ginetta.
Oh, no, this is the G50, and it's been doing a great run. The Triffid Bar venue, Tony Martin, Michael Hovey, Grant Bromley and Robert Hatwood car. This is the little 3.5 litre V6.
If you're a team needing a pit stop, you'd pit right now and get in before the safety car is called, unless they can get that fired up.
It looks down on the left front to me, Krillsy, and that might just because it's sitting in the grass. But you've got to roll the dice now, and this is where time can be won and lost for nothing. You know, you can really make up a massive amount of time if you roll the dice, and in has come the AT car, I think. Yes, it has. That's the Sharon Racing car.
That's... he's
got it. Yeah, but there's damage, I think, to the left front.
Robert Hackwood behind the wheel, young Aussie racing car driver, open wheel driver, very successfully.
Moving it away out of harm's way.
That is great driving by that. Now, if he can get it down to, what, about 40 metres, if that, down the grass, there is an opening that he could back it out of the way. It might still be deemed in a dangerous position by race control, but it would be in a better position. 85 laps down, by the way. That's over 500 kilometres for those of you counting.
The only issue I see with leaving it there, if indeed they do, right where it is, we haven't gone yellow yet, that if one car can get there, inevitably another one can. So
absolutely agree with you. It's right outside the Bathurst Light Car Club, of course, the building there on driver's left.
It's a famous institution here for a long time. So you can access that from Forest Elbow, just on the exit of the corner. You got their driveway there. There's a couple of Bentleys running line astern, but Bow one lap behind. The second car not on the lead lap. So we've still got 8 cars on the lead lap of the motor race at this stage. Bow is 10th in the Flying Bee racing car, and looking to put them a lap down is Matt Bell, who is 6th in number 10. Similarly liveried cars. Whoa, off the road, Bell at McPhillamy Park and onto Skyline at 225 kilometres an hour, and the safety car has just been called. So safety car deployed, and Matt Bell drops it in a big way at Mount Panorama, but gets away with it.
I don't think he hit the wall there. He got the car stopped, did exactly the right thing, stayed off everything as he went through. Just lost the front end. You saw the front end just off the ground there. And from the first third of the corner, he was really struggling. Right, don't touch anything, don't touch anything. Now steer and try and miss the wall. And somewhere in there, there's a Bentley.
He missed the turn in there by half a metre.
Yeah,
if that. Slightly offline, it grabbed the front of the car and fired it off the road. So this is the reason we're under safety car for the 6th time today. The Ginetta is parked on the exit of the elbow, the kink just before the Nissan Bridge on Conrod Straight. It is stranded there, and they will do a recovery. So the Mercedes-Benz safety car called back out into pit lane, and I've got a feeling that pit lane will be busy. The Maguire's replay shows it. The front just bobbled, you could see it, it got light. The cars get very light over there, didn't quite get the turn in right, understeered off. Wow.
And if ever there was an example of just how marginal the tolerances are here, number 77 into the pits, Davide Rigon, 3rd position.
And Bentley into the pits underneath us. I wonder if that's Matt Bell coming to change tyres. No, it's JB.
Might be Matt Bell coming to change underwear, though.
I bet he knows what colour adrenaline is now, doesn't he? Heavens.
That was big.
We've seen big offs there before that were the carbon copy of that, Krillsy, have we not, over the last few years? So JB comes in after an uncharacteristic spin on cold tyres early on. He's just going to get fuel. We know that those Michelins will easily last another probably 2 stints if his driver time is okay. Love the pit lane flashes that these guys have got with the LED lights around the trademark Bentley headlights. Look at the front of that car again as it leaves. The whole front, oh no, tyres going on. Now this is interesting. And they go to work.
Well, under yellow, John.
No, you might. Yeah, I suppose you might as well. Look at the front wings of those cars. What I was going to say, that you're allowed to widen the car in GT3 regulations, and a lot of people do. They stick on wheel arch extensions, and they look great, sexy, and very racy. Not for Bentley. They've widened the whole front fender of the car, including the styling line down the side towards the door handle, and they've even slightly repositioned the headlights to keep the proportions of that GTC. I love it. Love it, the way they've done that.
Amazing
99
car.
Craft Bamboo car in for a little splash as well.
Amazing car, isn't it? As car out leaves pit lane. We're under safety car here at Mount Panorama. Interesting to note the 77A, of course, a Ferrari pitted. I like them going off sequence again. They're just rolling the dice and making things very, very interesting. They were right towards the front. Here's the Michelin hourly update. The leaderboard as it stands. It's Audi leading the way. Florian Strauss in 2nd. Rigon in 3rd, but we've just seen them pit in the Ferrari, which will put Dean Canto up the order. Then it's Aston Martin, Matt Bell in the Bentley survived McPhillamy Park and will live to fight another day. Graham Smythe next, the Kiwi, the young Kiwi in the Ferrari. Then Christopher Hasser has just stopped in 16. Austrian Cindric doing an awesome job in 9th. And David Calvert-Jones, the Porsche, in the top 10 for the first time today.
Absolutely. Into the Pirelli hourly class updates. It is Marco Mappelli leading the Pro class. Florian Strauss 2nd position overall, but leading the AM class. Stephen Grove still ahead in the Century Class B roundup in the Porsche Cup class. This is the Grove car, isn't it? It is, of course, Mark O'Connor in the Ridges Class C. That's the Donut King car. That's the Donut King car. Ben Schutz, meanwhile, in number 65 Daytona Coupe in the GWS Personnel. This is the production class, the Invitation production class. And finally, the Mark Focus V8, number 93, Gareth Jacobson with Recaro in the Invitational
And we've got 3 hours 41 minutes to go. Graham Goodwin and Crailsey alongside me, John Hindorf. We don't want you to miss racing, so whilst we're in full course caution, let's take a break from the action at the mountain, and hopefully we'll be cleared up and ready to go green when we come back to the Liquid Molly Bathurst 12 hours. Newcastle in the northeast of England will be counting his black and white lucky stars that he didn't hit the barriers there at the top of the mountain as Skippy's back. And we've got looking for a toolkit there to try and help out the Janetta. Is that outside assistance? I'm not sure. But we're still on the clean-up, as you can see here. We're just waiting to pick up the leaders. There's been some pit stops, and there's been a shuffle. Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com has picked this one up on the timing screen.
Not for overall position, but very interesting. The 63 car, Austin Cindric, now sits ahead of its sister car on the track. So either there's been an overtake just before we went to yellow, or that's been allowed within the team. So they're trying to get the young man cycle through to have a crack at this when this goes green.
And get it back on the lead lap. You're right. And Austin's been doing a great job. If I know Barry Ryan, who's the team manager down there at Erebus Motorsport, I'm pretty certain there would have been a radio call made. OK, Dean, let him go by. It's not for position. It's not going to affect your race. The car's doing similar sort of lap times as you. You can follow it round. But in the overall ball game, it helps them towards the end of the race.
And Dean Candor's in third position, by the way, we should say. So what we've got now is effectively that 63 car with only Florian Strauss and Mapelli ahead of him before he gets his lap back on the lead.
And we can see now, John, the train. There is the Mercedes safety car. Then the two Phoenix cars. It's the 15 car leading the race. That's the Kangaroo car that leads that chain. The 16 car may be behind on the road. Yeah. That is now the first lapped car, isn't it?
That's the 8th position car.
So on what money do we see car 15, Marco Mapelli, let Hassa go by in the 16, so he gets back on the lead lap? Then the next time we inevitably have a safety car, he's back in the game. So we're playing this out, folks, for you. We're trying to comprehend the strategies that are going on, and everyone trying to stay on that crucial lead lap. That's all you need to do today in today's race until the last hour, because there will be a safety car in the last hour. It's almost inevitable, and if you're on the lead lap, you can win the race.
Pit for the Clearwater car, and 7th in the train is the white Erebus car. This is the young man, Austin Cindric. What an astonishing weekend he's given us so far.
Well, we were asking in qualifying yesterday that he showed great one-lap speed. What would his race maturity like? Well, we've had that answered already, and we're only 3.5 hours into the race. We've seen what he's capable of. He's dealt with the traffic. He's been quick and very consistent.
He's going to get a big test right now coming off the restart in amongst the leaders, because he's got a job to do to try and get on the lead lap. But clearly, he can't go and barge his way through and hip check his way into the lead. Don't forget, as hashtag B12HR, Marino Franchini from the UK saying, how good a view of Ollie Gavin from the above camera. Channel 7 knocking it out of the park again, the real pioneers of onboard cameras, and so many people loving that downward view of the drivers in a number of the cars, including that Squirk Audi, the number 5 machine.
He's a man that's been fighting to get a drive at Mount Panorama for quite some time. We need Marino here at some point in the game, I think, Graham.
Yep, coming next year, nostril cam and eyebrow cam from Channel 7. But that is a fantastic view, isn't it? I think you're right, John, that you were saying a little earlier about the test for Austin Cindric when this goes green. He's got slower slower cars around him and cars that are as fast as his is. It's going to be a real, it's a
baptism of fire.
It is. It is going to be kind of multi-skilling for quite a time. And he's trying to get through those 6 cars ahead of him to the leader.
The issue for me is that if he gets to one of those leading cars, whether it's Florian Strauss or Chris Haase or Mapelli, if he's going to be quicker than them and he's got an opportunity to get through, he's got to do it absolutely cleanly, because those guys are a lap ahead of him, and the race director here, will look not kindly at all at him getting involved in something that he doesn't need to.
Correct. And some cars that are 1 lap or 2 laps off the pace that now have some serious firepower behind the wheel. In 11th place is the Interloy M Motorsport Lamborghini, just got Craig Baird behind the wheel. His reputation speaks for itself. 5-time Australian Carrera Cup champion amongst all the other records he's got. Renato Liberto has been going well in the 49 Vicious Rumour racing car. Remember, they started at the very back of the field, and in a brilliant opening stint, Benny Simonson charged his way through and got that car inside towards the top 10, and they've floated around there since. David Russell is now behind the wheel of car 32. They lost 2 laps when Roger Largo jumped into that car, but they'll shuffle back through the sequence, and David going well. Mark Beretta's got more. Pit lane's been busy today, Barrett. Who have you got this time?
Yeah, it has been very busy in pit lane. Look, one of the teams that's made a big impression here this weekend is, of course, the Bentley team, the M Sport team. And Malcolm Wilson is with me at the moment. Malcolm, look, bit of a moment for Matt Bell. He's okay and the car's settled back down?
Yeah, fortunately. I must admit it was quite a hair-raising moment for us all. Watched it happen on the monitor, and you could see the wall moving, but fortunately he hit the grass just before the wall and got the grip back, so no damage done, and everything's okay.
Been a great campaign by you guys this weekend. Everyone's enjoyed seeing you here, and the turnout of the team is just first class.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's our first year, last year with Bentley, and of course the opportunity to come here again, to come here for the first time ever, this incredible circuit. I've never been anywhere like this in my life, so it's great for us to be able to come here and to get such great support from the fans.
What have been your impressions of Mount Panorama?
I had no idea what it was like before. Previously, I'd never ever been here, and to be driven around the circuit, and then I went round, fortunately, with Stephen Kane, our driver in the #1 car, and it's quite something else. I remember, was it many years ago, I did a rally when Dick Johnson was doing it, and obviously it was when Dick had claimed his fame here, and so it's just great for me to come here and get the experience of driving around the circuit and seeing what it's like.
And as far as the race goes, you're happy with where the guys are and the way it's unfolding for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's okay at the moment, long way to go, but certainly, you know, our pace is definitely better on the race than we were in qualifying, so we're quite pleased. Our strategy seems to be working well, so it's a long way to still go, but it's looking okay at the moment.
Good. All the best, Malcolm. Great to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Malcolm Wilson, rally driver that I remember watching in the forests of northern England a few years ago, as we go back to green and we are racing again. Oh, and a big block there as the Dean Strauss, Florian Strauss is trying to get through, and the 16 car is blocking for his teammate ahead of him. That's naughty stuff, and Strauss goes straight through.
Yeah, that was unnecessary, John. Didn't need to do that. He's a lap down with the car in second place trying to get through. He was trying to do the right thing by his team and play rear gunner for the leader, Marco Mappelli, but I don't think that's on. That'll get frowned on by race control, and they might take a look at that. Yeah. We're back to green. Mappelli leads them. Hassa shown in second place in the 16 car, and Florian Strauss third.
Right, well, that was a battle for position. I'll have that, not a problem. I think there was just a quick delay on the Hassa car taking its transponder across the line. So if that was a battle for position, that's all fair in love and war.
And the Mercedes have actually changed position again. The black car ahead of the white. So Austin Cindric dropped back behind his teammates at that restart.
We need to confirm this for you, because Hassa rapidly dropping down the timing monitor will confirm that. Nevertheless, it's Mappelli, Strauss in the Nissan, Canto third in the Erebus Mercedes. Then Alex McDowell, the highest the Craft Bamboo Racing Aston has run today. He's got that car to fourth place, and Rigon shown in fifth place in the number 77 AF Corsa car. Now a poorly timed pit stop for car 27. Graham Smythe, the young Kiwi behind the wheel for Trask Family Motorsport from New Zealand. And I wonder if that was force majeure, or because the last time you want to pit is just as the field goes back to green.
Well, he needs to get out just before they come round again. At least he's got a clear run for a wee while. Craft Bamboo, Aston Martin leads the train down the chase. We've seen this before. This is not a Maguire's replay. This is real time, as these guys are battling in the fastest part of the circuit. Is that the fastest corner in Australia? It must be. You're turning there at 180 miles an hour at least in these GT3 cars. And the 97 car, Alex McDowell, sitting in fourth position. And here is more defending by the 16 car, which is now shown down where, gentlemen. It's dropped way down the timing and scoring. I wonder if we've just got a transponder issue. I remember we had a little problem last year with one of the cars. We had to keep having visual confirmation.
We're working on confirming that for you. At this stage, it looks like P4, but is dicing with the Erebus Motorsport Mercedes-Benz SLS with Dean Canto behind the wheel. Always feisty and always aggressive is Dino, and he's having fun. That pit stop was costly, Graham, for the Trask car.
For the Trask car, back now into the fray, but Dean Canto's gone by the number 16 car and up into third position, so it is now Audi from Nissan, from Mercedes-Benz. So that defence from Christopher Haase cost him dear.
Went wide at the first corner, got his tyres dirty, and then was struggling all the way up mountain, straight and into Griffin's Bend. This is what we like to see, though. Green flag racing, everyone behaving themselves at the moment as Alex McDowell is trying to put a lap on the 27 Ferrari out of the pits, full fuel, cold tyres, and gets chopped. Come on, Alex, use your brain. He's used to the rough and tumble and side-by-side action of small touring cars, and here he's playing with big power, rear-wheel drive. He's adapted very quickly, has McDowell, in that multicoloured Aston Martin over a season or so of racing in GTs. So they head down through the S's and do the dipper. He's played the sensible, the long game, but he's under pressure himself behind.
You have to be so patient at this place, though, and he's in a position where this is not for track position. The car in front is a lap down, and the car behind, the 32 Lamborghini, is a lap behind car 97. He did not need to take that risk. And I know racing car drivers get the rush of blood to their head when they put the visor down, but you have to be so careful. There is no point destroying your car for what is not even a position on the racetrack with 8 hours to go in a motor race.
He's frustrated, though, because he can see Dean Canto getting away ahead of him in the 36 Erebus Racing Mercedes, and he wants to get through. And I understand he's a little bit annoyed with Justin McIntyre as he just can't get through. The blue flags are being waved for these guys as they go through, and he now is being held up. And there'll be a radio message, I'm sure, to Justin McIntyre in the car ahead of him.
While we're watching this battle, though, John, there's been a change again for third position. Christopher Haase has got back by Dean Canto, back up into third position. So 15 from 35, 16 and 36 now. Before we get to the battle, we're looking here. By battle, it's about Alec McDowell actually getting himself up position. The bottle.
He's got position now going into Griffin Bend. I think he'll get through. He will. And now he should pull away from a car that's heavier, albeit on newer tyres, heavier because of the fuel load. It's Mapelli then by just under 3 seconds, and then a fabulous battle between the Nissan, the 16 Christopher Haase Phoenix car, and Dean Canto in the 36 are absolutely together.
The difference this time, though, is that
a huge sideways moment for McIntyre as he came up through the cutting. How did he save that one, Creelsey?
This is ridiculous stuff. You don't need to be doing this now. Just let him go. If the car behind's faster, you've got 8 hours and 3 minutes to go in a 12-hour endurance race. Let him go. There's no point.
He's not even battling him.
There is absolutely no point in putting your car into the fence at this stage. It's ridiculous.
It's going to be frustration because of that out-of-sequence pit stop. The lead of the race, though, what we're not seeing this time is that Audi is not dropping the Nissan this time around. It's sticking within that 2 to 3 second gap they had at the when we went back to green.
The other point was that there was some confusion before. We can confirm car 16's had a little electrical glitch with their timing transponder, so they did float around the order a bit confused. They are in third place. They are on the lead lap, and I apologise to Mr. Haase for defending that move. That was okay. He was holding on to what was a second position.
John McIntyre now is got his mirrors full of David Russell Lambo. That's a touch.
That was a touch.
I tell you what, though, I'm sorry, but John there is again sending mixed messages. He leaves the inside open, and then he doesn't just lift out of it so that the car behind can come through. In fairness, it's not a high percentage move from Devo either, but just look at this, how the Ferrari's staying out there. It looks like he's leaving room, and then he turns in very late.
And David Russell's trying to get a lap back on this car. That car, the Lamborghini, the black Lambo, 2 laps behind the Trask family racing Ferrari, who's now been shuffled back in the queue a little bit. I'm surprised that this stuff is going on with cars that aren't on the lead lap. If they're squabbling for position, okay, you'd understand that, and it'd be immensely entertaining from our point of view. But these cars aren't even on the same lap, so I'm surprised, very surprised.
Yeah, and again, John McIntyre is out there racing, he's loving it, but he doesn't need to be doing that, and he's putting the car in danger. He's on a longer street, he's on a long game, he's got a different strategy, he's just come out of the pits. and he's got caught up in the moment there. And Russell just getting a little bit impatient, as we saw Alex McDowell, I think, before as well, who in 5th position has just put in the car's fastest first sector, and he's the fastest man on the track at the moment, Alex McDowell, in that 97 Craft Bamboo Aston Martin. And he's gaining on the guys in front at a rate of knots. He's only 6 seconds away from what is now Dean Cantor in the Erebus Mercedes, the 36 car, in 4th and 3rd. Chris Harter is only half a second ahead. They're having a cracking battle. Then it's Florian Strauss, another couple of seconds up the road, and Mapelli still leads it in the 16.
Here's the fight. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th place on the road, and Dean Canto using all of the Erebus Mercedes straight line performance that they've shown time and time again at this place to rattle the rear bumper bar of the Mercedes. Teammate right in behind, a rear gunner, a lap behind, but right in the mix in this motor race. Inside the top 10, Canto to the outside.
No, not the outside.
Defends.
Not a chance, surely, but he's going to do the old over and under, isn't he? But he can't get it turned in there.
This is a great fight.
This is proper racing, and this is racing for position. This is 3rd and 4th.
Oh, now you need to be careful there, Christopher Husser. Can't make 2 moves into a braking zone like that. He moved across and then moved back onto the racing line. If you're going to assume that inside line, you need to commit to staying there to defend. Otherwise, you might find yourself, like he did there, getting a whack from the driver behind.
And from behind, Austin Cindric here is at the Racing University. He's watching all this. He's taking it all in. And who's not to say that that young man will be taking the opportunity if and when one of these cars does a stumble.
This is a 2nd level course in attacking and defending at Bathurst, presented by the Open Racing University and Bathurst Regional Council. He's taking it all in, the 16-year-old, and getting a grandstand. The thing that you've got to be careful about here, and this is the issue that I always have when I'm racing, I start to watch what's going on ahead and get excited about it and forget that I'm driving a car myself.
They should be watching behind, because what's happening here is Alec McDowell is actually closing up, and really very quickly indeed, and this is where the rear gunner is going to come into play.
Yeah, Austin Cindric will be perfect for Dean Canto, because he can just sit in front of that Aston Martin and box them in. Lap traffic for Husser down through the slowest point of the racetrack into the dipper. You can just get through there, no problems. Okay, fine, aggressive stuff. And there's McDowell.
Still not by the TT.
Oh, I'm surprised Dean Canto hasn't just fixed him into the wall here, because he's so frustrated and he's lost 5 or 6 seconds already, and it's brought McDowell right into this fight. Well, it's ruined the battle for track position. It's given Husser a real free boost up the road a little bit here, but
watch McDowell. McDowell now needs to deal with this Mercedes-Benz. It's a lap down at Cindric, and Cindric needs to be careful here. Now, this is what we're talking about. The young man can't get involved in this fight. He's got to let McDowell go-ish. At least make it not terribly easy, but he can't make it too hard either. Penny Clemenco, the First Lady of Australian Motorsports.
Yeah, we do just a quick bow there to the First Lady.
Yes, the forelock was tugged.
Absolutely.
In the booth.
Torn allegiances this weekend for her, I'm sure, but she loves her GT cars and loves this place in the race. So it's great to see Betty and Daniel Clemenco here backing their team. So this is a great battle, an ebbing and flowing battle. I seem to remember, JH, 12 months ago, we had at about the 4-hour mark of the race a similarly remarkable fight for the minor podium positions involving an international driver and someone familiar to these shores. It just keeps delivering this place.
I can tell you from watching this from afar, you've got this kind of fight all through the 12 hours.
I still haven't processed what happened in that race, let alone what's going on so far today. We're 4 hours in, 7 hours and 57 to go in the 2015 Liquimolly Bathurst 12-hour. You're live from Mount Panorama all around Australia on 7, mate. We will be going to 7 later on today. We will keep you posted with that. We've got it all covered in the commentary box with me, Richard Crowell, as John Hindhoff and Graham Goodwin. Mark Britta and Shay Adam are down in pit lane covering all the action. It's a great fight. Audi lead the way, but they are being pressured relentlessly by the Works Nissan Nismo GTR and some of Australia's best from Erebus Motorsport.
Dean Cantor, absolutely inch perfect over the top of the mountain. Alex McDowell is now starting to get frustrated. I think the Aston Martin is the car of choice of James Bond 007, and at the moment he wishes he had the machine guns on the front there for Austin Cindric, because that Mercedes-Benz is costing him time and costing him the opportunity to get among the top 4, and he will not be liking that one little bit. The beauty of GT racing, Crailsey, is these cars doing similar lap times, but they're quicker and slower in different parts of the track. They all have strengths and weaknesses, and that is why we love this so much. Kando flashing his headlights as he comes down to the kink. There's more traffic ahead, and that's a danger time. That's the St. Gallen Aston Martin among the cars that he's coming up to. Let's take a breath and calm ourselves down here in the booth as we let you take a little break from the action at the mountain, and we'll be back with more from the Liquid Molly 12 hours here at Bathurst in just a few moments' time. Wild ride there as the number 2 Audi goes off the circuit with Peter Fitzgerald at the wheel. He was helped, Crailsey, by the Bentley.
That was as big a spin you can have at this place without actually hitting everything. He had a crash but didn't hit everything. That's amazing. Peter Fitzgerald wild off, got helped at the kink at 280 kilometres an hour and slid and slid and slid, and he's the luckiest human being to not barrel roll.
Well, that's I was going to say.
$500,000 Audi. Yeah.
First of all, you're in the gravel, you're going sideways, you're completely out of control. Please don't let it barrel roll. And then you're going back onto the circuit. You've got no idea where you are, and the car is sliding. Am I going to get picked up by somebody coming through the Michelin chase? He wants to be putting the lotto on this evening. I tell you, that was a very, very nasty moment for Peter Fitzgerald in that Fitzgerald Evolve Technic number 2 Audi. So that started another set of pit stops.
As a result, we're on our 7th safety car for the Liquid Molly Bathurst 12 hour. We've just about hit the average for the race.
I think you said at the start, didn't you?
4 hours and 8 minutes into it. So pit stops in. The leaders, some of them at least, have pitted. The Nissan has pitted. Florian Strauss brought car 35 in. We saw the 36 Erebus Merc with Dean Canto behind the wheel pit. And we saw Davide Rigon in the 77 AF Corsa Ferrari pit from 6th place as well. So some of the key contenders have come in. What we're seeing from AF Corsa today has been very, very interesting. They're pitting at every safety car. They're just continuing to top that car up, fill it up with juice, and just make sure they've always got as full a tank as they possibly can in that race car.
Yep, that will give them the opportunity to attack when they can. And we've seen that from 2 or 3 of the cars, haven't we? Saw it early doors with the Stefan Ortelli Phoenix Audi. That gave them the opportunity to cycle round into the lead of the race.
So we'll catch up on where everyone eventually merges out into the field. The leaders haven't pit. Great to see Fitzgerald already back in the lane as we have a look at some of our class cars going through the pit stop shuffle, taking advantage of the safety car, a lull in proceedings. This is what we've seen over 4 hours of remarkable racing so far today. It started in the dark at 5:50 a.m. on what is a beautiful Sunday at Mount Panorama, and it was a wild start to the race.
Yeah, some of the production cars suffering with hot brakes. There's been a bit of arch and barge in the early running out in the dark. The Mazda almost coming to grief as it spun in the cutting. How many times have we seen these type of pictures before here at Bathurst? The Craft Bamboo Aston Martin just about getting through there. First yellow flag full caution of the day for the 42 BMW, and I'm afraid that was local wildlife that caused that one. Lots of spins without consequence as well that have caused some drama, and the 52 car providing more than its fair share of that earlier on. They're up at Griffin's Bend, turn number 2 here, and some great driving as well, particularly at the front of the field. But a little bit of, well, there was no contact there, but a little bit of a squeeze on the car. Well, this was Wolfie Reef just doing amazing things with the Nissan and somehow saving what would have been a huge accident. Lamborghinis haven't had it all their own way today, particularly not in the Michelin chase. First of all, the 32 car, and then the very next lap, this is not a Maguire's replay, it's another car doing it the opposite direction.
Lambo corner at the Michelin chase it is. One on Michelin's, one on Pirelli, so they're equal in the tie. Well, this brought out a safety car. Very unfortunate accident. Andrew McPherson lost the rear of the 51 car. They are working hard on this car to try and get it back out into the race and get it back going. This was wild stuff. The Nissan was trying to carve his way through some lapped cars, and that's been one of the surprises of the day, is the aggression in the field in disposing with lapped traffic. There's been some very, very hairy moments of people working their way through the pack. for cars that aren't on the same lap in the motor race. This was a good move.
Watch this for opportunism. The vicious rumour Ferrari coming down the inside as if they weren't there. The Bentleys are taking to the mountain as if they were made for it. It's not all been plain sailing for them. A little bit of a turnaround for the 11 car as the 9 Audi came through. Excuse me, coming through.
So it was Harold Primat there. He's had a rough day. This was John Bowe straight out of the pits on cold tyres and spun the Flying B Racing. The Australian entered Bentley up at turn 2 at Griffin's Bend. And haven't we seen some action there?
Yeah.
This was also a safety car. The number 41 Mazda RX-8 from the Henley Racing operation.
Now watch this. Matt Bell on the left-hand side of the screen. Oh, Matty, what are you thinking? Misses his turn in by a couple of feet, but also, crucially, missed the barrier.
In a weird sense of irony, the only other reason we're under safety car after that was because of a similar off, but this time at a faster point of the racetrack. This all got a little bit mad for a while here. This was lapped cars getting stuck into each other while they were trying to sort themselves out down at the chase, and this is the reason we're under caution. If there's a faster place to go off than McPhillamy, it's
John
here.
Bowe. That was John Bowe again.
So a big off, and Peter Fitzgerald, the winner of the 1991 Bathurst 12-hour, spins the Evolve Technic Audi, and it spins down. We'll take a break from Mount Panorama while we're under safety car. Back with more right after this.
In terms of their group, Bentley and Audi coming together at the fastest part of the circuit. There's two sides to every story. Barrett's has one of them.
Sure does. Well, let's hear Peter Fitzgerald's side of it. Pete, you look like you're in pretty good position on the track, and the Bentley just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, well, we moved from when I got in 20th up to 15th, and I was catching the two in front, and comfortably so. And I thought, well, I just got to make my time. And then I saw the Bentleys coming. Well, actually, I saw one of them. And I thought, well, they're going to grab me down the straight anyhow. So I actually eased out going into the chase and let him through. And then the one behind him decided to just lean on me and push me out of the way. I mean, they're just big, bad Bentleys and bullies as far as I'm concerned.
Hey, pretty wild ride from where you were. Are you okay?
Yeah, it's not something I'd like to do on a regular basis. You know, I basically just tried to keep it in the sand, and then I was hoping to stay out of the sand on the other side when I launched across the track, but unfortunately it got bogged. Otherwise, we would have kept going.
The good news, you're all right, and we'll see you later in the day.
Yeah, I hope so.
All right, good on you, Peter. Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Not something I'd like to repeat on a regular basis. Hashtag understatement of the race.
Masterpiece of understatement. Is this right, gentlemen, what I'm seeing on the timing and scoring, that we've got a Bentley leading the race?
I got a feeling they stopped before the Audi, so I think they've got some sneaky track position here.
Wow. So Matt Bell, at the moment, despite that very dusty moment we saw, appears to be leading the 12 Hours of Bathurst here.
That's the first. Bentley leads at Bathurst.
I want to see him across the line, but I think that is correct at the moment.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is. Visual picture. Can we? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Bentley leads Bathurst.
Wow.
Stick that one in your
with Bell. Bell driving. So
Bell at the big bad Bentley
in front at Bathurst.
Says, yeah.
So Dean Canto second now for Erebus Motorsport. The Nissan remains in the top 3 as it has done since this race commenced, with Florian Strauss behind the wheel in 3rd place. The AF Corsa Ferrari shown in 4th. The former leader back in 5th place, Marco Mappelli.
And Austin Cindric is let by and will be back on the lead lap.
Here we go. Well, that brings us another car into this game.
And let's remind you, wherever you are in the world, here in Oz or further afield, the hashtag is B12HR. We're trending in Australia, and at this time of the night, just after 11 o'clock in the UK, trending at #1. Now, let's go down to one of our #1s in the pit lane. Here's Shea Adam.
Bentley is #1 on top of the timing sheets right now, but it's who's in 2nd and 3rd that's really interesting to me, because Erebus and Nissan came in and pitted together in the box right there and the box right there. Nissan took on more fuel, giving up the 2nd place position to Dean Canto in the 36 Erebus. So the Erebus is in 2nd, but for how long? Because the Nissan can stay out a little bit longer on its stint.
Great analysis, Shea. Thank you. All good stuff from the pit lane. Graham Goodwin.
Well, particularly interesting, John, because if I'm right, the Mercedes has actually got a higher permitted fuel load as well. So they've clearly done that for one reason only, which is track position.
Right, we don't like missing any track action here at the Liquid Moly at 12 hours at Bathurst, so we're going to leave you on the TV screens for a moment, but we'll come back to green. All good news. As the Mercedes-Benz pulls off, the leader is coming into the pit lane. We're going back to green this time around. So as they come across the line, the green flag is out and Matt Bell comes into the pit lane. The Bentley is leading Le Mans just for a couple of laps under yellow, and now it's the Erebus Mercedes and Dean Canto that leads from Florian Strauss in the Nissan, and the battle is on as they head up Mountain Straight. That is a tactical change that we weren't expecting to see here. We were expecting to be calling Bentley across the line, leading at the green flag, but they've come in, they're working some kind of strategy. We'll find out in a moment what's going on down there, but for the moment it is Dean Canto from Florian Strauss. Davide Rigon in the 77 Ferrari is in third, and Matt Bell dropping down the order. That's an interesting one. I know that Mark Beretta is in with Bentley, and once they've done their stop and he can get a word with some of the guys down there, we'll get the thinking behind that, because that is, well, if that isn't an issue, it's a very, very interesting call.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised at that. They had an opportunity to get in clear air and run for a while, and they're well within their window. They had another 15 or 16 laps before they were scheduled to stop next, but nevertheless, it's happened. It's going to drop them at least to 8th position, because there are 8 cars on the lead lap. No, sorry, more than that. 9 cars on the lead lap of the motor race. Let's find out more of that. Mark Beretta is on the scene.
Stop for Bentley. Situation is the driver has been physically ill, so he's been sick for a little while, but has had to get out of the car. He's not in good shape. Obviously, the fatigue of this race is well known. It is tough out there, but he's been physically ill. He's had to come out of the car. He's receiving attention at the moment, and they've had to do a driver change just as they got the car into the lead of the race. So that's the situation. Very unexpected for Bentley. Quite a shock in here. They had to respond very quickly and take that moment to get the driver out and do what they could. So just hoping that he is okay. He's going to get some medical help and make sure that he's all right. But they had to do an unexpected driver change.
Yeah, and that was Matt Bell there. And I just wondered, gentlemen, if the time behind the safety car didn't actually help him, because going slow, he's not getting the air through there, and the heat sink in the car from that big V8 4-litre ahead of him will not have been helping. Oh, and again, it's an issue for the 6 car. The safety top star, and that's right up the top of the mountain.
Well, exited the cutting, that is, on the run up the hill, so just pulled to the side of the road. It's out of harm's way there, and if it needs to, it can back down into the little escape road there, which I think the marshals are trying to tell him to do, which is what he's going to do. Car 6 will tell you who's behind the wheel of that as soon as it appears on our timing screen.
It's the Century Batteries Class B runner. They had the issue earlier on when being passed by the leader. Remember, this is good marshalling. Look at the guys are waving him back into the place of safety, and perfect timing as the leader comes through. That is great work. Everybody working together. That's exactly how it should happen. And again, kudos to the 500 marshals that we've got around the circuit this weekend, to the Maguire's replay, and that's not great, guys. Come on,
Tim Miles,
settle down.
Tim Miles in the 92 Castrol Racing Mark Ford Focus V8, the specialist enduro-built race car, designed, developed and built within about 200 k's of an area in Brisbane and the Gold Coast. And they're coming together down there at the Michelin Chase. This is your race leader now. Dean Canto leads Florian Strauss in the Nissan by 2.9 seconds. Rigon up to 3rd place now in the AF Corsa Ferrari. The leader of much of the race so far, Marco Mappelli, the 15 Phoenix Racing Audi R8, sits 4th. And scored 31 seconds behind. They were caught in traffic. The Craft Bamboo Racing Aston Martin with Alex McDowell from the UK sits in 5th place. Austin Cindric up to 6th now.
The lead lap.
Yep, and Stephen Kane, by the way, has jumped into the number 10 Bentley for the ill Matt Bell, and they're still on the lead lap, but they are 10th. 10 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah, and that shocking move there put me in such a spin, and I moved the race to Le Mans rather than here at Bathurst.
So I'd like to correct you. You're getting very excited.
No, I apologise for that. It's my boyish enthusiasm. It's the only part of me that is still boyish. But I was going to say, Freudian slip, Crailsy. Because this is a race that is right up there with the best endurance race in the world, which still is Le Mans. Other endurance races are available, but they're not quite as good. But this, in terms of GT racing, this is Le Mans. This is the Le Mans of GT racing that we're watching right here in the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hours. He says, trying to dig himself out of the sand trap as we're watching the square car.
Safety car round off there.
Yeah, pull him in now. This is the squirt car, the number 5 machine, with now Nathan Antunes at the wheel in 12th position, and ahead of him the red and white car. This is the 9, not battling for position. He's a little bit off the pace, and that's Mark Eddy who's at the wheel of the number 9 car further down
the Hallmark car. That's the car that Christopher Mies shares, and just inside the top 20 the squirt car goes by. It's the Icebrake Porsche next in that line.
Chris Mither behind the wheel of that. Nathan Antunes, a great young driver. Open wheel ace, spent some time over in Europe and the States and was part of the A1GP team. Well, the Erebus Motorsport number 36 car is in the race lead. One man who will no doubt be looking forward to getting behind the wheel is Jack LeBrock. He is with Shea Adam.
Yeah, Jack, you just got to see your car go into the lead of the race under unfortunate circumstances. Matt Bell not feeling very good, but still, your car is number 1. When are you going to get behind the wheel?
Yeah, we're in great shape at the moment. We get into the day, part of the day where our car will be quite strong in the heat with the Pirelli tyres. So, yeah, we're looking good at the moment. And, yeah, Dean will finish off his stint and then I'll jump in. And whether we do a double stint, I'm not sure. But, yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting behind the wheel.
You're running Pirellis this year. You ran Michelin's last year, but the same car. Do you feel a big difference?
Yeah, I feel we got a very good race package this year. The Pirelli is a very good tyre over a long distance. So, yeah, we're actually quite excited when we get to the heat of the day for sure.
Who's going to finish the race? Do you know yet?
Not sure. I suppose we'll have to see how it plays out. But, yeah, hopefully we come home with in a good position, that's for sure.
Last year, Jack LeBrock's car had the misfortune of meeting a kangaroo. Please don't replicate that this year.
Yeah, I'll try not to.
Thanks.
Thanks, Shay. He's a great young character, Jack LeBrock, too.
Yeah, he's a pretty decent driver as well, you know.
And steer, no doubt. They're in a really good shape at the moment, aren't they? And they're getting great economy.
That's the key.
In this car, the Erebus 36 and the Nissan 35 are the 2 best cars in the field on fuel economy. It's only 1 or 2 laps different in each stint, but if you take the difference of that over a 12-hour race when you're making 11 or 12 stops, that might be 12 or 13 laps different fuel you need to have in the car at the very end.
Both of those cars have had a little bit of a break on their fuel numbers from the organisers from last year. The Nissan was pitting early, very much early last year. They've certainly worked to make that car more fuel efficient, but I know that the Erebus guys have got 12 more litres in the tank, certainly 10, and that just makes a little bit of difference, allows them to stretch out a little bit further. JB at the wheel of the number 8 Bentley. He's been in the wars as well today, sitting in 11th position.
Yeah, just to confirm, it definitely was the number 8 car and JB that had that clash with the number 2.
Yes. Greg Fitzgerald that we saw earlier on, yeah.
Bit of a trackside spotter's guide for you. The number 8 car is the one without the broad green stripe across the roof.
Now Cindric in the pit lane. This is an interesting one. He's got onto the lead lap now and will have the opportunity to make his green flag stop.
Yeah, 34 laps on their stint, John, so that's bang on their window. So unfortunately, it had to be timed during a green flag period. This is the Nathan Antunes Audi, Squirt.com car, big crash, big hit.
That is
cutting.
Another classic cutting issue. You drift out wide, you get onto the marbles, you're in the grey, and the right rear comes into contact with the blue concrete wall, and Nathan Antunes is going to be struggling back with the right rear suspension setting that is not how it came out of Ingolstadt.
Just been struggling around with all the penalties we've seen on restarts, and Race Control fired an inquisitive out to teams saying you are reminded your car is required to be within 5 car lengths of the car in front at all times whilst in the safety car train. You are also requested to make every effort to join the train as quickly and safely as possible. We might get more of an experience on that. We will, in fact, because the safety car is back out for the number 5 car. It's stuck at the cutting right where it crashed moments ago.
Yeah. Nathan Antunes with his foot very, very heavily on the middle pedal to stop that car rolling down and into more of harm's way. Everybody bleeding speed off. Great work by the flag marshals again to warn the guys coming up the hill, because he's just far enough round the corner that on turning you won't be able to see that.
And dropping rapidly down the order of course as a result.
That's the issue, Graham, you know. As soon as something like that happens, you're losing places massively. Stand by for some more pit action as the AMG CLS 63 has its lights on, ready to go. So that means we can take a chance to get some news from down there. Here's Shane.
Frantic work going on the number 63 of Austin Cindric. He came back into the pits completely unexpected. There was just a little bit of damage in the left rear wheel frame. As you can see, now it's going back out. They did a complete pit stop, 4 new Pirellis on the car. They got it back out, took the bit of damaged carcass off the inside of the car. Was not a tire, was just bodywork damage. So they fixed that, got it back out, and hopefully he's not too far behind, because Austin has been running very, very well today, well above the driving limits of a 16-year-old.
It's going to be interesting to see if he's actually dropped off the lead lap there, because it's going to depend where the safety car picks the leader up. I tell you what, again, we've got a break in the racing. It's perfect for us. We'll be from your screens for a few moments' time and get you back up to pace with what's going on at the 2015 Look with Molly Bathurst 12 Hours. It's a classic venue, the 12-hour distance. Also really evoking memories of the past and seeing GT cars based on very, very beautiful road-going cars. Makes us think of the days of past, and when you've got Mercedes-Benz versus Bentley versus Aston Martin versus Ferrari, Nissan in there as well, particularly here at the mountain. Well, we know we've got a decent Sunday's entertainment for you here in the 2015 Look with Molly Bathurst 12 Hours. Under full course caution at the moment. The big question was, how is Matt Bell doing down in the pit lane? He looked pretty rough when he came out of the car after his wild ride through the sand at the top of the mountain at McPhillamy. And we're just musing on the fact that had that caused the issue, and more importantly, drive times, Crailsy, because clearly with the restrictions on his other 2 teammates, he needs to put a shift in to let those guys get through the race.
Correct. Basically, 2 of your 3 drivers can do 9 hours of the motor race. 4.5 hours is the maximum time any one driver can spend in the car. 3 hours maximum. I think with more of that, we can go to Barrett's.
Yeah, look, Matt Bell just a little bit ill at the moment, as you saw. He has sat down in the corner of the garage. He's been attended by the medical team. He's now back in the team area. He's being assessed by a doctor at the moment. He most likely will be taking the medical car down to the medical centre, but it appears that he's dehydrated, he's severely fatigued, and, you know, we know the rigours of racing here at the mountain, the heat of being inside the car, and it catches up with you, and it's caught up with Matt Bell here. So the good news is he's in the best of hands. He'll be looked after by the medical team and taken down to the medical centre, and we'll find out more from there. But the good news is it's under control, which is the right thing.
Thanks, Brett. Appreciate that update, and we'll continue to keep you posted on his condition. And you might be wondering, well, how can he be fatigued? How can he be dehydrated? Well, not only are these big physical heavy cars to drive at such speed, the concentration is tough. And it might only be 24 degrees ambient here at the moment, but you add 25 or 30 degrees to that inside the car. So it gets very, very hot in the workspace. It'll get hot on the racetrack soon. We're back to racing shortly. Before that, a quick break, and then it's back to green at Bathurst.
What a brilliant way to spend a Sunday. I can't think of anything better to do. Hello there. We are 4 hours and 42 minutes into the 12. It's the Look with Molly 12 Hours of Bathurst. And just a little pause in the proceedings, allowing us all to grab our breath for just a few moments' time. But Erebus Mercedes-Benz have done what they do very well indeed. And Dean Cantor leads the race in the number 36 car. Florian Strauss for Nissan, just half a second behind in the safety car queue at the moment. The 35 GTR going as well as we've seen it for many years at the mountain, and a great history, of course, for the GTRs. It's Mapelli back behind the wheel of the 15, the best of the Phoenix Audis now in third position, and Alex McDowell has Aston Martin number 97, the Craft racing car, in fourth position.
This is a great shot looking at the hill at McPhillamy and Mountain Straight. Just showing the variety of cars. Only at the Liquimoli 12 hour where you see a Ferrari followed by a Porsche, followed by a basically road-going Audi TT, followed by a unique custom endurance racing built Mazda RX-8 GT, a Bentley Continental, there's an Audi R8, there's the GT4 Aston Martin that's been going well, the team from Switzerland, Aston Martin St Gallen, second time they've been here, and it's great to see Chris Porritt back too. Man with so much experience developing, racing, engineering road and race Aston Martins.
Now with Tesla, of course, and an altogether different sort of luxury car.
I'd be interested to see one of them make an entry in this race at some stage in the future. The way the electric car industry is booming and growing, Tesla especially, it's remarkable.
Already the most efficient electric racing car that isn't. Faster than Formula E, longer running than Formula E, would have won at least the first 3 races of Formula E last year on pure pace alone, and not having to stop. The guy's not interested. They're saying that their technology is far ahead of anything in electric racing at the moment, and that needs to catch up. Whereas here, what we're doing is looking at street car technology being honed by the internal combustion engine side of the car industry, and the benefits that we get from, for example, that 4-litre engine that Bentley has with the cylinder on demand technology, that's going back into their range also to sister brand Audi.
My response to Mr. Musk, who I have vast admiration for in terms of what, come on, prove it. Come and prove it, and we'd love to see you do exactly that, but come and prove it, because you know what? I think you just might.
Well, the thing for me is I think it's a sad day if the motor racing community can't attract someone like Elon Musk into it, and I think we need to look at ourselves first before we start pointing the finger at someone who has made such successes out of it, because we should be attracting people like that into the industry. What we've got here, though, is GT3 heaven. Spectacular entertainment as we're about to go back to green. Cleanup almost completed. 108 laps in the record books already, and we've already broken the lap record, by the way. That was some, well, right at the start of the race, wasn't it? It was lap 29 that the 15 Phoenix car put in that stonking 2:03.3. And yesterday, if you weren't with us, you missed more history being made. The fastest lap ever recorded in competition for anything was turned here yesterday.
We're about to go back to green. The Mercedes-Benz safety car moves into pit lane, and the field will be released on Mount Panorama. Let's see if we can get some green running, because back-to-back safety cars have slowed the pace of this motor race. Erebus Motorsport leads the way. Dean Canto leads them down into turn 1, but shaded by Florian Strauss and the number 35 Nissan. This is a car that's been in the top 3 the entire race today, lurking behind the leaders and just staying right where they need to be. The man and the car that's led most of this race, Marco Mapelli behind the wheel. It's on. They're dicing side by side on the way up to turn 2 at Griffin's Bend. That's the Lamborghini. It's got Craig Baird, Stephen Richards now behind the wheel, P10, but they have dropped back off the lead lap.
Florian Strauss has been off the track. He was off the track at the exit of Griffin Bend, and there's not much track to go off there. He was really squeezed right up the wall. He tried to do the outside move, and that's always a dangerous one to do there, and that's cost him time. Dean Canto makes his break for freedom, and the Nissan in second place has now got hungry Bentley right behind them, trying to get laps back. This is crucial for Florian Strauss to get the temps up on the tyres for that Nissan quickly. He does not want another car, particularly not a quick car like that Bentley in between him and the leader. And whilst he's not battling this car behind him, Krillsy, he's got to get the balance right here. He's got to send the message to the Bentley drivers behind him that he's not going to let them through. I'm in second place. You have some respect for me. Just because you're driving a Bentley, you can't muscle my Nissan out of the way.
Yeah, and they're either 1 or 2 laps down, those Bentleys. Andy Southcheck in car 11, John Bow in car 8, the Flying V Racing entry, second in the queue of Bentleys there. Behind them, Stephen Richards is 1 lap off the pace in the 48 Lamborghini. That's the orange and black car just going out of shot down Conrad Straight. Lights ablaze and flashing is Marco Mapelli It's like the Italians use their hands to talk. He's using his headlights to talk.
It's worth 5 miles an hour, you know.
Correct, absolutely correct. In the number 15 Phoenix Racing Audi that led the bulk of the opening stage of this motor race, they're still third. Behind them and just out of shot is the Craft Bamboo Aston in 4th place. They've been going well. Then the AF Corsa Ferrari with Davide Rigon behind the wheel and still going nicely. Canto leads, first clear lap. It's a 2:06.45. The gap 1.9 seconds over the Nissan GTR.
Alessandro Latif needs to be very careful here in that green, black, red and white Audi, because he has got 3rd place behind him, and this is, again, it's a tough lesson for a young driver, but he can't get in the way here. He's not part of this fight, and he's holding up the 3rd place car at the moment, and what he needs to do is use his head and use his mirrors, and somebody needs to be talking to him so that he doesn't fight and shut the door here at Griffin's Bend, which he has not done. That's pretty decent stuff. Across the new set of bitumen there as they head up the hill for the 111th time. We've got Nelson on the scoreboard at the end of this. So I am standing on one leg in a Dickie Bird style as I commentate this lap.
This is a great fight, and all these drivers, like we've said earlier today, just now looking for clean running. They need to get back into the rhythm of the motor race. It's been disrupted by safety cars time and time again. Now we need to get some rhythm back and get back into the sequence of pit stops and just some clean running.
Black flag, and I think it's another Bentley. I think it's another Bentley black flag. I'm going to check to see the guys down there at the start. It's car 10.
Stephen Kane. They've been in the wars today. They've maintained their position with inside the top 10. They are the last car on the lead lap at the moment. The big question mark I've got with car 10, if Matt Bell is not able to get back in the car. Now, we're hearing he's recovering well.
Was a little bit was what was required.
Okay, yep. If he can't get back in the car, they're in a world of pain, because no driver can do more than 3 hours in a row, and no driver can do more than 4.5 hours in total in the race. So 2 times 4.5 by my shonky maths is 9. They still need to fill what was left of Matt Bell's stint. So hopefully for the Bentley's sake, they can get him back in the car.
And unfortunately, 2 very, very decent drivers in the pits haven't signed on, and that would be Matt Wilson and Malcolm, his dad. They're both there at the moment, but clearly they can't just jump in. They haven't signed on and done practice and qualifying.
You think Malcolm would pull rank there?
Well, yes. Matthew, of course, was a very decent single-seater driver, teammate to one Lewis Hamilton in his Formula Renault days in the UK.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, I've heard of Matt Wilson.
Yeah, he's Matt Wilson, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Good lad, and a chip off the old block there as well. Never ceases to make him laugh when he always makes me tell all the old stories of his dad's rallying. For many years, I thought Malcolm was another corner marshal like us, because he ended up next to us at safeguard every rally we did in Northumberland, and Matt likes me telling those stories, and Malcolm perhaps not quite as keen.
Great story about the M Sport Bentley guys. A group of them were sitting on pit wall yesterday with their sleeves rolled up and their shorts up as high as they could go. They're trying to get some sun as that car comes in for pit lane, because the bulk of these guys jet out from Australia straight after the race to fly to Sweden, of all places, for the next round of the World Rally Championship. Said, what are you guys doing? I said, we're trying to get some sun before we go from 30 degrees in Australia to -10 in Sweden.
Like an extended sauna, really, isn't it?
It's back on again through the 7 News skyline as Florian Strauss has that number 11 Bentley right in his mirrors, and Andy Soucek, who had his little incident of his own, of course, remember, in this car earlier on in the week when he did the old cutting shuffle. The car was taken away to Taft Garage and brought back in pristine condition. But this, again, not a pass for position, but certainly not a car that the Nissan driver Florian Strauss wants to let it go by. And in fairness, Andy Soucek, he's not putting the pressure on there. He's sitting. If he could get closer, he's not. If he's not getting closer, he's not flashing headlights and looking anywhere near a threat at the moment to Florian, who's been able to take his racing line unhindered. And Dean Canto in the black Erebus Mercedes-Benz comes down to Maguire's corner, the final corner here on the circuit.
3 seconds the good still is Dean Canto, and of course that means a Mercedes-Benz in the lead of this race. We've seen Mercedes-Benz, Bentley, Ferrari and Audi lead the race so far, but the car that I don't think has yet led the race is, I don't think, other than on pit stops, been anything further than about 4th or 5th back. And that's the car we're looking at the moment. The number 35 Nissan has been a factor from the very start.
Yeah. Lead up as high as second. I don't think it's...
I don't think it's led.
It may have led one lap, I think. I do remember seeing Nissan leads on the mountain, but then we had a full course caution.
You also get the feeling they've still got a little bit up the sleeve of that car. It was very fast in qualifying yesterday, so that if they can get that car to the final stint of this race and keep it in good condition, they may well have a weapon where they can race with what have proven to be the fastest cars this weekend so far, which is the number 15 Audi.
4 seconds across the top three at the moment. 36 Mercedes-Benz, the 35 Nissan, the 15 Phoenix Audi. Then it's Alex McDowell trying to chase them back down again. He's had a good run in that number 97 Aston Martin. Bit of bodywork left on the side of the road there. Didn't quite see the barcode, so can't decide which model of car that is from. Coming up on 5 hours of racing, 4 hours and 53 minutes. Let's take a check of what's going on out on the circuit with our Michelin hourly update. And in the Darrell Lee top class, Dean Cantor leads it from Florian Strauss in second. It's Mercedes-Benz from Nissan from Audi first, second and third, with Alex McDowell pushing hard in fourth position. Steve Richards just hanging on to the bottom end of the top 10. And as we look at the classes, with Pirelli, the Darrell Lee class headed by Dean Cantor. Florian Strauss, remember in his separate class, they have only got one seated driver in that car, in the AM class. Steve Grove in the number 4 Porsche for Century Batteries, Class B. Reaches Class C, Mark Connor in the 54 Lotus. Beric Linden now in the BMW 1 Series. First time we've seen the 23 car leading the GWS personnel category, and the invitational class for the endurance cars. Still that Mark Focus V8 number 93 leads the Recaro class. That's how it stands. We've still got more than 7 hours of racing to go at the 2015 Look Me Molly Bathurst 12 Hours. Well, drama here at Bathurst with just on 7 hours to go. A new leader in the race, and it's the Nissan, Graham. A long lap from Dean Cantor. He lost time, but there he is sitting in behind the new leader.
Well, I only think that Dean Cantor may have had a bit of a stumble there at some point on that last lap. But yeah, Florian Strauss, a man with only 1 year of racing on his CV, leads the Bathurst 12 Hours. So Nissan from Mercedes-Benz, from Audi, from Aston Martin, from Ferrari now. Richard Krell back in the commentary booth. It's extraordinary stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
GT Heaven is the other hashtag, as well as hashtag B12HR.
Not wrong
across Australia.
It just shows how much you can never predict what goes on at this place. So the Nissan GTR leads the way at Mount Panorama, and as you mentioned, Florian Strauss, inexperienced as a race car driver, part of this incredible program that the GT Academy, Nissan GT Academy was set up to find the next generation of driver and bring them through the ranks, and that's what they've done. And this guy can drive. He has put in a mighty second stint in the middle stanza of this motor race. So leads the way from Dean Cantor, who will see if we can fight back and get the Erebus Mercedes back in front.
Meanwhile, via Twitter, yet another significant personage in GT3 racing, Johnny O'Connell, now telling us that this one's on his bucket list. Well, Johnny, if you want to come and bring the new Cadillac next year, I'm sure you'd be very, very welcome indeed. Another mark entering competition this year for the first time in GT3 racing, Krelsey.
I think we'd give them an entry. I don't think there'd be a problem there. We saw briefly before a shot of some of the Class B cars, the 47 Superbarn Supermarket Porsche, running third in their class at the moment. The Grove Group car, the Century Batteries GT3 B class for the Porsche Cup cars. Grove Group Racing leads the way, defending champions in their field. Don't forget, very shortly we will switch over to Channel 7 for a very long stint, and often the most exciting one of the motor race. Not that we can complain with the quality of action that we've had so far. Just approaching the 5 hour mark in the Liqui Bathurst 12 hour. We're looking at Porsche v Ferrari. It's like the Holden and Ford of sports car racing. Great old classic rivalry. And they're going at it across the top of Mount Panorama with one of the cars that's been in contention for this motor race since the very first lap. The young factory Ferrari GT pilot, Davide Rigon, behind the wheel of the AF Corsa number 77 car.
And with thanks to Bentley and to Mike Sayer, their PR guy. News on Matt Bell. He's fine, tired at the end of his stint, bit dehydrated. Cabin temperatures went through the roof behind the safety car. Okay now and rehydrated. no drama, I think you guys say.
Correct, absolutely correct. You've picked up the lingo admirably.
You know, I'm just, you know, what can I say, cuckoo-like.
This is the battle. I don't think we say that. This is the battle for the race lead. It continues 5 hours into the motor race as the number 11 Bentley comes into pit lane. Andy Soucek behind the wheel.
That's its latest black flag infringement.
That would be 4 for the day, I think, for that team. Have a look at this. The Nissan defending down the inside. Up Mountain Straight, Dean Canto in the tow. These two cars very evenly matched in a straight line. And their strength for both of them so far this weekend has been their straight line performance. They both worked their way past one of the Henley Racing Mazda RX-8 GTs.
Well, this may be the most impressive international performance so far by a GT3 Nissan GTR. And wave yellow flags there. Oh, and it's in the wall for the 92.
Into the fence at the cutting. That's the Castrol-sponsored Mark V8 Ford Focus. And it's gone in quite hard. And we go back to safety car. The Mercedes-Benz safety car for the 8th time today will be called out to Mount Panorama. And the leaders slow down once again at the top of the hill. Careful there, Dino. You cannot go past under safety car. No overtaking. They need to calm things down. The teams have been complaining all day about slow catch-up rates to the safety car and really hindering their pit stop process. Now, I'm just wondering, 36 last pitted on lap 97. We're on 116 and no sign of them stopping. That sort of wouldn't work to the tune of how they've been running that car. However, if we don't see the 77 Ferrari in, I'll be very surprised. They're pitted every time there's been a safety car. The Class B Century Batteries GT3 class leader pits the Grove Racing Porsche with Stephen Grove behind the wheel. 20th outright, but leading their class, the second fastest class in the field. That shows how deep the outright field is here this weekend in the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hour. That's the reason we're behind the safety car, though. The number 92 Castrol-sponsored Mark Cars Australia Ford Focus.
Was that the class leader? That was the class leader. The Class I?
Yeah, the Recaro class leader in the Invitational for the endurance cars. That was the class leader.
92, 10 miles behind the wheel. That's shown in 29th position.
Safety car rolling.
So just looking to pick up the Nissan GTR. So they scramble the safety car when the leader generally gets to the control line. And the Erebus team does pit. So they've come in.
That's smart.
So rolling the dice to just change up their strategy just a little bit.
Now, I don't think the safety car has got the GTR behind it.
Not yet.
There it is. Yep, they're okay.
Yeah,
they're okay.
It's in the line. It's not directly. They're very, very good here because they don't try and take any liberties of squeezing in. They'll take, if there's 3 or 4 cars in front of the leader, they'll take that and then wave them through. And correction, by the way, the leader was the 93 car in the Recaro Class I category, the team car. To the 92 that we've seen in the wall.
So here's the stop. Erebus Motorsport tyres going on. This car, you can see them pull the screen, tear off, so clean. Bit of adhesive film on top of the windscreen. They've got several in the car. They can pull them off. Saves having to wash the window. Everyone must be behind the line except the car controller, and then they can release it. So that red line in pit lane is crucial. We saw 12 months ago it almost cost the Maranello Motorsport team the race. They left their pit entry board that they stopped the car on outside the line, and they got penalised to drive-through penalty. Everything and everyone must be over that red line back in the garage before the car leaves the pits.
I'm going to suggest we paint that piece of wall a different colour because blue clearly is far too attractive to racing cars. You know when you get those a load of flies on one particular colour in your garden, and that's the blue. It's just attractive.
77 car pits continuing their trend of taking every opportunity to stop and put fuel in that car. Clearwater Racing into Matt Griffin behind the wheel of the 33 Ferrari. They haven't fired yet. We haven't seen the best of that car. They're only scored in 16th position, the chrome and red liveried entry. There's more to come from that entry. Safety team in attendance. Team Medical Australia will go to work. There's the Clearwater Ferrari.
Matt Griffin has been aboard that car for a wee while. That car now back up into the top 20. Now, no pressure, Nismo team. Just had a quick text message from Darren Cox, who's telling me unbelievable stuff, really, from the GTR. So The boss is paying close attention at whatever time of the day or night it is, back where Darren is.
If he's back in the UK, it's 5 minutes to midnight, and that is, for those that don't know, Darren Cox is the man at the head of Nismo globally, both for its racing and its streetcar development programme. And Brian Herter has just tweeted with his little ones having their mini Bathurst 12 hours as well. Hi Brian, good to know that you're glued into the race. He's a race that he could be down in as well, to be honest.
The Brian Herter?
I've no idea.
As in IndyCar star Brian Herter?
Well,
I'm sure we'll let us know one way or the other. But I think you may or may not have heard John, just away from the mic for a moment, Johnny O'Connell looking set to join the bucket list here.
Johnny Reid, who I've worked with on the ESPN broadcasts in the States before, is a massive advocate of GT racing. Let's not forget, under his own dime, he went and raced a Clio Cup car
at the
Nürburgring with some of his mates.
So we remain under safety car here at Mount Panorama. Coming up to 11 o'clock, 6:53 on the clock to go in this Class B Porsche underway. Nick Cresswell entry, driver change ongoing, and it looks like John Goodacre it is getting into that car. Very accomplished one-mate Porsche racer, running in Australia's GT3 Cup Challenge. An old sparring partner of his, Jeff Bobick, who's sharing this car this weekend, helping him into that car. Great rivals. So you can see them working on. So driver change underway. They get fuel in first, then they go to work on tyres, air jack in, get the car up, and then go to work and put some new Pirellis on the number 50 Porsche, which is creeping up on them in Class B in the battle for the Century Batteries GT3 Cup class. Always an entertaining fight, and Porsche's just made for Mount Panorama. We're 118 laps, 700 odd kilometres in to the Liqui Bathurst 12 hour, and a Nissan leads the way. Second place now, the Audi that's dominated the first half of this motor race that we've seen so far. The Italian Marco Mappelli behind the wheel. Alex McDowell, the Aston Martin, back inside the top three. And once again, and we've seen it before though, they've just stopped. The number 27 Trass Family Racing Ferrari, front of screen there, just continues to pop up the running order when you least expect it. They're staying on the lead lap, they're solid and consistent, and they're now fourth place.
Unbelievable, isn't it? It's a car we've seen that looked to be just dropping down the order a couple of times, but they're playing a blinder on the strategy front. Car up on its jacks now. And what have we got there? That's the piece of bodywork we spotted earlier.
You go for a walk around this place, or even a drive in my case, after the race, and the amount of debris and rubber and everything littered around the place after 12 hours of racing.
Jog gently round Crailsey for a couple of laps.
He looks whippet-like, does Crailsey, so you thought that would have been his sort of thing.
Tried running once, didn't like it very much. So this race has got a lot to play out. We're under the Mercedes-Benz safety car. Pit stop strategy has a lot to go. There's two distinct strategies playing out in this motor race, and they'll become clearer as the day unfolds. But one philosophy is pit every time there's a safety car. The other, stick to your windows, work to the full tank of fuel, and pit when you need fuel. As simple as that. But on the way today has gone, we haven't seen the last of that very, very attractive Mercedes-Benz safety car, and it's great to have them on board as the supporter of the race.
I would like to see slightly less of it. Let's get down to the pit lane. Here's Mark.
Actually, we've taken ourselves up to a beautiful view over Mount Panorama now. Just a reminder for our viewers on 7 Mate, if you want to continue watching this incredible race, the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hour, then head across to Channel 7 now. It's time to switch across from 7 Mate to 7. So if you do that now, we'll see you on the other side. A reminder, now's the time to flick across from 7 Mate to 7, and we will see you there in just a moment as the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hour continues.
Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Population 4.5 million. It is Australia's most populous city, and it's also the nation's most vibrant and much-loved destination. Three hours west of Sydney is Mount Panorama, Bathurst. 6.2 kilometres of tarmac that is respected globally by the best drivers in the world. It's a place where the brave prosper and the weak fall behind. Get it wrong, and it will punish you.
There's carnage at the top of the mountain here.
Get it right, and it will reward you.
England wins the Liquid Volley. 12 hours. Bathurst delivers.
Today, the world descends upon this great mountain for Australia's international endurance race, the Liquid Volley Bathurst 12-hour. Amongst the 54-car field are some of the biggest marques in the motoring world. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, Aston Martin, Bentley, Mercedes-Benz, McLaren, Audi, Nissan, all brands with a remarkable racing pedigree. 169 drivers from 15 countries will tackle this mountain, and the level of talent is immense. Amongst them are Formula One stars, Le Mans 24-hour champions, and Bathurst heroes. There are the veteran champions and the young stars of the future, but all have one common goal. Today, that is a Bathurst victory. This is a race where there are no second chances. These drivers will be living and breathing every waking moment at this world-class piece of motor racing real estate. This is Mount Panorama. This is the Liquid Volley Bathurst 12-hour.
Hello everyone and welcome wherever you're watching around Australia on Channel 7. Welcome to Mount Panorama and welcome to the Liquid Volley Bathurst 12-hour race. What an incredible event it has been so far. We've already seen the fastest ever official lap at Mount Panorama clocked. We've seen 5 different manufacturers occupy the 5 front spots on the grid, and we have seen some incredible racing so far today. We are now just past the 5-hour mark of this 12-hour race, and it has been run, I've got to say, not like an endurance race. At most of the time it's been like a sprint race for the cars out in front. It has been a great battle. At the moment it's Nissan and Mercedes-Benz SLS battling it out at the front of the field. Bentleys have been around there as well. It has been an incredible event. I hope you enjoyed for the rest of the afternoon. You're here with us on 7. 169 drivers here representing 15 countries. It is a truly international event. Well, we've enjoyed it so far. So while we are still under safety car, let's go back to our commentators and rejoin the action. Thanks, guys.
Cheers, Mark. He's getting the best job, I reckon. Gets to see the scenery and this beautiful weather. I'm John Hindhaugh. Richard Krill is with me, and the editor of dailysportscar.com, Graham Goodwin. And boys, what 4-5 hours we've had already. Under safety car at the moment, so a perfect opportunity to go back and bring everybody on 7 up to speed with what has been an excellent display of the very top class of GT racing from around the world. The mountain always produces for my money, and a start in the dark at 10 minutes to the hour this morning meant that everyone was working hard. The production class cars giving us some great shots of the brakes, but plenty of great racing and a little bit of contact out in the darkness. Mazda RX-7 ex-Grand Am car almost bringing out our first safety car, but just about got away with it thanks to the quick reflexes of Craft Bamboo racing driver, and then, well, local intervention.
As it does so often here at Mount Panorama, a kangaroo got in the way of the BMW M3 GTR. The Compare Insurance Aston Martin had a couple of spins, but they will live to fight another day and continue to circulate behind the safety car at this point. This was a wild moment. This was the car leading the race at the start. Marcus Winkelhock was leading. Unfortunate moment for Richard Gardner in the bright yellow Porsche, made contact, but that is another car that returned to fight. This was hairy for the Nissan GTR. Big moment. Wolfie Reed behind the wheel of that car had a big slide and almost ended up. The 32 JBS Racing Lamborghini, they've been unlucky in the past here at Mount Panorama, and that spin was but the start for them today. They've been going okay, but they've dropped a couple of laps, and not a few laps later, the sister Lamborghini spun at exactly the same spot.
Something about that part of the track, and while we're talking about similar manufacturers, 2 Porsches getting together, slightly offline for the iMac 51 car. It's been a hard weekend for them, and they took out the mobile Porsche as well. Now look in the mirrors, imagine how scared you'd be if you saw this coming down the highway. Great piece of opportunist overtaking. You need to be on your money right the way through this race. Sadly, Chris Meeks not quite getting his braking point right and turning around the Bentley with his Audi.
This was John Bowe immediately after taking over the Flying B Racing Bentley. The Aussie entered car spun at the top of Mountain Straight at Griffin's Bend, but has returned to the fight, and that car continues to circulate just outside the top 10. That brought out a safety car a spin. This was a huge moment for Matt Bell, who was later forced to pit early after some severe dehydration, and I wonder if that off was part of the sign. And as always, the local wildlife getting involved in the race here.
Well trained though, wait for the gap in the safety car train. A little bit of Lambo on Ferrari action, but really no harm, no foul. They were messing about laps down, actually, shouldn't have been doing that. And then, how about this? Watch the Bentley flashing the lights on the Audi, and my goodness, Peter Fitzgerald took a very wild ride indeed. Somehow the car stayed on all four wheels, and even when he rejoined and left again, nobody picked him up.
And that car was running towards the top 10 when that happened too. So, former winner of the 12-hour Peter Fitzgerald suffered some dramas. There was bumps, there was bruises, and this is Nathan Antunes with a moment at the cutting, which has claimed some victims today, John.
Yeah, that blue piece of wall seems to have been a magnet for motor racing. Down in the pit lane, you've seen Mark. Here's Shea Adam.
Well, one of the guys who is very familiar with the inner workings of this track is Matt Griffin. Matt's been here 3 times to Bathurst. 2 of those he's come away with the podium, 2nd and a 3rd. And Matt, you were just telling me about your very interesting strategy for today. It's you, Tony Vielander, and Mak Weng Sun. He's already done with his driving, so now it's you and Tony Vielander. Think that'll be the secret to get you on the top step of the podium?
Well, we went with this strategy. I mean, Wayne, who is our unseeded driver, he's our amateur driver, he did all of his driving, 2 hours, 50 minutes at the start, so we've dropped down the order. But because of the safety cars, I just did a very long stint there, and we're just struggling to make ground. We got a super fast car, as always, with Clearwater, but you make ground, and then a safety car comes out, it truncates the field. We're trying to work strategy with splashing, but then that puts you out at the back of the train, and then you've got to get through the slower cars. So, I mean, this is a very individual race, a very tough race. At the moment, our strategy is probably not working for us, but there's a long way to go, and Tony's in the car now, and I think he's going to be super rapid in it. So we need some long green periods so we can use our speed to our advantage, really.
And that's Tony Vielander, 2-time Le Mans winner, 2014 WEC champion. He's no slouch. You're no slouch either. ELMS champ in a Ferrari. You guys know what you're doing around here. So what is the ultimate strategy?
Now we're just absolutely going as hard as we can. For me, through the traffic at the moment, I'm still taking a bit of caution. We'll have to see how it plays out. If we're not making any ground, we'll probably have to add a bit more risk. I mean, the easiest way to go quicker is just add a bit more risk, which we can do. But the good thing is our car there's not a scratch on it. Haven't had any contact. It feels fantastic. It's quick. It's just we need some green running to be able to use the speed in our car.
Up and down the pit lane, it's pretty uniform. All the drivers' teams just want some green flag.
Shay, they're only 2 laps off the lead. There's plenty of time for them to get back into the money. Well, we're still under safety car, the Mercedes-Benz safety car here at the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour. Yesterday, we had a little bit of fun. We sent Mark Beretta on a different kind of pit lane mission. It was into the passenger seat of a car, and this is what happened.
All right, man, have fun. Righto. Okay, heading out of the pits with Dean Canto, legendary Australian driver. And up Mountain Straight, we're just getting warmed up, I know that, but I'm pushing my ribs into the back of the seat as we speak. This is unbelievable. The first thing that strikes you about this Mount Panorama circuit, it's 200 kilometres an hour. My stomach just went through my throat. We're braking time. Okay, now we're coming into turn 2. This is where all the action, where the surface was during the 1000 race, up onto the strip. That's good. All right, now through the cutting. This is unreal speed, Dino. No, you keep your eyes on the track. That's good.
That was 130.
130, and in through the cutting, big lean left. Enormous forces pushing it backwards and forwards, and over the other way now. Now we're coming up towards Reed Park. This is an incredible circuit. How you get vision as a driver is amazing, because at no time can you see more than 50 metres in front of you. Now up across towards McPhillamy, and we are flying. We have bare contact with the road. 160 kilometres an hour to McPhillamy. I'd say hello, but I haven't got time. Hello, everyone. Unbelievable. 7 News skyline. The view is incredible, but you can't look because we're on the descent through the S's to the Dipper. It is unbelievable. There is no track here. I swear, it's barely wide enough for one car. Oh boy. Okay, now we're getting set. Big breaths, because we're about to hit down on a Forest Elbow and onto Conrod Straight. Now this is where Dino really lets it loose. This is unbelievable. Oh, just off the wall. Unbelievable. And now we go. We go like that, clappers as hard as we can. Just relax. Okay, yeah, okay. Deep breath. Thanks, Dean. Unreal. Okay, I'm going to catch up a little bit. 240 kilometres an hour, and we are almost airborne. I've got to say, the Mercedes-Benz CLS 63 does this beautifully. And now we head in towards the chase. Brakes on, 50 metres now into the left-hander, up on the ripple strip, across to the other strip, past all my friends at the ridges. Hi everyone, can't talk now. Up on the ripple strip on the other side, and down into pit lane once again. Unbelievable lap. I've done a lot of things in a car, but that was really, really something else.
I'm dying to know, Barrett, when you say you've done a lot of things in a car, what that might possibly have been. We'll pick that up in a second, because as you can see at the 7 News skyline, we've had an incident between the TT RS and one of the Ferraris there. We had a big shunt here about this time in the race last year.
That looks to me like the Pirelli-sponsored Trofeo Motorsport car that is up there.
So we've got Mark Beretta in pit lane. Barrett, we'll pick up what's going on at the top of the track in a second. Barrett, how was that experience with Dean Canto? You looked like you just kept your lunch down, mate.
You know, it was really funny because I thought I was a pretty cool customer, but no, not good at all. Unbelievable experience. And look, TV just doesn't do the track justice, as you guys know. It is so narrow at the top. The elevation is much more than you ever imagined. And the undulation in the track is incredible too. It's a fantastic experience. I reckon anyone, if you ever get the chance, it is, if you love motorsport, it's probably one of the greatest things you'll ever see. But it was a bit hard to watch it here in the media centre with all my colleagues watching on as well.
Yeah, very good. And
I want to see yours next, John.
As you can see, we're still under yellow because of that incident that has happened under the yellow flag with the Audi and the Ferrari. That means we'll take a short break, but you won't miss any green flag racing from Bathurst and Mount Panorama. It's the Liqui Moly 2015 Bathurst 12 Hours. Top of the mountain, just on the 7 News skyline area, the cleanup continues after what is, I'm afraid, an avoidable incident. Very, very bizarre. The Ferrari there that has been recovered was hit from behind at speed by the Audi. Now, you might not think a production class Audi would catch up with a Ferrari, and in racing conditions you'd be right, but we were under safety car when this happened. So that, I'm afraid, Crailsey, is a bit of a no-no.
It's a massive shame. While we're under safety car, we'll take this opportunity to introduce you to some of the international names that have joined us this weekend for the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hour.
I think the Australian audience would know me best for driving Porsches around the world, and came to Bathurst last year for the first time.
People know me normally from racing in Europe. I won the total 24 hours of Spa. I won the Blanc Endurance Series in 2013.
Biggest race I've ever won, it's 12 hours of Sebring, Le Mans 24 hours and Spa 24 hours. So for sure, for me being here in Bathurst, as a 12-hour race, it's a race I would like to win for sure.
I don't think people know me from racing because I'm not really as a lot of history as a race car driver. But I have broken the speed of sound in 2012 with a project called Red Bull Stratos. Right after my jump, Audi Driving Experience called me, asking me if I'm interested in competing at the 24-hour race of Nürburgring in Germany. And I said yes, and did a lot of preparation, and then finally I was ready to do a race at the 24-hour of Nürburgring.
For any driver, whenever someone says, would you like to come and do Bathurst, the grin on your face is massive.
I knew Bathurst as an iconic racetrack. The speed, the ambiance, everything, it lived up to the hype and then some.
Bathurst have opened up, this 12-hour race, and each year it's just getting more and more stature overseas. So if you look at the field, it's a very, very strong field of GT3 cars.
There is risk there, but at the same time, we want to, at least on the top 5, fighting for the podium, and if it's possible, for the win.
Both cars are maybe in the top 5 or top 3 at the end.
We want to race for the win, obviously, but be there for the last couple hours where we can just go flat out and try to compete for at least a podium.
There's some of the best names in world motorsport. They're right here at Mount Panorama, and they're contesting the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour, and it's just awesome to have them here. Still under safety car, a lengthy clean-up at the top of the mountain. We don't think we're too far away from racing, so we'll squeeze another break in before we go back to green. You're live from the mountain on 7, and it's the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour.
Well, the cleanup is completed and we're packing the cars up behind the Mercedes-Benz AMG CLS 63. Pace car, safety car is out there again, and finally we've got rid of the debris at the top of the mountain, and any second now, gentlemen, we're going to go back racing with, well, we're not quite at halfway yet, 6.5 hours to go, 5.5 hours down, and we've yet to see anybody make a meaningful break in terms of at the front of the field or a change of tactics. There's still plenty of cars in this Krilsey and plenty of cars on the lead lap.
There are. What the pit stop shuffle has done in this lengthy safety car has dropped the Nissan from the lead to 8th place. Katsumasa Chiyo is behind the wheel, the young Japanese driver. He was quite amusing in the press conference yesterday. He crashed at the end of qualifying after setting that car's fastest time and was very, very humble and very apologetic about it. He is an extremely fast racing car driver and will get back to the front. What it's done has elevated car 15 back to the race lead. Now that is the Phoenix Racing Works-backed Audi R8 LMS that led a bulk of the early stage of this race with Marcus Winkelhock. Marco Mappelli is behind the wheel. Second at the moment now is Alex McDowell in the Aston Martin. And third, the sister Phoenix racing car, is Christopher Hasse. That's the Michelin running order. Mappelli, McDowell, Hasse, 1, 2, 3. Jack Lebrock for Erebus, fourth, his first stint in that car. Stephen Wyatt in the number 77 Ferrari, waving the Italian flag today and going nicely. Stephen Kane for Bentley in sixth, and Graham Smythe in the New Zealand entered Ferrari 7th. Katsumasa Chiyo in 8th place in the GTR, but they did stop under this safety car. Stephen Richards is 9th in the M Motorsport Lamborghini Gallardo, and Chris Pither rounding out the top 10 in the Ice Brake Racing Porsche. Great to see them popping into the 10.
And the Pirelli class updates, well, obviously Mappelli and Stephen Wyatt in the Darrell Lee overall category, they're leading their particular parts of the race. Look, Yulden behind the wheel of the Century Batteries 993 GT Cup Class B car is in the lead. Chris Porrett back in an Aston Martin in the Ridges 76 C-Class leader Eric Linton for the BMW 1 Series Coupe in the GWS Personnel Class D. And Jake Camilleri, as it seems it has been for such a long time now, the Mark Mazda 3 V8 in the Recaro Invitational Class. They've been swapping and changing with their teammates in the same car with a different body, the 93 and the Ford Focus body. Now, race control have been very hot, Crailsey, about people closing up these gaps, and this is looking pretty good as Mapelli has the control of the field. Look, there's the BMW in between some of the faster cars there, and the problem here for the guys behind the leader is you cannot overtake, even if the green flag has waved as it has now, you cannot overtake or even overlap the cars in front until you get to the line. Look at the backup coming underneath the bridge there, and there's all kinds of strife in the background as people almost drive into the back of the train as they come through, and finally the right pedal goes down for the leader and Mapelli gets away, and this is great stuff coming through. Alex McDowell in the Aston Martin in second place. The green, white and black car goes through Hell Corner, and he's got a couple of lap cars between himself and the lead.
So look for the white, green and black Aston Martin. That's the car second in the motor race. Marco Mapelli leads it with the big kangaroo up the side of the works-backed Audi R8. And in the mix there is the black and white striped SLS. That's the car in third place. The Erebus Motorsport entered. Mercedes-Benz up the inside goes McDowell. Just working through Husser, that is, in the second. The number 16 entered Phoenix Racing car, getting past.
That seventh position, by the way, there, that car. Just dropping down through the field.
Lap cars, slow cars, doing a good job getting out of the way there. You can't help it when they're all queued up behind the leader. The safety car picks up the leader. After that, it's a free-for-all, and it's up to the cars behind to work their way through, and it works to the benefit of the leader, as it should. You've worked hard to get yourself to the lead. You should get some advantage. 4 times today, car 15 has led the race by a margin that had it absolutely nullified by a safety car.
It's deja vu with the very best sort here, isn't it, really? Because from the start of this race, the 15 car went off into the distance in the darkness around Mount Panorama. Now Marco Mapelli gets his opportunity to do what Marcus Winkelhock did at the start of the race. He's doing that right now and going away a little from Alec McDowell, but he's not getting too far ahead. That gap has actually come down since we went back to green. 4 seconds under the yellow, 2 seconds now we're at green, and the Aston Martin driver has actually got target acquired.
So we're looking at the battle for third, and it's side by side down Conrad Straight. So Husser is in third. They've had some timing issues on that car. LeBrock with 2 wheels off Conrad Straight. Straight line performance from the SLS, and they'll go side by side at 280 through the chase, and LeBrock gets it done and goes to P3. Good move. The young Victorian, former Aussie Formula Ford champion, works his way back up to P3.
That was all about horsepower in the Mercedes-Benz. Needs to clear the similar car ahead, which is not a battle for position. The 7 car a couple of laps down at the moment. It closes the door on the Audi. Now, whether that was deliberately helping another Benz driver, I don't know, but it has been an advantage for LeBrock, who consolidates his third position and pulls a couple of seconds on Christopher Haaser, who had been holding down that position. Steve Wyatt in the 77 Ferrari in 5th position. Stephen Kane in the best of the Bentleys in 6th. And it's all on again here, Crailsey, as we turn up the heat on and off the track at Mount Panorama.
Marco Mapelli leads the race. 207.4 was his first flying lap after the safety car. That car has the fastest lap of the race. It's a GT lap record here at Mount Panorama. He did it, it seems, an age ago on lap 29 with a 203.30. Alex McDowell second, the margin 2.9. Jack LeBrock third, 10 seconds off the lead. Husser next, then Wyatt, Kane, Smythe, Chio, Richards and Peter rounding out the top 10. 6 hours and 20 to go in the 12 hour. And we say hello and welcome to our South Australian viewers who join our coverage today. It's a great motor race. It's underway. We're back under green after lots of yellow so far. Audi leads the way with Marco Mapelli behind the wheel.
More than one race though, Crailsey, and down in the Recaro Invitational class, the leader is going to get a drive-through penalty. This is the 91 Mazda-bodied Mark Australia V8, and they've attracted the officials' notice, and there's going to be a drive-through penalty, a black flag being held over the start-finish line just to our right, so they will give up a bit of track time. Meanwhile, 97 Alex McDowell in second place at the moment, needs to dispose of this Porsche It's sort of stealthed its way up to 10th position for Chris Pither. But now he's going to lose a lap here to the second place car. He's already had the leader go through. Richard Creel alongside me, John Hindhaugh, and Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com joining us as well for his first run at the mountain and enjoying every minute of it. I know young Alex McDowell then in the Aston Martin.
That's the sister car, actually. Sister JH, that's the 99.
Oh, my apologies. That's the one that's had all the problems earlier on. I wasn't expecting to see that doing such great speeds.
28th place with the impressive young Kiwi, John O'Venta, behind the wheel. So they're quite a way down the order after some massive dramas all the way throughout the weekend.
But making their way back up the order as others hit their own troubles. This fantastic looking coffee-coloured Porsche, the green, black and white Craft Bamboo Aston Martin, flat 6, plays V12.
Yes.
It's a symphony on the mountain, isn't it?
Still damage on that 99 car, guys, as well on the right rear. If you watch it as it's going away, just a little bit of bodywork flapping, but compared to what it looked like a couple of days ago, they've done a cracking job.
Yeah, that car was heavily involved in a crash on Friday with the pre-race favourites, it has to be said. Maranello Motorsport, defending champions. At the elbow, Tony D'Alberto was driving the Ferrari. Jean-Marc Merlin was driving the 99 car. They collided. It was a case of one car going slow, the other one not so much. Unfortunately, it destroyed the Ferrari. They withdrew from the race yesterday. Tony D'Alberto hospitalised briefly, but he's fine and okay and back home in Melbourne with his family. And I'm sure watching this race very closely. And we say hello to TD. He's a great young driver and was so looking forward to that squad. So too were the other drivers. Mika Salo, who won last year, and Ben Collins, the artist formerly known as The Stig, was part of that driver lineup. Unfortunately, didn't get a start in his Liquimoli Bathurst 12-hour debut.
Mapelli then with 3.6 seconds in this Phoenix Audi at the head of the field. The sound of a screaming V10. It works for me, that it really does. Alex McDowell then still trying to clear the traffic, and as he got a bit of clear air now, we'll see. His lap times have picked up a wee bit, and he's took a bit of time the last couple of laps away, and now, of course, it's problem time for the leader, because he starts, once we've gone green flag racing, he gets a lap and a half, maybe 2 laps, before he starts hitting the back of the field again. He's leading the Darrell Lee overall category. In the pro part of the A class for GT3 cars, basically you're classed as a pro car if you have 2 or more seeded drivers. If you have 1 or fewer, you're in the AM class. Simple as that.
And by seeded, a loose definition means if professional race car drivers are classed as seeded. Let's go down to the lane. Here's Mark Beretta.
Yeah, the number 27 Ferrari has just pulled into the garage. They had a punctured right rear. They fixed that, got the car quickly back out. They're back in the race.
The aviators go very well with your white race suit there, Barretts. I like it.
Thank you very much. Not much else does, really, but thanks.
That's dropped the 27 car, though, out of 6th position, so tumbled a little bit further down the order, back now behind the Nissan that led the race until that stop just a little while ago from Florian Strauss. Katsumasa Chayo back in the car now, the 35 car down in 7th position. That's a pretty car, isn't it? The pink, purple, black, Donut King sponsored Lotus Exige Class C car, ahead of one of the B-Class Porsches there.
GT4 class entry and involved in a fight with the grey Aston Martin behind it. That is first and second in the GT4 category. So they are fighting amongst themselves for the class lead. GT4 cars, Graham, they're a step below GT3. It's reasonably self-explanatory.
Much closer to a production class. What you basically have got there is a little bit of performance, performance parts on the car and some safety systems on there too, John.
You are now allowed paddle shift on the GT4 cars, but you don't have ABS and traction control as you do on the GT3 cars. And these are very difficult cars to drive, very powerful, upwards of 350 horsepower. And this Aston Martin is closing in, and this is it. It is on for the lead in the category.
It is at the moment, John, but it's the Lotus that actually started at the green flag running here second. So the Lotus has gone by the Aston Martin. Chris Porritt, though, doesn't want any of that. He wants that lead back. So it's V8 Aston Martin against a 4-cylinder, lovely little light car, the Lotus Exige. And it's going to be interesting to see how these cars handle the up the mountain, across the mountain, then down back again.
driven a GT4 Aston Martin, not in competition, mind you. It's a very well balanced machine. Oh, Lambo issues. We saw them spinning at the same point in the Michelin Chase in the highlights
48.
package. And this is the 8th position car with Steve Richards at the wheel. Stephen Richards in problems there, Crailsey.
8th place car, the Interloy car, Craig Baird and Justin McMillan behind, trying to pull it out the way. He'll try and limp it back, but he's got, well, just under 6 kilometres to do that. He's just at the top of Mountain Straight on the run up to turn 2. And Richo has pulled that car off to the side of the road. So it's a Lamborghini Gallardo GT3, 1 of 2 in the field. And they were running 8th and just sneaking up on it. They dragged themselves back a lap in this race.
Yes,
Craig Baird's stint in this car was very, very impressive, and they did take a lot of Justin McMillan's driving time off in this car early on in the motor race, but technical issues, they're pulled to the side.
Another penalty for a Bentley driver on a restart. It's the 8th car this time, and it was JB who picked one up last time. This time it's Pete Edwards behind the wheel, and the black flag is out over the start-finish line, and the number 8 is being shown. The Bentley boys have not been endearing themselves to the race direction this weekend.
I think that's about 6 pit lane Bentleys for the...
Every one of the Bentleys has been pinged on a restart or a problem in the pit lane.
In fairness, it's part of the playbook for Bentley, slightly caddish behaviour there.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure WO would approve. So here's that Porsche again, and look at the different strengths and weaknesses of the cars if they go through different parts of the circuit. The Porsche, of course, the only properly rear-engined car in the top class. Engine sitting way back over the rear wheels as it has been for over 50 years. The new GT3 car coming next year, so Pat Long telling Barrett's early on, this is a relatively old design, going back 5 or 6 years now. Now, like, this car isn't 5 or 6 years old. It's been built up on a new shell, of course. It was one of the development cars at Weissach, which is Porsche's motorsport facilities in Germany. And somehow, Sergio, David Calvert-Jones, managed to prize it out of Porsche's hands, get it across to the west coast of America, get it prepped and get it in the race.
Barrett's is in pit lane as we look at the Nissan, Mark.
Yeah, guys, bit of a change coming up for the lead car, the Audi number 15, Lawrence Van Tours. The man who set that blistering pole position lap yesterday is about to jump into the car, so there will be a change of driver and a quick pit stop for the number 15 Audi. Lawrence Van Tours about to jump in.
Thanks, Barretti. Electrified Mount Panorama yesterday. Fastest ever lap officially recorded here. It's not a lap record. You have to do that in a race to claim an outright lap record. We've seen a GT lap record already today, the 2:03.3, but a 2:02.5 was 6/10 quicker than anybody else, and remarkable stuff. Talking about the Porsche, to finish up on that, I think a lot of people saying, how do they make that car work with the engine hanging out over the rear axle? Isn't it like having the horse pushing the cart? And I say, well, they make an Audi R8 with a mid-mount work, and that's like having the horse in the cart. It works.
It's called engineering, and Porsche will tell you they're an engineering company first and a car company second. That hasn't changed from the very, very earliest days of Dr. Ferry Porsche and how they've gone motor racing. In fact, they only went motor racing because they couldn't afford to advertise their cars.
There's Lawrence Van Tours suited, booted and ready to go. It won't be this lap around because through comes Malcolm Appelli to start the next lap for that car. That will be lap 132 complete now for the number 15 car. But Lawrence Van Tours, one of the fastest GT racing drivers on the planet, and that car is going to go even more rapidly in just a few moments' time. Should just correct myself, by the way, as they're trying to get by that GT4 lead battle, the number 15. It's not a four-cylinder engine in that car. It's a charged 6-cylinder engine, actually out of the Toyota Camry.
Shay Adam in pit lane.
Dean Canto, you're with Airbus Motorsports. They know how to win here. They've done it before in the past. And earlier when I was talking to Betty, she said, no, we're just looking to put on a good show. But now you're sitting in a different position. What's going through your head?
Look, I mean, we always were confident that we were going to be in a challenging position for the race. And, you know, qualifying didn't go our way. We started P7, but we've been fighting for the lead for the rest of the race. You know, we're sitting P3 at the moment. Jack and Richard are doing a great job. You know, I'm a little bit more experienced around here. I think I've done 20 Bathurst, so I know the track inside and out. Still learning the car as we go, but, you know, during the race then I actually went quicker than I had in practice and qualifying. So getting comfortable with the car now, and, you know, the guys are doing a great job with the pit stops. We're just managing the brakes and the rotors now and looking after the car basically till the end.
Now, you did have a new experience for the Bathurst 12 Hours, getting to drive at night when it was dark in the morning. What was going through your head when you were starting and couldn't see the track?
Well, Richard managed to start the car, so I got to watch from here. So I don't envy him. It was quite dark. I've never driven that late or that early, sorry, in the dark. But he said it was actually all right with the lights on, and the cars in front he could see quite well. But I hopped in the second stint. I did a double stint, and we'll just plan it out from here and see who finishes.
And the track was slippy earlier in the week. Has that gone away? Has the grip level come up?
Yeah, the track's definitely fast now. For the temperature that is out there and the times that the cars are doing, the level of the track grip has certainly come up. But I'm sure you'll see the times tumble when the track cools off later on in the race.
Erebus is always a team to watch for the win.
And sure, you better get ready for some action. I think we might see one or two people taking a pit stop. It's fallen nicely because the Mercedes-Benz ENG safety car is about to roll, and into the pit lane is in. He's in the pit lane now. The leader is in the pit lane, and he gets out before the safety car comes out. This is a master stroke by Phoenix. Everyone else is going to have to follow them in, and in comes McDowell in second place as well.
At the same time, John, and it actually closed right up on that lap just before the two cars pitted. It's going to be Laurens Vanteur in the car. Are we going to see a driver change for the Aston Martin too? We can't quite see it from here. We've not yet seen Stefan Mucker in the number 97 car. Let's wait and see how that one goes.
Jacques Lebrock went through in the 36 Mercedes, so he will lead the motor race ahead of Chris Hazer and Steve Wyatt, provided they don't come in as they come round this time.
Yeah, well, the Erebus car only stopped a lap and a bit to go. Let's go down to the Phoenix pits, Brett.
Guys, just a slightly drawn-out driver change here at the moment. They're just getting Laurens Vanteur in the car, connecting his cables, getting his water bottle, everything wired up, and now the fuel has been done and cleared, and now they can move on. They're getting new, fresh rubber on the rear and now on the front, so the whole car will have fresh rubber. Laurens Vanteur is the man who we know flies around Mount Panorama. Fastest lap recorded in the history of the race. Yesterday in the second car, 16 has pulled in for the Audi team as well. So it's all happening in their garage at the moment. They're going to have to fuel and retread that as well.
Thanks, Barrett. And we've just seen the 97 Aston Martin drive past us. Looked like it was covering foam. So it's maybe a brief fuel spill there. This is inside the JBS Racing Lamborghini. Roger Largo getting out. Steve Owen getting in. Man that's been here more times than I can remember, and plenty of success too in the 1000k race. Very, very good co-driver. That car scored in 16th, but there's been clearly a fuel spill of some kind down at the Craft Bamboo pits, and the 97 car back out. That's going to be very close too between the Phoenix Racing entry, who changed drivers, and at this stage it doesn't look like they've taken Alex McDowell out of the Aston Martin. They remain P2.
Well, that was a very, very quick and impressive call from Phoenix. They were in the window, and Laurens Vanteur has been put in under yellow. That is going to save them a wee bit of time. How's that going to play out to the guys behind? They have got their pit stop, what is it now? Their fourth pit stop done under yellow flag conditions rather than green.
Just goes to show though, guys, doesn't it? There's even under a safety car, there's drama, because it is a team sport, a GT racing. It is about whether or not the crews can turn the cars around safely and quickly, and drama's there for a couple of the leading teams. Remains to be seen exactly what happened down at Craft Bamboo. I suspect you're absolutely right, that was fuel spill. We didn't see any evidence whatsoever of anything more dramatic than that.
Well, it's just to our right, and there wasn't even a puff of smoke, really. No. It may have just been precautionary.
The Damek Pem team going to work on the number 75 car. Steve McLaughlin, the owner of this outfit, Dean Koutsmedes, shown as in the car, and he's been very, very good. James Winslow, the speedy British driver, double Australian Drivers' Champion in Australian F3 in that car as well. Their sister car has been quiet today, the 74. Greg Crick only 18th at the moment and 3 laps behind.
We've done a bit of digging to find out about the Bentley infringements. It is about overlap on the restart before the control line. They've all been pinged for it. There was a message sent out during the race to remind drivers that you weren't allowed to do this from race control. I mean, they're playing the game of race control. If people don't want to listen, you're going to get pinged for it.
Just the bonnet up on the back of the JBS Lamborghini. The wheels are sort of fell off the wagon here. They were so fast throughout practice and qualifying, and were good in the early stint with David Russell and Steve Owen behind the car, but they've just dropped off the pace. They're 2 laps behind. This is a lengthy stint. You saw Aaron Kelly, very experienced technical guru, and Wayne Park, who prepares this car, former racer and quite successfully too, just with their heads under the bonnet there of the Lamborghini. But that returns, and you may as well do work like that under a safety car.
Yeah. Listen. We like that. Quick word, by the way, for the volunteer marshals, 500 of them around the circuit, and our safety truck crews who have been stretched to the limit already in the first 5 hours and 55 minutes or so. We've got a number of flatbeds around the circuits who keep getting out there and getting the guys picked up. One of them has got its own Twitter feed as well, which is very, very, very entertaining. Trackside Tow Truck and the rest of the guys, thank you for your hard work here at the Lucky Molly Bathurst 12 hours for 2015. Right, Phoenix Racing have been right up at the sharp end all day, and Barrett's is down at their pit. Go, Mark.
John, fair to say they've been faultless so far today, and Italian Marco Mappelli is with me straight out of the lead car. Marco, great stint. There's been a lot of patting you on the back and congratulating that drive by you. Well done.
Yeah, it was cool. I really have to say thanks to the team and Audi because the car works perfectly. And I just have to push and get confidence with the track, which is the first time for me. So thanks to the team, and let's continue like this.
Marco, any concerns about the car? Anything you need to keep an eye on as the endurance race unfolds?
Yeah, of course, we need to keep an eye on brakes because once the temperature is coming up and the brakes, it's hard to get cool also if the long straight. So we need to get used to, you need to get, soft on the brake. We need to go soft. Yeah.
Now, we've seen you in Australia before driving Formula 3, but this is your first time around this mountain. What did you think?
Well, they say I'm a virgin, but for sure it's harder than the Nordschleife as well because I don't know, and the traffic here is unbelievable, and the world is so close. So definitely one of the hardest tracks I ever drove.
Now, you drive a lot of these races around the world. Give me your impression of the Bathurst 12-hour race. What are your thoughts on this race?
Top 3, of course, definitely.
That's a big wrap.
Definitely.
I'll gladly take that. You need to rest and recover, get some fluids into you. We'll see you back out there later, Marco. Well done.
Thanks.
Harder than the Nürburgring Nordschleife from a man who knows that race very, very well indeed. High praise for the mountain, getting its place in world motorsport with this GT3 extravaganza. Live on 7, it's the Liquid Molly Bathurst 12 hours for 2015. Motorsport is live and free on 7, and this is one of Australia's best. The up-and-coming event that takes Bathurst to the world. The global GT3 Super Final, if you will. It's like the Grand Final, the Super Bowl, the FA Cup, all rolled into one for GT3. And it's here at Mount Panorama, and you're seeing it live on Channel 7. John Hindhaugh, Richard Krill and Graham Goodwin. Sadly, not watching racing at the moment, gents, but this is just bubbling. We've gone over half distance now, Krillsy, and cars are not getting used up because of the safety car periods behind the Mercedes-Benz CLS AMG 63. That means there's a lot of racing left to go. And I still wonder where the tactics will go. Maybe we'll get something thrown on that, some light thrown on that from down at Erebus. And Australia's first lady of motorsport is Betty Clemengo with our Shea Adam.
Betty, I feel like I'm amongst royalty. You elected to be here with us in Bathurst, and we can't thank you enough for that. But Betty, the race so far, it's going pretty well. Fingers crossed.
It's going very well. Look, it's 11 hours of qualifying, 1 hour of racing. We're only halfway through. Anything can happen. So we have a policy. We take it easy. We do what we have to do, and then the last hour or so, we let it fly.
What was behind your decision to be here? Would you miss this for anything in the world?
No way. No way. That's why I drove down to Sydney and back again. But this was my baby. This race is my. I look forward to it every year, and it's something that it's in my blood now, and there's no way I would have missed it.
And are you proud of these boys that you hand-selected? They're doing such a fabulous job.
You know, I honestly, at the beginning of the weekend, it was like, oh, Betty, what have you done? You know, you haven't gone with the usual, suspects. You've taken a handful of kids mainly, and Dean, and now I just couldn't be I got goose pimples. You know, it's. I'm so proud of these boys. They've come to the fore and they're saying, Betty, look at us. Look what we can do for you. And that is exactly what we're about.
It is, and it's a great program that you've established. You said before the race started you just wanted to put on a good show. They've done that so far for you. And what do you want next?
What everyone wants, but I've got a thing about jinxing. I'm exactly in the same place. If there's a podium in the future, then it's there. If it's not, I've had a great time, and the boys have done so well.
We're back to green. Let's see what they can do.
Well, leading at the moment with Jack LeBrock and Steve Wyatt right up the no, that's the 99 car again, right up the tailpipes. But I did see one of the Bentleys just in the near distance there. So LeBrock, Wyatt, Kane, Chayo, Vantour as they went across the line, and another great restart for Erebus with lap cars in between them, and it was the Bentley of the 11 car that comes through, and that's Andy Soucek in 13th position. So again, Erebus have got a great restart with most of their near competitors, Krilsey, behind lap traffic.
So this isn't quite the battle for the lead. That is the leader, the black Mercedes-Benz that leads the way. But behind them is the 99 car, which is several laps down. In fact, 10 laps off the lead, with Jonathan Venter behind the wheel. But it is the sister car to that Aston Martin that continues to apply the pressure. 97 entry, Stefan Mucker now behind the wheel. Pitted recently, and I believe, Graham, you've got some strategy news on the Aston Martin crew.
Yeah, you may have actually spotted there was foam all over the side and the front rear of the 97 Aston Martin after that latest pit stop that put Stefan Mucker, Aston Martin factory driver, aboard that car. Came in from second position. Team had a slight fuel spillage. It was heading down towards a hot exhaust, so quite correctly the fire marshal did spray the foam on the car. It wasn't a squeegee merchant and pit out.
Doesn't need to be pretty, just needs to be fast. And that car is still fast and might go quicker than it ever has with the very fast and very experienced German behind the wheel. We all got excited when Mucker got behind the wheel in qualifying yesterday. It paid off too. He hauled it up the grid. Great stuff. We're looking forward to seeing what the 97 car can do. Jack LeBrock leads the race. The margin is officially 3.7 seconds over Steve Wyatt, who is now behind the wheel of the number 77 AF Corsa Ferrari. The most recent safety car was the first time that car has not stopped under safety car to fill up with fuel. Every other safety car before it, they've pitted and they have put juice in that car, and that's shown the number of pit stops. The leader has stopped 4 times, but Steve Wyatt's team, the AF Corsa team, have stopped 7 times, and yet on the racetrack they're only split by 9.2 seconds.
Yeah, and that, you've got to make that decision, haven't you? And then you stick with your decision and make it work for you. What's good here that everyone is watching everyone else. I do get the sense of, oh, is he going to jump? Should we jump? Sometimes you've got to be careful doing that, because you can get drawn into a bit of strategy you don't need. The 63 is the Erebus, second Erebus car. 2 different liveries for those Mercedes-Benz. There's a black one and a white one. And the 63 at the moment sitting down the field in 8th position for young Morecambe.
Well, hang on a minute. I've just noticed something. We've ticked over the halfway mark.
I did mention that.
Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 out. Oh, this must have been in a different space. Sorry, John. 5 hours and 52 to go in the race. It's a mental barrier, isn't it? Clearly for me. 6 hours and 7 minutes gone as we approach midday local time.
It's sort of coming across the top of the mountain. In a couple of 3 hours, we've been heading around down the other side of the Comrade Straight of this race. But at the moment, it is the Erebus car, one of the very best Australian teams, with one of the very best Australian drivers in GT racing, Jack LeBrock, making good his escape. Nearly 10 seconds to the good. He's got that clear air in front of him, and he's using it to his best advantage. But behind him, Steve Wyatt's got Stephen Kane all over the back of the number 77 Ferrari, the AF Corsa car with the kangaroo logos on the front and the side. Stephen Kane in the number 10 Bentley Continental. The first time, I think, since the 40s since we've seen a Bentley racing here on the mountain.
Correct. And this is for position. These two line astern, the red Ferrari just up the road. You can see we're on board with Kane. On the limiter, on the hard cut as they go through the kink. So they've got that car geared perfectly to get to absolute VMAX in the rev range as they come down to the braking zone at the chase, and it's busy here. That could be Vicious Rumour car in front. In fact, I'm not sure if that's the AF Corsa entry. I'll No, the AF Corsa car just a few cars in front. So as it leads this train of cars through, 1.2 seconds, second to third at the moment. But this car running in third needs to work its way through some lap traffic. Great onboard pictures.
Stephen Kane, one of the best at picking his way through from his single-seater days. He's got to have a bit of patience here. I like this hire for Bentley. I think they did a great job. Stephen, one of the underrated drivers in Europe, and often hasn't been in the right place at the right time to get the right shout. And behind him now, he's in trouble because this Nissan that is gently coming up behind him is for position. So third and fourth, the 10 and the 35 car. Natsumi Chayo behind the wheel, and now this will be the hurry up for Stephen Kane. So you'll see he'll change a little bit, he'll start moving out into the mirrors of the Ferrari ahead of him, saying, come on, blue flags here, I'm getting caught by somebody for position, your lap's down. Need to go one way or the other and decide which way you're going to let me through. It's difficult to do it at this part of the racetrack, and I wonder if Chayo will just be able to have a look and make a little bit of advantage as they come down through the S's here. It's what, 16, 20, 24 wheels of GT4 action. This is marvellous stuff. This tied together with very short bungee straps as they head down the mountain.
Welcome to our Queensland viewers who join us in the midst of an amazing battle for the minor spot on the podium in the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour. You've joined us at the best possible time. A massive freight train, a bottleneck of cars through the elbow, and positions are changing left, right and centre. The AF Corsa Ferrari has just been passed. The Bentley got through, but now Katsumasa Chayo in the Nissan has gone past, so the Nissan charging its way up to third place. This is a great fight for the minor spot on the podium with 6 hours and 10 minutes into the Liqui 12-hour.
But look how cool Stephen Kane is. Right foot braking, saving fuel by doing that. No overlap on throttle and brake. And he's very cool as up ahead. That's now second position, is it, as they've gone through?
So Wyatt lost out in that exchange, and he wasn't lapping as quick as everyone, and he was the cork in the bottle. He popped and everyone blasted through. So it was at the elbow, we saw it on board, just ran wide and a bunch of cars went through. So Wyatt's gone back to P5 in the 77 Ferrari. Chayo's gone to second place and still trying to work his way through the vicious rumour number 48 car side by side through Griffin's Bend. So Kane to third, Stefan Mucker fourth in the Aston Martin and coming quickly too.
Kenny's right with the Nissan again there because of the very sensible decision by Chayo-san to stay out of the side of the Ferrari ahead of him. Now this is GT3 driving and racing at its best.
Now this is the Nissan closing in on Andrea Montemini, former Formula 1 driver, of course. Ahead of them is the second of the Erebus cars. This is the 8th place car in the hands of Nathan Morecambe. And you can see there from the rear camera, Katie is coming. But he didn't have the straight line speed that the Nissan had down the Combat straight, John.
No, and as they head down the S's through the dipper and down towards the Falcon Tyres elbow, can he get right up underneath the Nissan and perhaps use some of this lapped traffic to his advantage? Gets good drive out of the Falcon Tyres elbow. This is the view back from the Nissan. Now, is that Bentley going to get larger or smaller? It's getting smaller. The Nissan's pulling away. He's got the tow from the Ferrari. Needs to get inside here as they go down towards the King and then the Michelin Chase. The Bentley has dropped, but the Ferrari has not made it easy at all for the car coming through. Wow, that Ferrari's quick in a straight line. It's low, it's slippery, and it's quick. And here comes the Bentley back for position. That's for second place.
And the Ferrari was getting a tow as well from the 63 Mercedes. So Montermini down in 9th place at the moment in the 49 car. Chayo needs to be careful here. We've seen already today cars that are a lap down squabbling with cars that aren't even in their battle, that don't need to do so. You need to be careful when you're dicing with cars that are on a different lap.
And by the way, Jack LeBrock's good. Thanks very much, fellas. You battle amongst yourself. I'm 24 seconds up the field.
Massive margin.
Should mention, maybe maybe Montemini should be actually checking out this battle, but he's in a battle position as well, because the car directly in front of him, the 63 car, is one position ahead. It's 8th and 9th position. Finally, the Nissan gets by the 49 Ferrari and puts another lap on the 49, and now has got to deal with Nathan Morecambe, the 8th position Erebus Mercedes.
Katsumaza Chayo, very, very sensible there. It must be frustrating when you know that the leader's getting away and you've got someone right on your rear spoiler trying to get by, but exactly the right mental attitude taken there by the Nissan driver in the GTR. You've got to just keep your position and wait for the right time to make a clean pass. And Mark Beretta is down in the pit lane for us here on 7.
Hey guys, it's great to see some of the world's greatest drivers here, but it's great to see some of our Aussie legends and champions here as well. Driver and team owner Jono Webb is here having a look around. Jono, what do you love about this race?
Oh, I think any race at Bathurst is always exciting, but you know, obviously walking in, it's a very different flavour to what we're used to. There's no Holdens, there's no Fords. We're looking at Bentleys, Lamborghinis, McLarens, and you know, some really cool exotic cars.
Now, I know you well enough to know your passion for driving. I know how much you want to drive the mountain. Would you do this?
Oh, every day. Yeah, I think if the right opportunity came in the right car where we can come out here and try and win the race, yeah, I'd be here in a heartbeat.
Excellent. We look forward to that, mate. Enjoy the day here. Enjoy the Bathurst 12 hour.
Thank you.
Well, that is just a marvellous battle that we're watching for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th position. We've still got 5 hours and 45 minutes of this. We are going to take a short break from the action on the mountain just to allow the commentators to cool down. It's 2015's big season opener here in Oz, and it's live and free on Channel 7, the Liquid Molly, 12 hours of Bathurst. Bicentennial of Bathurst as a town or city this year, and big party atmosphere here on the mountain. And we've got a problem up the cutting there. The blue wall has attracted another Mercedes-Benz, and that is
Nathan Morecambe.
Nathan Morecambe, is it? The 63 car?
We were following this before the break, the battle for 9th and 10th. He was dicing with the young Kiwi Graham Smythe in the Truss Family Motorsports Ferrari, 9th and 10th on the road. Montemini had just gone through in the 49 Vicious Rumour Racing Ferrari. So they had 2 strings to their bow. Erebus Motorsport might be down to 1. One car leads the race, the other is in the fence, and the safety car is called. Mercedes-Benz safety car is on the road. 5 hours and 41 minutes remaining. The Liquid Molly Bathurst 12 hour.
That's a blow for them and their hopes in the race.
Just trying to find out what was going on down there at Erebus. That was a very, very hectic battle. They were scrapping and squabbling over the minor spots in the top 10. They traded positions a couple of times, but Morecambe was right in the midst of it. It looked like he was still coming up to speed in that stint, and we won't speculate too much until we see exactly what happened to the 63 car, but it had looked to me at least that it copped a fairly hard whack against that blue wall.
It did rather. We had 2 overlapping battles, didn't we? The battle for 8th position and the battle for 2nd position or 3rd position there. The number 99 Aston Martin just leaving the pits, and the car is just rolling down, but that to me looks like the right rear is down there, John.
Right rear has no air in it, and there's damage on the left-hand side as well. Now, was the right rear cause or effect of that incident in the pit lane? The number 9 Audi, Chris Meese, getting out of that.
Yep. Also on the pit lane, and actually just ahead of this car on the road, 14th and 15th position. That sounds pretty low down, but nearly 30 of these GT3 cars, the Class A cars in Aussie terminology here, and they're not by any means out of contention. I think we're going to see, hopefully we're going to see the impact there, and here it comes. This is going to be Nathan Morecambe.
Arriving backwards, I'm expecting, from the right-hand side. Yeah,
yes.
Now, he had a right rear puncture before he hit the wall, because the right rear didn't hit the wall, and that was already down. Now, had he clipped the inside before, because that's a favourite there as well, Crailsey, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Not the first person to crash there. That's a shame. That car was well positioned, and the young driving side of the Erebus squad, not that the drivers in the other car are particularly aged, but the youngsters in that car, 16-year-old Austin Cindric, as well as 22-year-old Simon Hodge, they'd all done a great job, Nathan Morecambe included, but unfortunately, the mountain bites.
Yep, the three drivers in that car, a combined age of probably less than one of us, guys. Yes, you heard it right from Krelsey. 16 years old, Austin Cindric, the driver to come in that car. Nathan Morecambe and Simon Hodge both have held the outright lap record here. Simon Hodge still holds it, both in Formula 3 cars, I believe, Krelsey.
Correct, yeah. Hodgie did his at Easter last year, amazing time, 2:02.6 in a race. We have gone quicker than that this weekend, but it was in qualifying. I don't know, if we get a sprint to the flag this afternoon, we've already seen a 2:03.3 today on lap 29 in that beautiful, cool, crisp air of a Bathurst dawn. I wonder if we might get some more fast times later on this afternoon. Expect to top in the low 30s today in the Bathurst region. And at our last check, track temperature was 36 degrees, ambient 26. Very, very comfortable conditions for the crowd that are here this weekend. The Superbarn Supermarkets Porsche, one of the contenders in the Century Batteries GT3 class, exits pit lane. Brothers James and Theo Konduras, Marcus Marshall, very, very experienced Aussie race car driver, and Sam Power, who goes on a big adventure this year to race Porsche Super Cup, having raced Porsche Carrera Cup Australia here last season with great success. 21st place and second in their class. The leader is 20th, one position up the road. So it is still very much on in Class B. That battle of the Porsches could go right down to the wire.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, that, isn't it? A great way to go motor racing. Those Porsche Cup class cars eligible for so many endurance races around the world, not just the Porsche classes. We've seen them all over Europe and the Middle and Far East. Oh, hello.
Does it get any more Australian than that? You're at Bathurst for a motor race, and a game of cricket has broken out.
Yeah,
marvellous.
It's absolutely Aussie, because Dad bowled the ball and he's off for a beer.
Pit stops. Cars will come into pit lane and get some service, including the third place car of Stephen Kane. So the number 10 entry last stopped on lap 101. So those guys have jumped into pit lane. While we're under safety car, we'll get some bill paying out of the way. We'll take a break from Bathurst and come back with some green flag racing.
The awful sound of a tyre unravelling and taking out the wheel arch interior on the right rear of the Erebus Mercedes-Benz. And there is the debris that we hoped wouldn't be on the racetrack. And that means we've had a huge amount of pit stop activity, and Mark Beretta can bring us up to date with some of the comings and goings.
I can bring you up to date with the temperature of the track. You can see it for yourself. It was up to 53 degrees, so it is incredibly warm. There's a 49, so sort of sitting around 50, low 50s, the track temperature. The ambient temperature out here at the moment is around 30 degrees. It is warm and getting warmer. It's amazing what the tyres are going to go through from where they started this morning. You know, obviously a morning here in Bathurst in New South Wales is quite chilly at this time of the year. So from the cool of the morning, just before sunrise when we started this race, through to 50-degree temperature now is quite an extreme movement. And remember, inside the car, it's between 55 and 60 degrees Celsius. So the temperatures here are extreme. You can see why it's so important the drivers stay dehydrated, or stay hydrated, I should say, and try and avoid dehydration. So really concentrating on that.
He's in the car, Barrett, so I imagine the race suit's probably not quite that extreme, or is it about the same?
That's why he's got the white Elvis suit on, to reflect the heat, isn't it?
Thanks to Barrett's in pit lane. This is why we're under safety car. just rolling the 63 car slowly back down. This is quicker, believe it or not, than spending the time to load it up on the back of the flatbed truck that's following down. So hopefully this means we'll be able to go back to green very, very shortly. Well, it's been an amazing day on the mountain so far. We're 6.5 hours in to the Liquimolly Bathurst 12-hour, and it started in a beautiful pre-dawn here on the mountain and turned into a day of, well, there's been attrition, lots of safety cars and lots of damage. This happened under safety car, remarkably, with two cars getting into each other, and they've since both been retired from the race. And dramas too for the Lamborghini Gallardo GT3, the 48 car. Stephen Richards is pulling off to the side of the racetrack.
11 Bentley doing a bit of rally cross, betraying the motorsport roots of M Sport. WRC winners, of course, and some great racing and some great patient picking way through traffic for Katsuma Chiyo in the Nissan. Big sideways moments for the Aston Martin number 59, and then, well, it's the place that's caught so many people out in the 63 Erebus, the youth team, if you will, just being caught out there, as many people have, and limping now back to the pits with a deranged rear end. I think there was a right rear tyre issue before that car hit the wall. Here's how it looks on the Michelin hourly update. The Darrell Lee A-Class was Jack LeBrock from Katsumasa Chiyo, then Stefan Mucker in the Aston Martin. And we continue the variety of brands with Lauren Vantour in 4th position. Guy Smith, the best of the Bentleys, in 6th. And Steve Wyatt in the first of the Ferraris in 7th. Peter Edwards just holding on to the back end of the top 10 in the Flying B Bentley in 10th position. And in the Pirelli hourly class update to Darrell Lee, A-class leaders, Jack LeBrock and Katsumasa Chiyo. Then it's Porsche, Aston Martin, BMW M Coupe, and the Mark Focus of Adam Gowans in the Century Ridges, GWS personnel and Recaro categories. And that is how it stands with 6 hours and 31 minutes to go. We hate you missing racing action, so we'll take a break now and come back with some green flag racing. So the 63 car finally makes it back into the pit lane after its troubles and a right rear puncture that may have been caused by a slight off the previous lap into Maguire's Murray's the last time around. Before we go back to green, let's head down to some more motorsport royalty in the pit lane. No, not you, Mark. It's the guest.
Sorry, God, I just got excited there. Yes, of course, it is David Brabham. Great to have him here, as always. Great Australian and fantastic international driver. Dave, you guys, you've teamed up with of course, John Bowe and Mr. Edwards as well, and going well, you guys. What's the feel of the Bentley? How's that been to drive?
Actually, obviously the car is fairly new to the team, so we got here really not quite knowing what we were going to get, but a few little tweaks here and there, and the car actually is nice. It's nice to drive. It's comfortable. It's we need to find a little bit more speed out of it, but it's early days. But it's a car that gives you confidence, which is really good.
You hang around in the top 10, which is about where you want to be.
Well, I think it's where we probably felt we were going to be. There's a big competition here, as you know, and it's early days for the team. But if we can get in the top 6 or 7 at the end of the race, I think that's a great result for Flying Bee Racing. Yeah.
Speaking of the competition, it has been fierce. It doesn't feel like a long 12-hour endurance race. Every time you watch the race, it feels like a sprint race.
You know what? Endurance races these days are sprint races. They really are. So probably the last 5% you wait till the end if you can get a position to win. But it is pretty fierce out there. There's no hanging about. Everyone's on it, and you have to be. Otherwise, you ain't going to win.
Speaking of no hanging about, they're back into it. David, thank you very much. Good luck, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Barrett. We're back under green. This is the pack going up Mountain Straight. And it's busy, very busy. The official margin, 3.6 seconds at the line. Jack LeBrock to Chiyo-san driving the number 35 Nissan. cars 36 and 35, first and second in the race. We're back under green, 147 laps in the books, so too 6 hours and 36 minutes.
We've seen an awful lot of penalties levied for overlapping at the restart. Katsumata Gio, though, played that one absolutely perfectly. He was behind a slower car, but right on the money as he crossed the start-finish line and got the best possible restart he could. He's closed the gap to Jack LeBrock.
And also importantly, in front of the Nissan, with only one car to pass to take it back to 1 lap behind the leader, is Tony Verlander in the 33 Clearwater car. Now, we're keeping a watching eye on this. If you cast your mind back 12 months to this race, the car that finished second lost the race by 0.4 of a second. We're 2.5 laps down just before the midway point of the race. HTP Motorsport somehow came back from 2 laps behind and almost won. This race is not over yet for that Ferrari.
And we're looking back from the bootlet of the Nissan, and behind the Ferrari you can see in the distance there is a green, black and white Aston Martin, and aboard that car is a very focused German, Stefan Mucker, an Aston Martin Racing factory driver. 3rd position at the moment, closing in on the Nissan, but looking for a way by that lapped Ferrari, the 458 there, red car with the silver stripes.
That Ferrari has got to be the quickest thing through the traps down Conrad, because nobody's had any kind of answer to the slipperiness of that Ferrari mid-engine V8, which does make a beautiful scream. This is the V6 twin turbo, of course, of the Nismo Athlete Global Team, the GTR, with such great history here at Mount Panorama, and reliving the glory days in the Nissan Nismo colours, as the V8 Supercar Ultima was here as well in the same colours. They'll run those for the whole of the season as well. Great global effort by Nissan Nismo through all kinds of motorsport and bringing on new talent through the Nismo GT Academy, and all of the guys in this car have been picked through that scheme. None of them have your classic karting and then Formula car backgrounds. They were all sitting on a couch doing their video games, well, in some cases only just over a year ago, and now we're racing at one of the world's top races.
Absolutely, powered by Tizer and Doritos, the Nissan GT Academy. And but as we, I think, said earlier in the weekend, guys, one of the things that we perhaps forget when we've got these guys with not a lot of racing experience is they are online gamers. They know how to set up a race car.
Yeah.
What that means is they can play a part in the engineering side of these things, and that will play a part when you're trying to get yourself dialed into a new track, to a challenging track. There's no more challenging track in World Motorsport than Mount Panorama.
So Jack LeBrock leads the race, but I'm watching the splits of Tony Verlander. We will harp on about that 33 car, because as we've heard over the course of the race, they have now got their 2 best drivers and 2 of arguably the fastest Ferrari drivers pretty much anywhere in the world to do the rest of today's race. Tony Verlander is behind the wheel, the very speedy Finnish driver, and the Irishman Matt Griffin will get back in that car at some point too. He's setting personal best sector times. He's got 1 car to pass, and that is Jack LeBrock, and he becomes 1 lap down. It's much easier to come back from 1 lap down than it is from 2.
We told you to look a bit further back than the Nissan to the Aston Martin. Look further back again, and coming into the back of the shot behind the Aston Martin now is the Audi. That's Laurent Vanteur, Belgian driver that absolutely smashed qualifying yesterday. He's closing in very quickly indeed as the number 63 car rumbles down pit lane.
This is now getting to be an issue for Stefan Mucker, because he is now under pressure, and it'll be getting ramped up a little bit. The heart rate that he normally controls, he's going to go for the inside move into hell corner. He's got it, he gets position, and in fairness, no issue there. He was probably held up by Montermini just a little bit too long, maybe a lap or so. It's all going to come down to how quickly Laurent Vanteur can get by and to see if he can get onto the 10. And that Ferrari is a rocket ship quick in a straight line. It's gone to just cover the inside line now, and a car that's laps ahead of him. And we'll keep an eye on this while Shea gives us some news from the pit lane.
The 63 Erebus came in, and it was being driven by Nathan Morecambe. He got out of the car, handed over to Simon Hodge, and the team did minor updates to the car. They took all 4 Pirellis off, including racing one that was absolutely demolished. It had no air left in it. All 4 tires were heavily covered in stones, so I think you're probably right on that, John. Going off the track had something to do with the puncture, but the team went right to work, took all 4 tires off the car, and immediately began banging on the wheel wells to try and get a little bit of space back. The rear wing is actually pushed up because of the damage, so I don't know how much downforce that will be adding to the car, but it just came back in after doing 1 outlap, did a round. The team undid the front hood of the car, looked underneath, decided everything was okay, and sent him back out. He was in the garage for maybe 15 seconds total. These Mercedes SLSs are built like tanks, and they tend to go even when things like the Mountain get thrown at them.
Yeah, proved themselves in all kinds of 12 and 24-hour competition. The Mark Australia car. Just about to say, in the background there, I saw a spoiler that didn't look to be going in the right direction, and the Mazda 43, the tube frame car, has gone around. This was the Starwell Cartage car in the Recaro Class I.
Michael Robinson behind the wheel, sports sedan racer. He runs a big 6-litre Chevy-powered Holden Monaro in Australian sports sedan competition. He's used to quick cars with a lot of power.
It's Griffin's, of course, that he's at. We were looking down towards that when we picked up the other Mazda, and the black spoiler at the back of the car just appearing to be in the wrong direction. Couldn't tell whether it was someone at the side of the track or a car. It is this car, and again, he'll be looking for help from the marshals here. 500 volunteers around the circuit making this race work, and the tour teams may be called into action again.
Hopefully he can find reverse like we saw Mark King did this morning when he spun just a little bit further up the hill at the cutting. It took him a while. I think reset the car, find reverse gear and try and get it back together. No, we're not going to get that because we've just gone safety car. But full credit to race control. They waited, they were patient. But this will be frustrating for Tony Verlander because once again they've been flying but thwarted by another safety car.
I think that was a great call, because what you were getting race control there doing, they obviously know where all the cars are on the track. So whilst cars are going through in 1s and 2s, they're giving him every opportunity to get that obstruction moved. There's a big gaggle of cars that is coming up and fighting for position. What you don't want there is someone diving up the inside into Griffin Bend and then being faced with a big blockage in the road. Brilliant stuff.
The only place he could go is in harm's way. That's the point. It's a blind turn. Even with yellow flags, if there's nowhere to go, there's nowhere to go.
This is safety car number 11, and the Mountain, even at safety car speeds, looks pretty intimidating to me from the Nismo Nissan GTR coming down onto the Conrod Straight, past the Bathurst Light Car Club on the left-hand side. There's jams and fruit available to the left-hand side here. I've seen that out all week as we've been driving through the cutting there.
There's a winery on the opposing side up Mountain Straight, so plenty going on. Remember, lots of full-time residences in and about the Mount Panorama precinct. Somebody does have the address as certain number, Conrod Straight. Mount Panorama Bathurst.
And there's Mountain Straight as well, isn't there, of course, as they go up the hill. On the right-hand side, there's a residence there, which is appropriately called Racelands, which is a great, I love it. Well, that car is dead stick there. Leader not working. And leader in the pits. Jack LeBrock brings the black and white Airbus Mercedes in, and the Clearwater car follows him in, Tony Verlander. Now, this is interesting. If Verlander can beat the leader out, he's going to get one of his laps back. They need to do a very quick turnaround for the 33 Ferrari in the foreground, the leader in the background, the number 63 car, and that's going to be a driver change there. So Verlander needs to get out quickly, and he's got his lap back.
Yeah, and then he'll be only one behind, and it sounds like a lot, but there's still 5 and a bit hours to go in the motor race. There's plenty of time for them to make up that extra lap, and with all the safety cars we've been having today, that's a real possibility. New tyres going on. Pirellis, and by the looks of it, front brake pads too.
First time we've seen this happening. A lot of people asking when we might see brake pads. You've got to watch the guy at the other side, open them at the same time so that you don't pop a whole load of brake fluid out and then cause air bubbles in the brake system. Got to get the driver to work with you here as well.
And this is important. Remember last year we had a battle for the lead between Craig Lowndes in a Ferrari and Maxi Book in a Mercedes. The Mercedes flew up towards the rear of the Ferrari at the end of the race because they changed pads. The Ferrari did not. So new pads, like we've said throughout the day, it's the little 1%ers. That could be the difference in braking performance when you're trying to execute a move later in the race. Good stop by Erebus for pads, driver, tyres and fuel. And is that the 30? Oh, there's two Ferraris ahead.
No, it's the 49 and the 77.
Yeah, Villander's already out.
Villander's gone. Villander's got a lap back.
He might well have his lap back here. I think we could be on. And that's pretty exciting. We want them back in the game. We need them on the back end of the lead lap.
Mark Griffin wants to win this race like nothing else on earth. Had a good season so far, Graham.
He has had a very good season so far, but talking to Matt earlier in the week, and you're absolutely right, very much wanted this one on his CV. He's been third here, he's been second here, and he desperately wants to add the number one.
And Bob Wen Song, the team owner at Clearwater Racing, who's been racing Asian GT for a long time, he's the same. He's invested a huge amount into this race.
Well, he's the unseeded driver there, but he is the most successful Asian GT driver in history in terms of wins in races and championships as well. So he's clearly a decent peddler, knows how to steer. Right, let's check down a few cars that are a little bit further down the field. The Icebreak Coffee number 12 Porsche, just hanging in there at the back end of the top 10. They've had a quiet run. It's Pat Long that's in the car at the moment, the Works Porsche driver. So let's find out from Barrett who he's talking to and what their strategy is to try and get them back to the front of the field.
Well, Chris Pither has just jumped out, and it's very hard to know that because he looks ridiculously fresh after a stint in that car. Chris, how's the car going, and what's your plan to move up through this field?
Yeah, it was pretty good out there, you know, to be honest. There were quite a few safety cars, so that made my job pretty easy. But the Icebreak Porsche felt pretty good. I was happy with the way we're going. We seem to make steady progress. We haven't got caught up in any carnage out there. There's been plenty of it, so I think we're in a relatively good position. We just need to keep doing what we're doing, stick to our strategy, and I think we should eventually start moving up the field.
I like the way you came in. You looked at the timing monitor, you got 9th, and said, "Yep, that's good. We're going okay." What about driving conditions at the moment? I mean, we know the track's 55 degrees, the temperature outside's 30 degrees. It's 55 to 60 in the cabin. How are you managing that?
Yeah, to be honest, it's actually quite good. The Porsche is relatively easy to drive compared to what I'm used to. So I went out the gate and I didn't flick the cool suit on straight away. And when I did turn it on, it was quite a nice feeling. So I was comfy enough out there. And like I said, with the safety car period, to get a chance to relax and get comfortable in the car, adjust your belts, have plenty to drink. In saying that, I reckon the drinking water was probably 40 degrees as well, so it wasn't too nice, but tried to keep hydrated and just enjoyed it out there.
Maybe a nice cool icebreaker will just make you feel better.
Yeah, definitely. When you get out of the car, you can't beat a good ice cold icebreaker. Thanks, mate.
There's one for the sponsors, guys.
Yes.
Yeah, good one. Big push from that brand in all kinds of Australian sport. The moment you managed to say the announcement earlier on in the weekend. Well, once again, the racing gods have given us an opportunity to go away from the action here without you missing any racing. So let's take that, and we'll be back with more Liquid Molly Bathurst. 12 hours for 2015. It's fast, it's free, and it's here live on Channel 7. Massive crowds at the opening of the Australian motorsport season here. We're racing on Mount Panorama at Bathurst for 12 hours in the Liquid Molly Bathurst 12 hours for 2015. Not a campsite spot to be had on the infield. Extra camping on the outside of the circuit, and talk for next year that there might even be some camping up on the top of the mountain, such has been the demand for this international motor race. Richard Craill and Graham Goodwin, Daily Sports Car Editor, alongside me, John Hindhaugh, up here. We've got Shea Adam and Mark Beretta in the pit lane, and we've still got plenty of racing to go. Don't go writing any headlines yet. Over 5 hours of racing still to go, and that is the sad news, I'm afraid, for one of the tube-frame Mazda RX-7s, formerly the Patrick Dempsey team, of course, and we have been having a bit of a josh with Patrick Dempsey on Twitter, and there's definite interest from the IMSA driver. Well, of course, he's full-time WEC, yeah, World Endurance Championship driver this year in a Porsche.
And not just Patrick from the world of not just racing but entertainment as well. A little bit of Twitterage with who else, John, this weekend?
Yeah, Eric Banner still interested as well. Now he's working this weekend.
We've just seen the Mazda that was in trouble there on the back of the flatbed. And we're going to be getting back to green pretty soon, but before then, John...
Well, you see, the Mercedes-Benz is such a great car, it's spending a lot of time out front. Now, yesterday, and I'm not really sure I want to do this, but yesterday, Dean Cantor was good enough not only to give Barrett a ride, but to give me a ride as well. And the ride of your life? Well, you be the judge as we go for a quick lap round Mount Panorama. Well, here we go then. I've driven round Mount Panorama in a number of cars. I've even been driven round, but not by a superstar like Dean Cantor on my right here, and this is an ENG 63 CLS, nearly 500 horsepower, and we're already halfway up the mountain straight, and you don't get to see on TV is just how steep this is, and I can see nothing over the top of the rise. We get a little bit air there under the tyres now. Down, brake, nice and gentle for Griffin's Bend. Always looks like you can take a little more speed in here than you really want to. Dino working hard, takes it up the curb on the exit. You don't want to take too much there because the wall's very close. Up through the cutting now. Plenty of accidents here. Get down through the gearbox again. Nice late apex. Wait. Patient now on the throttle. Punch the car up the hill. And even the traction control on the AMG CLS can't contain all of that torque. Now this is the bit that's all about the ballet with 500 plus horsepower under the right foot, just floating. Wait for the grate, then turning. No curb on the left hand side, balancing the car between brake, throttle, steering, fingertip control by Dean Cantor here, who is making this a fast but very secure ride. Now the bit I've been waiting for to come through at speed, my first time down through the dipper at speed, and it looks even tighter than it does on the TV. The left front wheel scrabbling in the air as we drop down through there. Now is there going to be a little poke on the throttle before the Falcon hairpin? Yes there is, and we go through. Nice early turn in there so we can get the power on. Just a little short shift there so we don't get too close to the wall. And now, breathe and relax. Check the gauges. One hand, change the station, make sure you're listening to us. Down Conrod Street, the stuff of my childhood watching the racing down here, and in towards the Michelin Chase. Use all the road on the left-hand side, turn it nice and early. Still on the power, now on the brakes. It's incredibly late for this left-hander with the really odd camber in the middle of the road, so you go across to the right-hand side just a little bit early there, and then drop out, use the curve under the Liquid Molly Bridge. Now we'd normally go straight down and left at Maguire's Murray's, but we're coming into the pit lane, and Dino, I'm still alive. That's rapid.
I saw you have a few panic moments there, mate.
There was one or two little wide open eyes that got it there. And when I asked him how many times he'd driven this car around the mountain before we set off, he said, what, including this time? I said, yeah. He said, yeah, one. Good stuff, mate, and good luck for the race.
Thank you. Cheers.
Now, Graham Goodwin, when John came back after that ride, he said, no, easy, no problems, didn't raise a sweat, no fear. It was not a problem at all.
Seriously, my hats off to Dean Cantor, getting a lap like that in that car with all that weight on the left-hand side.
And all the talking going on at the same time.
Absolutely.
I saw abject fear in those eyes. The gritting of teeth at the elbow as well was apparent to me.
Only from Dean carrying 110 kilos of success ballast in the left-hand seat. There is a story about a certain Porsche driver who took me out on a fast lap on cold tyres at Silverstone, who forgot, how can you forget that I'm sitting next to you, and missed his braking point for one of the corners, and we very nearly ended up having a huge accident because of the extra weight in the car.
We need to say our thanks as well to Mercedes-Benz for not only providing the safety car but allowing people to drive it like that with passengers. But what a great advert for the car as well. So I take it from the vision you enjoyed that.
Well, what's not to like? You know, Bathurst at 60 clicks, as you said, as a public road, feels at parts too quick. And, you know, driving around in the Nismo 370Z that we had last year, or the hybrid Pathfinder that we've got this year, you know, you get an idea. And, of course, you want to drive the racing lines, and thankfully we get to go on it when the track is closed and there's nothing coming the other way. But there's nothing like going round it at speed, and Dean knows his way around here. He instantly got on the pace in that car and could feel the limits of, let's be honest, a street car on street tyres.
Well, I'll tell you, he was telling one slight fib, because he did have a practice lap, and I know he had a practice lap because I was out there in a Bentley Continental road car with Stephen Kane, and he came past us like we were standing still.
Chained to a post, I think, was what Stephen said.
And what you could see from our perspective was just how edgy that lap was. The car stepping out. That's not a road car. It may look like a road car, but that's a car that's been breathed on track use here, and we're about to go.
It's ENG.
Yeah,
what more do you need to say?
We're about to go green flag racing again.
I will say that is a car without its lights flashing, which can only mean good things for us. So too can this battle, because those cars at the front are very, very closely matched, and they are locked together. The first three cars, Chayo in the Nissan, Muka in the Aston Martin, and Vanthor in the number 15 Audi, the car that's been arguably the fastest of the day, are locked together. 1, 2, 3. This will be a fight for the lead in the Liqui Bathurst 12 Hour, and the field will soon become in the control of Chayo-san in the Nissan, and we will go back to racing.
And the second car there, the Aston Martin with Stefan Mucker's got to be careful. There was a little bit of an overlap there. He can't do that now. He'll be being watched. And watch Vantour in third position, because he gets the opportunity to see what's going on ahead of him. Now, when is the button going to be pushed by the Nissan? Now. And now into the braking area for Maguire Maurice as they go around it for the 155th time and come round to the green flag. Oh, it's not a bad start by the Nissan driver, but it's not a great one, and he's going to have to defend into the first right-hander. Down goes the splitter, close to the ground, as a slight mistake made by Mucker. Just has to get out of the throttle, and here's Vantour. Vantour's tucked so close under the wing of the Aston Martin you can barely see him.
The Aston's better in a straight line though, and it'll need to use the toe of the Nissan to help defend that position. He's sitting in the middle of the road, holding on from Lawrence Vantour, but there's no challenge from the 15 car there, and the Nissan scampers away for 2 car lengths on the run up to turn 2.
But once we get up on the top of the mountain, that's where the Audi comes into its own. That's where we saw record pace from the number 15 car in qualifying. Let's look when we get to the twisty bits what Vantour can do about the big V12 Aston Martin.
The problem is, it's all well and good being massively quicker than anybody else over the top. It's almost impossible to pass until you get down to the elbow. So you need great drive out of the dipper and try and send one down the inside at the Falcon Tyres elbow.
Isn't it amazing? We were talking about the patience of Chayo-san when he was in third position, going through all of that traffic, and then in second, but not letting it get to his hand. Now he leads the motor race, and a mistake then would have put him out of that position. And look what he's got now by being a little bit sensible. And that is what it's all about.
These are the very quickest tin-top cars over the mountain anywhere. GT3 cars, what a vast variety of cars we've got here. Vast. The Australian talent here for starters. Something great for us to see, John, when we come across and cover this great race. Joined by factory drivers from across the world. This is the newest endurance racing classic on the planet.
We're riding on board with Steve Owen in the number 32 Lamborghini, who has drawn this car back into something resembling contention in the motor race. 12th place, they were 2 laps down, they remain 2 laps down, but trying to get one of those back in this little stint. So they're 12th on the road. The reason we're following this car around just behind them is the number 10 Bentley, driven by Guy Smith at the moment, that remains in contention for an outright spot. They're 4th on the road and in contention, but Chayo crosses the line. He leads by 1.2 seconds. Stefan Mucker in second place, 1.2 behind. Vanthor third. This is the battle for second and third on the road.
I got very excited there as they went by, just for the noise as it hit the windows of our commentary box. Second and third still battling on. There is that Lamborghini we were talking about. They've got a great view of what's going on ahead of them. Look into the distance. That's the battle for second and third. Little chip in the windscreen there. They're going to have to keep an eye on that doesn't spread too much and get into the driver's view. Now down through the gearbox. Let's have a listen. Take a bit of curb on the exit. But that's the 77. That is 5th place, and Michele Rugolo has backed it in. That would be coming out of turn 1. I think he's clearly got it wrong coming out of Hell Corner. Now there's some damage to the rear.
He's got it fired up. This was the car sitting in 5th place, and he has made contact. I think he's hit one of the braking markers as well, perhaps, or the pit exit bollard. That's what it'll be. He spun across to the inside. Looks like he's kept it off the wall. Okay.
No, look at the right rear wheel.
I think that's part of the...
No, that's part of the polystyrene.
Yeah, the bollard that he's hit somewhere there at one of the braking markers or one of the exits. We'll see it here, replay. Now, he was caught back in the queue, in the traffic, putting a lap on the 47 Superbarn Porsche. Oh, he got slapped. He got hit by the former race leader, Dean Canto.
Hit hit the wall.
And that was for position. They were 5th and 6th on the road. So Canto looked, he took a wide line, Canto on the inside, and drove into the side of the white Kangaroo, and it was a Liquimolly sign. And he did make contact with the wall. Bill, one sign to Bruce Morrison, care of Liquimolly, please.
Yeah, he's done the suspension. He's not going to get that back. He's not going to get that back, and he knows it, and he's done the sensible thing. And just behind him there is an entry to the back of the pits. He would have done a lot worse than just pulling there and got him dragged back into the back of the paddock.
And thus falls one of the contenders. This car was absolutely in the mix. They were 5th, they were on the lead lap, they were stopping every safety car to put fuel in. It was all going so well for the nearest thing there is to a factory Ferrari GT team for AF Corsa.
Is he a happy punter as he gets out of there? Michele Rugolo will be wanting to have a wee word with Dean Canto.
Their plan A, I'm afraid, is in tatters. The challenge for the overall is certainly over for them. The
local yellows only, guys.
Yeah.
We are still racing on the rest of the racetrack here, and Chayo leads from Muka. So now the question is, do we think it's going to go full course caution to get that car pulled out of the way, or can it be pulled back into the entrance to the back of the paddock, the camping area, without needing a full course and a safety car out there?
I'd like to think personally, it's out of the way far enough on the side at Mountain Straight, but race control, no. Well, what do I know? I'm just a commentator. Yellow on the timing screen and safety car boards and flags for the 12th time today. 157 laps in the books, and once again we pause. An endurance race interrupted by some brief sprints.
Well, endurance racing tends to be sprint racing between pit stops anyway. That one, to me, is the very definition of a racing incident. I'm not blaming Dean Canto for that one at all. He's trying to get his nose up the inside and get position. And Rugolo is trying to get around a car. One guy moving right, another guy moving left. Sadly, come into contact, but I don't think Michele Rugolo quite sees it like that as he heads back towards that gate. He's not took his helmet off. Drivers not taking their helmets off are not happy drivers, I've found.
Race control will take a look at this. Race control will definitely have a look. Now, Rugolo was offline. He was wide getting through some lapped cars, but at the same point, he got drilled in the side. The old B-pillar rule will be sighted there halfway up the car.
Okay.
I wonder where... what race control thinks about that. They'll be looking at it upstairs, no doubt.
Now, the other thing is here, who is going to pit? And there's already activity down at the Nismo Global Athlete pit, so we'll expect to see the GTR coming in for Chayo. Muka hasn't been in that car too long, neither has Vantour. The other people who might just benefit from this is the 33 car, which we saw coming in, and first and second are in the pits. So Laurent Vantour scored as the leader this time around in the 15 Audi as he goes through.
Absolutely on strategy. That's 32 laps a stint for the Nissan.
That's fallen nicely for them.
That's bang on. So the safety cars are being timed well for teams to get into their fuel window. There's a lot of safety cars so far, isn't there? So fuel going in. Fuel first. If they want to execute a driver change, they can do, but it's not happening.
So no tyres out
Theo's just been in there, waiting to refire the car.
Look at that, his fingers right on the button, ready to go. Oh, he stalls.
And goes, and the Aston is in the lane. It's so close. Well done. The two teams, that shows you the difference. Absolutely nothing. Two professional racing organisations executed identical stops, and the two cars that came in split by 0.8 of a second, leave split by exactly the same margin.
Just trying to see if Guy Smith went through. Yes, he did. So he'll be scored in second the next time we see them around. So by my workings, it's the 15 Audi from the 10 Bentley. Dean Canto might have slipped up the third there.
And look, guys, who's fourth?
No, he's not on the lead lap, excuse me.
Who's fourth in the queue here? It is the 33 Ferrari.
And this is the strategy of trying to get the lap back before.
they needed that stint to go longer.
Yeah.
Verlander needed that stint to go a bit longer so that the 15 car pitted as well.
Correct.
And the 10, because it needs to get past those two. If it gets past those two cars, the 33 finds itself one lap behind the leader. Great crowd assembled at the top of Mount Panorama in the shade. There, right, that was the Metal Grate, one of the best places to watch a racing car in Australia. And just sheltering away from this Bathurst sun and enjoying what's been a bruising motor race so far.
Just a thought though, guys. Verlander, current FIA GT champion, of course, he might have the pace to actually drive by those other two guys, and it wouldn't be the daftest thing for either or both of them to let him go. Already puts him back just one lap down. But if he's sniffing around the back of their tailpipes, the last thing they want to do is get caught up in something. They've got their own battles to fight. It might be a radio message and get on the phone back to the pits and say, let's let him have it. For now, we'll race him later on. Well, again, we have the opportunity to leave the circuit without losing any race action, so we will take it and be back with green flag racing, we hope, when we come back to the mountain and the Liquid Molly 12 Hours at Bathurst. Beautiful afternoon at Mount Panorama. Where else would you rather be? Enjoying the sunshine and some great racing. Well, how about down in the pit lane with Mark Barella?
Oh, guys, well, Michele Rugolo back in the pits, just debriefing with the team after that spin on turn one. Tough situation. Can you explain what happened out there?
I don't know which car, but I think the Mercedes hit me from the rear. It was a restart after a safety car, so all the cars, they were very, very tight. I think it's a shame because we were very competitive, super quick. The car was perfect since the first day. I did a very good lap. Oh, yeah.
So here's the moment here. You can see what happened on our replay.
The corner was already finished.
So you have been tapped in the back there a little.
Yep. That's it.
That's it. A tough way to end the day because, as you say, things were going in the right direction. You were moving up through the placings.
We did almost the quickest lap of the race after 3 hours when the track was not anymore so quick. So the car was super balanced. Seems the first lap of the weekend, we didn't touch anything. The setup was perfect. The three of us, we have done, I think, a great job. No mistakes. Steve as well. That was coming from a tough experience from last year. Did an amazing job. Davide was brand new in this circuit and he was consistently one of the quickest in the track. I think I was in my stint the quickest on the track, so we could really fight a fight for the overall race result.
Yeah. Tough way to end, but you've enjoyed your time at Mount Panorama?
It's fantastic. I mean, the circuit is incredible. A little bit, I think a little bit too many cars too much difference of speed one another, but the event is growing up, is really great. I think the organization is doing a great job. Yeah, very, very nice.
We look forward to seeing you back next year,
hopefully.
Thanks, Barrett's down there with Michele Rugolo, who's a sensational driver. Very nice things to say about the event there too. And it's great to see AF Corsa, who've got such an amazing track record in every facet of GT racing and at every level of so much success. It's great to see them have a consistent presence here. Man, they were contenders today.
It's a rule in World Motorsports in GT racing. You're not allowed to start a race in World Motorsports and GT racing without AF Corsa being on the grid.
That's absolutely true.
Rather sadly though, guys, it wasn't just the 77 car that was in trouble during that safety car period, because we had another car going down the pit straight on the back of a flatbed. It was number 27 Trans Family Motorsport car with a missing front left wheel.
Was that accident or finger trouble, do we think?
Don't know. I'm just looking back down the Twitter feed, but I think one of the spotters out there spotted the car having run straight on, and that car being brought back round to the back of the paddock now.
Well, the hashtag is B12HR, B12HR. Plenty of people tuning in around Australia and on the international stream as well, enjoying this race. It's just after 2 o'clock in the morning in the UK. It's late on Saturday night in the US. afternoon on the west coast of the US, and plenty of fans from there making their voices known as well. Hashtag B12HR. And thank you to everyone here as well for being our spotters out on the mountain and making sure we and the rest of our colleagues get the information as quickly as possible.
Truly interactive racing, isn't it? And
yeah.
I don't know if you mention Mick Ford from Toowoomba, out on the mountain at the moment. 5 kids aboard the family wagon. 14-hour drive to get here to see the Bathurst 12 Hours. You are more than welcome.
Yeah, great stuff. Bit of different horsepower there, just to the right of picture.
It's Mustang.
Just up Mountain Straight, just past the winery.
You've mentioned that twice now.
Left-hand side. Lights are out on the Mercedes-Benz safety car as we move swiftly on from that line of discussion, and we hopefully go back to some green flag racing. The field will bunch up behind Lawrence Vantor in the 15 car, and we'll go back to green. The battle is on with Smith up there in the Bentley. The leaders are in the mix. Now, the car third in queue is the number 33 Ferrari we've been talking about. It's driven by Tony Verlander, who's the current world champion of GT racing. He needs to get right to the back of this Bentley and the Audi R8 and get himself up in the mix.
Watch what he does here, because he's giving himself room to get the hammer down when he sees the leader go for it, rather than being right up the rear of the Bentley and having to accelerate at the same time. This could be clever stuff from Tony Verlander.
He's a little more than 5 car lengths back there. That's the only issue here. He needs to just be a tad closer, I think, as they come under the Liquid Molly Bridge in front of the Ridges Hotel and get ready to go. Now, when will Laurent Vanteur hit it? Just before the braking area, gets about 2 or 3 cars lengths, and then Verlander gets a better run through the final corner, as Graham said, but he wasn't close enough there, and that hasn't paid off at all. You really need to be closer than that, Tony. Into Hell Corner for the 162nd time, and here comes the Nissan and the Aston Martin, and Mucker and Chio are at it again. The Aston Martin ahead of the Nissan as they go up Mountain Straight, but the Nissan drags up into the hole in the air that's been made by the Aston, and there's a chance here for Chio to go round the outside. That'll be a major effort if he does it, and he has. He's pulled it off. The Nissan had the power even before they got to the rise halfway up Mountain Straight.
That's third place changes hands, and the Nissan goes back up into a podium spot. The Aston back down to 4th. The Bentley just a little bit further up the road. Car 10 sits in 2nd place despite its dramas today, and I wonder if Guy Smith has any pace to go with our race leader, Lawrence Vantor, the fastest man around Mount Panorama, in the 15 car back where they think it belongs. And after an amazing performance so far this weekend, a lot of other people do as well. Spare a thought for this Nissan team. They were at the track repairing this car until 4:30 this morning. They got it back at the track at 11:30 last night after leaving to put it on a jig after the crash in qualifying. That team has not slept. They literally stayed at the circuit all night, have not slept. They are going to be a bunch of tired boys, but man, they're working hard and so close to the wall on the entry to the dipper. Chio is driving this thing very hard, and he's got to find 5 seconds to catch up to Guy Smith.
He has absolutely bonded with the mountain. He was brilliant when he was here last year.
In that case.
Yeah, well, almost too close. Yeah, not the width of an exercise book between the wheel arch there and the very solid concrete, which is always going to come out best if you try to go up against it in any way, shape or form. It's a 59 on the tracks degrees Celsius, 31 in the air on Michelin temperatures here at Mount Panorama. And through the Michelin chase comes the 35 Nissan Nismo. This is the car, remember, made up of the global athletes who have all come through the GT Academy.
I think, John, you might want to be keeping an eye too on the messages we get from race control, because I'm pretty sure we're going to see some penalties from that restart. And I think one of them might well be going the way of the 97 car.
Yeah, and the 35.
And the 35.
Ooh. Which is the Nissan. We're looking at that now. We're getting word through. They're looking at it. So, could be dramas for the cars. 3rd and 4th in the race, and we're told that 2 cars had to dive to the gravel trap to take escape from that queue backing up, and I wonder if that means Tony Verlander, who was slowing everyone down in the 33 car, will also get pinged, and he certainly wasn't 5 car lengths behind the cars further up the road.
1,000 kilometres has been completed here at Bathurst, and we race on for another 4 hours and 38 minutes, and it's nip and tuck exactly as it was some 7.5 hours ago, and you still can't pick the winner.
Black flag, car 36. The Erebus Motorsport car does its drive-through penalty. Dean Canto behind the wheel.
Is that for the contact?
I would have a suggestion that it would be.
Was that just a drive-through?
Yeah, drive-through penalty.
Correct.
It's still a massive blow to their race time and drops them to the back of these cars on the lead lap. A couple of cars have been sneaking up on it with the dramas that we've had in the last hour or so. Patrick Long in the Icebreak Porsche, P7 for car number 12. They are in the mix. They're only a lap behind. They've got to find 2 minutes to get themselves on the lead lap, but they are right in the mix in this one. Renato Liberto behind the wheel of car 49. That's the Vicious Rumour Racing Ferrari. Yes, the team is called that. It's one of the great names in Australian motorsport. They're 8th at the moment and also on +1 lap, 8 seconds behind Patrick Long. And Peter Edwards, the Flying B Racing Bentley, they have stayed in the game despite all their dramas today. They remain inside the top 10 and only, well, they're the first car 2 laps off the pace. Let's go down to Mark Beretta.
Well, with Jono Lester from the 27 Ferrari, Jono, that was heartbreaking. The car lost a front left wheel.
Yeah, look, it did. We've had a great run today. It's been up and down, but it's been such an amazing event to be a part of, and we were running, as high as second at one point. So, for this sort of thing to happen is, it's gut-wrenching. It looks like Graham's come into the last corner, hit the picks, and lost the front wheel. It wasn't loose, we don't think, because he'd been out there for nearly an hour and a half. So obviously there's been a hub failure of some kind or something. We've just got to wait to get the car back and assess. Of course we want to get back out there and make a finish, but our chances of a podium, class and overall now are gone. So, I'm really gutted, team are gutted, but they've worked their asses off after our car came here late, and so, I'm still really proud of what we've achieved this weekend.
Yeah. All the very best. We hope you get back out there, Jono. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
And in the classes, we've got a new leader in Class B, the Porsches. The 47 has gone through into the lead. The Superbarn Supermarket cars back up front again with Marcus Marshall at the wheel. They're having a pretty decent scrap further back down the field with the Grove number 4 car. As I just changed my tone there as Guy Smith took a tiny bit too much curb down through the S's.
Black flag, car 33. We called it Tony Verlander. Too far back in the queue.
It didn't help him either. That was the damn thing.
No, he shot himself in the foot there.
I thought for a moment he played a blinder. He didn't. He blew that restart.
Very, very disappointing for Clearwater Racing, who are hauling themselves back into contention. And just a reminder that when they're in the queue behind the safety car, they must remain 5 car lengths or less behind the car in front. And clearly, Tony Verlander was a long way further behind the 2 leading cars of Vanthor and Guy Smith. So, what a shame for Clearwater Racing, just when it looks like they're coming back at the race. We certainly hope they can do it all over again. So Vanthor leads the margin 3 seconds over the Bentley, which at this point in time doesn't look like it's got the raw speed at this stage in the race, at least, to go with that flying number 15 Audi. And last time round, 205.3 for Lawrence Vanthor. Guy Smith, 206.0, 7 tenths the difference. Chio in the Nissan, 6.5, with Stefan Mucker locked behind him again in the Aston Martin. They have been inseparable today, and Mucker slightly slower than the Nissan, but the margin between them just 0.8 of a second. And we're still waiting on the 5th place car to cross the line, but it will be the second of the 2 cars from Phoenix Racing, the Crocodile Audi, with Christopher Husser behind the wheel.
It's been an up and down day for them, Krilsey, the 16 car. They, I think, dropped off the lead lap at one stage. Certainly, if they weren't off it, they were right on the tail end of it. Remember, had that little bump and run with the pre-mat number 11 Bentley early on in the race that we picked up on camera. And at that point, they didn't have the speed, but it seems that the circuit is coming to them. Tyre choice is going to be crucial with the temperatures way up towards 59 degrees Celsius now. This is the hottest part of the track as far as the day is concerned, because the sun has now been on it for the better part of 6 hours, I guess.
Dean Canto continues to circulate. He's still on the lead lap for those Erebus Racing fans out there. He's 6th. He's behind Christopher Husser, who is 5th. So Husser 35 seconds from the lead. Canto 1 minute and 1. And at this stage in the game, he's the last car on the lead lap, which there are 6 with 4.5 hours to go. But if we have those 6 cars on the lead lap, perhaps as well that Icebreak Porsche we're looking at now, they can find a lap and get themselves back into contention. and they can get themselves into the final stint, the final 2 hours or so, which is when the sprint race begins.
Absolutely.
We are going to have some kind of finish here at Mount Panorama.
And it is Patrick Long in the Icebreak car that we're looking at the moment, the coffee-coloured Porsche. That's the man most likely to get back onto this lead lap, should the cards fall his way.
The list of accomplishments this man has achieved in his career, Graham, is simply staggering. For a while, I believe the only factory Porsche driver in the States.
And still is the only American factory Porsche driver. Not just GT cars, of course. Was also done very well indeed in the Porsche RS Spider.
Yeah, drove with the Penske team, of course, back in the glory days of the LMP2 cars. Those were massively quick downforce machines, pumping out 600-700 horsepower and seemingly defying the laws of physics. Did his apprenticeship the way that not very many American racing drivers do. Came to Europe and raced in Formula Racing, did pretty well, and took that knowledge back to the States. A product of Team USA, Jeremy Shaw's graduate program, and as much about the way the guys think and act as well as their driving talent, but Pat, a big supporter of young American talent and deserves every success that he's got. Love to see him have a crack in the 919, but I think he's rather tied up at the moment with his GT projects and will be racing with Patrick Dempsey, of course.
He will. It'll be the two Patricks for the full World Endurance Chip.
Caught up the Nissan in behind two cars, the Triffid Venue Ginetta and the BMW 135, and that was a big moment for the Nissan there, and again expertly handled by Chio. He's unflappable, isn't he?
It's been a great race together, isn't he? But that has given Stefan Mucker an opportunity to get back on the boot with the GTR. Let's see what they can do as they come over the mountain and down that very rapid straight. The Nissan has been untouchable down there today, though.
This is an awesome stint from Chio. Unbelievable driving. Heads-up awareness at a blind point of the racetrack. And bear in mind, these GT3 cars, 4th and or 5th gear, depending on how they're geared, and anywhere between 190 and 210 kilometres an hour, with the aero pushing the car to the road, the big slick tyres working hard, and full evasive action to get the car stopped and no damage. Clearwater Racing car enters pit lane. That very, very pretty Ferrari. That will not like the side of pit lane, though.
That will be his run through for...
He waited as long as he possibly could to pit. So we're looking at car number 16, Christopher Husser behind the wheel.
5th position for that car, and he's got a high-flying teammate in Felix Baumgartner. Let's have a word with him. Mark is in the Phoenix pit.
Yeah, Felix is making a great transition from space jumper to race car driver. Felix, congratulations. Your laps out there are fantastic. Well done.
Oh yeah, I finally start understanding the car, you know. It's a lot easier now because I did a lot of laps. Also, when somebody's passing you who's a lot faster, you can hang on to this guy, you know, and he shows you where the right line is. So I'm trying to copy this, and it worked, you know, so I'm getting better and better every lap.
How do you find the experience around Mount Panorama?
It's awesome. It's such a demanding racetrack, you know, and at this time now it's cooking in the car. So I almost spent 1.5 hours in the car, and it's so hot and so energy-taking, but luckily I'm in good shape.
Is it as challenging and as enjoyable as jumping from space?
Well, this is a lot more fun, honestly.
Tell us, we're going to have a look at some of the vision of your incredible jump, but just talk us through your memories. What do you remember about that day?
Well, almost everything, because it was such an intense moment, you know, that it burns into your mind for the rest of my life. But what moment that really sticks out is that moment when you open that capsule door, you know, because then you finally get outside. So now your safe inside environment becomes one with the very hostile outside environment. So now you finally know your whole life depends on just the pressure suit. But then when I was standing there, I really enjoyed that moment. I was trying to inhale that moment, you know, because for 5 years we have been preparing so hard, and all the up and downs that we had finally paid off. So I was trying to breathe that moment, because I knew at that point I will never come back to that point.
Yeah. Felix, what you did was absolutely incredible. We're all still in awe of it, and it's so great to have you here in Australia. I hope you really enjoy your race day today and have great success. It appears to us that you are having a good time.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to get back into the race car.
Hey, they tell me you're going to Hamilton Island for a bit of a rest up too afterwards.
That's Tuesday and Wednesday, lined up with my girlfriend.
You'll love it up there. It's a beautiful spot. Have a great race day. All the best. Thanks, Felix.
Well, if you jump out of a capsule in space, eventually you are going to hit the ground. The skillful part of that is doing it in a controlled way. Driving a race car, I would think, is a little bit more concentration for a lot longer time. Felix Baumgartner making that transition very well indeed in the 16 car, which lies 5th at the moment with Chris Hasser at the wheel. Still 4.5 hours of racing to come here on Channel 7. It is the 2015 Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours. Clear blue skies and almost 60 degrees on the track, giving us a great motor race here at Mount Panorama for the 2015 Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours. Barretts is enjoying that sunshine. He's down with Bentley.
Well, I'm with one of your favourites, John. I think the Bentley M Sport boys. Brian Gash is with me. Brian, the guys were just saying that they get the sense that you've got a deeper strategy here to get these cars onto the podium. What is that strategy?
Well, the strategy is to stay on the lead lap, stay out of trouble. There's still a long way to go, and that's the strategy. So we really need to get car number 11 up and try and unlap itself.
Progress is good. You're going very well. You must be happy for the first year Bentley's been here to be sitting so high.
Yeah, difficult conditions, difficult track. So we're learning a lot as we go along. We're happy to be here, but learning a lot as we go along.
And congratulations, because I think all the fans here have just enjoyed seeing Bentley on the track, and the cars have turned out beautifully. The team looks fantastic. It's a great presentation all round.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Well, I hope to see you back next year.
Yeah, I hope so.
And good luck this afternoon, Brian.
Thanks, Mark. Bye.
Brian has been involved in motorsport for many years. Even before he went to Bentley, he was in South Africa, and his home nation involved in some really fabulous projects out there for Ford. Oh, and we've got a Aston Martin. It's the 52 car that's in the wall, and that's just out of the final corner, just off to our right, spinning the rear wheels. The front end is caught up on something there, guys, and he can't get it out.
No, he's stuck in the gravel, John, on the other side of the car. He's not going anywhere. That car is absolutely beached, and unfortunately, a pretty rough day for the motion sport team out of Banbury in the UK. Took delivery of this ProDrive built Aston Martin Vantage V12. Well, I might mark my words. Hopefully they can get it out there. They took delivery of this car 2 weeks before they had to put it in a shipping container the 1st of December to send it to Australia. And they had it for 2 weeks. In that time, they stripped it, rebuilt it, tested it, sign wrote it, and then put it in the container. So huge effort, but they are firmly stuck in the sand.
And they're going to be hoping there's not too much damage here either, because it's going to go straight back into a shipping container to make it back to the UK for the first round of the European Le Mans Series, which this car is due to take part in.
It is damage to the front, the engine cover, the bonnet is bent.
Safety car called to the circuit. And yeah, there's no way they were going to drive that car out. That sand there is very deep for a reason. Even with the Michelin Chase in, the approach to that corner, 4th gear, 200 clicks, and barrel off into the gravel trap. Unfortunately, or fortunately for them, they've avoided hitting any tyres. So the Mercedes-Benz safety car will take to the racetrack once again. This is how they run, thanks to Michelin. Lawrence Vanthoor leads the race, but it really is on behind it. Bentley 2nd, Nissan 3rd, Aston Martin 4th, and the sister Audi to the leader runs in 5th place. Dean Canto still 6th on the lead lap, and just outside of that is Patrick Long in the Porsche. Renato Liberto, Pete Edwards, and Tony Verlander rounding out the top 10. The classes, John, looking very interesting as well.
Yeah, good battles there as well. The Darrell Lee top class, the A category, as we look at the Pirelli update. It's Vanthoor and Chayo, of course. Marcus Marshall in the Century Class B Porsche, 47 leading. Tony Alford is aboard the 54 Lotus, leading the Riches Class C. And the GWS Personnel Class D is still that BMW 1 Series, the 23 car. And it's the Mark Focus V8 leading the Invitational Class, the Recaro Class I. We might need a sandwich to get the Aston Martin out of the final corner. So while we do that, it gives us a chance again to leave the circuit without missing any racing. You lucky people, come back and join us on 7 at the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours.
Welcome back to Mount Panorama. That's the scene. Full campgrounds all throughout the weekend as the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour continues here on 7. There are 4 hours and 17 minutes to go. 7 hours and 42 in the books. And Lawrence Vantor for Audi leads the race, though has just pitted, as has Daryl O'Young, or the Craft Bamboo Racing Aston Martin. There's some amazing talent in the field this weekend, and we've been very pleased especially to welcome back one of Australia's favourite sons. David Brabham has rejoined us, and earlier in the weekend we caught up with him to get his thoughts on a Bathurst return.
You know what, for any driver, whenever someone says, would you like to come and do Bathurst, the grin on your face is massive, because this is such a fantastic racetrack. Very unique, very few of them around the world that are like this, and you know, Bathurst, the community, you know, they just love and absorb this racetrack, and you can feel it as soon as you come here. And yeah, really looking forward to getting out there and racing. Well, the goal is to win. I think any driver in situations, that's your goal. But you know, with a new car, I think there's a few uncertainties. So I think we're just going to focus on just trying to do the best job we can, and we're just going to have to see what the result is at the end. After this year, we'll have a better idea of what the car's really capable of. And then obviously going into the race next year, you'd be probably focused a little bit more on winning the overall event.
That's the man. Great to have him here. Le Mans 24-hour winner, former Formula One racer, one of Australia's most successful racing exports, and famous surname, sure, but man, has he lived up to it over what's been an incredible racing career.
And apart from that, Quills, I know you only formally met Brabs earlier on this week, which was something that I was very shocked about. He's just a proper bloke. Great guy, good football, fantastic soccer player, naturally two-footed, could have probably earned his living at that, turns his arm over and bats pretty well as well, bats and balls left-handed, and is just an all-round good bloke. Also just launched Project Brabham as well. Check that out on the internet. Well, the safety car line is going through on the front straight. Not many takers for the pits, but Shea Adam could update us.
We did have one taker to the pits, in particular, the 97 Craft Bamboo Aston Martin that was running in second. Stefan Mucke behind the wheel. Stefan, you've never been to this track before this week, and now you're out there running in second. I'm guessing that you like it?
Yeah, absolutely. I really love the track. The car is running good. We are just a bit slow on straight line, so the Nissan is just an absolute rocket. I was ahead of him and he just passed me easily. So it's a bit difficult to fight against them. But the car is running good so far. We had just a little issue where I had to power cycle the car, but the car is running good after that. So yeah, let's see what we can do. Still a few hours to go, and I hope we can stay in that position.
Is Nissan your biggest competition out there?
There are so many cars we are fighting against, so it's not only Nissan, it's all so close together, so it's just too early to say.
Are you having fun?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really enjoyable track, great fights out there, so yeah, I'm really happy.
There are a lot of races that you go to where the pressure's on and it's go, and win, and
yeah.
The factory sent manufacturer support in the form of yourself and Alex McDowell, but you're still out there having a good time. Is that just a giant stress relief for you before the season really kicks off?
No, it's a good start in the season, absolutely, and especially here with all these safety cars, it's always a sprint race. Yeah, you race like 5-10 laps and there's another safety car, so it's sprint racing all the way through, and it's great.
Well, you're doing very well, especially for your first time. I'm not sure I believe you that you haven't been here before, but Stefan Mucke is having a good time and doing very well at the same time, looking for a podium finish.
Thanks, Shea. In the pit lane with Stefan Mucke. Got a quick shot of the 10 car in the pit lane, and Matt Bell's got back into that after his strife early on. So that's good news for the North East England driver. Hello to the guys over at San Diego, getting ready for Supercross this evening. Frank Wilson and the rest of the broadcast team, my sometime colleagues over there who are enjoying some motor racing from the other side of the world. And whilst we've got the safety car out, that means again that we can slip away from the track without missing any of the racing action. It's live and free on 7. Liqui Bathurst, 12 hours for 2015, and there is Matt Bell out on the circuit. He'll be going back to green when we come back. So still under caution number 13, if my arithmetic is correct, behind that very lovely silver ENG Mercedes-Benz safety car. And the opportunity then for Chio-san to chill out at the front of the field with 1, 2, 3, 4 cars between him. No, more than that, because it's the 16 car, isn't it? That is second place now, and that is probably half a dozen to 8 cars further back. Well, let's set yourself for a little bit more action, and we'll remind you what we've already seen, because there's been plenty of it here on the mountain for Liquid Molly Bathurst 12 Hours 2015.
I feel like it's been an awful lot so far, John, and there's a long way to go. This was the 11 Bentley that has been in the wars today. They've moved back up to 14th place. Maxi Book behind the wheel, and this was awesome racing. GT3 at its absolute finest. 4 different brands just dieting and fighting for track position at turn 2. And that was the Nissan going through up at turn 2. That was a slight brush of the wall for the battered and bruised Motion Sport Aston that is the reason for this current safety car. That was the 63 Erebus Motorsport team spinning with a deflating tyre at the cutting. They limped back. It was a long way, and as such it's dropped them quite a ways down the order. In fact, 32nd position, but they continue on. Another safety car out for the Mazda RX-8 GT. Unfortunately, they spun. This was perhaps the most controversial of the moment race so far. A touch, Dean Canto up the inside of Michele Rugolo in the AF Corsa Ferrari. Turned him round at turn 1, copped a drive-through for his efforts, and unfortunately exited the race for the 77 car, which was a shame, because at that point they were looking like Ferrari's strongest challenger for back-to-back Bathurst victories. We're going back to racing. Everyone seems to be reasonably well formed up at this stage, but you don't know what's going on at the back of the freight train. But it's a good free kick for Chio, who leads the race, because there are 3 lap cars between he and the number 10, it's actually the number 8 Bentley, so there's a long way back to the cars chasing him. Dean Canto in the Erebus Mercedes we need to look for. That black SLS AMG. It's busy. You hold your breath into hell corner on every restart. And it's been a trouble spot today. Look at the 16 car swerving left and right to try and work its way through the field.
77 in the pit lane as well, out of sequence. That's an odd one at the end of the
they've got that
yellow
car
flag.
They've got that car fixed then.
That's Rigolo's car.
So that's coming back out. That's what's happened there. That's coming back out of the paddock area. Yeah, good call.
So that's good to see. At least they'll be able to get a finish, hopefully, for AF Corsa.
25th position, the 77 car.
Long way down from where they were. They stopped every safety car early in this race, kept them right in the game, and Rigolo at least looked like he had the raw speed to do the job. Right now, though, the young Japanese driver, Chio, has the raw speed. He is out in front, and he has almost 5 seconds already over the remainder of the field. Erebus Motorsport back in the game. The safety car has helped Dean Canto, who's doing a long stint in the middle of this race. Jack LeBrock and Richard Muscat. You'd expect Muscat to jump in next. He hasn't been in the car for quite some time. Started the race in the dark here this morning. But that Erebus car continues to fight, as we've seen for Erebus so long here. And they continue to produce results at Mount Panorama.
Yep, it's Dean Canto in the 36 car, is now trying to get back on the terms with the Phoenix Audi we're looking at on screen now, the number 16, the Crocodile car. And if you look at the Bentley in between, that is John Bow. Then we've got the 32 Lamborghini, not too much further back down the road, should be that Mercedes-Benz. But it seems you're dropping back a little there, guys.
So just to update you, the 15 car that was leading before that safety car period took the opportunity to stop. They took fuel. They put Marcus Winkelhock back in the car. He was outstanding this morning, I thought, in those conditions. Got out in front, played the game with the safety car, executed restarts to perfection, and did such a superb job. It's good to see him back in that car. Not that there seems to be a weak link in car 15 so far today, Graham. Man, they've been good. P5 on the road. They're behind Darryl O'Young in the Craft Bamboo Racing Aston Martin Vantage. Darryl is a 2-time winner here, ironically, with a team he's trying to beat this weekend with the Works Audi squad. So that's been a great fight.
I like Bernie Wybers, who's tweeted using the hashtag B12AJ. He says, I've made a deal. I cleaned my apartments during the safety car periods for the Bathurst 12 Hours. I'm now done for the whole apartment, and I haven't missed any racing at all.
Absolutely right. And B12HR trending at second across Australia right now. So people are getting interactive with this race. That's the way we like to follow an endurance race. Nissan lead the race from Audi, from Mercedes-Benz, from Daryl Young in the Aston Martin, from the second Audi. It's the two Phoenix Audis at the moment, the quickest of the R8 LMS Ultra squadron.
And then it's the first of the Bentleys with Matt Bell back in that car, having rehydrated.
That is they are the 6 cars on the lead lap. Pat Long is the next man most likely to get back on the lead lap if this race chucks him that opportunity. There is Matt Bell with the number 32 Lamborghini, right these wheel tracks. That's not Matt Bell, apologies, that's John Bowe, and this is actually for position.
Yeah, so David Russell back behind the wheel of car 32, fastest driver on Friday, with a very, very fast 2:04. We would soon see that would be beaten, especially in qualifying yesterday. But for Friday practice on a green racetrack that hasn't been used for 4 or 5 months, it was quick, and this Lamborghini's got some speed. They're still in this race. It will take a lot of effort, a lot of work, and some very canny strategy to get car 32 back on the lead lap. They're 2 laps behind, but if they can, they will be in the mix on this one. The braking zone in the chase.
And he was looking there whether or not there might be a little bit of space, wasn't he, to see whether or not they could get the Lamborghini Gallardo through. V8 Bentley led V10 Lamborghini. But here comes a V6 twin-turbo Nissan, and Katsumasa Jaya 5.2 seconds up as they crossed the line the last time around. It's about half a second closer this time, Christopher Haase, the number 16 Audi.
Yeah, 7.6 for Chayo, 6.9 for Haase, so he's pulled back a little bit of time. The battle for the lead that's been ongoing, it's been one Audi or the other taking the fight up to this Nissan GTR Nismo GT3, to give it its correct full branding. What an amazing car it is. And
great history here as well.
Yeah, oh, look, this place resonates with the history of Godzilla. We created the term in Australia for years of domination on the mountain, some popular, some not so much.
Well, yes, there are some very famous quotes. And, of course, this car has effectively begat the LM version of it, the prototype version, the LM GTR, or GTR LM, as we like to call it on RadioLeMans.com, obviously. And it does have the styling cues, there's no doubt about it, as well as the engine up front. And that will be making its competition debut at Silverstone in the early part of the WEC season.
We've been fortunate to be joined by a very special guest in the commentary box, Hindy, a man whose organisation has put a huge amount of work and effort and support into this race. The Mayor of Bathurst, Gary Rush, joins us. Gary, welcome.
Thank you, Richard, and hello, John.
Nice to see you again, Gary.
Nice to see you too.
How's your day?
Oh, look, tremendous. You know, being the Mayor of this city and hosting this event here, you couldn't be anything but feel special about what we've got going on here, and to think that we've got such fabulous racing, the quality of the drivers that are here, the teams, it's just such a great boost for Bathurst.
Heck of a way to kick off your bicentennial year, Your Honour.
Yes, it is indeed, yes. As, look, your listeners may or may not know that Bathurst is Australia's oldest inland settlement, and this year we celebrate our bicentenary. So it's a special year for us, and it's a special way for us to promote particularly images of Bathurst to the rest of the country and indeed the rest of the world, and encourage them to come and visit.
We think of Bathurst as the racetrack, and there's 5 or so races as we've got the Vodka car in the kitty litter, the 7 car he's hit the wall as well. That looks to be at the chase sort of area of the track down there. That's going to be an issue. That's been a big one for the 7 car, but the gravel trap has done its job. There's damage at the rear. Got the Mayor of Bathurst with us. Thumbs up from the driver. Let's have a look. Did he get... Oh, he got... It's another Bentley bump. And we've seen a couple of those today. It's the 10 car this time.
That's a big crash, John.
Matt Bell.
That is a very big crash. Ash Samadi is behind the wheel of the Vodka number 7 car. Twice we've seen this today from 2 separate Bentleys, and that's the 10 car that Matt Bell has got to P5 side by side through the chase at 270 kilometres an hour. The crash structures in the SLS doing its job, backed into the wall.
What you've got there is a driver in the Bentley sitting on the right-hand side of the car, a driver in the SLS sitting on the left-hand side of the car. Matt Bell was alongside there. If you apply the B-pillar rule, as you were mentioning early on, he was deciding ahead into the turning area. I'd like to see how the stewards look at that one. We'll have a quick word with the Mayor before ultimately we've gone full course caution, so we've got an opportunity, Mr. Mayor. We think of this as a racetrack. It's part of an area of New South Wales that is chock full of things to see and do.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, John. And look, us local Bathurstians, we're very proud of Mount Panorama and the significant asset that we have here. But in addition to that, as you rightfully say, there is so much more to Bathurst than this region, and we're very fortunate. We have some pretty unique features here, and particularly amongst our museums. I mean, there is only one National Motor Racing Museum. There is only one Chifley Home, of course, and particularly our regions, Hill End and Sofala and the history they hold in Australia's history, really, with the gold rush and so forth, and many attractions for people to come and visit.
What's to come in the remainder of the Bathurst 200 celebrations? This is a great way to kick it off, an international event at arguably Bathurst's most famous location. We're live on 7, trending around Australia on Twitter, but there's some more major events to come throughout the year.
Oh, there certainly is. In May of this year, it's when we actually turn 200. And we've got some significant events planned for that period of time. One is a lasting monument, of course, which will be the construction of a flagstaff, and it's a pretty significant size flagstaff too, I might add. But it forever will place Bathurst in Australia's history with the establishment of the settlement here.
Just finally, Mr. Mayor, if we can, thoughts about the racetrack. The Council have invested in the racetrack, they've invested in the museum and some of the exhibits in there. You can't stand still on this. There's been changes since last year, and there are rumours about changes in the future. What can you tell us?
Yeah, look, it is, as you say, John, it's pretty significant to maintain a significant asset like this, and we will continue to invest in this very special place here. But we have other plans. We're working through constructing a second circuit here at Mount Panorama.
It's very exciting stuff. Gary, thank you for joining us.
Richard.
Very much appreciated. Thank you to you and your organisation for their support of the race. It's very much appreciated, believe us.
Thanks again.
You heard it first here on 7, a second circuit to be constructed here at Mount Panorama. And thanks, by the way, to the whole of the council for our support, Luke and the rest of the guys, and the Mayor and all the people down at Bathurst Regional Council. We've got another chance to get away from the circuit without missing any action, so we'll take that, of course. Make sure you see as much of the green flag racing as possible. It's live and free on 7 with the Liquid Molly Bathurst, 12 hours for 2015.
Back to Mount Panorama. That was the damage to the Vodka Row Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG. We can hear more about that. Shay Adam is in their garage right now.
Dean, you and I were just unfortunately watching that replay. What happened? What was reported to you?
Look, that was the first time I saw it. I was actually in the cryo machine. I got out of the car, so that's the first time I saw it, and it looks like the Bentley's gone underneath, and there's plenty of room there, but he's touched Ash and pushed him out on the grass, and you're doing 280, so there's nothing he could have done, and unfortunately that's ended a race, and we're going really well.
We're getting another look at the replay here. Talk us through what you see happening.
Well, you know, there's room for 2 to go through there, but yeah. Anyway, look, it's just unfortunate. You know, we're having such a good race and really enjoying it. The car was so strong. Yeah, really disappointing.
Did you find that the driving conditions were not as gentlemanly as they have been in the past? People not behaving themselves as much?
Oh, look, it certainly stepped up the level. There's no question, like all the pro teams and that, and you really have to watch your mirrors. They just fire it in their pro races, and you know, sometimes they've got to remember it's a 12-hour race, and I think the Bentley's lucky it didn't come off as well.
Sorry to see your race end that way.
Thank you.
So that's the news from the Vodka team. Dean Grant there, Melbourne publican, amongst other business ventures, quite accomplished racing car driver as well. And that team were very proud of themselves that they were the only Class A GT3 car without a gun pro driver in their lineup. They were just, as they said to me last night, 3 blokes having a go at Mount Panorama. So they were very, very enthusiastic. Ash Samadi and Maxi Twig, who will race with Erebus in Australian GT this year full-time, really doing a great job so far this season. As we welcome our audience in the West. G'day WA, hope you're enjoying the Liquimolly Bathurst 12-hour. We think we've got quite a motor race to unfold before us this afternoon. We've seen so much, we're about to go back to green. It's the Nissan GTR that leads the field to the green flag. And a record number of safety car laps have been logged today, but what we've seen between them has been pretty special. There's been great motor racing unfolding, and side-by-side battle here. The SLS goes up the inside of the Bentley into turn 1. That's the race leader, though. The car behind is driven by a very speedy Queenslander called David Russell. He's trying to unlap himself from the race leader and try and get themselves back into contention. And he's not too far away from doing that job.
Wouldn't be the worst thing to do for Chio-san, who's at the wheel of the Nissan, to let him go, unless he thinks he's going to hold him up and cost him lap time. He's not battling that Lambo behind him in the GTR. The headlamp's flashing, and Dave wants to be by, going through the cutting. The Nissan just takes a wee time longer to get heat and pressures into its tyres. The car you've got to watch is the 36 black Erebus Mercedes-Benz SLS, sitting third in that queue. There he is, coming up the top of the rise, heading up towards McPhillamy and across towards the top of the mountain.
So David Russell in that black Lamborghini that follows our race leader in the Nissan is 2 laps behind the race leader. If he passes the Nissan, he's 1 lap behind, and the difference is massive, because the next safety car that comes, he makes up a full 2 minutes and will rejoin the back of the freight train, and that buys him into the motor race. Then they only have to make up 6 kilometres more. And I know it sounds ridiculous, and it is a long way, but in a motor race this long, this tough and this brutal, it is a doable thing. So David needs to get past the number 35 Nissan.
And he pulls away from the Lamborghini. That Nissan is, I think, the second quickest car in a straight line. The Ferrari's, for me, still the quickest car in the straight line. And the
I don't know, Hindy. I think the only car faster than it's the one behind the Lamborghini, which could be the SLS AMG.
I think, I'll be honest with you guys, I think by far the Nissan is the quickest thing in a straight line. An absolute rocket ship, and able not just to hold his line and pull away, but actually to make the moves too, without necessarily the use of the toe. It is a rocket ship down the mountain. It's a rocket ship up the mountain. It's across the mountain that we've seen the other cars pull back on the Nissan GTR. And so all about whether or not Dean Canto can get past the Lamborghini. And this is where the Mercedes-Benz is strongest. He's got a bit of a toe.
I think the Lambo's a pretty good all-round package.
Exactly what I was going to say. It's a well-balanced car. And didn't we hear David Russell telling us that when we had him in the booth for the practicing qualifying day on Friday, he really loves driving this car. And what's not to like? Honestly, you'd drive a shed on wheels around Mount Panorama if you got the offer to do it. But this is a car that is well suited. You've got to have a car that's a good compromise.
And there's life in the old bull. Yeah, this is obviously an older spec car, but there's a new 2015 spec coming from the Writer Engineering team, as well as the new factory-backed Huracan. There is a new REX version of the car, which has got a hugely wide rear end on it. So who knows in a year or so's time, with if the rules stay the same with the year's homologation on these cars, you might see that car around the mountain.
Let's look a little bit further back towards the Century Batteries GT3 class. This is the number 47 Superbarn Supermarkets Porsche. It is your class leader at the moment. They are scored in 18th outright. Theo Konduris is behind the wheel. He and his brother James are the men behind Superbarn Supermarkets. Canberra boys, great supporters and long-time competitors in Porsche one-make racing. They sort of stepped back from the sport for the last couple of years to focus on their business commitments, but decided to come back. They had the Cup S Porsche that we see on screen now in the shed and decided, well, why not? Let's have a go. They put together a very strong Porsche-oriented team, because with them is Marcus Marshall, who raced Carrera Cup here, has raced at the highest level indeed in IndyCar racing and Champ Car in the States. And with them is Sam Power, a fantastic young rising star of Australian motorsport who finished inside the top 5 in Carrera Cup Australia last year as a rookie, first time in tin top racing after years in Australian Formula Ford. And next year will be racing in Porsche Super Cup internationally, which is an amazing thing. So that Class B car, it's a battle on there, but they've got a lap or two up their sleeve from the number 4 Grove Group car, the entry with Ben Barker behind the wheel, 20th outright at the moment.
Quick glance at Terry Knight there in the LHI Cup car, the Class B Century Batteries car, chasing them down at the moment.
We watch the cars coming down, coming on straight again. Actually, I think for the first time in the race, it's not a Class B car that is the first non-Class A thing in the order, because what's in 16th position now is the number 93 car. That's Ben Jerzakowski in the 93 Mark Focus V8. That car is just gradually making its way up the order. It may be 5 laps off the overall lead, but that's a very good place for that car to be at this stage of the race.
Only 5 laps off. I heard from Ryan McLeod, who's put this whole Mark Cars Australia program together, and he's starting to shuffle around for a decrease in the time that they're allowed to do. During the race, that car's not allowed to go quicker than a 2:12. It's basically to stop the one-off enduro specials from someone putting a 1,000 horsepower engine into something completely exotic and going out and destroying the field. So they're allowed to run to a benchmark time of 2:12. Ryan's going, let us off the leash. We want to go a bit quicker. We're not going to be GT3 spec fast, but we can go faster. But at this point, he's very happy that those cars are up racing with the Class B Porsches.
The 54 Donut King Lotus leads Richard's Class C. This is effectively a GT4 category, and Chris Porritt was just in for our international audience a few moments ago, back in the Aston Martin again, over from the United States, where he's now looking after the development of Tesla cars out in Fremont, California. They're battling with this car. The Aston's just at a pit stop, so it's a little bit further back down the road. That's the dark grey St. Gallen machine, which I'm so pleased to see that customer AMR team back again at the mountain, because they've had horrid luck over the last few years. Indeed, Chris Porritt's last race was here in 2012, and he suffered the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune and someone else's accident early on.
They were one of the first teams to enter the race this year. That's how keen they were. They had their entry in by August and all announced and set to go. They were super keen to come back.
Still on the same lap as the Lotus is the grey Aston Martin. Flat grey looks fantastic on that race car. Purple and black looks even more fantastic on this little Lotus. Brand new car here this weekend for Tony Alford, the Donut King race team. What a fantastic looking livery that is on a car, and certainly Chris Porritt was telling me they're nip and tuck around the mountain, but once the thing actually kicks out and down the Conrod Straight, this thing, because it's so light, can pick up speed, gets the traction down very, very well.
V6 in the Lotus of
Toyota V6
origin, yeah.
So if you've got a Toyota Camry of recent vintage, it's basically the same engine. It's just a little bit quicker.
Currently 27th outright as well. The Class C cars have come towards the bottom end of the timing monitor for much of the weekend, but chipping away in this race, and Tony Alford behind the wheel, 27th overall. We go back, GWS personnel bringing us the Class D Invitational production car as we look at a vehicle that is officially the most successful car in Bathurst 12-hour history. This is a car that won the race twice outright in the production car era. It's since been developed and it's grown a rear wing and it's got slick tyres and different racing car drivers. This is an amazing race car. The BMW 335i Turbo first raced here in 2007, and the 12-hour return to the Australian motorsport scene. It has contested every race since.
and is leading its category at the moment. The 28 car, Rick Short, Jake Williams, Matt Charder and Steve Devjak with the 335i. It's still a good looking car, that, isn't it? When you see it coming up the mountain in isolation, that looks like a pretty mean looking racing car. Then when you put the GT3 cars, wow, you could drive that to the supermarket.
We were talking about Andy Priaulx, weren't we? It's got the look of a WTCC car from Andy's kind of era in the WTCC, winning those world championships, hasn't it?
How's this for recorders? We just want to touch on that BMW very, very quickly, John. 2007 won its class. 2008 won its class. 2009 third. 2010 won it outright. 2011 second in its class. 2012 third in its class. 2013 won its class. 2014 second in class. That car has not finished off the podium in its class in 10 years here.
Here's the Recaro Class I Invitational for the endurance cars. It's bounced backwards and forwards, the lead here, between two of the Mark Cars Australia vehicles, which are exactly the same underneath. It's a space frame with a big V8 up front. This is the Focus, the 93 car. The 91, new for this race, and the debuting Mazda 3 V8 shape has been bouncing backwards and forwards depending on the pit stop strategy. This is a brilliant concept. I've seen them at Zandvoort, at Dubai, and in other endurance races, and they're really honing the reliability as well as the speed of these cars. They could go quicker, as Krillsy was saying earlier, but for the reference time, I understand why that's put in, and of course it's not meant to embarrass anybody else, but this is a concept I think has legs.
Yeah, and it's amazing too. Almost entirely built, developed, engineered and parts sourced from within a 200, 250k range within Brisbane and the Gold Coast.
It's
in
Aussie.
Queensland. It's an Australian car. Chassis designed by Paul Sepranich, Pace Innovations, Ryan McLeod ties it all together. It is outstanding stuff. Meanwhile, we have a battle for the race lead on our hands. This is the Nissan, followed by the Mercedes with Dean Canto. Behind them, still that Lamborghini trying to get its lap back.
And almost tripped over Di Gio there, back marker. That almost gave Dean Canto a chance to get up the inside, but the straight line speed of the GTR just too much.
That is the battle for the lead. We've been keeping an eye on it while we give you the other class leaders. Nothing happening just yet, but now Canto gets a run down towards the final corner, and Chio realises the danger and goes very defensive. He'll try the comeback. Dean on the inside almost gets the overlap. Now Chio can't come over any further. They go down the hell corner. There's a tiny overlap, but no, Dean drops back to the right hand side. Chio looks absolutely unflappable in that Nissan.
Here we go.
Here's the traffic. This could be it, as the SLS tucks right underneath the rear wing of the GTR. This is proper Bathurst battles up the mountain straight, and Chio defensive early for the Griffin Ben, the right-hander up the mountain straight.
So the experience and guile of Dean Canto, plenty of miles here at Mount Panorama, taking on what we think is the fastest car in a straight line, full stop this weekend, with the young Japanese driver who has, I think, come of age and become a proper star with his performance this weekend. He leads the race. He's under all kinds of pressure. And this is a sensational battle. 3 hours and 38 to go in the race. And this is the fight for the lead. And it could very well be the fight for the lead with 3 minutes and 38 to go.
We jumped out of our seats, we saw that. They went to the in-car for Chio, and it just looked like it was cool. The cucumber-flavoured paddle pop, didn't it, at that stage? Amazing stuff from the young Japanese.
And it's been pointed out to me on Twitter as well, the 36 SLS is actually dropping bits. It's lost its badge on the grille, it's missing part of the grille, so it's losing weight. So
that's exactly it. It's a lightning programme they've actually got.
The thing you can put me on that as well, Erebus, please. That would be really good if I could lose a little bit of weight. Far too good hospitality around the Bathurst area. Some fine hostelries and eateries around here. And at the moment, the SLS is trying to get back on terms with the Nissan. But wow, that Nissan is quick in a straight line. We've seen the SLS with a straight line speed advantage in the last few years. Nissan have been rather hamstrung by their fuel allowance. They could be fast, but they burn a lot of fuel, and we saw in the last couple of years they had that option along with the SLS. They've been given a slightly bigger fuel tank this year, and that has allowed them to run faster and longer.
We ride on board with David Russell. Do you know what he's thinking right now? Righto, Dino, we've raced each other for a long time. Throw it up the inside, make both of you run wide, and I'll get a lap back.
Yeah.
That's what I want right now.
Ninth at the minute is David Russell.
But he's got a bird's eye view, and they just take some evasive action. The Sharon Rentals BMW at turn one of the Class D GWS personnel invited production cars. What a fight.
And again now, a little bit of breathing space for Chio. And here comes the Bentley in the background as well. And that is the number 8. In comes Matt Bell into the pit lane, the number 10 car, sitting in 5th position.
Not sure if that's entirely a scheduled stop from that car. They were in on lap 171, and we've seen today with all the safety cars that it is possible to go 32, 34 laps on a stint. And because he's driven the whole way through pit lane without stopping, I'd suggest that was enforced by our friends in racing.
Another. That will be for contact with the vodka or SLS.
Correct.
Okay.
Drive-through penalty for car 10.
Well, avoidable contact is what we used to call it in the States. It was avoidable.
And it was contact.
It was contact. I'm just going to put my 2 cents worth in and say it was avoidable by both drivers, not just the Bentley.
I have to say, I tend to agree. At first sight, just seeing it as it passed by on the TV coverage, it did look a bit 50-50, but I saw Matt with his nose ahead into that corner.
Problem is that you can't take somebody else's line, Graham, and I accept that as well. And there's 2 sides to every story. You know, maybe, and I know this shouldn't be the case, but maybe the severity of the impact has slightly affected the decision there. If there'd just been a side-by-side contact and they'd continued.
That and the sort of unspoken rule that you just don't go side-by-side through the chase.
Correct.
Rather tragically, we're getting a bit of a Twitter war at the moment between the relative PR guys of Aston Martin Racing back in the UK and Bentley. Who are you? It's being tweeted at the moment.
Yeah, massive reach from those 2 brands on Twitter, and they've been going at it since practice on Friday, actually, for Best of British honours.
Yeah, absolutely true. At the moment, that is held by Aston Martin, with Darrell Young in 3rd position in the 97 Craft Racing car. It's great to have those 2 great brands, and they are worldwide brands, of course. Bentley and Aston Martin. Aston Martin consistently voted the coolest brand in the world. Not of anything, not just car brands, by the way.
I'm not sure how it couldn't be. Amazing cars, road cars and race cars alike. Just thinking back the last time a V12 car won at Mount Panorama, and I'm going to go to 1985 and the debut of the Group A era.
Was this the XJS?
The Walkinshaw XJS.
Wow.
Dark green.
Saw that car yesterday.
Yeah, beautiful thing.
We talked a little earlier, guys, about the variety of cars and the number of nationalities coming here. I think I'm right. We've got 7 different nationalities of driver in the top 8 at the moment. It is the growth of this race and the reach of this race has just gone so far, so fast. It's remarkable.
Let's give some pats on the back to people that deserve it, because they've managed to get cars into the top 10 that weren't there earlier, or they've had some serious issues. Benny Simonson behind the wheel of the 49 Vicious Rumour Racing Ferrari. Those guys have just circulated, stayed out of any form of drama today.
And they started 50th.
And last, absolutely.
42 positions made up in the afternoon, so the day so far. Benny and the boys.
And if you're wondering, Benny is indeed the brother of the late, great Alan Simonson, who was a great friend of all of ours here in Australia, so much so we named our pole position trophy after him, won yesterday by the Audi team and Lawrence Ventnor. First time that Benny had come to race in Australia, and he's just been so well embraced and become part of this Vicious Rumour Racing team. Tony DeFelice, who's the team owner there, stepped out of that car a week ago to put Benny in, and I think it's paid dividends, because not only has he been very, very fast, that car has too. And so too, Hector Lester, I noticed, is in the paddock too. British GT co-driver for Benny now, and Alan before.
Absolutely, and I think Benny's having the race of his life here. It's absolutely fantastic form. It does have the look of Alan about him, a little taller I think, but he's a quick boy.
Loving the split screen on the stream at the moment that shows Matt Bell and the calmness behind the wheel and what's going on outside, really belying just how economic of movement now goes on the brakes for the Michelin Chase 7. Have always pioneered some great onboard shots, and the fisheye in the cab has been, and in the cockpit has been massively successful this year. You're tweeting us hashtag B12HR saying how much you like that one, and the one directly above the driver in the squirt car as well. But just look how calm, how collected Matt is as he comes down, brakes now and turns in to the left-hander, runs out a little bit of curb there. No hands coming off the wheel anymore, of course, because it's just a flick of the second finger. Now there is the leader. Where is the Erebus Mercedes? He's less than a second away, and there's traffic now for Chio-san. This is danger time. There's no way through here. We know he is very, very patient indeed. Watch in the background. He can't get through that. Good blue flags waving now. The Porsche moves out the way. Great driving by everybody. Great flagging by the marshals as well. And look in the background, there's Dean Canto. He's coming. He's got past the Lamborghini that was between them a little while ago. Had a little bit of a nibble round the back of the Nissan, and now once again has only one car between them. Graham.
What helped him there was the fact that not only did the leader have traffic, but also so did the Erebus car, because the Mark V8 Mazda 3 got between the two of them. That's what saved Chio from actually having his mirrors all the way full of Mercedes-Benz, and it got him to the position on this track where he's at his strongest in the straight line. And once he was there, he was gone. And here he comes down pit road now. Chio pits from the lead. That will put the number 36 car through into the lead of this motor race.
So, pit stop for the Nissan. Dean Canto assumes the race lead. And from my maths, this looks right on schedule for the Nissan. Lap 189 for Chio. Oh, that's a brilliant stint. That has been a very good stint. And more dramas for the number 73 Ginetta.
This is one of the GT4, the Class C machines, the Richards GT4 category, and that's an under-bonnet fire, I'd wager there. And the way that the driver is bailing out, he's not liking the smell of that either. There's nothing worse than flames being seen underneath the bonnet, and trust me, I know, if it happened to me, fortunately, it was just a little bit of blowback from the carburetors of the car that I was driving. Yes, I am that old.
It's Wolfie Reed getting aboard the Nissan as the dramas continue to afflict the Ginetta.
I can think of worse drivers to put behind the wheel after his stint this morning. They've got three very strong, very consistent drivers, and we're getting a safety car. So we've seen a record number of safety car laps today on the mountain. We're one away from our record number of safety car interruptions, 15 in 2013. This makes it number 14 for the day.
Should point out, by the way, guys, of course, it does lead its class. This is in the amateur class, the 35 car, and second at the moment in the amateur class is Benny Simonson, 8th position overall.
I don't think anyone would object to him getting a trophy. At about.
I don't even want to think about it. I don't even want to think about it. Find some wood really quickly.
Out goes the 35. And that is Wolfie Reed just getting himself settled in the car. This may play nicely for them as Dean Canto has gone through and resumed the lead. Don't like the look of that black smoke coming out from under the bonnet there. And it happened very, very quickly coming through the Michelin chase. And it looks like there's some fluid coming out of that car as well. And that's a big bailout by the driver. He knows he's got issues. Might even be struggling on his own oil there. Might be a bit of an oil fire underneath the engine compartment, but black smoke from an engine normally means something severely
Michael Hovey behind the wheel of that car at the moment, and now running away from it, as you would, black smoke pouring from
he's hit the
Ginetta GT4.
He's hit the underbonnet extinguisher about 3 or 4 metres further back. As I said, the only time this has happened to me, I was lucky enough to be able to blip the throttle, kill the engine and stop the flyer. But this looks like it's something a little more serious than that. Let's head down into the pit lane and to the Phoenix garage. Here's Mark.
Yeah, Marco Mappelli with me, car number 15 has been the one they've been chasing all weekend. And Marco, right now you've got a bit of work to do. You want to get that car back up into the podium.
Oh, definitely it's a tough race. Obviously, the fuel strategy will be the main issue, or main point for the win the race. So we are still fighting for the win, and we're going to push so very, very hard.
Okay, what happens from here for you guys?
Well, Marcos has to finish his stint, then I jump in, and then Lawrence is in.
Okay, so race to the line, the next few hours it's on.
Yeah, definitely, it's going to be on fire.
Tell us about your recovery, getting out of the car. I mean, we know it's hot out there at the moment. The track's about 50 degrees and the car's close to 60. How do you recover between stints?
Just drink a lot, we do a massage, and then we just have some food, get change, and relax, actually. Yeah.
So you're ready to go again?
Yeah, of course.
All right, Marco, good luck out there. Good to see you.
Cheers, buddy.
Well, we've got the opportunity to get a breakaway whilst the safety car is out. So let's do that, because we know that you hate missing racing as much as we do. And we'll be back after the clear up and the smouldering Ginetta with more live and free Bathurst Liquid Molly 12 hours here on 7. Well, this is our 15th safety car as the Flatty is back out again, this time for the 73 Ginetta G50, sort of dishevelled at the moment and in a state of dishabille, slight undress. And this is why. Look to the left of the picture on the Maguire's replay coming down through the Michelin chase. And you can see there's already trouble for that car with some kind of fluid and smoke coming out the back of it early on, and it looks like the V6 engine has given up in the biggest possible way, and from that it goes to black smoke from under the bonnet very quickly, and it's time then to bail out. You don't have to be any kind of good in the way you do it or stylish. You want to be out of there as quick as possible. Pull the fire extinguisher and get out.
Yeah, part of the regulations around going car racing these days, every car needs to have an internal firebomb system so they can push it on the dash. The marshals can push it from the outside of the car as well to get any potential blaze out very, very quickly. They're very powerful, the internal fire support systems on these cars.
What you normally have is one for the interior of the car and one for the engine bay area as well. And the first thing that you always do when you get into a race car is to make sure that the safety pin for that is pulled out. Let's head down to the Donut King. Shea Adam. Sorry, I'll put a colon in there. Let's head down to the Donut King. Shea Adam.
That's, no matter how you say it, John, it's not going to come out the way you intend it to. I'm here with the Donut King, Tony Alford, and you've just gotten out of the class-leading C-Car Lotus. Beautiful paint scheme, first off, let me just say. The pink really stands out on the track, but it also just stands out because it's led for most of the day. You're familiar with leading at this track. How's your race been going?
The race has been going well. It's a very good contest between the Donut King Lotus and the Aston Martin. We're swapping leads, and it's really good. The heat's, I think, taking it out of all the cars out there, particularly the smaller cars, the smaller capacity cars, and we certainly have timing coming out of the car, and that loses horsepower, but beautiful day, you know, couldn't ask for more.
And the heat's taking it out of the drivers as well as everyone else on the pit lane, but you're currently plugged into your cool suit. Will you be getting back in for another stint? Well, for a start, I didn't have a cool suit in the car, and I didn't have water in the car, so I am quite hot, but yes, hopefully I'll get back in for the last stint. And what's the plan from here on out? We just keep going and, you know, just run our own race, set our own pace, and we're either there at the end or we're not. Would you rather have a 12-lap lead or be having this great fun battle with the Aston Martin? A 12-lap lead, thank you. And that from the Donut King, you would like to have his little bit of a buffer.
No, keep talking. Yeah. We're busy here, and there's no time for this. I tell you what,
See what I have to work with.
to work on here, so we need to go to a break. We'll be back on 7, live and free, with more from Liquid Molly Bathurst. 12 hours for 2015. At the end of this,
We're back at Mount Panorama. The Liquid Molly Bathurst 12-hour continues. Plenty of colour and action in the paddock, which has been full since the very start of this race weekend. 3 hours and 16 minutes left on the clock, 192 laps in the books. One man who's just jumped out of the number 32 Lamborghini is David Russell. He's down in pit lane and he's talking to Mark Beretta.
Yeah, great stint day, Russell, too. Started, about 15th, worked your way up 6 places to 9th. That's a great effort.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing other than the actual places we got a lap back at the end there. We were 2 laps down. We had a drama with a rim earlier today, then wheel nut problem. So that's sort of the start of the race. We were P3. We've dropped 2 laps. We were way down to, in the 20s. And we chipped away, and that session I knew I had to just muscle my way up to the front. We get a safety car and just try and get up to the front of the pack so that, if the leaders in front of us pitted, which they did, we could get the lucky dip run through and get the safety car. So we had a bit of strategy to play in. We didn't have to play that out in that particular instance, but Steve-O's in for a stint. It was pretty hot. We ran out of the cool suit. It was like a hot water bottle then, so I'm a little bit hot and bothered, but I'm ready for another stint to finish the race.
Right, so cool down and go again. Yeah. You had a great tangle with one of the guys who's always a hard racer, John Bow, out there.
Yeah, look, Bow, he's a tough competitor, but he's fair at the same time. He's not going to sort of cut in front of you or anything like that. He races hard and fair, and that's the way I like it. So he made me earn it, and to get that spot was big for us because we could really make some inroads, move forward, and move up to the back of those leaders. Had a good dice with Chio and Canto. They had the blue flags out for me, which obviously means that being a lapped car, if I'd hung out, I had the same pace as those guys. So if I'd hung out and Canto was behind me, I probably would have got a bad sportsmanship flag. So I let him pass at turn 2 and just sat behind him and just thought, well, I'll see what plays out in front. They might tangle trying to get to the lead, and I'll cruise on through and get my lap back. So I'm happy we're only 1 lap down, and hopefully we'll be on the lead lap. If Steve-O can make some inroads, we might be, on the lead lap, in his stint. So fingers crossed.
You're still chasing a podium?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's on.
Good stuff. Yep. Love it, Dave.
Yep.
Rest up, mate. See you soon.
Thank you.
Aston Martin leading on the pit stop cycle. I think that's the first time that AMR and the 97 car have been at the head of the timing and scoring. It's Marcus Wilkenhock in second place in the 15 Audi, then the 16. That's team cars, 2 of the Phoenix cars, second and third, and then Matt Bell in 4th position in the Bentley. How did we get here? As the talking heads once said. Well, we'll give you a look back at some of the highlights that we've had recently in our Maguire's recap. It's been action all the way since we went green at 10 to 6 this morning.
It's all shaping up too for a remarkable finish, and the events that led us to it have been pretty exciting as well. We take a look back. This resulted in a drive-through penalty for car 10. Much worse for the Vodka O SLS. Hefty rear impact into the wall at the Michelin Chase, and that car out of the race. Car number 7 were running strongly on their own in Class A. This was a great fight. Yeah, Chio in the Nissan GTR with Dean Canto in the Erebus Mercedes, dueling for the race lead. This was with more than 3.5 hours remaining in the motor race.
Close, look how close the front of that car was to the back of the Nissan.
This has caused some recent dramas. The number 73, Janetta Michael Hovey, was behind the wheel of the Triffid number 73 car and pulled off to the side of the road. Some form of fire or something, might not have been on fire, but it was pretty smoky under the bonnet of that car, and that has brought out the safety car for a record number of times today and a record number of laps. What it is ensuring, though, is it's keeping everybody that's in this game, everyone that's playing to win this motor race, on the lead lap and within 15 or 16 seconds of everybody. So it's keeping a lot of cars in contention for a race when otherwise perhaps they might not be. So this is going to shape up to an amazing finish.
Just looking at a tweet from Erebus Motorsport with a very, very damaged rim that's come off their lead car. They were really lucky to get that one back without any issues. And Jack LeBrock was very... seeing Dean Canto very lucky to get to the end of the stint with the rim bent as where it is. If you're not on social media, you need to be, because you're missing so much that's going on from the teams and drivers. And don't forget to use the hashtag B12HR as we're getting ready to go back to green. Everybody closing up this time. They've learned their lessons, and it's the Clearwater Ferrari that sits in behind the leader. Is this another chance for a lap back for Matt Griffin, the very rapid Irishman? Oh, almost got caught out by the lead car slowing down there. Matt knows he can't overlap. He's not battling for the lead, but he is battling to get a lap back. He's 2 back at the moment. and he wants to get one of those back as soon as we go green flag, which is happening right now with 3 hours and 11 minutes to go, and he doesn't get the run on the leader as Darrell O'Young heads towards Hell Corner for the 195th time of asking. The battles go on further back down the field, and now the Ferrari, which is very, very slippery indeed, will drag up to the back of the Aston Martin. The interesting thing is we've got Winkelhock right there, and that is the battle for the lead. And Winkelhock will try and pull out and use Matt as a little bit of a drafting partner. There is the Bentley number 11. That one's out of the chase at the moment in 12th position. Maxi Burke there behind the wheel. He will not give an inch either.
Yeah, so Maxi Book's still 2 laps off the lead. That team, well, that part of that team came back from it 2 years ago, but with 3 hours and 10, I'm not sure they can do it now. The interest is, can Clearwater get one of their 2 lost laps back? And can Marcus Winkelhock follow him through on Darrell O'Young, the 2-time winner of the Liqui Bathurst 12 Hour? He won then with Audi. He's now with Aston Martin, a team he's got heavy involvement in, Craft Bamboo Racing out of Hong Kong. Fantastically professional operation, amazing setup down below us in the pit lane garages, and he's pressing on.
We're about to get John's theory a little earlier as to how quick that Ferrari is in a straight line tested.
Yeah.
If Matt Griffin can get alongside and buy that Aston Martin, it will show that we've got one of the quickest cars in a straight line. Also watched, by the way, further back down this train, a change for the lead in Class C. The last 2 remaining cars, the Donut King Lotus, got by the Aston Martin on the restarts. I don't know whether or not he slightly jumped the gun. It was very, very close.
That's a great little fight, isn't it? The race within a race within a race. The Liqui Bathurst 12 Hour. Here's the Ferrari. So we need to see if that 33 car can use the toe from the 97 Aston Martin. Well, the answer is not quite. He's there or thereabouts, but not quite enough to make any impact.
What do you do if you're Darrell O'Young? Do you let him go if he gets close enough? Because you don't want him muscling his way by, do you?
No, you don't. But I tell you what, if it comes down to the final lap and Matt Griffin finds his other lap that they've lost, and it comes down to a race between the 2 of them, he's probably rude letting him past.
He's got him here. If he wants it, he's going to take it here. Now, Darrell O'Young can help, or he can fight it as they go down to Hell Corner for the 196th lap.
To get up the inside, we're looking a little bit further back in the number 10 Bentley, so we can't quite see if Matt Griffin's able to get by. We know it's not a fight for the lead, but it is important because the race's overall balance, it will play out as the race goes on, and Winkelhock's trying as well. He's right in there. Griffin to the inside at turn 2. He'd have to come from a long way back to get through, which he does not do.
Nice of you to name a corner after him, though, Griffin's Bend. He was very impressed with that when he got here.
I believe he was. Why not make a move there at some stage? We'll need to get a good run out of Hell Corner to do it. So, leader, lapped car, trying to get back into the fight. Second place is in the queue with Marcus Winkelhock, and then the Bentley just tagging on to the back of the queue as well.
Yeah, that is not the 4th place car, though. We're looking for the 16 of Haase before that. That is the 11, isn't it, of Maxi Burke? He's in there. And he will be trying to get laps back as well. Just a little bit of a dark line up the back of the Bentley over the top of the exhaust pipes. Tends to make me think they've been running that car just a little bit rich. A little bit of unburnt fuel being coming out of that on the downshifts, maybe.
There's Hasse, just at the top of shot in that brightly coloured number 16 car.
There he is. So now he's going to get in behind the Bentley and get a tow down Conrod Straight. This might actually help him.
Not for position, he's trying to get up behind the black Audi there with the Kangaroo up the side. That's his teammate Marcus Winkelhock.
I love this type of racing. You've got first lap car, second lap car, third, all sitting there, and they're all battling as hard as can be. Felix Baumgartner there, the Red Bull Stratos space jumper, sitting waiting for his turn, looking at the Audi, now firmly a fixture in Audi's endurance plans after making his racing debut at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Actually not his racing debut, you wouldn't allow him to do that. It was the first big race. He'd already done some training and some BLN races on the Nordschleife, so let's not think that you can just jump into that race as if nothing at all. That's not the case, of course.
So who's where on the racetrack? Darrell O'Young, 2:07.45. His first full proper flying lap after the recent safety car. Winkelhock, 2:07.7, slightly slower than the Craft Aston Martin. Hasse, a 7:35. Matt Bell, 7:7. Richard Muskin, a 9:3. I think in traffic in the 36 Erebus SLS AMG. So great pace at the front of the field, but nothing to separate the 4 cars at the very front of this ultra competitive queue.
Very impressed with Daryl O'Young's form in this Aston Martin. He's clearly got himself dialed into this GT3 car at this Bathurst circuit.
I've got a dictionary here, and if you look at versatility, then you do get a picture of Daryl O'Young. He's driven Porsche Carrera Cup, he's driven touring cars.
WTCC.
He's driven World Touring cars.
Macau specialist.
Front engine, rear engine, front wheel drive, rear wheel drive. He has done it all.
He's what's also looking here under Smarty Pants, and he's there as well.
That's very good. Actually, a very unassuming young man.
Great. He's great.
Great to talk to. Has a myriad of stories, most of which are unsuitable for primetime network television.
Absolutely.
And certainly no inroads being made by Marcus Winkelhock to try and get through on that very, very fast Aston. This is a little bit more like it from the Aston. They've been thereabouts all day, but we haven't quite seen the raw speed and ability to race wheel to wheel with the cars. It's nice to see that now. So we know what 97's got up its sleeve for a little bit later on. We say there's 3 hours to go. What we mean is there's only 3 hours to go. It's not a long time in the context of this motor race.
And they're 3 hours for a GT3 car. It's a sprint race. These cars perfectly capable of racing 110% of these kind of distances. 12 hours, it's been hammer and tongs. Yes, we've had a safety car interruptions, but while these cars have been running green, it has been nose-to-tail, wheel-to-wheel stuff.
Matt Griffin still shadowing the Aston Martin, still just a few tenths behind, and O'Young with a 7-0, Griffin with a 7-0 last time by as well, so he's absolutely matching toe for toe the Aston Martin that leads the race. He just needs to find a way by. It's a great battle between the different brands at the very front end of the Liqui Bathurst 12 hour. Aston Martin leading the race, Ferrari a lap down but with great speed, Audi second, Bentley a lap down, but we've got speed in those cars, and one of them is in contention. It's the number 10 car with Matt Bell.
Christopher Haase flashing his lights at Matt Griffin. I'm afraid you're going to have to get rather close to the back of the Ferrari than that, if that's going to make any difference, Christopher, because Matt Griffin can sniff the opportunity here that if there's any kind of error whatsoever from Daryl O'Young, he's back and another lap back towards the lead of this race. John.
Just taking in a message on Twitter with the hashtag B12HR from Bernard Cottrell. Great to hear from you, first of all, Bernard. I know you've not been very well recently. One of the foremost race directors in the UK, and he's sent a very simple message. When people ask me why I give so much of my time up to motor racing, I'm now just going to answer this. Can't argue with that, BC. Good to hear from you. Back in the wee small hours of the morning at 10 minutes to 4 back in the UK, watching the international coverage here on Channel 7, live and free from Liqui Bathurst 12 hours 2015, with just on 3 hours and a couple of minutes to run.
Matt still is looking very racy here.
Yeah,
all of a sudden, he's got a bit of a run. He's looking to see whether or not there might be any kind of space. And this is where Christopher Haase is going to watch himself. He's getting himself a little bit worked up about Matt Griffin ahead of him. He's going to have to worry a little bit more about Matt Bell behind him.
Yeah, we're not far away from pit stops too, and that's Marco Mappelli down at Phoenix Racing. Not far away from jumping into this car, the Kangaroo Audi Phoenix Racing, that currently sits second in the race. Hugely consistent fast lap times from Marcus Winkelhock.
Yeah, don't forget that first Bentley is Maxi Book, who is down in 12th position and off the lead lap at the moment. We'll keep our eyes on the battle as it heads up the mountain straight. Let's go to Shea Adam in the pit lane.
Well, I checked in with the managing director of Craft Bamboo to try and find out what Matt Griffin would have to do to be let by, if you will, by Daryl O'Young, and the answer was quite a bit. They like having that one-car buffer between themselves and the Audi, and in fact, they're even hopeful that Matt might drop back a little bit and give the Audi some trouble and let the Aston Martin run off into the distance, but highly unlikely given the Irishman's temperament behind the wheel of the car, let's say. But the Craft Bamboo guys have told Daryl O'Young, do not let Matt Griffin pass.
They're worried about the end game, aren't they? They are worried about the end game in this race, and that car might well buy itself into a fight for the lead. It's starting to build here at Mount Panorama. There are 3 hours to go on the mountain. We'll duck away for a short break and come back with a great race on the other side of this.
There is the number 10 Bentley of Matt Bell, now fully returned to healthy 11, just a little bit further up the finish, in 4th position. There was a racing driver in the pit lane, he just needed to add water to get him back. Matt Bell, you see, you can pack him small and then just rehydrate him when you get to the track.
Put those little sponges.
Great. Yeah.
What we're watching here is a fascinating battle of two cars trying to drag themselves back into contention in and amongst the two race leaders. So the Aston Martin Vantage, driven by Darrell Young, a double winner of this race, leads the way. Between he and the car in 2nd place, the number 15 Kangaroo, we're calling it Audi, driven by Marcus Winkelhock, is a fiery Irishman called Matt Griffin, and the guy that was 2nd here last year called Maximilian Book. They're trying to drag back a lap and get themselves back 1 lap behind the race leader. Now, it might not sound like a massive difference, but I can assure you, being 1 lap behind is so much better than being 2 laps behind. The next safety car, they make up plenty of time, and then they become back in contention for the motor race. What Darrell Young has been told to do, and what he is doing successfully at the moment, is keeping them behind. That is a team that doesn't want any more people trying to challenge them for victory in the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hour. So it's a race of 2 at the moment. It's a race between the 1st and 2nd place cars and 2 guys trying to get themselves into the final stage of this battle.
And the man who's stopping them from doing that's a very, very impressive stint from Darrell Young.
Yeah, I agree. And you've got 2 very, very good drivers behind them in Maxi Book in the Bentley and Matt Griffin, who of course has his own agenda. Both of those guys do. 2 Phoenix cars. Now here's something I'm going to throw out here, guys. Do you get those guys to start working together? They're not close enough to pick up the tour right now. Now here is something on the mountain straight. I just wondered if there was going to be a change on the track there to see if one car is perhaps feeling stronger than the other, and the 15 and the 16 might just swap around a little bit and see if they can do a little bit of aerodynamic drafting to help them along.
Yeah, perhaps, but I don't think we're too far away from stops either. We saw Marco Mappilli sitting down in the Phoenix bunker at the very end of pit lane, ready and rearing to go. So I'm not too sure you'd bother too much with that kind of stuff when you're a lap or 2 out from a pit stop.
True enough.
Aston, Ferrari, 1 and 2, up to Reed Park, through Solomon Park, across the top of the mountain. There's the metal grate, and towards McPhillamy, best bit of racing tarmac anywhere in Australia, and if you talk to some of these
possibly
drivers, possibly in the world.
Yeah.
And Darrell Young doing a superb job out in front. This guy's raced just about everything, and a huge build-up to this event. Massive job, rebuilt both cars from ground up, and it's been a big weekend for the team as well. The 97 car's been pretty much trouble-free, touch wood for them so far. The 99, the sister car, has been to the ringer and back, let's be honest, involved in a big crash on Friday. Had a huge job to put a new front end in that car, straightened it up, got it back out there. It's had a couple of issues early in the race. It currently sits 23rd with Jean-Marc Merlin behind the wheel.
Yeah, great to see that we've clocked up over 200 laps already and still got a shade under 3 hours to go. Now the Donut King Lotus is in the mix as well, as is the number 50 Porsche. This is danger time for Darrell Young. He has to pick his line. He has to watch what's going on, not just behind him, but also ahead of him. Where's Matt Griffin? Answer picking his way through. And the Bentley still there as well, but this is the opportunity, surely, for the Phoenix cars. Not through the middle. Surely it can't be done. But Christopher Haase, well, he's having a wee look at us at the moment, but just not able to get through. The 32 sitting further back down the running at the moment, 10th position. Steve Vaughan at the wheel of that car.
So they've just dropped a little bit behind the leaders, but they're now only a lap and a half back. So the next time there's a safety car, and as much as we don't particularly want one, it's almost inevitable that there will be, given the record number we've had so far today. They then find themselves plenty of time and start to get themselves back into contention.
Mark Catterall has tweeted to us using the hashtag B12HR. I don't know where you are in the world, Mark, but I'm suggesting it's not in Australia, as it sounds a little bit of a sleepy tweet, but he's saying, who needs sleep? Epic Racing, and this, by the way, is a T-shirt, Mark Catterall, TM. Who needs sleep? Epic Racing is caffeine for the soul. Love it. On board with the Lambo.
Back in 10th position, the Lamborghini Gallardo. And next target for Steve Owen is Jean Bau. And the number 8 Flying B car, you can see that just ahead.
Which is the white Bentley, taking up the left-hand side of the road, going underneath the Pettus Bridge and up towards Griffin Bend. He's just not quite close enough, but gee, that Lambo's good on the brakes. Up into Griffin Bend and heading up the hill here.
Pulled some time out of Bell last time round as well, so Owen ticking off the laps in car 32. We ride on board left of screen, we see him. Right, there is Steve. Hugely experienced around this place, and a good get for Roger Largo, the team owner here.
Agreed.
A great story yesterday in qualifying when they qualified on the front row. David Russell did the time, but great team performance. This little outfit from Brisbane. Most of the guys that work on this car are part-time, if only race weekend guys employed by Roger to run it. Not really any full-time staff. It's not a professional racing car team. Taking on the might of the factory Nissan and factory Audi squads that were either side of them in the press conference yesterday afternoon. It really shows that GT3 racing can be a great leveller. You've got smart people. It doesn't matter if you're a mega budget factory team or a little outfit from a suburb in Brisbane, you can contend.
We need to be looking back at the battle for third, fourth and fifth position, because Matt Bell has taken the opportunity of the delay behind the two battling cars to pull right back onto the rear of both of the Phoenix Audis. There is a bit of a timing glitch at the moment that's affecting the 16 car, I think it was. But Matt Bell is right back with them, and this is a three-car battle now for second position between the 16 and 15 Phoenix Audis and young Matt Bell in the number 10 M-Sport Bentley.
Yeah, we're not quite getting the split times. If you're watching back home and wondering why things are changing around, that is a bit close for comfort, and that is the St. Gallen car battling for its class honours as well. Got to have respect here, guys. Everybody is battling something. It might just be for a finish, or in the case of that Aston Martin there, it might be for a class win.
Big commitment from Owen there. He committed early and stayed because there was no hesitation. And that was the difference between that becoming a crash or not. He committed to getting the car in the corner. Had he backed out of it, there's every chance he would have clipped the rear of that grey Aston Martin St. Gallen entry and turned it round and caused everybody a whole lot of drama.
Big call out for the crowds here at Bathurst who have enjoyed this great racing from Friday practicing qualifying through the shootout yesterday and the record-breaking run, and now some 9 hours and 10 minutes into the race. It's huge at the bottom and at the top. Hello to everybody around the circuit here who I know are listening in. And here is the move. This is the one we've been waiting for. Side-by-side action again. And Bentley's going down and being able to tough it out, coming into the kink. And that is second place, changing over. You saw it there. And Matt Bell has done the deed. That's a great drive back from the young Brit.
That's from fourth to second place in about a lap and a half from Matt Bell.
In the midst of a whole bunch of lap traffic too. This is a great drive, and the Bentley, as the race has gone on, has really come alive. It's got better and better and better, and so too has this guy, quite literally, because early on in the race he was pulled from the car.
Down and out.
He was down and out, and a bit of heat exhaustion and some real issues.
Maxi Buck into the pits. That's great news for the other Bentley, because Matt Bell now doesn't have his teammate to have to get out of his way.
And now we've got an extended green flag run too. We start seeing the relative fuel economies of these cars every stint so far interrupted by safety cars, and on average we've seen 35, even 36 laps of late, but because of all the yellow and the cruising around, now I don't think it'll be that long on fuel.
We have not had a full hour of green flag racing all meeting in any category, let alone the main class, and we're about, I think, just to get into that now.
I think, guys, we've got the top 6 cars at the moment. After an extended green flag running, 8.5 seconds between the top 6. 8.5 seconds between Daryl Young and Wolfgang Reep, who at the moment I think is 6th position in the Nissan. And closing.
Yeah, this is going to be a heck of a finish as Maxi Burke comes into the pit lane. The other Bentley, the number 10, the M-Sport car, with Matthew Bell at the wheel.
Interestingly enough, just one lap between the two Century Batteries GT3 class competitors. The Superbarn Supermarkets Porsche with Theo Konduras behind the wheel continues to lead the Grove Racing Porsche, who are on the comeback trail after some dramas earlier in the race. They're back up to second in class now. They're running 18th and 19th overall. In front of them is Adam Gowans in the number 93 Mark Cars Australia Focus V8. However, there is some stuff going on there, and they were given a black flag and ignored it. They went through the 3-lap window you get to take that black flag. As a result, they will be subject to a post-race hearing, and I'd suggest if it goes against them, they'll have the equivalent of a drive-through penalty, if not more, imposed on the number 93 car. At the moment, though, Adam Gowan's behind the wheel, 17th in the Recaro Invitational class, and doing a great job
just
in the Mark Cars Australia entry.
Sorry about that, Krelsey. Just got a shot with the smiling eyes of Stephen Kane. He's getting ready to climb aboard and will be taking up the fight. But this is a great drive, both from Darrell Young in the lead of the race and Matt Bell in the number 10 Bentley. 3.9 seconds scored across the line. It doesn't look like that now.
No, it certainly doesn't. And I still just can't get over how gentle it looks behind the wheel of that Bentley. I remember going up to Crewe and talking to Brian Gush and Malcolm Wilson about this car when it was first mooted, and then seeing the first cars when they were released, and it was built to be comfortable for gentlemen drivers, and it seems that pro drivers like to be comfortable too. Shea Adam is down in the pits.
Big problems for one gentleman driver in the paddock, John. The number 75, Steve McLaughlin, has no radio communication. He didn't do his driver plug-in correctly, and they started off with a sign that said 75 driver plug. That didn't work, didn't get his attention. So they've now moved to this, hoping that it will get his immediate attention because his fuel is starting to run low. So he must pit soon. On the other hand, the team car, the 74, the team wasn't expecting it to pit, and it came in a couple laps ago. Alessandro Latif behind the wheel. They very professionally got that car turned around and back out onto the track with no issues. Now, all the focus is back to the 75.
Thanks, Shea. Old school.
Absolutely.
It's one thing that you get into the habit of when you drive in the lower categories, of just looking for your pit board every time, and having radio is a bit of a novelty for some people, but clearly they're having to go back to the old ways. There's nothing wrong in that. They'll be hitting me over the head with the pit board if he keeps going through and runs out of fuel on top of the mountain. That would be a bad one, wouldn't it? We're into the last 2 3/4 hours. Matt Bell chasing back Darrell Young. It's the Battle of Britain at the head of the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours. It's live and free here on 7. Wyman taking the wild ride at the end of the Michelin chase there, and just about getting away with it, but not. This is the final corner again, Maguire Murray's corner, and the safety stop car, which had its incident early on when it was being passed by the leader. Now, is this another Audi that's had something to do with the car? It is. It absolutely is. It's almost a carbon copy. There's no touching there, but the 6 car pulling offline from the Century Batteries GT3 category, the Porsche Cup class.
Please don't let it be Gardner again in the car.
No, you know it's going to be, isn't it? Who is it at the wheel of that? That's a good question. We'll check down for you.
Aaron Serafos, yeah.
It's got to be a safety car, because that's not coming out there. And we were just speculating that the Bentley might need a little bit of help. The number 10 Matt Bell car, and out comes the full course caution. 2 hours and 41 minutes to go, with about an hour's worth of running. If you don't have to be Einstein to work out where the pit stops have got to come. There's Matt Bell, looking much better than he did last time. He's got the cooling vest on there, and he's rehydrating.
And just for a moment there, I did think he'd got a rather strange haircut, but it's not. It's the damp flannel on the head. Well done, Matt.
All the leaders are in pit lane. Darrell Young pits the Craft Bamboo Aston. There it is, getting fuel and a driver change. Marcus Winkelhock is in. Christopher Husser is in. Matt Griffin pitted the Clearwater car. He was in that leading battle. The Class C leader is in too, the Aston Martin St Gallico. You can see it just in front of this shot of the Auto Art sponsored Craft Bamboo car. Fire it up, everyone over the line. And, they had to hold it. They had to hold for the Sharon car. Now he goes.
And stalled it.
Oh, big hesitation there. That will cost them some time.
Better that than running into the car in the pit lane, though, Krillsy. That would have been potentially damaging, and they would have got a penalty for it as well.
In also comes Benny Simonson up to 8th position. The number 49 Vicious Rimmer Ferrari, and second in the AM class. Still led, of course, by Wolfgang Reep and the 35 Nissan.
Now, this has been a good stint from Wolfie Reed. We've seen nothing of the Nissan for the last 45 minutes, but it's kind of a good thing because they've just been circulating and running around. Really good job. A great stint from Benny Simonson. Mark Beretta has more on that.
Speaking of great stints, what about this guy, Matt Bell? He's one of the heroes of the day. Matt, what an up and down day you've had today.
Yeah, just a bit. The old Aussie weather is taking its toll on me a bit more than I thought. I had a little bit of a problem in the first one. I got a blocked water tube, so I had no fluids at all for the first double stint, and ended up having to get out a little bit early ill, but managed to survive that one just about, and it seemed to go all right.
Seemed to go all right. It was fantastic. So what a recovery from being dehydrated. You rehydrate, you get back in the car, and you drive a stint like that last one. I mean, everyone in the garage here is congratulating you. That was some stint.
Well, you don't really have a choice. You know, you get given such a great opportunity for Bentley. You have to turn up and perform. This is a proper team. M Sport Bentley. The car's fantastic. The team's fantastic. I have to be fantastic. There's no two ways about it. So hopefully we can keep it going.
Everyone who's watching the telecast is wondering what that Bentley is like to drive. Can you describe it for us?
Oh, it's fantastic. Especially, it's just such a rewarding track for it, because through high-speed stuff, it's brilliant, and all that high-speed stuff there, going through, you know, from 4 to 10, is just phenomenal to drive this thing. And then, of course, you got the beastie motor, the V8 under the bonnet there, pushing us down the straight. So this is a great track for it. It's brilliant to drive.
Matt, are you done now, or will you get back in?
I think the plan is to get back in again. But we'll see how it goes.
And how good does that ice vest feel right now?
It's still pretty warm. I think I'll be going for a cold shower.
Good on you, man. Well done today. Great effort.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice to hear someone talking proper Queen's English. Comes from my neck of the woods up in the northeast, although we're separated by cultural and religious differences. Soccer clubs, our daggers drawn. Newcastle United for Matt Bell and his brother Bob. Sunderland AFC for me. But when we're abroad, of course, we all flock together and put those things aside. Fantastic. Well done, Matt. I have no problem in saying that to him. He's really pulled it out there for Bentley and given them a hope. Came in second position. We've got 2 hours and 37 minutes to go, and it's now that the back timing of fuel strategy starts to come into play. And you can come back here on 7 to see how it plays out at the Liquid Molly Bathurst 12 hours for 2015. Bathurst, classic motor racing venue, providing excellent entertainment for us here on 7. Hello there, it's John Hindhaugh, Richard Craill, and the editor of DailySportsCar.com, Graham Goodwin, overlooking the last 2.5 hours or thereabouts of what had been a gripping motor race. Yes, interrupted in terms of the flow by the intervention of the safety car. Kind of expect that here at the mountain, that there's going to be some incidents. But what we have is a top 6 that is chock full of talent and brands that we would all kill for to have on our drives. Richard Muscat leads the motor race in the Erebus Mercedes-Benz, with Wolfie Reef in second place for Nissan and Alex McDowell for Aston Martin in third. And there's all kinds of strategies playing out. We're now getting into the area where people are working out how many pit stops they're going to have left. Graham.
6 Porsche made it back to pit lane. That means lights are out on the safety car by the look of things, and I think we're going to go to green flag racing this time around, boys.
And the track temperature is 52 degrees Celsius. It's just starting to drop a little bit. The ambient 33 from Michelin down there on the pit lane, and thanks for that information.
Pirelli up against it too, yet to win at Mount Panorama, so they're in the box seat today to try and get their first Bathurst victory. So it's a great tyre war between the two competing brands. They're fighting it out at the front. It's not just the teams and drivers battling, it's the tyre brands as well. So Richard Muscat will lead the field back to green. A couple of cars duck into pit lane. I think the gap there will be okay, because there were cars pulling out of the queue to dive into the pits. We're back to green, and it's Richard Muscat leading the field through. Wolfgang Reed second in the Nissan. Alex McDowell is back behind the wheel of the Craft Bamboo Aston Martin. There it is, being passed finally by the Clearwater Racing Ferrari. The problem is, it's not for the lead, and very, very wide into that corner went the 99 car, the sister Craft Bamboo entry. The 97 goes past, but McDowell there just a little bit slow on the restart. The 99 car doing the right thing. The sister car getting out the way. In the background, you can see the bright yellow lights of Marco Mappelli in the number 15 Phoenix racing car.
That is the third placed Aston Martin that is just tucked up at the moment behind the Number 8, Bentley, sitting a lap off the lead, but only down in 8th position for JP and the rest of the team. And again, the cars that are intermingled there, there's no pulling out and waving by, pass arounds or anything like that. Let's get back to racing as quick as you can. And guys, sort yourselves out. And actually, I kind of quite like that, if I'm honest. We're heading into the last 2.5 hours, and it is a brilliant variety of machines at the front of the field. And don't forget, we're battling in the classes as well. The Clearwater Ferrari now under a little bit of pressure. The 33 car with Matt Griffin sitting just a lap or two off the lead, and he's down in 11th position. And he's got that 97 car of Alex McDowell right there as well.
Just trying to smoke pouring off my laptop as we try and work out the race strategies
Now,
in
come
this
on,
race.
tell the viewers the truth. You've got an abacus there.
Yeah, correct. And what we can see at this point is that the 36 and 35 cars are on a slightly different strategy to the ones behind. So those, the Erebus Motorsport SLS and Wolfie Reap, was that drama?
That's the 93 car. The 93 car, we got a quick shot off.
Oh, massive crash.
The 91 of this was the Mazda, the Mark car, and that is at the top of the mountain right next to the 7U Skyline, and that is surely more than one car has been involved in that, or has he just hit the wall so hard that it's destroyed the back of that car? Now, there are panels that are meant to deform and come off, so that looks bad. This is the Recaro Class I car that's been vying for the lead with the 93 Mark Cars Australia team car, the one that's shaped like the Focus, and no movement at the moment, but there will be a safety car because of the severity. Look at the right-hand side rear has been ripped off. That is a rear drive car, and the drive shafts are I'm afraid, visible there.
Ivo Bruca's behind the wheel too, so second in class. Unfortunately for him, that's the second time he's found the wall here today. That's a big impact there at McPhillamy Park. Skated across the top of the gravel trap too and made big rearward contact with the wall, tyre barriers on the outside. So we'll see if we've got a replay for you, if we can. Another safety car in what's been a bruising day here at Mount Panorama.
And another Mazda with issues up on the run up to Griffin Bend. That's one of the tube frame RX-7s, the former Speed Sport car, the Patrick Dempsey racing cars from the States and Grand Am. And that car's come to a dead halt as well.
I think that's going to be the 43 car, John.
They've had a tough day, haven't they, Henley Racing, with their pair of Speed Source built Mazda RX-8 GTs bought out of the States last year, ran them in local sports sedan competition for much of last season, had a great time with them. It's their first real endurance race since coming into local hands.
Scott Fitzsimmons, who is up on the mountain.
So that's good news. Driver got out. That is the best possible news we can get from that kind of an incident. Thanks to everybody keeping us aware. Here's a look. Oh no, down the inside. One of the Phoenix Racing cars, the 16, and that is a monster crash.
Oh dear. Well, if the race control follows protocol, that's going to be at least a drive-through for the 16 car. If you give that to the Bentley earlier on for the one at the chase, you've got to give it there as well.
We spoke all day today about risk minimisation.
And that was Felix Baumgartner.
And not taking chances when you're lapping cars slower than you, because there's no point. And unfortunately, it ends up in things like that.
And just unluckily hits the unguarded part of the concrete wall. There's so many tyres, you'd think it would be harder to hit the wall than anything else. And of course, the law of sod says that's exactly what happens.
Pictures actually now of Ivo walking away from the car.
Well, that's the best news that we can give.
Quick shot of Keith Kasuki there, co-driver of this car. Great guy, Australia's busiest racing car driver. I think raced 30 times last year in a couple of different series. The Mark cars, he does the endurance program with them. He races a big Ford Falcon in the Touring Car Masters series and is very, very competitive in that. In fact, he was racing that car in New Zealand last weekend. Came straight to Bathurst for this one. Well, it shows the strength and the integrity in which these Mark Cars Australia cars are built and designed. And I think Paul Sepranich up at Pace Innovations on the Gold Coast, I'm not sure if he's here this weekend, I imagine he probably is, would be a very, very happy man to see that his chassis stood up to the impact, and Ryan McLeod, who helps run these cars. So let's head down to pit lane with one of the great stories of the day. Car 49, the Vicious Rumour Racing team, have been doing great things, and Mark Beretta has more on that.
Yeah, they've been chipping away beautifully, and I'm with former Formula One driver Andrea Montemini. Andrea, great to see you back again. We were just watching that accident, and as you described it, that was one of the bigger accidents you've seen in a pretty illustrious career.
Yes, it's quite big. I hope the driver will be okay, and I wish he's okay. But the shunt is quite big, so we open we see what's going on.
Now let's talk about your day. You guys you're chipping away there very nicely, sitting in 8th spot. You've sort of flown under the radar a little bit today.
Yes, we had a very bad day yesterday. Actually, we didn't make anything, no qualifying, nothing. So we started at the very back of the field, and we grow up quite quickly, and we are in the top 10 now, and we are second in our class. So I think it's a huge job for the moment for the team. Tony, De Felicis really deserve all this, and we are trying to make our best.
Yeah, it's great. It's a great effort. Fantastic to see you back here, because we haven't seen you here since 2003 in the 24-hour race.
Yes. In fact, I had the chance that time to come in with a Ferrari, with a 360, and I did love the circuit straight away. I thought it's one of the great circuits in the world I've been. So I said, okay, I would be very happy if I can have a chance to come back.
Now, Andre, I've got to ask you, how good is this circuit? How do you rate it against all the incredible racetracks you've been on around the world?
It's very good. Let's say up of the hill is very challenging, and also you don't have to make any mistake, because that's going to cost you a lot. So, but this is like Monte Carlo. I mean, you know that if you make a mistake, you are in a wall.
Great to have you here. Good luck for the rest of the day. I know you're going to bring it home strongly.
Thank you. We try.
Good to see you. Okay, let's go to Shay further down the lane.
Keith Kasulki, you're one of the drivers of the car with Ivo Brukers, who is involved in that massive shunt. Now, you haven't heard from Ivo yet, but we were hearing down the line that he was out of the car. Best news of the day. But that was a massive, massive hit.
Yeah, that was a pretty bad. That's probably as bad as it gets. Yeah, I hope Ivo's all right. He's, as you said, out of the car, so he'll be pretty well shaken after that. It's pretty sad for the crew. They worked all night to repair the car after the shunt at the cutting yesterday, but yeah, what a wonderful crew. So well, let's hope he's all right, and that's our race finished. But fantastic crew. We worked very hard today to get up to where we were at P20. Looking forward to a good finish. But anyway, it's happened. We'll regroup now and get these cars repaired.
And come back next year, right?
Absolutely, we'll be back next year, yeah, for another shot at it. Hopefully with not so much bad luck.
Best wishes with Ivo Brukers.
Yeah, Keith and Ivo had a good chat with them on Friday evening, and our best wishes to Ivo. All right, again, we have the opportunity to go away from the mountain without missing any action. They clear up, as you can see, is underway. The flat tray is there. Don't go too far away, because we will get racing underway quite quickly after this, and there'll be more action, hopefully not so much incident, from Bathurst at the Liquid Moly 12 Hours 2015. Well, this safety car period enabling the cars to take service without losing too much track position, and here at the Mount Panorama Early Season Classic, the 12 Hours, the Liquid Moly 12 Hours, it is also the time when the calculators are out. If you're a little bit further back down the field, you've got the choice now to play it safe or roll the dice. We're coming into the area where it is 2 more pit stops from here to the flag for the cars at the front. They can run just around or just over an hour of green flag racing. Now, we haven't had an hour of green flag racing thus far. So do you gamble that you will get some more safety car running in the last 2 hours, or do you stick to what you think might happen? It's a tough one. Pat Long, as well as being a very good driver, is also a shrewd tactician and student of the sport. Be interesting to hear what he thinks the chances of the 12 car in 7th position. Here's Mark Beretta.
Working away gradually all day, again, sort of staying under the radar a little bit, Pat. It's sort of all going to plan, isn't it? You're putting yourselves in a good position.
Yeah, we are. Unfortunately, Chris got hit in his last stint, so our exhaust is bent. We've lost about 10K down the straightaway, but other than that, the car's on rails. Over the top of the mountain, I finally got my head around Bathurst, so I had a lot of fun. That was a 2 hour and 40-minute stint, so my feet are a little bit hot, but luckily the training got me through on the mental side, and we'll see what we can do now.
That's a beautiful feeling to know that you've mastered this place.
I wouldn't say that. That would take a lot more than what I've done, but at least now I can feel a rhythm. Really enjoyed it. I would almost go on the record and say this is the best track in the world. It's so much fun.
You can say that. We'll accept that. But what's the expectation from here? You're sitting 7th at the moment. How far up can you get?
Listen, we're trying to get a lap back. We thought we might have had it there with the Nissan and the Mercedes ahead of me. I didn't want to fight them and hold them up, but sure enough, they were the 2 cars that ended up between us and the safety car. So we were hoping they were going to come in for fuel. We didn't get that call. In the end, it's going to be a pretty brutal race on the 1 lap down just to hold 7th. So we'll see if a little attrition could bring us to top 5.
Okay, got a bit over, 2 hours to go. Can the car hot okay?
Yeah, look, it's down on power, but other than that, it's solid. It's a Porsche 911, so they just keep going. They're like sewing machines.
Good stuff. Well done, Paddy.
Pat Long, busy season of GT racing for him, and great to see that he's dialing himself into this classic circuit. It's going to be a little while before we go back to green flag racing, so we'll step away just for another moment to get you back, hopefully at around about the time that the green flag is back in hand on the start-finish line here at Bathurst for the Liquid Moly 12 Hours 2015. Live and free on 7, it's the Bathurst Summer Classic, the Liquid Moly 12 Hours. John Hindhaugh, Richard Craill and Graham Goodwin, the editor of dailysportscar.com, in the booth. Down in the pit lane, Mark Beretta and Shea Adam working up and down, patrolling the pit lane for us. And we're coming back to green shortly after that frightening looking accident for Ivo Breukers in the Mark Cars Australia Mazda 3 V8. Helped off the road by Felix Baumgartner. More than a little love tap there, I'm afraid, as Felix went for a very low percentage move at the top of the mountain. But what we have got now is a situation, Crailsey, where we're coming not that far away from the 2-stop window for the top cars to get to the end of the race with just 2 more pit stops. And this is where the team manager earns his corn. They're in overdrive right now.
We need to find out really from the teams in pit lane exactly where the Erebus Mercedes is at. That for me is the big question mark, because they're running a slightly different strategy, both they and the number 35 Nissan, first and second on the road, compared to the cars in 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. They are respectively the Aston Martin, the number 10 Bentley, the number 16 Audi and the number 15 Audi of Laurent Thurntor. So I think when the Mercedes pits is when this race starts to work itself out with how we go to the end. We're back to green flag conditions at Mount Panorama. Richard Muscat again leads the field to the green flag.
And the longest green flag period we've had is 1 hour and 5 minutes, and just after the 2 hour 7 minute mark. So how does that affect the strategies up and down pit lane? 3 cars abreast as they come across the line, and that is the Baumgartner car cutting down onto the inside of Hell Corner. The 16 car sitting in 6th position. A little bit of a timing glitch there. And two teammates absolutely side by side behind them.
That's for position 2, 14th and 15th, 213 laps apiece. So they're 3 and a bit behind the leaders, but the 2 JMEC PEM Racing Audis are trading paint with 2 hours to go in the motor race and swapping positions as they run up to turn 2. Great racing.
Unfortunately, they did it over the line, and I'm not quite sure that's going to work for them, because they most certainly overlapped as they crossed the line under the green flag with a slower car in front of them.
It's embarrassing to do it with another car. To do it with your teammate, that's a bit of an issue, isn't it? So 2 hours and 10 minutes to go in the Liqui Bathurst 12 hour. It's been a tough day at the office, but we've got a race that's set to play itself out with 6 cars on the lead lap and 6 cars all capable of winning this motor race.
Absolutely, Krillsy.
There's 4 of them.
And it's interesting how the strategies have played out so far. Clearly, with the intervention of the ENG Mercedes-Benz safety car, it has messed up everybody's green flag strategy, but you've got to just keep adapting. Stick with what you've got or change it up. That's the question. Wolfie Reap, second place. The leader is that dark-coloured car ahead going down Conrod straight up over the rise and heading back towards us now. And Reap closes in. He's not going to be close enough to get the draft here, but he's got the power and the top speed. Absolutely flat out through the kink, down into the Michelin chase. Super late on the brakes by Reap as he comes down through the Michelin chase and under the Liqui Moly bridge down to Maguire's Murray corner at the end of the lap. And all of a sudden, target acquired mode for Wolfie Reap. And I just wonder if Richard Muscat is struggling a little bit on the brakes.
If I'm leading this race in the final 2 or 3 laps and I've got this car behind, I would be a very worried human being, because that thing is an absolute rocket ship at the moment. And Wolfgang Reap is driving it very, very well. Who do we put in that car at the end, do you think? How much driving time has Chio-san got left? Florian Strauss did a good stint early on today. He was second in the car.
Yeah, but then he had a big break. He had a very, very big break until he just got in and out of the car.
I don't think it matters, because all 3 of those guys have been very, very fast. So I'm not too sure it's an issue. I think that's the last of their problems.
At the minute, they're doing rock, paper, scissors at the back of the garage to find out who wins that one. It is a problem, I think, for Muscat's pace here, because not only the Nissan dragging back towards it, but also the other Erebus Mercedes, I think, is out there as well. They're getting a little closer.
I think, though, they are going to have to stop possibly 10 or 15 laps earlier, somewhere around that mark, than the cars in 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th place. And that's going to make their life perhaps difficult in the closing stint of the race. Although, from this very point on, if everyone had full tanks, they should be able to get to the finish with 1 more pit stop. Correct. But they don't. That's the problem. So the question is, we think the 36 and 35 cars got less fuel than the 97 and the 16 behind them. The question is how much? When do they pit? And how long can they go into this race? Can they do it on 2 more stops, or will they need a splash at the end?
Well, we're in the window, as you say, and this is where the brain calculation begins to go into overdrive for the guys on the, just as much talent in the pit box as there is behind the wheel here. And in endurance racing, it is a team event. The sunshine just beginning to come round into the booth here, and that means it'll be in the driver's eyes going down to Hell Corner, turn number 1. The heat on the racetrack up above 50 degrees Celsius and 33, 34 degrees Celsius in the air. This is now settling in. Let's hope that we get a good long run here and to get some green flag pit stops to really shake this up.
Right back in the pace too, Hindy. First lap back, 5-6 for Muscat, 6-2 for Reap. Good pace from the Erebus Merc, 6-9 for McDowell in 3rd place in the Aston.
Don't count out that Aston yet either. That has been a really interesting run from the 97 car. Board with the 32, down in 8th position.
Got some ace support behind the scenes. I think you mentioned it earlier on today, but John Russell helping out behind the scenes, hugely experienced team manager and engineer, and also Mick Ritter from Sonic Motor Racing, one of Australia's top race car teams in Formula Ford and open wheel racing and Porsche Carrera Cup 2, really giving some operational strength to the Largo Racing team, who have gone further than they have in all 3 of the previous Bathurst 12 hours combined today.
So just mentioning the classes, the Century Batteries GT3 class being led at the moment by Sam Power in the Superbarn Supermarkets 47 Porsche, and he is up to 17th position and just 5 laps off the lead of the race. Obviously, we'll keep our eyes on how that is developing as we head inside the last couple of hours in 5 minutes' time. There is nothing more spectacular than watching an onboard lap from the mountain.
Erebus Merck stopped, as far as I can tell, on 190. And there's been a lot of safety car in then, which would explain quite a long stint. But you'd think with 218 laps in the books now, we're approaching 30 laps. The window today has been somewhere between 30 and 35 due to all the safety cars. So you'd think there's probably another 15 laps before the 36 car has to pit. So that takes us up to 230, 235 perhaps for Erebus Motorsport. My maths are notoriously wonky, so we could be a way off here, but that's my guess. And 235, that gives us another 30 minutes of racing with them. They would then need a short stop towards the end of the race in the final hour to get to the finish, bearing in mind there's 2 hours to go.
Quilsey, remember a couple of years ago when we had a lovely day and all of a sudden the clouds started to gather, the wind started to pick up and we had something biblical. All we needed was the frogs.
2013 you're thinking of?
Yes. I'm detecting a little more cloud cover and it's of the darker grey variety. Has this great race got yet another twist up its sleeve? Who writes the plots for these things? You guys have got great script writers.
I would say there was nothing forecast, but as regular Bathurst fans will know, that means absolutely nothing.
Well, you said that. We said that a few years ago, didn't we?
True.
And then we had the most amazing display of 30 to 40 kilometre an hour driving on the top of the mountain by people who are much more used to going 200 clicks quicker than that, and yet it was still breathtaking to watch the guys trying to keep the cars on the straight and narrow. Is that going to be a factor in the last 2 hours, which we are into now? 2 hours and 4 minutes still to run on this one, and Wolfie Reep, the man who earned his position in the Nismo Global Athlete team by being selected from the GT Academy into the boot camp by running a video game test. Then he had to do all the hard work. Then he had to get the 11 signatures on his license to get his international say and go race in the 24 hours of Dubai. And now he comes here as part of a fully professional team that are chasing down the leaders. And it's Richard Muscat who he has in his sights at the moment in the 36 Erebus Mercedes-Benz, the AMG car. The SLS just in front at the moment. But Wolfie Reep driving with the confidence of a man with much more experience on the racetrack than he actually has. And the back end of the lap is very good for the GTR as he closes up again, but he just can't get close enough to put a move on the leader.
Just going back through some of the classes, the GWS personnel invited production class, the number 23 BMW 1M, owned and run by Beric Linton and his team out of the Gold Coast, the Bruce Linton BMW outfit, Rob Thompson behind the wheel. They're currently leading that class and doing a sensational job. Venerable car runs in Australian Manufacturers Championship competition and has done so for quite some time. They're currently scored 31st, one position, and on the same lap as the Class C leading, or Class C contending, I should say, Aston Martin.
Betty Klemenko, First Lady of Australian Motorsport, just living every single corner of the race as she always does. Love the enthusiasm of Betty. She's been a good friend to us as well on RadioLeMans.com at Spa and some of the overseas races, and of course here. Lovely to meet her for the first time when I came here. That is the enthusiasm I love to see in the pit lane.
This is brilliant for Richard Muscat and for Jack LeBrock. Dean Canto has been here and done that before. But Erebus, I think, unfairly copped a fair bit of criticism when they announced their driver lineup for this year's race, mainly because they didn't go down the international route that they have in the past and couldn't draw on their V8 supercar drivers for the weekend. So they went, right, we're going to get Richard Muscat, who's been part of our academy. We'll get Jack LeBrock, who's been part of our academy. We'll draw in Dean Canto for car 36 as the experience glue that binds them together. They have impressed and delivered today so far. Super performance by all three, and car 36 is right in this one.
Absolutely, massively. It's been a fantastic performance. Now we're not at the problem for the 63 car. I've no doubt whatsoever the selection there would have been inspired too.
Just wonder, we've got the Nissan dropping into its pit window now as he closes up again on the leader. Richard Muscat had to just back out at the end of the Michelin chase as he comes down under the Licklemolly Bridge in front of the Riches Hotel and down to Maguire's Corner, the final left-hander here on the circuit. Just wonder now if Bob Neville, who is helping with the team here, the Nismo global athlete team. I wonder what his calculator is saying. Wolfie Reed was last in, or at least the 35 car was last in 31 laps ago as Wolfie. Oh, you know, this is a guy who allegedly has no experience, just over a year's worth of experience. He dodges out there to make sure that Richard Muscat can see the bluff front end of that Nissan GTR, just to make him not sure that he knows you're coming there. I don't think he needs reminding, Wolfie, but I like your style. That is mind games being played, just turning up the pressure on the car in front.
As we watch this, something just popped up on Twitter that I've noticed about 5 or 10 minutes ago, which is that Stephen Kane is not on the lead lap anymore. Now, is that courtesy of a recent pit stop? Is that going to wind its way back in? Because actually Stephen is now in a battle with Benny Simonson for 6th position off the lead lap.
First car's off the lead lap, you're absolutely right. I did notice that tweet come in early on, and then I got distracted. No rain on the radar. And the 97 car's his third, Alex McDowell. He's gone, look at the black marks, he's gone straight on there and banged the car up, and the steering is damaged. He's going to try a flick turn. This is again a Griffin bend. I'm not sure he's going to get away with that, is he? Yes, he is. But can he get this car going? He has, and he's avoided another full course caution. Gee, that would have been right in the range for the Nissan to take a stop. Now, has he got damage there? He may have got away with it.
I don't think he hit, or did he? I'm not sure he hit anything.
The black lines must have been from an earlier incident, and heavens, there's been enough at Griffin Bend this weekend.
Surface holding up beautifully, by the way. Tip of the hat to the Bathurst Regional Council for getting that all sorted, and that's the spin. So light contact. Just brushed the tyre bundle on the outside there. But key moment, that car was third in the motor race, in front of the two Phoenix Racing Audis.
He's only dropped one place. Vanter's gone through. Has Baumgartner gone through as well?
There's a timing glitch on that car, John. And
well reminded.
Certainly both the Phoenix cars will have taken that place immediately. Mick the Muscat on pit lane, 36 car.
Well, that answers the question. And my maths was about 8 laps short there. Lap 222, Richard Muscat pits.
You might not have been wrong, of course. They might just think we can go from here with one more pit stop. And of course, if you don't have to put a full tank in, you're going to be stationary slightly shorter amount of time. They're looking for track position here, I reckon, Crailsey. Let's get this one done in case we get caught the wrong side of a full course caution. And I think the Nissan has kind of got to follow them in next time around if they're going to stay in touch. The question's got to come down to drive times now for the individual pilots, and what Wolfie Reed's got left in terms of his driving time and who goes in to do the last couple of hours.
The decision might be made now, John, based on what traffic's ahead of Wolfgang Reed. Has he got some clear air ahead of him? Can he get his foot in and get some clear blue air between him and the chasing trio or quartet now, with the Aston Martin trying to get back onto terms with the Audis? Or are we going to see the 35 car down pit lane very soon?
Minute and 5 to transit pit lane to put a new driver in and a full tank of fuel.
Wow.
Good stop from Erebus Motorsport, and Jack LeBrock now finds himself behind the wheel of car number 2.
I think he will drop down behind Felix Baumgartner, but ahead of Alex McDowell, and that spin now looks costly for Alex McDowell. He'd be a place further up the field, of course.
He would be, and there's bad news, meanwhile, from the United States for the progress on the LMP1 programme for Nissan. It's very clear the entire team is watching this race.
No, there's no work being done at AAR at the moment. Hello to everybody. We're very excited to see that car at the FIA World Endurance Championship prologue at Paul Ricard's the week after Sebring. Busy summer of endurance racing for our RadioLeMans.com team as we travel the globe, and great to be down here in Australia with our colleagues at 7, bringing you this race around the world as well as around Australia. And this is rapidly becoming a must-do race, not just for us broadcasters but also for the drivers.
Yeah, it's fair to say that the marketing man at Nissan, Paul Ryan, proud Australian, of course, is probably the grumpiest Aussie at the moment, not being here.
So how far does the Nissan go into this stint? We saw a stop on 222 for Jack LeBrock, and they were there or thereabouts with that 35 car in terms of their strategy.
The only thing I would say, I was very keen on them stopping and covering the 36 car, but with the pit rules here and under the full course caution, the pit stays open. So you do still get the opportunity to pit if the safety car comes out. It might just work to push this car on and open up your last stop window to a wider area. Remember, once you get inside that last stop, about an hour, under an hour or thereabouts to go, you can make your last stop. You don't have to go all the way into it, even if you've got half a tank of fuel left. You're just stationary less time because you're putting less fuel in it.
Either that or you roll the dice, see how long it can go. It doesn't matter if it runs out of fuel as you cross the line if you're in first place.
Well, these are the questions that we're asking here. It matters not to any of us. Of course, we will be excited whatever the result. Imagine how it must be down in the pit garages and on the pit wall for the guys who are making the decision. That will change the outcome of the race, potentially underlining a victory. Or can you sneak with a different strategy a better result than you're sitting with at the moment? The Bentley, of course, of Stephen Kane now up into second. It's 35 Nissan from 10 Bentley in second. Laurent Vantor in the 15 Audi in third position, 22 seconds away from the Bentley, and then another 20 seconds further back is Felix Baumgartner. I am very surprised that that car has not copped a penalty from race control after the contact with Ivo Breukers in the Mark Cars Australia Mazda. Here comes our race leader, Nissan, leading Bathurst. A few years since that has been said here. Wolfie Reap across the line. 2:07 last time I went round for Wolfie as he got caught in a little bit of traffic. How much more fuel in the tank? How much more will they risk? Wolfie being out there, not because he's doing a bad job. They have got track position at the moment and they want to keep it.
I think we've had a timing error for that Bentley because it's now shown as being back on the lead lap, and it certainly has not done that. So I think that's a part of that timing glitch that's affected the Audi. Stephen Kane now shown in second position and just 8.5 seconds back from Wolfie Reap on the same kind of pace.
That's more like it.
So it's Nissan from Bentley from the two Audis, 15 from 16 then. Alec McDowell in the number 97 car. Had that near brush with disaster.
Felix Baumgartner's dropping a bit of time in this stint, but full credit, he's very, very consistent, punching out regular 211s and just keeping that car in the mix. And all he's got to do is hand that car over to somebody for the final stint of the race on the lead lap. And that's job done, I think, for Felix on his first visit to Mount Panorama. Solid stuff. 2:10.4 last time round for him. That's a solid lap.
So the Ultima led the 1000k here last year in a brilliant run to a fabulous finish. And now we've got the GTR leading the 1000. And thanks to Lachlan Hines for reminding me I was in Japan that weekend catching the highlights. Here's the Michelin hourly update. It's Reap in the Nissan from Kane in the Bentley, from Laurent Vantor in the Audi, the Darrell Lee top 3. And Peter Edwards pulls the number 8 car back into the top 10 as well for the Flying B concern.
It's a great race so far. The Michelin hourly update shows us the top 10. This is the Pirelli class leaderboard. Kane and Reap, we know. Sam Power leads, continues the Century Batteries GT3 Cup class in the Superbarn Porsche. Mark O'Connor, the Lotus, continues to top Bridges Class C. Rob Thompson in front in the BMW 1 Series. They've had a really solid day leading GWS Class D, and the Recaro class led by the Mark Ford Focus. Gary Jacobson, as they've done for much of the weekend, continues to top the standings. They're the class standings. We've got a race on our hands. There are 6 cars on the lead lap. The Liqui Bathurst 12 hour will go right down to the wire. Welcome back to Mount Panorama, live coverage on the 7 Network around Australia as we build ourselves to a finish. There's an hour and 48 to go. We're busy working out pit strategy and trying to work out who's where on the run to the flag. A couple of Ferraris in pit lane, Vicious Rumour Racing and Clearwater Racing, and it's going to be very close between the two of them as they rejoin. One car, the 49 car, is 7th. The other, the Chrome 33, back down in 12th place with Tony Verlander back behind the wheel. Their charge back into contention has not gone to their plans.
And that's down to the safety cars.
Yeah, Andrea Montemini back behind the wheel of car 49, and great to have him back in Australia. As we heard in his chat with Barretts earlier on, raced here in the Bathurst 24 hour in a Ferrari. Did not finish that race. Ironically, David Brabham was a co-driver of his that day. It was the last time perhaps raced a GT race at Mount Panorama.
Another 2:07 for Wolfie Reeb and a 2:08 for Stephen Kane. Suggests there's a little traffic out there that's slowing people down. In fact, everybody's lap time is just going out a wee bit now. I'm wondering if the heat of the day and the tyre choice hasn't quite worked out for some of these people, but it's affecting everybody in the same way, so there's no real advantage or disadvantage. The hard tyres that the Michelin runners begged Michelin to bring, have they been pushed into use yet? Are they all sitting on the mediums and trying to triple stint them?
I know Kraft had their soft tyres on earlier on as Andy Soucek brings the 11 car in from 11th place, rather ironically. 225 laps completed, so they're just over 2.5 behind the 227 completed by our current leader, the number 35 Nissan GTR.
At the moment, boys, I'm liking the look of the pace of Florence Vantour into the 205s now and closing under 30 seconds now back from the leader as Stephen Kane drops back a little from Wolfgang Reeb, who is due on pit lane any time now. The charging 15 Phoenix Audi is closing the gap.
This is not a regular stop for the Bentley. It's on the transport jacks, and that's going back in the box, fellas. This 11th position car is going to lose some time. Now, bad news for them. Is it bad news also for the sister car that sits in second position? You always wonder, don't you, if you see some kind of reliability problems, if it's going to affect both of the cars. They're going to work underneath the car. These guys have worked on World Rally Championship, British GTs and the Blancpain Series. The M Sport guys are very, very good at analysing the problem, working out what it is and then fixing it.
They're broken, battered and bruised, but still running. 27th placed Aston Martin of Motion Sport, the Compare Insurance sponsored car, with Pete Story behind the wheel of that car at the moment. Gordon Shedden off down at the final corner earlier on today, turn 23, Maguire's turn.
Could have been my adopted car that this weekend for no other reason than I've taken more pictures of that car because it's close to where we walk up to the booth, and as a photographer I'm fairly lazy. It is a pretty car and it photographs very well, and every time I've walked by they've been doing something tremendously photogenic with it. Feel kind of at one with that car. There is the Erebus 63 car. That's the car that's had issues as well for the Erebus team.
Yep, Austin Cindric at the wheel of that car as it came in. This is a 16-year-old American.
Ben Garrett was, behind the wheel of the Motion Sport car. This car, 26, so one position further up than the Motion Sport entry. After dramas early, punctured rear tyre, backed it into the wall at the cutting, as many drivers have today.
Just noticed, by the way, that the Grove Racing Porsche is back at the head of the Century Batteries Class B, the GT3 Porsche categories. No, as I say that, it's not. It's Sam Power, the 47, excuse me, jumping around the timing screen there, Hindhoff. But they are working their way back, and we might yet have a battle in that. It's Luke Yulton, who is at the wheel. He's just on the back of the lead lap, just in the Class B, so we might yet have a battle. One of the walking wounded, of which there are legion, the 66 Mobil 1 sponsored car. Gee, they've had a long run today, the GT Endurance guys, Scott O'Donnell, Aidan Knighton and Michael Lyons. Michael was up in the press room talking to one or two of the journalists a little earlier on. Unfortunately, we were a bit busy, couldn't get him on into the booth. We'll try and get a chat with them later on, but that is a team with a story to tell here for sure.
And into pit lane comes car 35, race leader Wolfgang Reeb on lap 229. So bang on our prediction before, minus one lap, but I think we're allowed that. Well, with a 9.8 second lead. So compared to the Erebus car, who stopped on 222, so they're 8 laps apart. I don't think that'll affect too much towards the end of the race. It'll just mean that they might have to fuel conserve a little bit at Erebus. And they are driving a driver change. It'll be Florian Strauss getting behind the wheel of car 35. So you'd think from here, with an hour and 43 to go,
on that.
There'll be one stop to go.
I think they're putting tyres on that because this is leisurely. They're not pushing too hard. The fueling is almost done. Oh, this is taking too long, guys. If they're not putting tyres on this, and now I'm going to change my mind and say they're not. That took too long.
very casual driver change.
The fuel hose was out for a long time. That's why I thought they were... Oh, obviously it's going to go up on the jacks and they're going to throw a new set of Michelins on it, but that took too long there.
Rolling down pit lane, 40 k's an hour. We saw before the Erebus stop was 1 minute and 5 from pit in to pit out. This, minute 17.
There goes the Erebus car across the line now. It's going to be tight as they come out of the pit lane.
They've lost 15 seconds, John. 15 seconds in that stop sequence. All the good work done on track has been lost with a slow lap. Now, where is the Erebus Motorsport car? Back of shot, headlights ablaze, just at the bottom end of Mountain Straight. So they haven't lost position to it, but they've lost time.
It's come out after the Alex McDowell Aston Martin has gone through. So the car will drop from first to fourth position.
That is something that Bob Neville is going to be absolutely furious about there. Now, he is one who advocates taking your time at pit stop because you've got to bolt your driver in properly, and nobody is saying you've got to skimp there, but that seemed to be a tad too leisurely, and the time just ebbing away. The fuel was done, so it would appear that they could have gone perhaps even a little bit longer. We'll check driver times and such like, but the good news is now I think Florian Strauss can go all the way to the end of the race and do it on one more stop.
And this is the car that now leads the race. Not quite this one, it's the one just up the road. There it is, car 10, Stephen Kane. So the Bentley assumes the lead in this pit stop shuffle, but they shouldn't be too far away from stopping either.
Bentley leads Bathurst.
Again.
Still in this race though, aren't they? These
forever.
guys. And you heard before, Matt Bell likely to get back in this car, although the other option's not too bad either, is it, Guy Smith?
And when did Kearney stop last? Or when did this car stop last, the 10?
I don't think they're that far off the sequence of the GTR.
No, I don't either.
This is a long stint from Stephen King. It's been a very good one. He's been right there in the hunt, and of course now the car rising up to the lead. He's got 25 seconds over Lawrence Vanteur and the chasing Phoenix Audi, the number 15 car. This is the matte black car with the kangaroo logos on the side.
Anybody betting against last 20-minute shootout again here?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
You'll get not a cent of my money on that not being the case. Not one.
Steve Owen pits the JBS Lamborghini from 7th position. Still just one lap from the race lead. And needs something pretty mighty to have him from here to get on that lead lap. If they do, they're in this race because they've got great car speed in that car.
Now what happens? This would be Bentley's biggest win since 2003.
Now you talk about little things making a difference. The maximum drive time is 4 hours and 30 minutes. We talked about that earlier on. Darryl O'Young has just tweeted using the hashtag B12HR. His drive time, 4 hours and 28 minutes. That's called using your resources.
Absolutely. I was massively impressed with Darryl in this car.
Me too.
Massively. If you think about who else was available to the team, Stefan Mucker has got a bullet in the gun for them.
And Laurent Vanteur is pushing hard, very hard indeed. He's just brushed the wall at Reed Park up on the top of the mountain. He appears to have got away with it for the moment, but we'll keep an eye on that 15 car. Sitting in second place at the moment, 25 seconds further back down the road than Stephen Kane in the leading car, the Bentley.
He might be pushing hard, but Stephen Kane is pushing harder into the 205s within about 8/10 of a second of the fastest time for that car in the race, 205.9 against 207.3 for the Audi. So at the moment, it's going the Bentley's way. The gap has gone out to nearly 27 seconds now. So Stephen is absolutely on it.
And a bad lap for Lawrence Vanteur we're looking at now. Here's 7.3 to our leader. It's 5.9 and 26.9 seconds behind is the Phoenix Racing Audi.
Here's the thing, guys. Wherever the Bentley's getting this pace from, all of a sudden they've been sitting in the midfield. We saw them up the head of the field early on when they cycled through, and all of a sudden now they're some of the quickest cars on the track and consistently quick in traffic or not.
And also consistently quick now after that brush with the wall is Alex McDowell, because he's closing in on Vanteur. Who would have bet on this one 2 or 3 hours ago?
The gap between them 29.6 seconds. I just wonder how much that spin will cost McDowell, especially if it goes green for a long time.
Remember, he was ahead of the Audi.
Yeah. He was. We've had 17 safety car periods for 63 laps here at Bathurst, and the Liqui Moly 12 hours for 2015. We'll forgive all of that if we can get through to the last 25-30 minutes and have some full green flag, full fat racing. At the moment, we're under green and we're getting down to the money laps. Who will blink first? It's live and free on 7. You're watching the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hours for 2015. Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hours. Well, this is the battle on the circuit at the moment. The Aston Martin right in amongst it. It's that is 3rd, 4th and 5th position. And this is just how it works. That's the 99 car just squaring me up again. The 99 stays out of the way.
They need different liveries on those two cars. They look far too similar.
Not the first time it's caught me out today. I'm going to keep an eye on that, Krillsy, while you get an interview away with an absolute legend here in the comms box.
Funny, the people you meet wandering through the commentary position here at Mount Panorama, defending champion of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hour, John Bowe, is with us. G'day, JB, how are you?
G'day, mate, I'm good. Yeah, I finished my work for the day. Started badly. I made a rookie mistake and on the outlap, felt like an absolute goose, but we live to fight another day, so the car's going good, going well.
How's the team gone? This is the first major race for Flying Bee Racing, of course, major debut at the end of last year over at Highlands Motorsport Park, but how's the process been today? How's the team gelled together and how's the car gone?
Look, honestly, it's been so good. The car hasn't missed a beat. The guys we've got Campbell Little, who's, you know, vast experience, a bit like me. He hasn't made any mistakes, unlike myself, but we've got Lewis is from Bentley Motorsport or M Sport, which build the cars. He's an awesome little bloke, and we've got all the Maranello guys that were there last year. So it's been like absolutely terrific, really.
Well, hey JP, you're talking about running at the very sharp end of a very, very good field on a difficult circuit. I know you know this place like the back of your hand, but you get 5 hours of practicing qualifying to get used to a brand new car. How do you dial yourself in so quickly? What are you trying to do to find out the personality, if you like, of this Flying Bee Bentley?
Well, I think honestly the car it's more conventional because it's a front engine rear drive, so whilst I wouldn't say it's probably ultimately quite as quick as a Ferrari around here, it gives you good messages, so it's actually quite a nice car to drive. It's got in terms of driver comforts, it's got this refrigeration unit that runs a cool suit, so it works with my vintage, you know, it's fantastic.
Is there any differences between your car and the M Sport car? Different specifications or anything like that?
I don't believe so, no. I mean, if you look at our best laps for the day, they're all within a tenth of each other, so I think it's much the same, but we've done our thing this weekend and they've done their thing. We haven't had any great sharing of data, which, you know, is fine with us. I think the car's got more potential next year or this coming year in our series in Australia, so I'm quite excited about it, except I've been talking so much I've lost my voice.
This car pressing on. This is Stephen Kane, one of the works M Sport Bentleys. It's about to set. If all goes well, it's fastest lap of the motor race. So it doesn't quite, very, very close. Does a 5.4, which is good pace at this stage in the game.
Yes,
I believe
I'll
this
say.
motor race, though, JB, safety cars, record number of them today. Tough affair.
Well, I guess that's what endurance racing is about. That's what it used to be about back in the day when the Bathurst 1000 was for all sorts of different cars. You had a lot of speed difference, and while we all get a bit cracked off about it, they've got as much right to be there as we have. And you need to be, you know, smart and not get involved because, you know, the circuit bites. You can't make a mistake here without hitting something, basically. Although I managed to. I don't know how I did that. It was God, help me.
Is it the case now, John, that you've got to, pretty much in any endurance race, looking at John Wickham there, the man, one of the driving force behind the M Sport
experience,
yes, just a bit, everything from F1 down over. Wick's there doing the numbers as John, your car's just come into the pits. Is it the case now, though, that you've almost got to have an absolute clear run and that the endurance part of endurance racing is getting those decisions right, because we kind of take the reliability of these cars for granted now, which we could not have done, well, certainly not even a decade ago.
No way, no. Even 4 years ago it was a problem, but they are so. These are like factory race cars in actual fact, so they've proven to be very tough. I mean, it's interesting to see the Bentley has obviously managed itself into that position, which is very good. The team's done that for them. I would, you know, before this race started, my money was on the number 15 Audi, because it's got a great driver lineup. The gun is in there now, so you know, I reckon they'll be very hard to beat. But I've been very impressed with the young guys in Erebus, the black Mercedes too. You know, Jack LeBrock and Richard Muscat are, you know, future champions in this country, so and they've done a fantastic job.
It's gratifying to see guys from here mixing it with the international stars and giving Aussie motorsport a fantastic future.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, it is. I mean, Aussie blokes have always been pretty good, though, to be honest.
Yep. I'd agree with that. What we want to do, John, is to see you. We want to see you come across and do, you know, the 24 hours at Dubai, the 24 hours at Spa, and give one back over to the guys over there. You know, that's the sort of thing. We now know how good all you guys are. You need to take that to the rest of the world, as we see some great side-by-side racing going down into the final corner, and that is Laurent Vantour, who has set this place alight as he comes through.
Sorry, JB, something I'm keen to ask you is that what we've seen today is that working through traffic, it seems you have to be very decisive when you're the faster car, because we've seen the ones that have hesitated have either made contact or had near misses. Is that how you approach it? What's the process when you're taking into a car that is 10, 15 seconds a lap slower than you?
Well, personally, I take it very carefully, because you're never quite sure who's in what car, and you know, you just have to be patient. Basically, some of the younger guys, I've certainly seen them today. They go where angels fear to tread, and sometimes they get away with it, sometimes they don't.
Stop go for the 16 car, and I can only assume that was for the contact earlier on with Ivo Broikis at the top of the hill. That certainly wasn't in their pit bay, as far as I'm aware. That was a stop and hold actually at the end of the pit lane, by the look of what we saw on the screen. Felix Baumgartner dropping into 6th position overall. Stephen Kane still out there. An hour and 27 minutes left to go. Tactics, John, you've got a big... Well, actually, I'll take that back, because Felix is now out of the car, so maybe that was a stop as well. Tactics, John, what do you do now? Most people have got either a stop or a stop and a splash to go. Do you take your last stop as soon as you can and get it out the way, or do you roll the dice and go as far as the fuel will let you?
Well, they certainly won't do an hour and 20 minutes on a tank away. So, you know, I think most of them have got their best, you know, their fastest, their most efficient driver in, and it'll be a very tough race to the finish, I think.
JB, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it as always. Best of luck to the end. At the moment, you're 11th. It'd be nice to see that Flying B car inside the top 10 at the end of a gruelling 12 hours.
Yes, wouldn't it?
Thanks for dropping by. There's John Bout, defending champion of this race and going very well in the Flying B Racing Bentley. We need to get a break out of the way from Mount Panorama. Bentley leads the race with Stephen Kane out on top. We'll take a break, back with more right after this.
And a 5.7 for style from the judges there. The ice brake Porsche, quick spin and resume. Chris Pither at the wheel of that. He's 7th overall at the moment, chaps, and that leaves him 5th position in the Pro class.
Can't afford to lose too much time doing things like that though, young Chris, because Andrea Montermini isn't too far behind on the same lap in the Ferrari. In fact, the gap is 9 seconds. It was 15 before that little spin. So Chris Pither needs to just keep the thing pointed in the right direction and try and get that car to the finish. They're the second car off at this stage, the lead lap. The 16 car through the pit shuffle has dropped back, but they have Stefan Ortelli behind the wheel now, the former Le Mans 24-hour winner. So they've got a good driver in that car to get it to the flag, and as the pit stop shuffle works itself out in the closing stages of this motor race, they might well find themselves back in the game.
I love the way that for all the calculations that we do, all the notes that we keep, all the speculation that we do, it will come down to the dash after the last pit stops when everybody is going for the same thing, namely the best finish that they can possibly achieve. As we see it at the moment, Stephen Kane, who's just done a 2:05.1, very quick indeed, is coming to the end of the run for the leading number 10 Bentley. But at the moment, he's not in the window to go to the end on one more stop. He needs about another 15 minutes, I reckon, to do that, and I don't think he's got that in the tank.
Well, you heard it from someone who's been driving a Bentley all day. JB, before the break, was saying he can't do it with an hour and 20. That's not going to happen, and I'm not convinced he's going to be able to get another 20 minutes out of that car before he stops. I think they aren't too far away from a pit stop, so we need to sort of find out what's going on down there in the Bentley M Sport garage. Another thing we're ticking over as we have a look at this great fight between the Nissan and the Erebus Merc. This could still be the battle for the victory in an hour and 20 minutes time. Make no mistake about that. The other thing we're ticking over is laps. We're up to 239 laps, which is 1,484 Ks. Still miles below the lowest distance ever completed in the GT era since 2011. That was 2013, 268 laps. I think we'll go past that. No way we're going to get near the record distance from 2014, 296 laps.
Too much yellow, I'm afraid, and that's rather a shame because when the cars have been racing under green flags, it's been stunning stuff. Meanwhile, Stephen Kane puts in a 2:07 that'll be traffic affected. It's the first lap I've seen him under 2:06 for quite some wee while, pulling it out a bit more clean air from Lawrence Fantour as he gets closer and closer having to bring the number 10 Bentley down pit lane for tank full of fuel, John.
54 in from the Ridges GT4 Class C battle. They have been at it pretty much all the way through the Lotus and the Aston Martin. Another British mark affair. And interesting way to get in. Head in first and then settle yourself back into the seat. V6 Lotus Exige. Battle with the St. Gallen dark grey Aston Martin. And look at the top of the screen, you can see that they are in the pit, and Chris Porritt has dropped 5 laps to them now.
He must have had a problem. We've had a problem
with that car, and that's going to be hard to pull back if the Donut King car runs all the way through.
That's rather a shame because the battle we've had on track between just these two cars has been nose to tail almost all the way through. They'll go one way or the other with pit stops, but clearly the very pretty pink Lotus now has a significant advantage over the equally pretty flat grey Aston Martin.
Meantime, Stephen Kane continues to lap in right in the numbers, the kind of numbers that we'd expect to see from the Bentley. It's Vantour in second, McDowell in third. 10, 15 and 97. Bentley, Audi, Aston Martin, all I think with 2 stops, or at least not 2 full stops, but a stop and a splash for those cars. I'm pretty certain that the Nissan can go on one more stop. Florian Strauss behind the wheel of the 35 is being pressured at the moment by Jack LeBrock in the 36 Aston Martin, in the 36 AMG Mercedes-Benz SLS, and they may just need a splash or a little help from a safety car as well as the Lotus is rolling again down the pit lane.
We've got a big battle on track at the moment for 9th position. Tony Villander in that Clearwater Ferrari that we were thinking might get back onto the lead lap. Hasn't worked out for them, but it's just put in the fastest lap of that car's race, a 2:05 dead, and is now within a second of David Russell in the 32 Lamborghini ahead. Meantime, with the 2 cars 4th and 5th, we've just been watching them on screen, Florian Strauss and Jack LeBrock are beginning to reel in the Aston Martin for 3rd, a couple of seconds a lap quicker at the moment over the last 2 laps, and that gap is coming down to under 15 seconds.
We're predicting somewhere in the region of 277 laps of Bathurst for the 2015 Liqui Moly 12 hours, and you'll see them when we come back live and free on 7. that bell being installed a few moments ago. You saw it there on the Maguire's replay, and Matt is back in the number 10 Bentley. Stephen Kane, after an Ironman run, has got out, and that is a key moment of the race. It happened at 1 hour and 16 to run, and unless they're going to make fuel on that 4-litre V8 and use the cylinder on demand function that the street car has, I don't think they can go to the end from there.
Two things I think are happening with the 10 car. They either know they have to stop again, or they're gambling that there'll be a safety car between now and the finish, and they'll be able to save some fuel during
Watch
that.
the pace. Watch the pace. If the car is right on the pace and doing as quick as it's ever done, they know they're having to stop again, and they're pushing. If it's not, if it's half a second to a second off, then it means they're already in the mode that is trying to save fuel. Well, maybe Stephen Kane can tell us one of those answers. Do we think we'll get a straight answer? Well, Mark Beretta is going to ask the question anyway, I guarantee it.
We'll ask the hard questions, John. Stephen Kane, well done, you guys. You're working away, and you're really making up some ground now.
Yeah, the track's obviously rubbering up, and with the temperature down, the track's actually coming to us, so yeah, we're getting more and more competitive as the race goes on, but we've still got another stop to do. We have to look after the brake pads yet, which is a big thing for everyone. So yeah, it's all going well at the minute. Lap times are good and we're competitive, so yeah, we're in the right place.
Steve, you've just answered the question that everyone wants to know. There will be another stop. Will there be a driver change as well?
Not sure yet. I need to check with the team to see what the amount of time that I just did, but the plan was for him to put me in at the end, but I think I did a fair chunk of time there, so we'll have to see what the boys say.
Are you getting a sniff of a win here at Mount Panorama this afternoon?
It would be a dream come true, and I would love it. Now, I was certainly pushing in the last stint, but we'll wait and see. I would love it. It'd be great for Bentley.
How's the Bentley handling out there? It looks fantastic.
It is really, really good. It's such an enjoyable track. With the dirt down earlier in the weekend, it was. We were just taking our time, getting to learn the track, getting to learn the tires. But as the rubber's going down and the race is going, the car's coming to us, and we can really start to grab it by the neck now. So it's enjoyable.
We'll let you cool down, catch your breath, and you could be back out there.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks.
Well, if that was a roll of the dice down with Mark Beretta and Stephen Kane for Bentley, what we've just seen there is, well,
we're trying to work them out,
pushed
really.
It all in. If this is a game of high-stakes poker, the 36 Erebus Mercedes have gone all in because they've come out with 1 hour and 11 minutes to go, having brought Jack LeBrock in for a splash of fuel. They did not need to come in at that time. And with 112 litres in the tank, do they think they can do 1 hour and 10? That is stretching the envelope for my money.
Didn't change drivers.
No, unless the only thing is if they've had some issue that needed sorting and then they've brimmed it, and then they'll have to hope. But if that was a tactic, they really have put it all on the line there when we thought that they and the Nissan number 35 might have been battling in 40 minutes time for the victory here at Mount Panorama. That's a baffling situation. It may be a piece of brilliance that we've just seen there.
The very limited brain cells inside my head, John, are struggling to cope with that. 21 laps on a stint. We know they can go near on 30 at least. So that's a surprise, unless they think they could go an hour and 10.
But what they're doing is looking at Jack LeBrock's drive time. So they brought him in at that point and filled it. He'll now go to the end of his drive time. But it's... I'm not
That's
sure.
the noise, isn't it?
I'm not sure.
There's three very confused faces in here, and I think once Sheridan gets down to the Erebus pits, we may get the answer as to what that was all about, but that was very edgy stuff. If that was tactics...
Well, if that comes off from them, that is a big, bold move from the ladies and gents down at Erebus Racing. And if that's what wins the motor race, then you've got to hand it to them. That has been a big one. Laurent Vanteur at the head of the field at the moment, but needs another stop.
And is pulling away from the Aston Martin. 28 seconds, 3 or 4 laps back now, over 36 seconds to the good Laurent Vanteur. So the pace is there. It's still in the 205s is the Audi. See another stop from the 15 and the 97.
Certainly not fuel saving, are they?
No. Now what we're getting into now, though, gentlemen, is for the 15 and the 97 with 109 to go. If we can eke another 3 or 4 laps out from those two, and as the 97 comes in, it clearly can't. So stop that thought immediately, Hindhoff. And while that car comes in, let's find out how clever Erebus were being. Jack Le Brocq in and out again on a short stint. Shea Adam has gone down to the 36 pit.
That was the risk that might just get them to the podium. They had driver times perfectly planned out, but unfortunately the fuel levels did not coincide. So when Richard Muscat came in to get out of the car and Jack Le Brocq to get in, he still had about 30 litres of fuel left in the tank. This last stop gets Jack Le Brocq to the checkered with a full fuel tank, but the catch is they're a couple minutes short, so they're preying on a safety car coming out. Given the way that we've seen safety cars plenty today, I think theirs is a safe bet.
Well, I don't know there's ever a safe bet around here. The mountain throws the variables at you like nowhere else in the world. We've said that was a high-stakes bet. They have just pushed all their chips in for Jack Le Brocq, and in the next hour and 8 minutes, we'll see if that pays off big or they go home having lost their shirts. It's the Liquid Molly Bathurst 12 hours for 2015 on 7. It's Mount Panorama, and we're watching a Nissan climb the mountain under the guidance of Florian Strauss, young Belgian driver who's come up through the GT Academy. And he comes up to Griffin Bend, turns hard right. He's got traffic ahead of him in the shape of one of the B-Class Porsches. And let's ride with him here as we watch the fastest tin tops, no, scrub that, the fastest cars at Bathurst. The big V8 rumble across here in a 207. We've already seen a 202 in qualifying here, and these guys are lapping somewhere in race trim on a 203. And this is where they make the time up. It's the downforce, the commitment of these drivers. They are giving away centimetres to the wall. They have to be millimetre perfect, and they are some 2 to 3 seconds faster over the top of the mountain than their V8 counterparts because they're not as quick in a straight line. The V8s are a little quicker, but these guys are taking time out of the other tin tops by being committed and being super quick over the technical sections. These are international sports car superstars, race car rock stars here on the mountain, out through the faulted tyre elbow and down the Conrod Straight. This Nissan is tearing up the track here and really showing what can be done. If you want variety, let's go on board with the number 10. This is the Bentley. Look at how relaxed the driver is. Round about 180 miles an hour, no hint of a lift, and braking all the way down at the 120-metre board for the Michelin Chase, standing on that middle pedal with around about 120 bar pressure down into the final corner. Commitment, commitment, commitment all the way through the 9 hours that we've been running. This is class, and you're seeing it live and free here on 7.
The top 16 cars, John, the top 16 cars as we currently stand the race have already beaten the lap record here by the V8 supercars during this race by up to 4 seconds a lap. Count them, 1, 2, 3, 4. That much quicker than the fastest V8 supercar lap ever around the mountain. That's staggering stuff.
Right, to business. Florian Strauss pits the Nissan. Lawrence Van Thor in the number 15 Audi from the race lead has pitted. So, Chio jumping into the Nissan GTR. They're in 3rd place. I think these will be the final stops for these cars. The Audi should do an hour on a tank at Mount Panorama. They've done it before. It depends on how much the wickers turn up in this final stage. So, there's the 35 Nissan. And they put rubber on that car too. So they've thrown some brand new tyres at that thing. So it's bringing all its armoury to the fight, to the finish of the Liquid Molly 12 hour.
Yeah, last stop for Florian, or for the Nissan, should I say. And Shea Adam is down in the pit lane, and she has news on tactics. What do you have, Shea?
Well, Alec McDowell, you've never been to the mountain before, before, but you have driven with Craft Bamboo a bunch and Aston Martins. You had a very good time out there leading the race, but then you also had a spin at the start of your last stint. What triggered that?
Yeah, we were looking quite well. I was in a good rhythm to start with. I just had to kind of concentrate on holding the track position was the key. There was a Bentley out behind who obviously had their pro driver in. He was quite quick. He just ducked out last minute going into turn 2, distracted me. And as soon as you get offline there, it's off-cambered, and I just lost the rear and went straight into the barrier. But luckily, I got it spun around okay. Got back again. The car didn't feel too bad. Set some quick lap times and started catching back up to third place. So it's not over yet. There's still a long way to go.
Stefan Mucke in the car now with some soft Michelins on. Is he going to go to the end?
I'm not sure. No, I probably shouldn't say, but he'll obviously be very quick. Try and make up the lost ground. It's just disappointed on my behalf because I'm a rookie here, but I just lapse of concentration. We learn by our mistakes, and hopefully we come back next year, we can be in a better position.
You can tell us. There's only a couple million people watching and listening across the world. It's okay. We'll keep your secret.
Yeah. No, this is a great race. This is one I've always wanted to do. It's probably my favourite one behind Le Mans. So it's great to be in a shout of a podium.
And within a shot of a podium is definitely within the reach of the 97 Aston Martin.
If you're within the shot of a podium, you might be on the top step, the way this race doles out its cards towards the end. You can see a little bit of damage on the back of the Porsche as that comes down Conrad straight. At the head of the field, it's back to Bentley, and Matt Bell, who was down and out for the count earlier on, has been rehydrated, replaced into the car, and immediately heads up the mountain, putting in decent times.
We're in the last hour. It's that kind of time again where you remember when you were back in the playground and someone was picking the team. Well, these are who the picks are for the top
picks.
6.
Yeah.
The first picks. Matt Bell leads the motor race for Bentley in the number 10 Bentley Continental GT3. Laurens Vanthoor 10 seconds back in the number 15 Phoenix Audi. Kazumichi Chio, thank you very much, is third in the Nissan GTR. Godzilla is on the mountain and is a further minute and a quarter back. Jacques Lebrock in the Erebus Mercedes-Benz is next up, right on the tail of the Nissan. And Stefan Mucke, just hearing from Alex McDowell there, is the last throw of the dice for the 97 car, the Craft Bamboo, the V12-engined Aston Martin.
If it goes to a fight to the flag between the 10 Bentley and the 15 Audi, you'd put your money on Laurens Vanthoor based on what we've seen so far and the raw speed available to that car. Fastest lap difference between the two of them. The best lap for the 10 Bentley so far today, 205.1. The fast lap for Laurens Vanthoor, 203.3 that he did on lap 29. It seems like several months ago, earlier on this morning.
And yet in some ways it feels like 5 minutes ago, because we've never been able to take our eyes off the Channel 7 pictures here in the booth as the number 10 of Matt Bell leads up the mountain.
If it's a race on speed alone, John, the Nissan and the 15 Audi win it. But we know it's not. It's on track position. Well, it's on getting to the final safety car if there is one.
Well, you always say all things being equal. And how many times in any motor race are all things equal? Never. How many times at the mountain are all things equal? How many times at an endurance race at the mountain are all things equal? None, and none. He's just absolutely edge of the seat stuff. And I'll tell you now, up and down pit lane, nobody has any more idea of what's going to happen than we do here. It's pure speculation. Fastest lap of their race for Tony Vielander in the 33 Clearwater car. That car has not had the rub of the green this year and will not be among the top 3.
I cannot remember the last time, John, that you and I covered an endurance race anywhere in the world that something extraordinary didn't happen in the last half an hour.
Good point.
And we've got another half an hour on top of that to enjoy this. This is cracking stuff. It is, well, 200 mile an hour chess, isn't it, really? But you wouldn't want to give it away of this king or this pawn, but that's the Bentley full tilt all the way down the mountain now.
Well, Erebus earlier on sacrificed the Queen. Basically, that's what it was. The First Lady of Motorsport and the rest of the team making their decision early and setting Jacques Lebrock to stun and firing them off towards the checkered flag. Very, very tight on fuel that car will be. I still think that Matt Bell is doing enough at the moment. Can he keep the gap between himself and Vanthoor?
The other impressive thing, leading the race is a Bentley. Second is an Audi. Third is a Nissan. Fourth is a Mercedes. Fifth is an Aston Martin. 5 brands inside the top 5 of this amazing motor race.
What do we think Alex McDowell lost when he spun at Griffin Bend? 30 seconds?
20 to 30 seconds,
yeah,
definitely.
That could be...
That would have put him third at the moment.
What we've got in prospect here, guys, is a big result for Audi, a massive result for Bentley, a massive result for Nissan, a massive result for Aston Martin. This is the race these guys want to win. This is virgin territory for them.
Let's head down to the pit lane. We're going to go down to the Nissan, or the Nismo Global Athlete Garage, and Florian Strauss is out of the car speaking to our Shea Adam.
And Florian desperately wants to win this race. It's only your second race of 2015, and the first you wound up on a podium at Dubai. Is this the car to get you to that first place finish?
I think we're just, our main target is to finish the race and to win our class. Of course, it would be nice to get an overall podium, but I think we're not, hunting down the first position. It's just, saving the car, bring it safely home. We have a big lead in our class, so there's nothing, the gap to the front guys is quite big. The temperature is pretty high, so, the car went through hell during the race, so we try to keep it now safe and, conserve our place in the class, and then maybe, looks like in a moment, we can have an overall podium. That would be amazing. I think nobody from us expected us to be that good. Of course, during the race, we all dreamed, maybe it looked really promising. We were often in first class, but unfortunately, every gap, we could drive out, got taken away by all the safety cars. But same for all in the end. You have to be a little bit lucky, that your safety car comes at the right time. But yeah, so far, amazing weekend, amazing experience in Australian, and I hope I come back next year.
Just looking for a little bit of luck is Florian Strauss and the whole number 35 Nismo team.
I once asked the man at the head of many of Audi's victories in world motorsport, Reinhold Jost, what would you rather be, lucky or good? And he said both.
That's very
typical Reinhold, and there have been.
I'd say something else. On the basis of that chat with Shea down in the pit lane. Oh, and trouble for the Elephant Bentley. It's stopped it on track.
This is Maxi Burke in 16th position and really needs to get this car off the track if he can. This doesn't help his teammate at all. 5 seconds the gap between Matt Bell and Laurent Vanteur. It's a massive break for Nissan if this goes full course caution. Local yellows at the moment. It will also help the 36 Airbus Mercedes-Benz, the MG SLS of Jack LeBrock, as Montermini puts in that car's fastest lap, the 49 car at 2:05.5, just before he comes to this slow zone on the circuit with the local yellows. Now, there's still electrical power in the 11 car. Maxi Burke will be cycling through everything. He's driver's left at the moment.
And so far today, remember, race control has been very good at giving drivers stopped on the circuit time to recover themselves, cycle through the car and get it fired up. So they will give them every opportunity to refire that car and get it going again. Fastest lap of the race for Andrea Montermini in 7th place. For that car, 5.5, 52 minutes to go. Safety car here makes things very interesting indeed.
Massive break for those chasing down Matt Bell at the moment. And the irony being it's his team car, the 11 of Maxi Burke, that is stationary. Yellow flags are local yellows at the moment, warning drivers of the issue. No overtaking. Be prepared to slow or stop. There is the car on the left-hand side. His teammate goes by him now. Wow, that looks like so quick. And the yellow flag becomes double yellows at the start-finish line. And the safety car is out on lap 252. And what we were just saying about all things being equal and not being has come to pass. The mountain throws out another curveball.
I'll take the $10 back about the Erebus bet and put it on that if Shea went back to speak to Florian now, he's not quite so calm, because this is going to throw it all open.
Yeah, this now means all bets are off, and that big move by Erebus to put all their chips in the middle with Jack LeBrock, 40 minutes ago, 35 minutes ago, all of a sudden looks a little different. The question is, how long a safety car, how quick can that car be moved, and where do you take it to? If it's a flatbed that it needs, it's going to take some while. If it can be pushed back or rolled back, there is an entrance into the paddock just behind and to the right of the pictures that we're looking at now here on 7.
Amazing stuff. This race just continues to deliver, and in front of a record 3-day attendance of 32,200 plus 6,000 up on last year. So this race growing massively as we go down to pit lane and say a very big hello to Mark Beretta.
Well, guys, with the final 45 minutes closing into this incredible 12-hour race, for viewers in Victoria and New South Wales, a reminder it's time to flick across to 7 Mate. So go from 7 to 7 Mate in Victoria and New South Wales to stay with the end of this incredible race. It's been an amazing 11 hours and 15 minutes, and the best is yet to come. The field is back together. For viewers in other states, say exactly where you are on 7, and we will take you to the finish of this race. For viewers in Victoria and New South Wales, switch now to 7 Mate.
At the Mountain, a place that has almost rewritten motorsport history in this part of the world, is doing it for international motorsport too, and you're seeing it live and free here on 7. Michelin hourly update sees Matt Bell for Bentley lead from Laurent Vantour. His 4.5 seconds has just disappeared in the Darrell Lee A category, with Katsumaza Chiyo in third position for Nissan. A huge break for them. They get a minute catching up onto the front of the field. Jack Lebrock as well in fourth position for Erebus. That's a big break for him. And even the Aston Martin of the 97 team with Stefan Mucker at the wheel is catching a break here. David Calvert-Jones in 10th position, just holding on to that top 10 in the ice brake car. In the classes, brought to you by Pirelli, the Darrell Lee overall, Bell and Chiyo. Then Marcus Marshall in the number 47 Porsche in the Century Batteries class, the Ridges Class C. Marcus Marshall in the 911 GT3 Cup for Century. Peter Lemius in the Exceed Cup R category for Ridges, the C class leads. Then it's Rob Johnson for GWS Personnel Class D, and Gary Jacobson in the Recaro Class I in that lovely Mark Focus V8. Well, I'm not sure where we put any of our money now, dear viewer and listener. It's all bets are off, and the dash for the 2015 Liquid Moly 12 Hours of Bathurst, and it's live and free here on 7. It's all set up for another dash to the checkered flag that has become almost traditional now at the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12-hour here at Mount Panorama. There is the number 11 Bentley, the one that was slightly out of contention. It's now totally out as it's on the back of the flatty coming back to the paddock. We've had some fantastic racing, Krilsey. This has been brilliant.
Yeah, this is what's gone on in the last couple of hours. There's been so much. The 68 Motorsport Services Porsche, part of the Class B action, caught up in some dramas down at the Michelin Chase, and that's been a busy spot, as has all of the 6,213 metres of this joint today. It's been pretty remarkable stuff. That car recovered and got going again. This was down at the final corner at Maguire's turn. The Hallmark Property Group number 9 car that sits just outside the top 10, and a side-by-side moment with Aaron Zerafos, it was, in the 6 safety stock car that's been in the wall today earlier on, but continues to circulate. Disappointing for them, and that brought out another safety car. Record numbers of safety cars and safety car laps today, but it set up this amazing finish. This was the scariest moment of the day for me. Ivo Brukas in the Mazda V8 Mark Cars Australia entry, square into the wall, but he was straight out of the car, over the fence, like he was running an Olympic sprint, and A-OK. The car, on the other hand, it did its job, but it won't race again. And this was a heart-in-mouth moment for Alex McDowell, the driver of the Craft Bamboo Aston that is in contention for this motor race. Currently sits 5th and only 20 seconds from the race lead. The ice brake Porsche is a little bit further down the order. David Calvert-Jones behind the wheel, 10th place for this car at the moment. A quick spin for car 12 at the chase that lost them a little bit of time, but they will live to fight another day. It's been a wild old day. While we're under yellow, we'll get some more breaks out of the way. Back to Bathurst very soon.
Well, Mount Panorama is a venue that just keeps delivering. It doesn't matter what the cars, what the racing, whether it's a 20-minute sprint, whether it's a classic motor race like the racing at Easter when we get the Holden HQs here, one of my favourite Aussie race series for tin tops, or whether it's here with the high-tech, high-speed international race field that we have once again come down to just under 40 minutes. And Matthew Bell, will bring the field round in the M Sport Bentley to restart. The green flag is in the hand of the marshal just to our right-hand side, and it's under now the control of Matt. He's got the whole field breathing down his neck. Laurent Vanteur, we've got Chio behind him, LeBrock, Munger, Ortelli, Monterney, Russell, Villander, Calvert-Jones and Brabham. That's the top 11 as we go back to green flag racing with just under 39 minutes to go in the 2015 Liquid Moly 12 Hours of Bathurst. And Matt Bell got the timing just about right. Oh, joining from the pit lane, one of the RX-7 tube frame cars right into the middle of the melee at the front of the field, but that has been avoided by everyone. Nice driving for the whole of the guys. The RX-8s are the tube frame cars, thanks Grillsy. That was a textbook restart. He didn't get the advantage, Grillsy, of cars in between him and Vanteur, but he's done what he needed to do and held his line through Hell Corner and up the hill.
We've spoken throughout the day that we're not 100% convinced that the Bentley has the race pace, the outright raw speed to go with the number 15 Audi, which has been the fastest car around Mount Panorama all weekend long. Fastest lap of the race, fastest in qualifying with the fastest ever time we've seen recorded here. So the gap 0.4 of a second, but they're locked together. Where and when does Laurens Vanthoor launch his attack on the British driver that sits in front of him?
And there's going to be a long time before Matt Bell gets any kind of relief from the cars chasing. 14 cars between this pair of cars and the chasing three. Flashing the lights, Laurens Vanteur, that's not going to work with Matt Bell. I don't see him pulling over anytime soon.
Oh, how close was Vanteur to the wall there on driver's left? And this is the 8 car, David Brabham, would you believe it? Brabham's been claimed by the cutting, and another cutting slap will bring out surely another safety car. Yellows breed yellows, and it's all going wrong for the team that was sitting just outside the top 10 and in a podium position in Class AA. And David Brabham is in the wall with the Bentley. What a disaster for the Flying B team, who were creeping back into contention and sitting in a podium position in class. David is, I think, trying to get the car turned over. The marshal saying, can you get it restarted? And Brabs is in the wall. This doesn't affect what's going on at the front of the field, as the safety car has been scrambled, and the MG Mercedes-Benz 63, the CLS, that beautiful silver car, is back out on the circuit, and we will neutralise the race immediately. Hashtag B12HR. Let's have your predictions on that now for who's going to win this. It's still any one of the top 6's race as we head into the last half an hour. How much green flag are we going to get?
14 cars between the lead two and the chasing Nissan before this safety car came out. It's 8 cars now, so ground has been made up. That might actually work in Matt Bell's favour.
Yes. Just happens. He's just saved himself some fuel, hasn't he? The way it goes, he can turn it up to 11 now in the Bentley. Well, David Brabham in the wall at the cutting. The cutting slap has claimed another victim, and it is the Flying B Bentley. That's going to leave us with a little over half an hour of racing to go in this year's Bathurst, the Liqui Moly 12 Hours. It's live and free on 7. Don't go away. Well, very sad sight of David Brabham's car in the wall at the cutting. Let's head straight down to the rest of the Bentley team. They are leading this race, and this has just nullified their 4.5 second lead. Shea Adam.
Bentley is leading, and the Bentley who is leading is the number 10, Guy Smith. It's your teammate, Matt Bell, who is currently at the head of the field. He was feeling a bit ill earlier, but we heard he was all better, and now you guys are out front. Did you think that you would be here after 11.5 hours of racing?
I think we hoped we'd be here. I mean, the plan always was to be in a position where you're
on the lead lap, with the final couple of hours to go, and certainly we're in a great position right now. But it's Audi and Lawrence are very, very strong. Matt's doing a fantastic job. It's going to be a tall order to stay in front, but pretty confident. So we'll see what we can do.
There was a bittersweet cheer that went out when the safety car came out because of David Brabham's incident. Can you now make it on fuel?
Yeah, I mean, everything seems to be good. I think all the cars now pretty much can go to the end, it looks like, from what we can see. Lawrence came in and put new tyres on, whereas Matt's... I don't know what tyres Matt's on, but, I mean, it's going to be tough for him. It's going to be tough for him because the Audi's been incredibly strong all weekend. But, the Bentley GT3 continues to surprise, and it's been great to us today, so let's hope it can hold on to the end.
Done a great job so far and only has under 30 minutes to go until you get on the podium.
Well, we've been trying to make sure that you don't miss any of the racing all through our coverage here on 7, and we're going to break away now for our final time. And when we come back, we will be green, hopefully through to the end of the race. But whatever happens on the track, you'll see it all as we go to the checkered flag next on 7 from Bathurst. Well, a record crowd here at Mount Panorama for the Summer Classic, as we're going to be calling it now. The 2015 Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 Hours attracted over 32,000 spectators over the past 3 days, and 3 very excited ones in the commentary booth. Myself, Richard Craill and Graham Goodwin are waiting to see the denouement of the last 11 and a half hours. David Brabham getting a little bit of attention from the medical team, just precautionary up at the top of the cutting there. The number 8 Flying B Bentley in the wall, in the blue paint there. Another one of the cuttings. Now look just at the top of the screen here as he comes through. Let's wait for the number 8 car. Let's see what happens. The Aston Martin down the inside. That's a bold move. Is that what sets it off? Oh, yes, it is. And Brabs has nowhere to stop. And that was a little bit of a hip check that was unnecessary there, Crailsey. That is not a place you can go too wide.
That was the 97 car, wasn't it? Was that Stefan Mucker?
It was Stefan Mucker. It was Stefan Mucker, and
4th place car.
The race director will have seen that video too, as Brabs went off, and there's no room there to get the car slowed down. That's the issue. Now at the head of the field, Matt Bell has had a little bit of help, lost his 4.5 second lead, but now is fueled to go and can turn it up to full rich.
There's some nervous boys down at Phoenix Racing.
Lauren Van Tour is doing their job for them at the moment. It must be horrible. You know, you've done your bit and you're sitting there, there's nothing for you to do now.
They've both done an amazing job on the left, Marco Mappelli on the right. Marcus Winkelhock.
Worst place in the world at the moment, I'd have thought. Worst place in the world.
And what about these boys in Bentley?
They just don't know either, do they? They're hoping and praying. They're going to get a great result.
Yeah.
But are they going to get a top step result?
Trying to show some British reserve there, boys. Very well done. Stiff upper lip and all that.
Matt Bell, Laurent Van Tour, and the 3rd in the triumvirate at the top of the field. And the 3rd different manufacturer. We've got Bentley, we've got Audi, and Nissan as well in there. The Nismo Global Athlete Team, RGNs. Bob and Liz Neville running that team, made up by the majority of that team is made up by the gamers who've come through the GT Academy, and they will be wondering if they can turn virtual success into a real life trophy. There is Matthew Bell. Not sure whether this is good for him going slowly. He won't be getting the air force through the car. Remember, he was dehydrated earlier on. Stefan Mucker in 4th place for Aston Martin. He's on the lead lap, as well as 5th place Jacques Lebrock for the Erebus Mercedes-Benz team. Been a brilliant party atmosphere. Lots of families out here as well, enjoying the motor racing in the Summer Classic here at Bathurst. The grandstand seats were sold out some time ago. If you want one for next year, I think I might be on the website tomorrow if I were you.
And judging by Twitter and all that's going on online, it looks like the racing world is tuning in at the moment.
Yeah, and not just fans. We're talking teams and drivers and the guys building racing cars all around the world who are doing all kinds of weird shifts and on different times are all tuned in to this 7 coverage live from the Liqui Moly Bathurst. 12 hours. This must be... Well, you see, in some ways it's great, in some ways it's horrible. Am I going to get to the end of the race? No, I'm not. Not behind the safety car. I will have to race again. Right, I better get myself ready. Am I in the right gear? Am I on the right setting? Don't run into the back of the safety car, Matt. Tiny little lapses of concentration. Race cars are difficult to drive slow. They don't feel good. And Matthew Bell has got all this going through his mind. Can he hold on to it, guys? Come on. Well, look, put your neck on the line, Krills.
It is every bit a chance to do so at this place. 22 minutes on the clock. The finish is 5:48 plus 1 lap. So after the first car goes across the line, after 5:48, it is 1 more lap. Mark Beretta down in pit lane. Must be stressful down there, Barretts.
Oh, that is an understatement about stressful. Obviously, as Lawrence Van Tour is out in the number 15 car, his 2 co-drivers are here in the garage watching on. Marco, how are the nerves?
Yeah, it's pretty high, actually. There are still 20 minutes to go. We don't know if the safety car will go out, so let's tape our finger crosses and let's see how it's going.
Mark, it's been a great team effort by the 3 of you today. Do you think you can hold on? Can you win this race?
Yeah, for sure. We will give 100% till the checkered flag, and then we will see where we end up. But as I said, we are a really good driver lineup, and we had a really strong team behind us the whole race, and we gave everything, and we don't give up until the checkered flag, as I said. So let's cross the fingers.
Is Lawrence saying anything about the car? How's the car holding up at this stage of the race? It's been a long day.
Yeah, the car is fine. Felt really good, especially in the morning. We were pretty fast when it was cold. Now we are struggling a little bit at straight line speed when the temperature went up. And then I think this will be our problem for the last laps in the race. The car is very fast over the hills, in the fast corners. Just straight line speed is our big problem in the moment. So that's why I think it's going to be tough.
Marco, what would it mean to you to win this race?
Of course, it's one of the best endurance races all over. So for sure, with this guy, with this team, it's going to be a lot.
And is Lawrence the man to bring it home for you?
Yeah, absolutely. He stays in the car and he will give 100%, as I said. And we told him to push maximum, and then we just hope that we're gonna end up on the podium on top.
Good. Well, we look forward to a great finish, guys. Well done on your efforts today, and good luck to bring it home. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Barretts. Fingernail chewing time down there. And if you're wondering why everyone is so tense, it's because the racing has been so tight. Mistakes are plenty though as well, Krilsey.
Yeah, it has. It's been that kind of day, and that's what's set up this amazing grandstand finish once again to a motor race at Mount Panorama. This was the issue down at Maguire's turn. The safety stop car came to a safe stop in the gravel trap, the sand trap. All on its own, just lost the rear end and spun around. These are the most recent highlights from the very end. Probably not so much highlights as moments, I think, is the term we should be using, because some of them not highlights for the teams involved. This was across the top of the mountain, certainly not a highlight.
Ivo Brukis, though, amazingly got out of this. There are banded tyres behind the belt there, and they dissipated some of the impact. Not all of it, but the tube frame and the Mark Cars Australia V8 Mazda 3 did the rest of the job. How costly might this be for the 97 Aston Martin? It was Alex McDowell on board when he made the mistake at Griffin's. And Also been an eventful day for the leading Porsche.
Yeah, spin for the Icebreak car just inside the top 10 still. David Calvert-Jones behind the wheel. Great job by Chris Pither and Patrick Long in that car.
Now this was a bit rude, I think, by Mucker on Brabham. He got in there and he had nowhere to go, and had nowhere to go than to give a little tap to Brabs, put Brabs in the wall pretty hard. That might be a penalty. We wait to hear how that's been assessed by the race director.
Right, let's just run through where we're at. A Bentley leads the motor race.
Yep.
They've never won anything at Mount Panorama. In second place is Audi, the factory Audi sport team. Phoenix Racing is running that car. They've won here twice. They are the form team. In third place is Nissan. They last won a major race here, as we confirm the Michelin hourly update for you on your screen right now. They last won a major race here in 1992. We're on the podium here last October. Would be desperate for a victory. Aston Martin in fourth, have never won anything here. The last time a 12-cylinder car won here, it was 1985. And in fifth place is Erebus Motorsport. They were second here in 2012, first in 2013, and third last year. They are a form team at Mount Panorama. It's all to play for. Everyone in the top 5 has got something to fight for in these final 17 minutes.
And it's not just about the top of the charts either, because in the classes there have been battles all day, and the rest of the field under our Pirelli class update, well, Matt Bell and Chio, we know. Marcus Marshall, they're going for a victory in the Century Batteries B class in that Porsche 911 GT Cup car. Tony Alford, they've weathered the storm, and the 54 Lotus looks good for the Richards Class C. Rob Thompson in the BMW Coupe, the 1 Series car, he's back in the mountain, has been driving Aston Martins in the past in a BMW here, the GWS Personnel D class, and Gary Jacobson is still at the wheel. Has somebody super glued him into the Recaro Class I leader? Because he seems to have been there for a very long time.
Cars are coming across top of the mountain, and just keeping an eye on Twitter at the moment, and there is the most Bentley tweet I can possibly imagine here. I'm going to read it out verbatim. Let's be clear, staying ahead of Lawrence Francoeur is a very tricky thing. We can be sure that Matt Bell Racing will be trying his hardest.
Yes.
Well done, Bentley.
There has been a cracking social interaction between the teams, the drivers, the manufacturers, and of course you, the audience, across the weekend here and throughout the day here, live and free on 7, bringing you unrivaled access to the Summer Classic and the first big Australian event in motorsport.
Lights are out.
This summer, the lights are out on the safety car. And now Matt Bell has got to go from cruise mode into qualifying mode with nothing in between. When you go to work on a morning, you probably have a cup of coffee, read the newspaper and chat with your friends. There's none of that here. It's straight into it for Matt Bell. He's got to turn it straight on. No warm-up, no stretching. Get the brain into gear, make sure you're ready to go. We are going to green this time around. The AMG Mercedes-Benz safety car is gone. Matt Bell, the man from Newcastle, behind the wheel of the Bentley, has Laurent Vantour, the fastest man ever over the top of the mountain, and the fastest time ever recorded by that Audi in second place. We're going to the flag now here on 7, live and free from Bathurst. Mount Panorama delivers again another nail-biting finish, and the V8 Bentley starts to rev. We've got the best drivers in the world right here, right now, racing for 2015's first big Australian prize, and Matt Bell defends into Hell Corner for the first time, but he goes a little wide, and Vantour tries to do the over and under. He's got a tiny bit of overlap. He's going to try and come Buffalo Gals round the outside. If he can do that into Griffin's Bend, he deserves to win this race. He's pulled alongside. He's nosed ahead, but Bell on the inside surely can hold on. The big Bentley has got to break super late. He's offline though. Can he hold on to it? This is magnificent stuff. And watch the second of the cars behind. That's not in the fight for the lead, but he could get involved in it if they're not careful. That was cool driving by both.
Carbon copy of 2015. Squeeze the car on the outside wide to the curb, and you will have the right of way on the inside line. It is the place to be there, but you've got to go brave and deep up into Griffin's Bend. Great defensive driving by Matt Bell, but Lawrence Vantor has been the fastest driver all weekend, continues to apply the pressure. We go back 7 cars to find the Nissan G, 5 cars. He's already got 2 to find the Nissan GTR, but look how good the Audi R8 is across the top. That's been its key strength all weekend long. So I'm looking at Falcon Tyres' elbow for a move from Lawrence Vantor, because across the top, through the slow stuff and the aero stuff, is where this car has been its strongest. Watch it down here. Key overtaking opportunity down the outside, but Bell defends. Vantor will have a good run down the straight, and there's nothing between these two in a straight line.
Remember what the teammates to Laurent Vantor in that Audi was saying. They've lost a bit of top end since it got warmer here. The Bentley seems to gain a bit. And don't forget Chio-san in the 35. He is catching. I saw the headlights there in the background. Looks stoic. Now just 4 positions between these two and the 3rd place car. And Matt Bell is doing a lot of defending here. He's trying to get the temps up on the Michelin tyres and get this Bentley back in its operating window. He's already to drive his left, coming down into the final corner at Maguire's, and all of this is backing the field up. And here comes Chio down the inside. He's going to be on the back of these guys in another lap, and if that, the way that's going at the moment. He's now only got 3 cars between him and this battle for the lead into Hell Corner and up Mountain Straight another time. Now will Matty Bell be able to hold on to it again? He takes the slightly defensive line. This time Vantor stays behind and in the gap in the air.
If Matt Bell keeps driving like this, Chio is going to be on this battle for the race lead. He will be there, and the Nissan will buy into it, and we'll have a 3-way fight for the race victory. This time Vantor sticks behind the leader. 1 car, it's that Audi.
There he is.
The JMAC PEM Racing Audi is in this. And it's a lapped car. It may be a deciding lapped car. It'll need to let Chio by very, very quickly. And the Nissan GTR has cruised on the leading battle. Slow out of the cutting and a nudge from the Audi. He gave the Bentley a whack there. Slow drive onto the top of the mountain, but it's helped the Bentley, if anything. And there's a car length between the two of them.
It's like the old swing by when you're doing the velodrome racing, isn't it? Get your mate a little bit further up the road, and for once there's a bit of clear grey tarmac between the leader and 2nd place man. Here comes Chio up on that lap Audi. Look, a couple of cars back as they go over the 7U Skyline area down into the S's. This is as much breathing space as Matt has had since the restart. Stefan Mucker not in the fight at the moment. He's he's catching up now to Chio, and he's only another second further back. You know, we could have 4 guys battling for this in half a lap's time.
But who's going to be quickest down the mountain? Because all day it's been the Nissan. He's right there with that lapped car between. If he can pull past that, use that toe, he's going to be right with these two.
He's through.
Get into the final 10 minutes of this race.
It's fingernail biting time, but not those. They're too highly manicured as first, 2nd and 3rd
the
are
Audi
now together.
The Audi did the right thing, just pulled to the side, lifted off and let the Nissan go. He is in this fight. How hard is Matt Bell driving car 10? You will not see a car more grip limited as that was across the top of Mount Panorama.
And here comes Aston Martin too. He's just got 2 cars between him and the Nissan now. It could be 4 cars.
It's going to be a quartet battling for this 2015 top step. Now is the time to take stock, to breathe in. What have you got left in the fast locker? It's time to open the bottom drawer, take it out and throw it at Mount Panorama. There's no sense in leaving it behind. Mucker is 2 cars back from this triple battle for the lead. Heading up Mountain Straight one more time. Here comes Chio in the Nissan. He's going to have to go the long way around. He's almost got the left wheels on the grass as they go up the Griffins. I think he's got alongside. He surely can't get through from there, but he'll cut back onto the right-hand side. Man, that Nissan's quick.
Watch it down Conrad Straight, because we know the Audi isn't the fastest car in a straight line.
No, and remember the patience that Chio showed earlier on going through traffic when he was in 3rd and 4th position. That's gone out the window now. He wants to be at the front because he knows a fast Aston Martin and a fast Aston Martin works driver in Stefan Mucker is coming up the hill.
Safety car.
Safety car is out. Safety car is out. That could be it. Oh, we've been robbed. We've been robbed here of a finish. Goodness me, it's the leader in Class B. 2nd place in Class B. The Century Batteries GT3 car has been chasing down the 47, the other Porsche, and it looks as though he's beached it. Oh, he's done it on his own as well, trying to take too much speed in, tyres not up to temps, and that car, without a snatch tractor down there, that car is stuck. And It looks like we may finish this one under full course caution. And Nissan will be cursing their luck. They got the brake on the last one.
The tractor is already at the car, so they'll get that pulled out very quickly.
Is the yellow flags here?
Yes.
Because these guys are still racing, are they?
No, they're fine.
No, the yellow flags are out. Thank you.
The marshals are running to that car. We may yet get this back to green.
Yeah, the snatch tractor is already there. This is marvellous stuff. They were at the back of the
race control. Race control will do everything in their power to have this race finish under green, even if it is a one-lap dash to the flag.
Oh my goodness me, that is going to be carnage.
If it is a one-lap dash to the flag, on what odds a Nissan victory? You just get the feeling there's something special left in car 35. Leaders across the line. They'll be picked up by the Mercedes-Benz safety car. The Grove car will be out of the sand trap in 35 seconds. It may just be this one lap under safety car. There are still 7 minutes and 55 seconds on the race clock.
I was going to say, did the safety car actually come out? It has done. But there's nothing to say that it can't go straight in at the end of
absolutely
this lap.
no.
And the guys are working like Trojans down at Maguire's corner, at Murray's, the final corner. And Matt Bell is going to have to do it all again.
It's on the move. Porsche is on the move.
This helps Matt Bell. I'm convinced this helps Matt Bell.
Really?
It's 1 or 2 less laps. He has to defend. The safety car's doing his defence for him because Lawrence Vanthoor cannot pass while they're under yellow.
Oh, brilliant stuff from the marshals.
And you know what? Away again.
They haven't even pulled him out of the way. They're going to give him the opportunity to drive on if he can, get it going. And the Grove car is out and away and being told to get off the circuit. And what they're doing there is getting rid of all the rubbish from underneath the car before he rejoins. That is such smart officiating and driving.
6:55 to go.
On the left-hand side, Matt Bell in the Bentley. On the right-hand side is the Chio Monster, as we're going to be calling him now. Third place. In the middle of the pair of them is Laurent Vanthoor. Stefan Mucker, 2 cars further back, has Jacques Leblanc and Andrea Montermini right behind him. The problem for Montermini is he's a lap off the lead, but we've got the 5 lead lap cars within about 3 seconds.
Which equals a record set last year. 5 cars on the lead lap at the end of last year's race was a race record. So we've done that again, and at the same time it's Bentley, Audi, Nissan, Aston Martin, Mercedes. 5 different brands fighting for the Liqui Bathurst 12 hour. There's a Ferrari in 6th. There's a Lamborghini in 7th. There's 7 different brands in the top 7 of the 9 represented in the outright GT3 class.
6 minutes on the clock, John. 6 minutes on the clock.
I give you 6 minutes, 7 different manufacturers, and variety aplenty at the 2015 Liqui Bathurst 12 hours, live and free on 7 and through to the checkered flag. And from race control, we're going this time around. Brilliant officiating.
Bad sportsmanship flag was shown just before the safety car to Matt Bell for excessive blocking, we believe, which is what they usually show it for.
Okay.
I would have thought gloves are off with 5 and a bit minutes to go. Don't worry about that, Matt. You drive that thing on the inside white line if you have to. We think 2 laps. It's 5:48 plus 1 lap for the leader. It's currently 5:44 local Australian Eastern Daylight Saving Time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are in the country, around the world, there is no better place to be than in front of the Channel 7 feed to watch the final throw of the 2015 Liqui Bathurst 12 hours.
Is this not the best place in the world? Mount Panorama, time and time and time again, delivers amazing motor racing. 4 and a bit minutes to go. 7 brands in the top 7, 5 fighting for victory after 12 of the most brutal hours you will ever see at this place.
And 3 line astern as they come to what we hope will be the final green flag. Let's keep this green. Let's see this one. Guy Smith, they will never have seen anything like this. It's an honour and a privilege to be trackside now and calling this one for you as Matt Bell has to do it all again. The green flag's waving, but it's Matt Bell who's controlling the pace of the field. Now take a deep breath. Suck it up, fellas, because you've got 5 minutes, 4 minutes and 8 seconds to do. Don't take a breath. Oh, Chio's gone through.
Chio's gone through.
brilliant piece of timing. If that stands, it's brilliant, and he's up into second place. I don't think there was an overlap on the line, and he's going to go for the lead through Hell Corner. He's already in the slipstream of the big Bentley. The two biggest, widest, meanest, hairiest cars are going head-to-head on the mountain straight.
This is astonishing stuff from Chio-san. The fiery young Japanese driver goes to the lead.
That is remarkable. He's done two of them, and they're not at Griffin Corner yet. 3:36 on the clock, and Nissan leads on the mountain. The GTR Godzilla has eaten the field to now, and they are back with a vengeance.
Absolutely astonishing stuff. That was perfectly timed from Chio as they crossed the line. He absolutely blasted by the Audis and went down to turn 1 and did the same again in turn 3 to the Bentley. Amazing stuff. Can he keep it together?
Military settings on the Nissan now. It's pedal to the metal, and he's pulled out 5, 6, 10 cars lengths as he goes across. We can hear the spectators clapping as he goes across. This is going to be a famous victory. Vantour for second place on the big Bentley, who has hung out for so long. Matt Bell will be desperate to hold on to this one. I'm not sure he's going to be able to do it down Conrad Straight.
Vantour will drive underneath the Bentley if he has to. He's got the fastest car here. Absolutely on the limit, down into the elbow, and squeezes him wide, and they'll drag race down Conrad Straight. Not quite. Bell holds on, and the big Bentley is doing the business in the fight for the podium.
There's going to be another lap, maybe another 2 here, guys. Look at the time, 2:24. It's going to be close to whether they do one more after this, and it'll all be down to when Chio crosses the line. The blue flag's been waved.
The Nissan's gone.
The Bentley locking up there, or was it some fluid coming out the back? There was certainly something on the back wheels.
I think that was a touch earlier at the top of Conrad Straight from the Audi on the back of the Bentley. I think we've got some touching bodywork there.
Coming round with 2:03, 2:02. This is going to be it. It's 48 on the clock, plus 1 lap, and the white flag is out, or it would be if we were in the US. 1 more to go down to the first corner, and watch out for the battle further down as well.
Because Mucker, John, he's catching the Audi for 3rd position.
Yeah, and he's hauled him in the last lap, and Vantour just doesn't quite have the ultimate pace he had last time. 1:37 on the clock will confirm 100% if this is the last lap. But Chio is driving up the road. The Nissan GTR, it won here in 91, it won here in 92, has not touched the podium since then. Somewhere in the world, Darren Cox, the boss of motorsport for Nissan, will be having kittens.
It's 6:48 in the morning in the UK. DC's just closed on his new house. He's celebrating that. He's celebrating an LMP1 programme, and in about a lap's time, he will be celebrating a victory here. The GT Academy graduates with Chio have pulled off a remarkable masterstroke. Bob Neville and RGN with the Nismo Global Athlete team have put it to the best in the world. They've taken on the mountain. They've beaten them all. And at the moment, it's Chio by a couple of seconds, and then the battle for second, third and fourth. There's 2 more steps on the podium, and it's musical chairs here, and when the music stops, some one of these 3 is going to be left without a sit.
That is huge.
It's come round the outside. Vantour has come around the corner and almost got it, and here comes Mucker. Mucker is right in the slipstream as well.
This is astonishing. For the final spot on the podium, Stefan Mucker drives the Aston Martin round the Audi R8 down Conrad Straight. He's in the top of the Bentley. It's helped him get by in the Aston's 3rd. Final lap. Leader is on the last lap.
Vantour comes for a huge long way back into the Michelin chase. He tries to go around the inside. Chio's ahead of all this, and is going to win for Nismo. But who's going to be second, third and fourth? There's still one big braking area to come. Once again, Bathurst delivers a great finish, and it's a Nismo GTR that wins it for Nissan. Chio wins it. Second, third and fourth across the line.
Bell got to 4th right at the last turn. The Audi finishes the race 2nd place, and then the Aston Martin comes home 3rd. Matt Bell lost all his momentum in the final turn.
He went wide coming out of the final corner. That is remarkable stuff. And that is a popular victory from the 32,000 people who've been here this weekend. And the Nismo flags are out in pit lane. And an AM-class car wins overall. And Shea Adam is down in the pit lane. There's a lot of smiling GT Academy graduates there, Shea.
Florian, this is simply amazing. 2 years ago, you weren't even racing, and now you've won the 12 Hours of Bathurst. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's like I almost can't believe it. I really, Gio put just the hammer down, and after the last safety car, and he was immediately at the back of the other cars in front, and I can't almost breathe. You know, it's hard. We were a little bit disappointed to be in third at this point and so far away. Thank you very much. And yeah, it's just amazing, you know. I think nobody of us would expect to win here, but yeah, it just feels amazing, and I think we have a big celebration tonight.
I think it's well deserved, and Darren Cox is going to be very, very proud of you and Wolfie and Gio.
Congratulations to Alex and Gemma for the newborn child. Really well done, and I hope, I'm pretty lucky, you know. In the end, it worked out, and unfortunately, Alex couldn't do any better, so we're first. That's good. So we'll just celebrate tonight. Thank you very much.
Well done.
I think young Austin might be getting another name. Gio.
He might have been woken up earlier than he would normally get up, I think.
Contact on the final corner for Matt Bell, pushed down to 4th position. Godzilla wins on the mountain. This is a huge year for Nismo globally with the launch of their LMP1 GTR Challenger. And they have not deserted the rest of motorsport, and they stayed true to their roots with the GTR coming back and the GT3 version taking a huge win here.
We said back on lap 245 when Craft Bamboo Racing put Stefan Mucker in that car, watch out for the Aston Martin. Didn't he deliver?
Wow.
He came from the clouds to finish 3rd, and that is truly a remarkable finish at this place again.
Well, 2 young men there, both graduates of the GT Academy, the Nissan GT Academy, both computer gamers, now full professional race drivers, both played a full part at the final knock into that race. Katsumasa Gio, that was extraordinary stuff.
Yes, mate.
269 laps, 1,671 kilometres completed today. By no means a record. In fact, it's only 1 lap further than the shortest ever GT Bathurst 12 hour, but who cares? Let's be honest, that was the most remarkable of finishes again.
Gojila, king of the mountain once again. The GTR is back. How do you write that down? Unbelievable stuff. 12 hours elapsed and a wee bit more, and a big outpouring of breath from Gio. Let's have a look again, and there you can quite clearly see that was a clear restart. There was no overlap on the line there for the Nissan. They'll be looking at that carefully, and Gio already through into 2nd and then tried to go through into the lead and did it.
The Maguire's replay shows it well. We've talked up the straight line speed all day long. I really need to see what happened in that final corner for 2nd and 3rd, though. For a moment there, it looked like the Audi might have fallen off the road as well. But as it was, Vanthor got home in 2nd, which is an amazing result for that team that has been the fastest car all weekend and probably one of the strongest too.
And we would not have had that finish, we would not have had that excitement had the race officials and the hard-working marshals got the Porsche out of the gravel on the final corner. Gentlemen and ladies, we salute your work this weekend. You have given us the end to this motor race that it richly deserved. And Katsumasa Gio is the man in the car at the end who will take the plaudits in the Darrell Lee overall, winning the AM class, winning the Pro class. Lauren Vanter and the rest of the 15 Phoenix Racing Audi team ahead of Aston Martin Vantage. Also in the Pro category, Stefan Mucker bringing that one home. And 3rd in the AP, 4th, and perhaps the unluckiest place to be, just off the overall podium, Matt Bell and the M Sport Bentley team. What a result for Erebus. They rolled the dice early. Jack LeBrock coming home in 6th position. 2nd in the AM category for the 49 squad, and Andrea Montermini. And 3rd in that AMS category, by the way, in 10th position, Chris Meese in the number 9 Audi.
Do you think Bentley will be back after finishing 4th at Mount Panorama?
Oh, yeah.
Do they have something to prove now? They led this race.
What about
the final restart?
Let's have a look at the other categories as well, because there were other races out there in the classes.
Just confirming, John, 7 different brands inside the top 7. Nissan, Audi, Aston Martin, Bentley, Mercedes, Ferrari, Lamborghini, then another Ferrari and 2 Audis rounding out the top 10. Phoenix Racing get 2 cars home inside the 10. The class winners, we know the Class A Pro and Class A Amateur winners. Class B, well done, Team Superbar and Supermarkets. with Marcus Marshall, James and Theo Konduras and Sam Power. They win the Century Batteries Porsche GT3 Cup cars. The Donut King Nissan got there in Ridge's Class C. Tony Alford's squad got there. The Berwick Linton entry, the BMW 1 Series 1M Coupe in GWS Personnel Class D, and the Mark Focus that has been the class of the Recaro Invitationals took it home. Car number 93, Gary Jacobson at the wheel towards the end, did an outstanding job.
There are some very happy Nismo graduates coming down just underneath our box at the moment. The flags will go up onto the podium as well. This has been one for the ages. Yes, we've had interruption to the flow of the race because of the incidents, but that is all about sticking to it to the end. And what does endurance mean? Being there at the end and being in the right position. And Nissan Nismo have done it all perfectly well this weekend for RJN and for the rest of the Nismo Athlete Global team. This is a famous victory and a fantastic start to the motorsport year for the Nismo team, who have got such a big year coming to them. Back to Le Mans in the top class, and they start 2015 in the best possible way. Graham Goodwin, give me 3 words to describe this.
That was awesome.
Thank you. Krillsy.
Unbelievable. What an amazing race. Well called by yourself, sir, and you, Graham. What a great day. Nissan have won on Mount Panorama once again for the first time since 1992.
Well, quite clearly, the Godzilla is back in natural habitat. Well done to Shea down in the pit lane. It'll be Barrett's coming to you in a moment. Thanks to everybody who's put this together and all of the interaction from around the world. Hashtag B12HR has broken the internet. Guys, it's been an honour and a privilege. Let's head down to Mark Beretta to wrap things up from the mountain.
Guys, thank you very much and a fantastic job. Well done all weekend. What we have seen today has been nothing short of remarkable. If you love motorsport, if you love racing, today has been incredible. 169 drivers came here from 15 nations and they have put on an incredible feast for us here today. Whoever you support, hope you've enjoyed it. The Liquid Moly Bathurst 12-hour race has delivered once again. We can't wait till next year. It's been great to be a part of it. We've all enjoyed it. The great spirit here on the mountain, the incredible racing. It has been one to remember. And don't forget that record crowd as well, who are enjoying the podium presentation here too. We're going to go to that very shortly, but thanks for your company. Hope you've enjoyed it on the 7 Network right around Australia. We'll see you soon. Until then, take care and bye-bye.
For the green flag, and the first of the big classics is underway. Oh, he got
He got hit.
Oh, it's another Bentley bump.
That is a very big crash. Oh no, down the inside. That is a monster crash.
Bathurst delivers a great finish, and it's a Nismo GTR that wins it for Nissan. Chio wins it.